Fang Chen traversed into a world where everyone could change their profession. Becoming a beastmaster, his lengthy developmental phase, reliance on equipment, and exorbitant expenses made him the object of disdain among many. Fortunately, he acquired a supreme talent system and drew the extraordinary ability, divine insect splitting. Ding! Nano venomous insects are splitting. 700,000 to 1 million. Ding! Fire stingers are splitting. 500,000 to 1 million. Ding! Iron armor beetles are splitting. 300,000 to 1 million. Ding! Years later, when the Dragon Kingdom faced an invasion, at Fang Chen's command, an army of billions of insects surged forth, leaving not a single soul behind. The entire world was left astounded. Who dares to claim that a bug tribe beastmaster is weak? Step forward, and I guarantee I shall vanquish you. Chapter 1. Bug tribe beastmaster. Fang Chen, your profession has been successfully changed to beastmaster. Next, I shall assess your affinity with wild beasts. Please hold on. The profession instructor chuckled. Meanwhile, the crowd of students erupted in disbelief. Fang Chen actually became a beastmaster? Surely this cannot be true. Wasn't he always the top of the theoretical rankings? How could he choose such a lackluster profession? Who knows? A beastmaster can only command beasts in battle, and there's a limit to how many he can control. In the early stages, capturing beasts one by one is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and costly. No team would want this profession. Indeed, I've heard that the strongest 9-turn beastmaster in the Dragon Kingdom can only control 10 monsters of the same level. The weaker you are, the fewer beasts you can command without a vast fortune to invest. It's nearly impossible to develop. While one can control a larger number of ordinary beasts, it's of little use after all. You can't possibly command 100 cockroaches to bite an enemy to death. I could believe they could bite a regular person to death, but taking down a beast? That's utterly ludicrous. Insightful. I just glanced at the top 10 professional guilds in the Dragon Kingdom, and there isn't a single beastmaster guild, proving that no matter how exceptional the talent, if luck is lacking, it's of no consequence. What a pity for our top scholar from Manhwa High School, destined to fall from grace. Surely, it's not as dire as you all claim. There are distinctions among beastmasters based on their affinities. For instance, a beastmaster with an affinity for the spirit realm can command the spirit goddess to enhance the entire team with buffs. Moreover, the passive skills that beastmasters possess can allow the beast they command to evolve, becoming even stronger. Where's the weakness in that? The school beauty, Sumuyu, interjected. The goddess narrative is misleading. Your family is affluent enough to support the evolution of beasts, but what about Fang Chen's family? If you want buffs, wouldn't it be more convenient to invite a healer instead? And those beasts aren't simply commanded at will. Exactly. To command beasts, a beastmaster must first severely injure them to maximize the success rate. Weak beasts hold no value for control, and even stronger ones may require a team effort. Moreover, defeating a monster and merely wounding it are two entirely different matters. Especially with stronger beasts. Even if you manage to injure them, controlling them in one go is not guaranteed. Unlike summoners who can utilize monster summoning cards, beastmasters must face the monsters repeatedly to attempt control. To assist a beastmaster in commanding formidable monsters of equal tier, hiring mercenary groups incurs substantial costs. Furthermore, beastmasters consume equipment and develop slowly. They may hold some utility in the late game, but in the early stages, they are nearly worthless. Especially when compared to your goddess-level profession, it's like comparing heaven and earth. Indeed, you've transitioned into the hidden profession of Phoenix Mag. Your future is boundless. As for Fang Chen, I fear he has no future at all. The path for a beastmaster to grow is fraught with insurmountable challenges. That remains to be seen. Sumuyu replied earnestly. At that moment, Fang Chen stood before the characteristic assessment stone, still somewhat dazed. A beastmaster. Seems a bit unfortunate. Just wondering if a system will emerge. Indeed, Fang Chen was a transcendent, having arrived in this world, where the lines between game and reality were seamlessly blurred 3 years ago. From the very first day of his arrival, he had been anticipating the emergence of his system. Once a voracious reader of web novels, he was well aware of what such a system entailed. Yet his system had yet to materialize, leaving him uncertain whether it was merely delayed or if his mode of traversal had been flawed. In this world, upon reaching the age of 18, everyone could change their profession. The professions available were diverse, ranging from traditional mages, warriors, archers, and summoners to beastmasters and a plethora of secondary and rare special professions. Though the official stance claimed there were no useless professions, only inept practitioners, everyone understood the implications of a good profession. Mages, with their crowd control and high damage, were always coveted by major combat guilds. Archers and warriors, while slightly less favored, still held significant potential. Archers were the preferred choice for dungeon runs due to their rapid attack speed and agility, while warriors and swordsmen were the go-to for aggro management and boss assassinations. The AS for healers, they were indispensable within any team, enjoying commendable treatment. Summoners could call forth various beasts and spirits, often managing to solo dungeons with ease. Secondary professions were also in demand among major guilds, securing their place in the hierarchy. However, the situation for beastmasters was exceedingly awkward. With the same investment of resources, other professions could level up and farm monsters, while beastmasters could only command a pitiful number of beasts and engage in close combat, often failing to slay monsters. The harsh reality in the Dragon Kingdom of Blue Star was that mages, warriors, archers, and healers were the prime targets for recruitment by prestigious guilds. Meanwhile, alchemists, potion makers, and blacksmiths had become mere laborers, struggling to rise unless extraordinary opportunities presented themselves. As for beastmasters, unless they hailed from affluent families or were descendants of powerful lineages, their prospects were exceedingly bleak. In the entirety of Manhwa City, where Manhwa High School was located, there was not a single third-turn beastmaster, whereas several fourth-turn mages and warriors existed. Such was the stark reality. Lei Yang, profession change complete. Speed archer, Zhang Dong, profession change complete. Defensive warrior. While waiting for the results from the assessment stone, 2 more classmates completed their transitions. One was even an archer, second only to mages. Fang Chen could only express his helplessness. Lei Yang, brimming with joy, turned to Fang Chen and said, "Brother Fang Chen, don't be disheartened. Beastmasters can be quite remarkable too, although they may not be as strong as archers. Powerful beastmasters can still command formidable beasts to aid in combat, though it does come at a steep cost. I recall your family is quite well off. Brother, you got it wrong. That's the school Bowtie's family. Everyone knows Fang Chen's family is struggling. Rumor has it they had a cockroach infestation just a few days ago." Zhang Dong chuckled, covering his mouth. "Dado, is that so? Then forget what I said. However, there's always a silver lining if the profession doesn't work out. One can always learn something else. For instance, postpartum care for souse. If you master it, you could join a guild that raises pigs and ensure you won't starve." Haha. Lei Yang laughed, his eyes gleaming with pride. The crowd below erupted into laughter at his words. Fang Chen, however, remained composed. This fellow harbored feelings for Su Muyu, who had become his desk mate 3 years ago when she transferred to Longhua High School, and their relationship had been amicable. Thus, Lei Yang had always viewed him with hostility, a sentiment he had long grown accustomed to. Seeing this unfold, Su Muyu's expression soured, and she was about to intervene when at that very moment, a dazzling light flickered on the characteristic assessment stone. The radiant flow surged forth, directly penetrating Fang Chen's consciousness. It had coalesced into a mere insignia of a BUI in that moment. Even she was taken aback, clearly unable to fathom what her eyes beheld. Dear classmate, your affinity trait is that of an insect. However, do not be disheartened. A beastmaster with a bond to the insect tribe is quite admirable in its own right. Keep striving." The class transfer mentor consoled. Fang Chen let out a resigned sigh. Truly, he was experiencing a stroke of misfortune so profound that it felt as if fate itself had opened the door to calamity. Haha. Affinity for insects, an insect beastmaster. This is utterly the dregs of the dregs, the epitome of rubbish. Fang Chen, do not take offense. I merely speak the unvarnished truth, do I not? Lei Yang chuckled heartily. Beside him, Zhang Dong was doubled over in laughter. Yet at that moment, a group of classmates below began to feel a pang of sympathy for Fang Chen. Typically, he excelled in his studies and was a decent person, but little did they expect that not only had he transitioned into a beastmaster, but he had also become the most ineffectual of them, alum master of the insect tribe. What did it mean to be an insect beastmaster? It implied that Fang Chen could only bond with those inconsequential little bugs. And what combat prowess could such creatures possibly possess? At this juncture, even Fang Chen could not help but reflect. When it rains, it pours. A ship delayed encounters a headwind. Curse this wretched system. I wonder where it has gone awry. In this moment, he even entertained a wild thought. What if he were to die once more? Perhaps he could traverse into another life. Yet, even if he were to perish and reincarnate, there was no guarantee of having a system after all. It seemed that in this lifetime, no system existed. As the saying goes, better a miserable life than a good death. It appears I truly must delve into the study of postnatal care for sows. Chapter 2. The Divine Insect Division, Nano-Venomous Insect. As Fang Chen contemplated his departure, a voice suddenly resonated within his mind. Ding. Host has completed job transition. Profession confirmed as insectoid summoner. God-tier talent system has been activated, and rewards are being extracted. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the God-tier talent, Divine Insect Division. Please check the specific effects on your own. Ding. Host has completed the first job transition. The novice gift pack has been issued to the personal storage. Is it finally here? Fang Chen trembled with excitement. 3 long years he had waited, and at last, this wretched system had arrived. Do you know how I endured these 3 years? You wretched thing. Eagerly, Fang Chen opened the system to examine the details. God-tier talent system. Each time the host transitions, random rewards will be drawn, which may include God-tier talents, divine insects, etc. Divine Insect Division. Every type of insect controlled by the host will gain the ability to divide. With a current maximum division limit of 10,000, increasing mental strength will enhance the quantity limit. Division ability? To divide into 10,000 insects? That seems rather impressive. Fang Chen promptly opened his personal space and indeed found the novice gift pack. Without hesitation, he chose to use it. Ding! Novice gift pack successfully used. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the divine insect, nano venomous insect. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Dantian insect nest, capable of infinitely housing venomous insects within the Dantian, now automatically integrated. As the system's voice echoed, Fang Chen sensed a peculiar space had emerged within his Dantian. It appeared quite small, perhaps not even large enough to contain a watermelon. Yet it could infinitely accommodate venomous insects. Truly remarkable. He also noticed a small white insect nestled within the Dantian insect nest. It appeared minuscule, but its tail bore a hint of purple, presumably venom. No wonder it was dubbed the nano-venomous insect. Inspecting it further, name, nano-venomous insect. Rating, mythical. Level, 0, to increase with host level. Attack power, 1000. Health points, 3000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 300. Additional effect, venom. Each attack may inflict a venomous effect, causing the poison target to lose 1000 health points per second for 3 seconds. Additional skill, poisonous mist, can release a poisonous fog, poisoning enemies within range. If no enemies are present, the fog lasts for 30 minutes. Note, the venom effect can be enhanced with level increases. Reminder, mythical level divine insect cannot evolve. Divine insect division talent in effect, currently dividing. With a limit of 10,000, currently divided quantity, 298. What in the world? A mythical level divine insect? Fang Chen was taken aback. In this world he had traversed, both beasts and equipment were classified by levels. The classifications for equipment and beasts were as follows: white gear, common; green gear, elite; blue gear, commander; yellow gear, leader; orange gear, lord; red gear, mythical. To think the novice gift pack had yielded a mythical level venomous insect. It would be difficult not to rise to prominence now. In the novice leveling area, the creatures generally possess around 300 health points. The monsters in Wolf Mountain, which is home to a formidable leader, have health points of approximately 1000. This implies that a single nano-venom bug can effortlessly eliminate one of the creatures from Wolf Mountain. And that is without accounting for the effects of its potent venom. When venom is applied, the monsters from Wolf Mountain are utterly incapable of withstanding even a single attack. Furthermore, possessing the talent of divine insect division allows one to initially split into 10,000 nano-venom bugs. The release of toxic mist by these 10,000 bugs would render the novice leveling area utterly overrun. Although these nano-venom bugs cannot evolve, they already belong to a mythical tier, merely awaiting growth to unleash their true potential. Thus, Fang Chen remains unfazed by their current status. Who dares to claim that the insectoid beastmasters are weak? Next time, I shall certainly give them a taste of their own medicine. Impatient, Fang Chen disregards the derisive laughter of Lei Yang and others nearby, promptly stepping down from the class change platform and heading outside the school. Fang Chen. Suddenly, a melodious voice calls out to him. Xiao Su, is there something you need? Upon seeing Su Muyu, Fang Chen halts. Su Muyu is a year younger, which prompts Fang Chen to affectionately refer to her as Xiao Su during their playful banter. Don't be disheartened. Being an insectoid beastmaster doesn't necessarily equate to weakness. We can certainly devise more strategies, Su Muyu reassures him. She acknowledges that insectoid beastmasters are not uncommon, yet she is aware of the challenges this profession presents. If it were any other profession, she might have offered different words of comfort, but under the circumstances, her options are limited. Fang Chen chuckles, worry not for me. I plan to seek out a pig farm to learn about postnatal care for sows. As for you, with your hidden profession as a phoenix mage, the future is boundless. So do strive hard. I wouldn't want to be outleveled by someone studying postnatal care for pigs. Su Muyu burst into laughter. You still have the spirit to joke. I knew you weren't so fragile. However, regarding the postnatal care of sows, perhaps you should just visit in person. With your striking good looks, the sows wouldn't need any care at all. Playfully, Fang Chen gives her nose a gentle nudge before departing. The onlookers who had hoped to witness the exchange between the two are left with a mouthful of envy, lamenting their own lack of fortune. Lei Yang, observing the scene, wears a grim expression, seething with frustration. However, Su Muyu remains oblivious to their reactions. Watching Fang Chen's retreating figure, she lets out a resigned sigh. You must also do your best. I believe in you. Fang Chen's parents were both apothecaries, and they tragically perished during an expedition with the guild many years ago. Consequently, his family circumstances are rather dire. The profession of insectoid beastmaster is indeed not the most promising, and Su Muyu worries that Fang Chen may become disheartened by this reality. The class change continues, yet Fang Chen makes his way towards the outskirts. Along the journey, he opens his attribute panel to assess his status. Name, Fang Chen. Profession, insectoid beastmaster. Level, 0. Health points, 1000. Physical defense, 0. Magical defense. 0. Strength. 5. Intelligence. 30. Constitution. 10. Mental strength. 30. Beast taming. Attack mode switch. Insectoid affinity. The practitioner is an insectoid beast tamer, with a high probability of successfully controlling insectoid creatures. While any attempt to master other types of beasts will inevitably fail, Fang Chen glanced at the skill description. The essence of beast taming was merely the endeavor to command insectoid creatures, which was quite straightforward to comprehend. However, he scrutinized the attack mode switch more closely. Attack mode switch comprises 3 distinct attack modes: actively assaulting nearby foes, pursuing the host to strike the same target, and retaliating against any attacks received. After perusing the introduction, Fang Chen let out a sigh. Other practitioners, upon completing their class transition, would invariably acquire at least one offensive skill. Yet, the beast tamer undeniably appeared to be a lackluster profession, possessing not a single attack skill, only beast taming and attack mode switch. Were it not for the divine insect he had obtained from the novice gift pack, he might have been compelled to seek out insects to control. The weakness of the beast tamer profession is indeed justified, akin to the summoner class. The beast tamer lacks the summoning ability afforded by a monster compendium that allows summoners to call forth beasts. Each creature must be sought out and commanded individually. Furthermore, while other professions receive increasingly powerful active attack skills with each class transition, the beast tamer is relegated to passive abilities, such as enhancing the defense, attack power, and speed of controlled beasts, which are hardly worthwhile. Among the skills available to the beast tamer, the only commendable one is the passive skill Divine Insect Evolution, obtained after the first transition. This skill seemingly allows insects to evolve, though it is only available post-transition. The nano venom insect is a mythical grade divine insect, incapable of evolving, but it can grow stronger through leveling up, so there is no rush for evolution. Eager to test its effects, Fang Chen set off towards the novice leveling area outside the city. Chapter 3. Nano Venom Mist, terrifying indeed. The leveling area outside the city was teeming with people. The class transition event occurred once a year, and last year's seniors had long since departed from the novice leveling zone. Consequently, the area was predominantly filled with fresh recruits who had just transitioned today. The Bluefield Guild's mage led a group, promising 5 levels in 3 hours, but they were short a healer and ready to depart. The Qingfeng High School novice team was also looking for a mage and would set off immediately. The Lightspeed Archer was leading a leveling group and needed 3 more. While the beast tamers were dismissed, the male beast tamers sought teams for leveling, offering payment, and pleading to be included. Observing the nearby calls for assistance, Fang Chen shook his head in resignation. Life as a beast tamer was truly dismal, worse than being treated like a dog. However, he was indifferent, as he preferred to venture alone. Navigating through the crowd, he soon spotted the guiding signs. Novice leveling area. Green Snake Slope recommended level 0-5. Wild Boar Ridge recommended level 6 to 10. Werewolf Mountain recommended level 11 to 30. Note this area has. Without hesitation, Fang Chen proceeded towards Werewolf Mountain. With the nano venom insect at his disposal, there was no need to visit the first 2 locations. Moreover, the number of individuals present in that area is certainly at its peak. Conversely, at Wolfman Mountain, most adventurers have only just transitioned into their new roles, rendering this place relatively deserted for leveling up. This provides me with an excellent opportunity to further assess the potency of the nano-venomous insects. Young man, you seem to have taken a wrong turn. Be cautious, for Wolfman Mountain is fraught with danger. Before he could take more than a few steps, Fang Chen noticed a burly man clad in armor calling out to him. This man was a sentinel stationed in the novice training zone, affiliated with the garrison of Longhua City. As Fang Chen glanced at him, he received pertinent information. Novice Zone Guardian, Chen Gang. Level 35. Class, First Tier Alchemist. Alchemists, as auxiliary classes, are often sought after by large guilds, yet rising to prominence in such a role proves to be quite challenging. Thus, most individuals in the novice zone or those guarding within the city tend to be such secondary profession practitioners. Generally, auxiliary professionals fare worse than those of offensive classes. This thought reminded Fang Chen of his own parents, who were also alchemists. With a smile directed at Chen Gang, he responded, "Thank you for the reminder. I'm merely taking a leisurely stroll." With that, he proceeded toward Wolfman Mountain. Such a polite young man is a rarity. I hope he does not make any reckless decisions. After all, a beast master of the insect clan must surely possess greater strength than this humble alchemist. Chen Gang murmured as he watched Fang Chen's retreating figure. Meanwhile, at Longhua High School, Lei Yang summoned Zhang Dong and 3 other classmates. "Let us embark on our leveling journey. Isn't Tiangji being a bit too hasty? We could always go tomorrow," Zhang Dong suggested. Yet, Lei Yang's countenance was grave. "What do you understand? Fang Chen's era has come to an end. It is now my time to shine." Su Mu Yu is a hidden class Phoenix mage, and it is rumored that her family is quite affluent. She will undoubtedly hire a mercenary group to lead her in leveling up. If I do not seize this opportunity, the gap between us will only widen. Fang Chen has already faltered. I must pursue Su Mu Yu relentlessly. Ideally, I aim to enter Jiangbei University alongside her 2 months from now. Let us hurry. Upon hearing the mention of university admissions, the group's spirits lifted as they hastened toward the city's outskirts. Upon graduating from high school, each individual is granted the chance to transition into a new class, but whether one can gain entry into university depends on fate and talent. Within the university, they will access greater resources, and upon graduation, they will likely join a guild as foundational members. There exists the possibility of being recruited by one of the top 100 large guilds within the Dragon Kingdom rankings. Entering such a guild would pave the way for a promising future. Furthermore, the university offers another splendid opportunity. Auxiliary professionals, provided they possess sufficient strength, may also gain admission. Large guilds frequently require high-level alchemists and other secondary profession practitioners. Although their remuneration may not rival that of offensive classes, those with talent who are willing to work diligently and invest can still thrive. Of course, such circumstances typically pertain to the scions of prominent families, as the average individual lacks the requisite resources and wealth. Upon arriving at Wolfman Mountain, Fang Chen indeed discovered the area to be utterly devoid of life. Wolfman Beast Clan. Evaluation, Ordinary. Level, 20. Health, 1100. Attack Power, 500. Physical Defense, 200. Magical Defense, 200. Skills, Wolf Howl, Wolf Charge. Gazing upon the formidable werewolf beast before him, Fang Chen could not help but compare it to his nanite venomous insects. Even at their base level, these nanite creatures boasted an astounding attack power of 1000, a defense of 300, and a health pool of 3000. Indeed, the innate talents of mythic-grade insects far surpassed those of the ordinary. Moreover, as they leveled up, the disparity would likely widen even further. A glance at his Danteon insect nest revealed the following information. Nanite venomous insects, 10, 000, 10, 000. In scarcely any time at all, perhaps half an hour, this number had reached its limit. It was the perfect opportunity to test their efficacy. With a mere thought, Fang Chen summoned forth the nanite venomous insects from the depths of his Danteon. As these insects did not possess the ability to fly, they surged forth like a vast white ocean, cascading towards the werewolf mountain. Rapidly, the foremost nanite insect ensnared a werewolf beast. Almost simultaneously, Fang Chen observed a dark, purple hue manifest beneath the creature's skin, spreading across its body. Clearly, it had been poisoned. To his astonishment, the werewolf beast offered no resistance and collapsed to the ground. A voice echoed within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a werewolf beast, gaining 100 experience points. Upon witnessing their companion's demise, the other werewolf beasts rushed towards Fang Chen. In the next moment, a chorus of notifications flooded his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have slain a werewolf beast, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a werewolf beast, gaining 200 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have leveled up by 1, gaining 10 free attribute points. Ding! Congratulations, your nanite venomous insects have leveled up by 1. As Fang Chen listened to the system's notifications resonating in his mind and beheld the vast expanse of nanite insects before him, he could not contain his exhilaration. What a thrill! A legion of 10,000 nanite venomous insects surged forth like a torrential wave, effortlessly overwhelming nearly 100 werewolf beasts, who stood no chance of resistance. In under 2 minutes, the entire werewolf population atop the mountain was utterly annihilated. The insect race truly was a terrifying force. Fang Chen glanced at his own level, astonished to find himself elevated from level 0 to level 15. A single wave of foes had propelled him to level 15. If another wave were to arrive, he could potentially transition to a new class. However, it seemed that the nanite insects had suffered some losses during the close combat, given their relatively low level. A few had perished amidst the fray. Had he employed toxic mist, those losses could have been averted. Lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly broke through. Ding! Due to your total annihilation of the werewolf beasts within 5 minutes, the werewolf king is en route. If you are not in a party of 5 and do not possess a combat strength exceeding level 20, please evacuate immediately. The werewolf king approaches. I wonder how long it can withstand my onslaught. With that thought, Fang Chen commanded, nanite insects, prepare the toxic mist. With a commanding call, a multitude of 10,000 nano-venomous insects coalesced, forming a small mountain. Soon, Fang Chen beheld the emergence of a werewolf beast, and almost simultaneously, a towering lycanthrope. Towering over 2 men, materialized behind it. Armed with a wolf fang club, it charged toward Fang Chen. Toxic mist attack, Fang Chen exclaimed. In the next moment, tendrils of purple smoke surged forth, racing toward the mountain of werewolves ahead. Wherever the mist passed, the werewolf beasts fell lifeless to the ground, accompanied by a chorus of system notifications echoing in Fang Chen's mind. However, he had no time to glance at these notifications, his gaze fixated on the werewolf king, eager to ascertain how long it could withstand the onslaught. Chapter 4. Instant defeat of the Wolf King, swift ascend to level 29. Werewolf King, Beast Clan. Rating, Elite. Level, 30. Health, 5000. Attack Power, 3000. Physical Defense, 1000. Magical defense, 1000. Skills, werewolf howl, werewolf charge, werewolf berserk, wolf fang fury. Gazing at the information regarding the werewolf king, Fang Chen mentally compared it to his nano-venomous insects. He didn't bother to check the attributes of the upgraded nano insects. Instead, using the level 0 attributes for comparison. The level 0 nano insects released toxic mist, inflicting a damage of 1000 health per second, with the ability to stack. The lethal damage effect was unaffected by magical or physical defenses. This implied that with 10,000 nano insects, the werewolf king would lose a staggering 10 million health every second. Fang Chen was astonished. 10 million health. Wasn't that roughly the health pool of the most formidable beasts near Longhua City? Did this mean he could poison a creature of this caliber to death within mere seconds? He couldn't help but swallow hard. Why mere seconds and not just one? Because while the toxic mist attack could indeed stack, it wouldn't envelop the beast instantaneously. The vast expanse of mist might only manage to stack a few hundred layers in the span of a second. Achieving a full stack of 10,000 layers would require time. Beasts with higher health might endure for a few moments longer, while those with lesser vitality could perish almost instantly, without the need for full stacking. Indeed, as Fang Chen contemplated this, the toxic mist reached the werewolf king's vicinity. The moment the werewolf king dashed into the mist, a series of damage numbers erupted above its head. 1000, 1000, 1000. In less than a second, Fang Chen observed the werewolf king, having failed to unleash a single skill, collapse to the ground. Subsequently, a cascade of radiant lights burst forth, showering a plethora of materials. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in Fang Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 29. Your current level cannot be increased. Please complete your class transition quest as soon as possible. Notice, you can continue to accumulate experience at your current level, but once you reach level 35, you will no longer gain experience. Fang Chen did not rush to collect the items. Instead, he directly accessed his attribute panel. Name, Fang Chen. Profession, Zerg Beastmaster. Level, 29. Can continue to level up after completing the first transition task. Health, 1000. Physical defense, 0. Magical defense, 0. Strength, 34. Intelligence, 88. Constitution, 39. Spirit, 88. Free attribute points, 290. Professional skills, Beast Mastery, switching attack forms. Professional traits, Zerg Affinity. As a Zerg Beastmaster, the practitioner has a high probability of successfully controlling Zerg creatures, while attempts to command other types of beasts are destined to fail. Divine Talent. Divine Insect Splitting enhances spiritual power and increases the splitting limit. The speed of this upgrade is nothing short of extraordinary. Furthermore, as the splitting limit is tied to spiritual power, it suggests that the free attribute points gained from leveling can only enhance the 4 primary attributes. Physical defense, magical defense, and health can solely be augmented through equipment. For instance, increasing constitution can improve the practitioner's resilience, thus reducing the damage taken, yet physical defense remains unaffected. These two calculations are independent of each other. What makes Fang Chen most formidable is the ability of the insects to split, so without hesitation, he allocated all his free attribute points to spiritual power. Spirit, 88,378. After completing this, Fang Chen eagerly accessed the attributes panel of the nano venom insect. Immediately, he beheld, name, nano venom insect, rating, mythical, level, 29, increases with the host's level, attack power, 3,900 health, 4,000, physical defense, 590, magical defense, 590, additional effect, venom. Each attack carries a venom effect, causing the poison target to lose 2,000 health per second for 3 seconds. Additional skill, Poison Fog, can release a toxic mist, poisoning enemies within the area. If no enemies are present, the mist lasts for 30 minutes. Note, the venom effect can increase with level. Reminder, mythical level Divine Insect cannot evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent activated. Currently splitting, limit of 20,000 insects. Current quantity, 1,150,000,20,000. Gazing at these splendid attributes, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of unreality. This talent for insect splitting is simply astonishing. A level 29 nano venom insect possesses an attack power of 3,900. Even without the venom skill, one insect could inflict lethal bites on a werewolf king. Coupled with the venom, it becomes utterly formidable. However, upon reflection, Fang Chen also discerned the drawbacks of the nano venom insect. Its defenses are alarmingly weak. At level 29, its defense barely exceeds 600. Should it encounter a spellcaster with numerous area of effect abilities, the nano venom insects would face mass casualties. Moreover, some spellcasters and demon beasts possess temporary magical immunity, rendering the Poison Fog skill nearly ineffective in such scenarios, relying solely on melee combat. The nano venom insect's low defenses would inevitably lead to significant losses against powerful demon beasts. Nevertheless, Fang Chen soon found solace in this realization. The nano venomous insect, being a creature of mythical caliber, possesses an astonishingly high attack power and toxicity, which is indeed remarkable. Furthermore, insects typically swarm in great numbers, often emerging in the thousands. Thus, being classified as mythical is entirely justifiable. While a solitary leader or commander may boast superior attributes, their numbers remain a significant drawback. As a beast master of the insect clan, the sheer quantity of my insects serves as my advantage. There is no need for me to fret unnecessarily. With this realization, Fang Chen spirit soared. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the werewolf beast, gaining 100 experience points. As Fang Chen contemplated, another wave of monsters materialized ahead. However, his level had already reached its maximum, and he would not be advancing further for the time being. Yet, experience points continued to accumulate. A glance at his experience revealed he was poised to ascend to level 32, with level 35 being the threshold beyond which no further experience could be gained. Fang Chen remained unperturbed, choosing instead to wait for another wave. The toxic mist lingered, still enveloping the werewolf mountain, providing an excellent opportunity for him to gather the spoils. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen hurried over to collect the materials dropped by the werewolf king and the werewolf beasts. Upon reviewing his bounty, he realized that fortune had smiled upon him this time. The werewolf beasts had yielded a staggering 300 werewolf pelts. In addition, the werewolf king had dropped 2 notable items. Wolf King's Stab, assassin-type weapon, level 30, grade, green, attack power, 500, piercing power, 30, passive skill, Wolf King's Charge. If the sprinting speed exceeds 500, the next attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel envious. The speed of assassin-class characters is typically quite high, and reaching a speed of 500 is easily attainable. This implies that an assassin wielding this weapon would ensure their first strike in a sneak attack would be a critical hit. Such attributes are undeniably extraordinary. Alas, his level was too low. Had it been higher, it might have fetched a price in the hundreds of millions. Fortunately, given the generally low levels of other players, selling it for 3 to 5 million should pose no issue. Fang Chen was quite pleased, stowing the items away. He then turned his attention to the second item. Wolf King's Card, Summoning Dossier Card, grade, green, a summoning card exclusive to summoners, capable of calling upon the werewolf king to aid in battle. Upon seeing this, Fang Chen felt a mix of joy and frustration. The summoning card was indeed valuable, as summoners rely on such cards to summon beasts. However, it vexed him that while summoners had access to such cards, beastmasters did not enjoy the same privilege. It seemed they were overlooked. Nevertheless, once these items were sold, he could afford a new set of equipment and still have plenty left over. It truly is easy to earn money in a combat profession. As Fang Chen pondered these matters, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Due to the erosion of the toxic mist, the terrain of Werewolf Mountain has been damaged. The next wave of monsters will refresh in 5 hours. Fang Chen was taken aback, glancing at his experience, which had indeed reached the cap of level 35. The remaining toxic mist will dissipate within half an hour, and for the time being, there is no one around, so I need not worry about harming others. Casting a glance at the lingering fumes, Fang Chen decided not to linger any longer and turned to hasten towards Longhua City. Chapter 5, 7 Transformations of Qianhe. 6 Transformations of the Great Expert. At the city gate, Zhang Dong exclaimed, "Boss, your profession is truly remarkable. Just one call, and already over a dozen people wish to join our ranks." Lei Yang beamed with pride. In terms of leveling and damage output, archers are only inferior to mages, especially since I am a light-speed archer. Although it is not a hidden profession, the light-speed archer is among the top 5 known archer classes. We shall head directly to the Green Snake Slope. Within half a day, we will surely reach level 5. Speaking of which, I do feel a bit sorry for Fang Chen. It may take him several days to achieve level 5. Zhang Dong chuckled. Boss, you are overestimating him. Given his family's circumstances, he is probably rummaging through some refuse for insects to control right now. I doubt he will reach level 5 in less than a month. Haha, let us go. As they were about to leave, they noticed a familiar figure descending from the mountain ahead. It was none other than Fang Chen. Boss, it's Fang Chen, Zhang Dong reminded, but then he was taken aback. Boss, why is Fang Chen coming from the direction of Wolfman Mountain? The monsters there are around level 20, and the Wolf King is even level 30. Lei Yang chuckled. Perhaps he is in a state of despair, after all. Transitioning to a bug tamer is hardly different from dying. As the two conversed, Fang Chen arrived at the city gate. He smiled and greeted the guard, Chen Gang, and prepared to enter the city. Seeing him disregard their presence, Lei Yang felt a surge of irritation. Oh, isn't this Fang Chen? I see you've come from Wolfman Mountain. Are you in despair? I must advise you, it is better to endure life than to give it up so easily. Such a lack of resolve is unbecoming of you. Our scholarly Fang Chen. Approaching Fang Chen with a smirk, Lei Yang continued, I see you're still pretending. Let me tell you, I am determined to pursue Su Mu Yu. What are you, a useless bug tamer, pretending for? You wouldn't even be accepted at Green Snake Slope, let alone Wolfman Mountain. However, if you are willing to serve me, I wouldn't mind taking you along. What do you say? Consider it? Fang Chen furrowed his brow at the words, turning to face him. Given Lei Yang's attributes, he would be no match for even a single nanite insect. However, given that they were at the city gate, killing someone here would certainly attract the attention of the guards, which was decidedly unwise. As Fang Chen pondered this, a resounding cry suddenly echoed from the skies above. In the next moment, everyone at the city gate beheld a magnificent bird soaring through the air. It appeared to be a wind-controlling golden eagle. That must be the wind-controlling golden eagle. Indeed, how striking and awe-inspiring this is. To ride the wind-born golden eagle. Who might this individual be? It appears to be Professor Chen, he from Jiangbei University. I have heard that his steed is indeed the wind-born golden eagle. Yes, Chen he is said to be a 7th-order beast master, boasting an impressive level of 213, with a particular affinity for avian beasts. Although his profession may not seem exceptional, the manner of his entrance is undeniably grand. At the city gate, a commotion erupted as countless individuals soared past on their wind-born golden eagles, generating a whirlwind of excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. The wind-born golden eagle, a majestic creature of level 210, belongs to the lordly tier, with corresponding equipment levels in the orange dark gold category. Merely a notch below mythical beasts. To possess such a mount is indeed formidable. Fang Chen couldn't help but reflect on the stark disparity among beast masters. However, he remained confident that, given time, his own achievements would not pale in comparison to those of Professor Chen He. Perhaps one day, he too could acquire a magnificent insect as a mount, though he wondered if such a creature could possess a similarly striking appearance. The attention of Lei Yang and others was similarly captivated, while Fang Chen, disinterested, turned to depart. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted from the crowd. Look, what is that? Is it purple mist? Could it be toxic? Why is it drifting from the direction of Wolfman Mountain? Who will check if it's poisonous? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen swiftly turned to investigate. His heart sank as he beheld a vast expanse of toxic mist indeed emanating from Wolfman Mountain. He recognized this mist well. It was the result of the nano-poisonous insects he had unleashed. How had it drifted towards Longhua City? Could it be the winds stirred by the wind-born golden eagle? Fang Chen felt a wave of frustration. Why did such calamities seem to converge in a single day? He had initially thought the toxic mist would dissipate quickly, but the unexpected arrival of Professor Chen, he had inadvertently blown the mist toward them. He was acutely aware of the potency of this toxic vapor. As the mist drew nearer, many onlookers remained oblivious to the danger, prompting Fang Chen to rush forward. Lord Chen, this mist is highly toxic. We must evacuate the crowd immediately, he shouted. Chen Gang's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Fang Chen's warning, and without pausing to inquire how he knew, he dashed toward the approaching mist, calling out, "Everyone, retreat. This mist is poisonous. Quickly move." Yet, the surrounding crowd remained skeptical. Chen Gang continued to urge the people to hurry into the city, but the toxic mist had already encroached. In a moment of distraction, his finger inadvertently brushed against the mist. The onlookers outside the city witnessed a series of ominous red notifications appearing above Chen Gang's head. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. Realizing the peril, the crowd finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Most were fresh recruits who had just transitioned into their roles, with health points only amounting to 1,000. A mere touch from the potent toxin could spell instant demise. Chen Gang quickly retreated several steps, watching in dismay as his health steadily diminished. He fumbled in his pocket for a potion and hastily consumed it. However, his complexion grew increasingly pallid as he downed a staggering 10 vials of potion, finally collapsing onto the ground, his face ashen. At this moment, the city's protective barrier had been activated, keeping the toxic miasma at bay. Chen Gang, with a ghostly visage, rose and expressed his gratitude to the young man, saying, "Thank you for your warning. The potency of this poison is formidable. I cannot ascertain which poison master is lurking nearby, but I must report this to the city lord at once." With that, he hastily departed. The onlookers exchanged glances, their faces drained of color. A poison master? This was not merely a poison master. The toxic mists drifting in with the wind were undeniably lethal. Just moments ago, Chen, the guard, had consumed the military-issued health potions, each capable of restoring 3,000 health points. He had ingested no less than 10 vials. Although he was merely a novice alchemist, equipped with level 35 gear, his health must have been at least 5,000. Are you suggesting that he lost over 30,000 health from merely brushing against that toxic mist? Judging by his pallor, the potency of this poison is indeed alarming. A mere touch resulted in such a substantial loss. If enveloped by the miasma, even a third-tier individual would likely perish. Not just third-tier, Chen's health had been continuously diminished, indicating that the poison had a lingering effect. I fear even a fourth-tier individual would struggle to withstand it. If fourth-tier cannot endure, then the purveyor of this poison must be at least a sixth-tier poison master. The crowd at the city gates was engulfed in astonishment. Even Fang Chen observed that Lei Yang and others nearby were trembling uncontrollably. They had been perilously close to the toxic fog. Had they not fled swiftly, they would have surely succumbed to its lethal embrace. This poison is exceedingly potent. It would be wise to keep a considerable distance from the city when utilizing such substances. Fang Chen felt a wave of trepidation. Should he inadvertently harm the citizens within the city, the consequences would be dire. Chapter 6. Divine Insect of the 8th Transition. The entire city in shock. Within Longhua City, at the city lord's mansion, the lord, Nangong, respectfully greeted Minter Qianhe. I apologize for the lack of formal reception. Minter Qianhe waved dismissively. Enough of the pleasantries. You are well aware of the purpose of my visit. How fares the list? It turned out that Nangong had once been a student at Jiangbei University. After graduating, he joined the garrison and, after several years of distinguished service, was appointed as the lord of Longhua City. He possessed considerable strength, being a 5th-tier swordsman at level 155. Although Minter Qianhe was not his direct instructor during his university days, he was nonetheless regarded as an honorary mentor of Jiangbei University, warranting a respectful address. Minter Qianhe, I have prepared everything. This time, there are 13,000 students from Longhua City transitioning. Among them, there are 2,000 mages and 6,000 warriors. Nangong detailed the transition status, concluding with, there are 700 beast tamers, but those of exceptional talent are rare. Qianhe nodded in understanding. He was acutely aware of the challenges faced by beast tamers in their development. The resources and manpower required to cultivate a beast tamer far surpassed those needed for mages. Even as a beast tamer himself, he found it a Herculean task to promote the growth of this profession. I have acknowledged your request. Please send me a list of those with commendable qualifications, and I shall pay particular attention to it. Furthermore, all others must also be entered into the admissions list, as it is imperative to release the enrollment rankings prior to university admissions. Understood. Nangongdao noted that students with poor high school grades might experience a remarkable surge in progress over the next 2 months, gaining entry into university, while those with commendable grades may fade into obscurity due to career choices, potentially hindering their university admission. Thus, the annual release of the admissions list is always a bustling occasion. As the two conversed, a guard rushed in, visibly agitated. Report to the city lord. We have grave news. An unidentified toxic mist has been discovered outside the city, and it is highly poisonous. The guard Qingang has sustained severe injuries. What? Toxic mist? Nangong and his companion were taken aback, with Qianhe frowning. I did not encounter any toxic mist on my way here. How could it have suddenly appeared? We must investigate. Nangong nodded eagerly and followed Qianhe. At the city gate, Fang Chen had not departed. After all, he was the one responsible for this toxic mist. Leaving without addressing it would seem rather unsporting. However, he felt helpless, for he could only release poison, not retract it. Thus, all he could do was anxiously await the outcome. Before long, a voice rang out from the crowd. Make way. The city lord has arrived. The crowd swiftly parted, revealing Nangong accompanied by an elderly figure. Upon sighting this elder, a wave of murmurs erupted within the assembly, with some even retrieving recording devices to capture the moment. This is Master Qianhe. How remarkable to witness him in person. Indeed, a 7th-tier beast tamer with an astonishing level of 213. To have a lord-level mount is simply incredible. What a pity he isn't a swordsman. The Jiangbei University boasts numerous swordsman instructors, but first, one must gain admission. By the way, is this toxic mist truly that formidable? Why has it roused Master Qianhe? Given that Master Qian, was a beast tamer with some understanding of toxicity, it seemed that this toxic mist was indeed extraordinary. The crowd continued to speculate, and some even posted videos to the Longhua City Practitioners Forum. Yet, Fang Chen had no inclination to watch. He anxiously observed Qianhe and Nangong, his heart racing with uncertainty about whether they would discern that he was the source of the toxic mist. Although it was true that only the powerful gained attention and cultivation, revealing his identity at this moment was hardly prudent. After all, a newly transitioned insect summoner capable of unleashing such potent poison was an inexplicable enigma. If discovered, he feared he might be captured for dissection and study. Everyone stand back. Nangong commanded. Almost simultaneously, he waved his hand, creating an opening in the city's protective formation. Instantly, a wave of purple toxic mist wafted in. Nangong hurriedly conjured a sword light, encapsulating the mist. However, in the next moment, the crowd was astonished to see a series of blood loss numbers appear above Nangong's head. 1,000. 1,000. 1,000. The toxic mist was released before the nano-venomous insects underwent their upgrade. Thus it possesses the initial 0-level potency. Yet, to my astonishment, Nangong, a 5th-tier swordsman, was also losing health. Teacher, this poison is rather peculiar. It can breach my defenses. Qianhe furrowed his brow and ventured his hand into the toxic haze. Soon, a series of damage values appeared above his head. No way. Even Minter Qianhe is losing health? What kind of celestial being unleashed this toxic mist? Even a 7th-tier beast master cannot withstand it? Goodness, if this formidable entity were to target Longhua City with such poison, would the entire city not be doomed? For a poison to affect a 7th-tier master, the toxin's creator must be at least 8th or even 9th tier. How could such a powerful being be in our Longhua City? The surrounding crowd buzzed with speculation. Nangong gazed at Qianhe, his eyes filled with inquiry. Qianhe waved his hand, expelling the toxic mist from the city as protective array, and frowned. This poison is rather unusual. It seems to ignore defenses. No matter the strength of an individual, all will lose health. Could it be an 8th-tier poison master? Has he arrived? Nangong's expression changed drastically. However, Qianhe shook his head. It cannot be him. Over a third of the top 100 guilds are hunting him down. Moreover, while he does utilize poison, it primarily relates to beasts. Were he to visit Manhwa City, it would have long become a toxic wasteland. Furthermore, I have not heard of his toxins possessing the ability to bypass defenses. As Qianhe spoke, he removed and then donned his gear again. Yet the health deduction remained consistently at 1,000. This further confirmed his suspicion. It was indeed health loss that disregarded defenses, irrespective of one's strength or defensive capabilities. Each instance resulted in a loss of exactly 1,000. Could it be another 8th-tier poison expert? Nangong inquired. Qianhe shook his head. It is unlikely. If it were an 8th-tier poison master, the health loss would not be so uniform. There would at least be some variance. However, the identical amount of health loss suggests that the source of this poison is exceptionally potent. Regrettably, the source of the toxin remains unseen, and we are left in the dark regarding its origin. Nangong, somewhat perplexed, hurriedly asked, "Teacher, do you mean this is likely the venom of a type of insect?" Qianhe replied, "I have conducted some research on poisons. Those capable of disregarding defenses are quite rare. Furthermore, most are of mythic caliber, such as the venom of the nine-eyed heavenly spider, the nano-venomous insect, and the mire blood crocodile. However, the poisons of the nine-eyed spider and the mire blood crocodile do not disseminate, while the nano-venomous insect possesses the ability to create toxic mist." The nano-venomous insect? But that is a mythic-grade poison insect, and the health loss seems to start at tens of thousands. Nangong exclaimed. Qianhe nodded. That is precisely the enigma I cannot comprehend. If this poison were released by a 0-level nano-venomous insect larva, the health loss of 1,000 would indeed make sense. To control nano-venomous insects, the Beastmaster must possess formidable strength, likely at least 8th tier. The quantity of poison is such that it seems impossible to release so much without the presence of thousands of nanoscopic venomous insects. What kind of power must a Beastmaster possess to control that many? Even the 9th transformation might struggle to achieve this. Moreover, these nanoscopic insects are of the 0 level, which is utterly unfathomable. One cannot help but wonder if someone has fortuitously acquired such a vast number of 0-level mythical venomous insects, or if there truly exists a formidable 8th or 9th transformation warrior nearby. This situation appears to be quite complex. The onlookers around were visibly astonished. What did they just hear? An 8th or 9th transformation powerhouse? Mythical-grade nanoscopic venomous insects? Is this something they could possibly encounter? Manhwa City is merely a small locale. How could it be connected to such extraordinary entities? As the video was posted on the Adventurers Forum, the entire Manhwa City forum erupted in a frenzy. The entire city was engulfed in shock. At this moment, while the entire city was in a state of disbelief, Fang Chen had quietly slipped away. Since Qianhe and his group could not trace him, there was no need for him to remain amidst the commotion. It was wiser to discreetly proceed with his job change. Chapter 7. The First Windfall, Priceless Divine Insects. Manhwa City Adventurers Forum. Hey, have you heard? An 8th or 9th transformation powerhouse has been discovered near our city, and it seems they are an expert in poisons. The forum was ablaze with excitement. What do you think? But is this powerhouse an apothecary or an attacking poison user? Who knows? It would be wonderful if they were an apothecary, giving us aspiring apothecaries a glimpse of the future. Don't get your hopes up. It's highly likely they are an attacking class. Didn't Master Qianhe mention that it could be an incredibly potent venomous insect? Indeed, mythical grade. Impressive. Master Qianhe's mount, the Windborn Golden Eagle, is merely a leader-level dark gold beast. How come I don't know such a remarkable figure? If I did, would I be in this situation now? What situation? I can't discuss it now. My boss is calling me to tend to the sows. The discussions on the forum surged in intensity. Fang Chen glanced at it before withdrawing. The commotion was excessive. He had merely released a bit of poison. He couldn't be bothered with the uproar. His foremost priority was to complete his job change quest. However, moments later, upon arriving at the job change temple, he discovered that it had already closed for the day. Those who received royal stipends were always punctual in their departures. With a sense of resignation, Fang Chen redirected his steps toward the auction house, knowing he could only return for the job change quest the following morning. Before that, he intended to sell off his gains from the day to earn some money. His current living conditions were exceedingly modest. Despite the system's assistance, a Beastmaster's advancement still required financial resources, but thankfully, earning money with the system was not a daunting task. As he walked, several figures suddenly soared overhead, causing a stir. Fang Chen looked up to see individuals clad in identical uniforms. They were unmistakably members of the Howling Wolf Guild. The Howling Wolf Guild is the foremost guild in Manhwa City, with its president, the Howling Wolf, being a formidable 4th transformation warrior at level 140, not far from taking on 5th transformation quests. Would these individuals have been lured by the toxic mist as well? Fang Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. He had merely released a toxin, yet all the prominent figures of the city flocked to witness it. Fortunately, no one had recognized him, and he promptly made his way to the auction house. At the Su auction house, Longhua City branch, upon presenting 2 items, the expression of the appraiser at the counter immediately shifted. Esteemed guest, due to the high value of the items you wish to auction, a specialized appraiser will attend to you shortly. Please follow me. Under the guidance of the attendant, Fang Chen swiftly arrived at a private room. Moments later, an elderly gentleman wearing glasses entered. Greetings, I am Senior Appraiser Su Mo, delighted to assist you. Fang Chen nodded and produced the 2 items. After Su Mo examined them, a smile spread across his face. The items you intend to auction are quite valuable. Our auction house offers 2 trading modalities. One where we directly purchase the items, allowing for immediate payment, and the other involves entering the auction, after which we will take a 5% commission, with the remainder transferred to your account. Which method do you prefer? Fang Chen pondered briefly before responding. Although the 2 items obtained from the Werewolf King were indeed valuable, they were still from a novice zone, and he presumed the auction price would not exceed expectations significantly. Moreover, he was in dire need of funds. Should he obtain more valuable equipment or materials in the future, he could sell them gradually. Let us sell this as well, he declared, producing over 300 werewolf pelts, which were of no use to him and could be exchanged for currency. Very well, please wait a moment. Su Mo gathered the items, and after a brief pause, he announced, it's all set. Fang Chen nodded. He had already researched the prices prior to his arrival. Werewolf pelts were commonplace materials, reasonably priced at 100. The Werewolf King's spike, available at the auction house without any attached skills, was priced just above 10 million dragon coins, while his, with an attached skill, could justifiably fetch 30 million. As for the werewolf card, its low drop rate for summoners' pictorial cards made it predictable that it could sell for 50 million dragon coins. Excellent, sir. The total value of the items you are selling amounts to 80 million and 30,000 dragon coins, qualifying you for our auction house's gold member status. We will present you with a gold membership card, and the amount will be credited to it. Please hold on. Su Mo then exited to make the necessary preparations. Leaning back in his chair, Fang Chen felt quite pleased. On just the first day, he had earned nearly 100 million. It was no wonder combat professionals were so sought after, thriving through battle. Their pace of development was indeed unparalleled by secondary professions. While idly waiting, Fang Chen decided to browse through the auction house. Tomorrow, he would be able to complete his job transition task and acquire the Beast Tamer's first-tier skill, Divine Insect Evolution. This evolution seemingly required insects of the same tier, but different species. The nano venom bug was a mythical-grade insect and could not evolve. Yet he was determined to develop other insects in the future. Perhaps he could first check if there were any available at the auction house. With this thought, Fang Chen began to search. Soon, he indeed found some. Heavenly beetle larvae. Level 0. Rating common. Source farming. Price 1,000 dragon coins each. Quantity 30,000. Firefly larvae. Level 0. Rating elite. Source wild foraging. Price 10,000 dragon coins each. Quantity 2. Fireworm larvae. Level 0. Rating commander blue. Source wild foraging. Price 100,000 dragon coins each. Quantity 1. Gazing at the scant information before him, Fang Chen felt somewhat bewildered. The disparity in pricing between the larvae he had cultivated and those procured from the wild was staggering. Moreover, the difference in quantity was equally disheartening. With a resigned shake of his head, he acknowledged the harsh reality of being a beast tamer. While other professions might require only a few hundred million for a complete set of equipment, the demands of a beast tamer were exorbitantly higher. To cultivate insects to evolve, even a sum in the tens of millions might barely suffice. After all, the evolution of divine insects was rarely guaranteed with just one attempt. And a single blue commander-level divine insect commanded a staggering price of 100 million dragon coins. One could only imagine the cost of nurturing even more formidable creatures in the future. Furthermore, the quantity of larvae available was pitifully scarce. Most of the insect beasts in the wild were adults, with larvae being exceedingly rare. The insects he had raised himself were generally of low rank, which he found unsatisfactory. This was an unfortunate predicament. He would have to wait until he acquired a divine insect capable of evolution, with his current financial means. He simply could not bear the expenses associated with divine insects. Subsequently, Fang Chen browsed the equipment section. With the meager sum of 100,000 dragon coins at his disposal, he selected a set of 6 green gear pieces for beast tamers: weapon, clothing, pants, hat, gloves, shoes. Afterward, he exited the auction interface. His rapid leveling up gave him confidence that he would reach the second transition level in just a few days, so these items were merely temporary. There was no need to invest in anything too extravagant. Having completed these transactions, Su Mo entered, holding a golden card. Hello, this is your membership gold card. With this card, you will receive a commission discount on auction items in the future. The funds have already been deposited. Fang Chen nodded, accepting the gold card before departing. Upon exiting the auction house, he planned to find a general store to purchase an insect decoding guide. His high school education had provided him with a broad range of knowledge, and now that he had completed his job transition and embraced his profession, it was only natural to delve deeper into its characteristics. For a beast tamer specializing in insects, the most crucial item was indeed the insect decoding guide, making it an essential acquisition. As Fang Chen pondered this, a melodious voice rang out. Fang Chen. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised to see the campus bell. Sumuyu, little Su, what brings you here? A smile graced Fang Chen's face. Given the recent upheaval outside the city, I intended to go observe the commotion. I didn't expect to run into you here. Have you just come from the auction house? Sumuyu inquired. Yes, Fang Chen replied. Are you out of your mind? How could an auction house sell an insect compendium? That's the domain of a general store. Fortunately, I bought an extra copy earlier, thinking I might also transition into an insect tamer. Now it's of no use to me, so I'll give it to you. Sumuyu chuckled as she handed over a glossy compendium, revealing the insect compendium itself. Aren't you surprised that I knew you were looking to purchase it? That's because I did my homework in advance. Summoners need to acquire summoning compendiums, while tamers naturally seek out their respective guides. For insect tamers, it's the insect compendium. Am I not clever? Sumuyu grinned, her expression seeking praise. Fang Chen replied, I'm not surprised by that. However, I am curious. Did you genuinely fear transitioning into an insect tamer, hence the early purchase of the compendium? Or was it deliberate? Fang Chen's gaze bore into Sumuyu, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. Of course I bought it in advance as preparation. Do you think I bought it specifically for you? You're not even my boyfriend. The more she spoke, the redder her face became. Fang Chen, amused, took out some money and offered it to her. What do you want this money for? Sumuyu asked, momentarily taken aback. I'm not your boyfriend. It doesn't make sense for me to take it for free. Besides, I don't like being indebted to others, Fang Chen replied with a smile. Sumuyu, however, grinned slyly. Well, you're definitely indebted now. I don't need the money. Fang Chen sighed. Miss Su, if you continue like this, others will think I'm living off your generosity. Is that so bad? I'd gladly support you. What I mean is, as long as everyone is happy. Sumuyu stumbled over her words. Just then, a voice interrupted their banter. Isn't that Fang Chen, the academic prodigy? What's this? Can't even afford an insect compendium, and has to rely on the school beauty to gift it? How did you manage to accept it so shamelessly? Just transitioned, and already learning the ropes of living off others? Fang Chen and Sumuyu turned to see Lei Yang and his companions approaching. What is it to you? This is a gift from me to him. Is there any issue with classmates exchanging graduation gifts? Sumuyu retorted indignantly. Fang Chen remained silent, merely observing. Lei Yang stepped forward with a smirk. If it's merely a gift between classmates, there's no problem. But I worry that some people, having lived in poverty for too long, might become addicted to the sweetness of such arrangements. Be cautious, school beauty Sue. You might find it difficult to shake someone off once they've latched on. I don't care. What does it have to do with you? Sumuyu shot back angrily. Meanwhile, Fang Chen continued to remain silent, internally furious. Lei Yang was irritated that the girl he liked was so supportive of Fang Chen, which left him feeling quite displeased. Is he just going to hide behind a woman? To this, Fang Chen indeed laughed and positioned himself behind Sumuyu. This action left Sumuyu utterly speechless. You Fang Chen chuckled. Since everyone thinks I'm living off you, I might as well embrace it. You'd better protect me. Ugh, you're insufferable. Sumuyu burst into laughter. You truly have no shame. How did I never notice your talent for being thick-skinned before? Lei Yang mocked. Fang Chen merely smiled in response. How could someone like you, who has never had the opportunity to indulge in the pleasures of a life of ease, possibly fathom the joy of such an existence? Moreover, this is not just any indulgence, but one associated with a school beauty and a little wealthy heiress. You. Lei Yang's face turned a deep shade of anger. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu covered her mouth and chuckled. Afterward, she seized Fang Chen's hand and departed. Witnessing this scene, Lei Yang was seething with rage. Beside him, Zhang Dong and others looked on with envy. To feast upon the bounty of a school beauty, I yearn for that as well. And this school beauty is a little heiress. Indeed, if I could encounter such a fortune, I would never let go, even if it cost me my life. What a pathetic lot, Lei Yang said coldly, prompting Zhang Dong and another companion to wipe the drool from their mouths. On the way, Sumuyu remarked with a laugh, I never anticipated you had such a knack for inciting fury. Fang Chen, however, replied with utmost seriousness. I am quite earnest in my request. When might I have the chance to enjoy the pleasures of life? If you truly wish to indulge. My father has arranged for a mercenary team to assist with leveling tonight, and by tomorrow noon, I should be eligible for my first promotion. Would you care to join? Sumuyu's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. In response, Fang Chen smiled. I am one who relishes life's comforts. If I can secure the protection of a little heiress in one fell swoop, why would I exert myself in grinding levels? You should focus on your leveling. I am counting on you to protect me. To Fang Chen's surprise, Sumuyu actually nodded in agreement. Seeing this, he chuckled and said, I can manage on my own. As for the payment for the bug compendium, I shall forego it, lest it create an obligation that might lead you, my little heiress. to stray to someone else. You are insufferable. Sumuyu laughed, playfully punching Fang Chen before taking her leave. A mere bug compendium is hardly worth much. Yet given the proactive nature of this little heiress, Fang Chen certainly could not remain indifferent. Upon returning home, Fang Chen quickly consumed a light meal before delving into the study of the bug compendium. This compendium documented the majority of known insects, detailing their levels, evaluations, and comprehensive descriptions. For example, the nano-venomous bug was described in detail. Nano-venomous bug, mythical level, possesses innate toxins. When subjected to a large-scale assault, it will release toxic mist in retaliation. With populations exceeding 10,000, its lethal potency is immense. Although the adult nano-venomous bug exhibits relatively weak defense, its overall combat capability has reached mythical levels. As he perused the information, Fang Chen gained a renewed understanding of the nano-venomous bug. He then continued to explore the descriptions of other insects. After all, he would be coexisting with these creatures in the future, and acquiring knowledge was essential. The night passed in silence. At the break of dawn the following day, Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the Job Transition Temple. In all of Longhua City, this was the sole temple for job transitions. Aside from the transitions available upon high school graduation, all subsequent job change tasks must be completed here. Every professional may undertake a job transition task once every 30 levels. The highest known transition tier is the 9th transition at level 269. As for whether a 10th transition exists, that remains uncertain, as no one has yet reached level 299. This time, Fang Chen was set to undertake the first transition task at level 29. Greetings, I am here to transition. Upon entering the temple, Fang Chen directly stated his purpose. The beautiful mentor, smiling, retrieved an information form. Please fill this out. Fang Chen did not hesitate and submitted the form 2 minutes later. You are a beastmaster? And you just graduated from high school yesterday? The enchanting mentor looked somewhat astonished. Isn't it said that beastmasters are the weakest? How could this young fellow transition so quickly? Could he possibly be a disciple from a prominent family? Surely that must be the case. Is there a problem? Fang Chen retorted. The lovely mentor smiled awkwardly and replied. No problem at all. The Beastmaster Transition Stone is currently available. You may proceed directly. Once you place your palm upon it, the system will guide you on what to do. Good luck. Fang Chen nodded with a smile. The mentor was indeed warm and courteous, quite unlike the aloof elder sister persona portrayed in forums. Without dwelling too long on it, Fang Chen soon arrived at the Beastmaster Transition Stone. The moment his palm made contact, a radiant light enveloped him, and in the next instant, he vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he found himself facing 3 distinct pathways. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Are you prepared to commence your first transition task? Choose yes to begin the random allocation of your transition task. Choose no to exit the transition space. Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen chose yes. Chapter 9, Fire Spike Insect Nest. Breaking records. Ding! You are about to begin your transition task. Task difficulty is currently being determined. The following is an introduction to the transition tasks. As the system's voice echoed, Fang Chen beheld lines of messages unfolding before him. The first transition task comprises 3 difficulties, corresponding to the 3 pathways ahead. Each transition randomly selects a difficulty. With good fortune, one might draw the simplest task. With misfortune, the most challenging. The tasks range from low, medium, to high difficulty as follows. Low-level task. Eliminate 10 demon hunting beasts, to be completed within 10 minutes, with a reward of 100 free attribute points. For every minute exceeding the limit, the reward diminishes by 10 points, potentially reaching a minimum of 0. Medium-level task. Escape from the elemental array, to be completed within 10 minutes, with the same rewards as above. High-level task. Annihilate the fire spike insect nest, to eradicate all fire spike insects, including the fire spike insect leader, within 2 hours. Completion within the time frame grants 100 free attribute points. Surpassing 2 hours reduces the reward by 10 points for every 10 minutes, with a minimum of 0. Upon reviewing the tasks, Fang Chen could not help but marvel at the stark contrast in difficulty. The demon-hunting beasts were ordinary-level monsters, and for an average combat professional, hunting 10 within 10 minutes posed little challenge. However, for a secondary profession, it would be considerably more arduous. As for escaping the elemental array, it suited agile classes like assassins and archers perfectly. The task of annihilating the fire spike insect nest, however, seemed rather daunting at first glance. Moreover, should one fail to complete the task within the stipulated time, the rewards in the form of free attribute points will also vary. This is how the disparity between the prominent figures and the underdogs in this world is subtly delineated. A single job change results in a loss of 100 points, and with 9 job changes, that amounts to a staggering loss of 900 points, a considerable difference indeed. I wonder what level of difficulty I shall encounter. As Fang Chen pondered, the system's voice echoed once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn a high-level task. Annihilate the fire stinger bug nest. Please strive to complete this task within 2 hours. Note: after finishing the fire stinger bug nest task, ensure you exit the dungeon within half an hour. Should you exceed this duration, the fire stinger leader will respawn and continue to assault the adventurers. Note: the current fastest record for clearing the fire stinger bug dungeon in Manhwa City is 1 hour and 20 minutes, established by the renowned Xiaotian Wolf. Xiaotian Wolf, the leader of the first guild in Manhwa City, the Wolf Guild? Impressive. Fang Chen couldn't help but recall the scene from yesterday when Xiaotian Wolf led his team out of the city. However, this leaderboard pertains solely to Manhwa City. I wonder how he ranks across the entirety of Jiangbei Province. Reminder: the job change task has commenced. Timing will begin in 1 minute. Upon hearing the system's notification, Fang Chen ceased to linger. Before him lay 3 passageways. 2 had already vanished, leaving only 1. Without hesitation, he stepped forward. Moments later, he found himself in a world ablaze with crimson hues. The very ground beneath him was a vivid red. The crimson terrain stretched out ahead, teeming with a multitude of red insects. The end of the path culminated in a small hill, presumably the lair of the fire stinger leader. Fang Chen observed 2 luminous panels hovering in the air. Number of fire stingers: 5,000. Fire stinger leader: 1-1. Elapsed time: 00:00:00. Timing will commence in 10 seconds. Fang Chen gazed at the fire stingers, and soon enough, information began to materialize. Name: Fire Stinger. Rating: Leader level: Blue. Level: 30. Attack power: 1,500. Health points: 1,500. Physical defense: 100. Magical defense: 100. Passive skill: Fire Armor Piercing. When attacking, reduces the opponent's dual defenses by 10. The effect is cumulative, potentially bringing the opponent's defenses infinitely close to 0. Upon reading this description, Fang Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. The fire stinger's passive skill is extraordinarily formidable. Diminishing dual defenses by 10. What does that even imply? If one possesses 100 in defense, a single strike reduces it to 90. Another hit brings it down to 79. Since each decrement of 10 is calculated based on the current defense, it won't reach 0 but will approach it infinitely. Nevertheless, even this is remarkably overpowered. If Fang Chen had such a creature, during a clash with a berserker, he could unleash a swarm first, allowing the opponent's defenses to diminish to an infinitesimal level. At that point, even a mere nano-venom bug might be capable of delivering a fatal bite. Certainly, Fang Chen understood that the situation was rather unrealistic. The Insect Compendium recorded this particular creature, Fire Stinger, Commander level. Extremely low yield, solitary in nature, producing only 1 offspring each year, an exorbitant rarity. Ordinary commander-level insects fetched a price of 100 million dragon coins at the auction house, while the fire stinger had previously sold for an astonishing 2 billion. Where could he possibly find such a creature? Contemplating this, Fang Chen directed the beast control technique towards a fire stinger not far away. Soon, a notification appeared. Ding. You cannot exert control over the phantasmal insect species. As expected, the reason there were so many fire stingers in this instance was due to the illusionist conjuring them. Otherwise, with a price tag of 2 billion for a single fire stinger, Manhwa City could not possibly sustain such a quantity in this instance. With this realization, Fang Chen no longer hesitated and prepared to take action. The timer above had already commenced. Come forth, he commanded. And the nanite poison insects surged forth from the nest within his dantian. Although he had previously purchased a set of Beastmaster equipment at the auction house, the quality was rather mediocre. Thus, the upper limit for the nanite poison insects remained unchanged at 20,000. However, 20,000 against 5,000 was already a numerical advantage that overwhelmed the fire stingers. Not to mention, Fang Chen's nanite poison insects were of mythical caliber. Moreover, after their recent upgrade, their attack power had reached a terrifying 3,900. Facing the fire stingers was akin to a complete rout. The reason the fire stinger instance required resolution within 2 hours was due to the overwhelming passives of these creatures. Thus, no one dared to summon too many at once, opting instead to deal with them one by one, naturally prolonging the battle. However, Fang Chen did not need to concern himself with such matters. He had never feared an army of insects. As the nanite poison insects clashed with the fire stingers, he quickly noticed the numbers overhead beginning to change. Fire Stinger, 4. 805,000. Fire Stinger Commander, 1-1. Nanite poison insects, 11, 990, 00020, 000. 100 nanite poison insects for 200 fire stingers? That seemed rather unwise. Fang Chen frowned. While the nanite poison insects were indeed mythical, their lower level, combined with the formidable passives of the fire stingers, rendered them at a disadvantage. Although he did not mind this consumption, thanks to the divine insect splitting talent, he could quickly replenish such losses. This combat style was undeniably imprudent. The distinction between being able to afford the consumption and unnecessary expenditure was significant. Most importantly, the current pace was somewhat sluggish. A minute had already elapsed. This was too tedious. Using the nanite poison insects in such a manner would surely lead to frustration. Clearly, there was a better solution that he had failed to utilize. And that was his own oversight. Convene. Let the toxic mists envelop. Fang Chen called out. In the next moment, Nearly 20,000 nanite poison insects congregated, unleashing a cloud of purple venom. The toxic mist billowed forth, and indeed, where it passed, the fire stingers stood no chance, swiftly succumbing to their demise. As Fang Chen observed, the numbers overhead fluctuated rapidly. Fire spike bug, 4,100 5,000. Fire spike bug leader, 1-1. Nano poison bug, 11, 990, 00020, 000. Time elapsed, 0:01:30. Fire spike bug, 3,600 5,000. Fire spike bug leader, 1-1. Nano poison bug, 11, 990, 00020, 000. Time elapsed, 0:01:40. Fire spike bug, 3,000 5,000. Fire spike bug leader, 1-1. Nano poison bug, 11, 990, 00020, 000. Time elapsed, 0:01:55. When the elapsed time reached 3 minutes, Fang Chen noticed that the count of fire spike bugs had astonishingly dropped to 0, leaving only the fire spike bug leader. 3 minutes? Is this truly the might of a nano poison bug? A satisfied smile graced Fang Chen's lips. However, at that moment, the entire crimson ground began to tremble. A fissure opened upon the nearby hill, and a colossal fire spike bug emerged from within. Before Fang Chen could scrutinize the information on the fire spike bug leader, a toxic mist enveloped the area. In the next instant, a series of system notifications echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the extermination of the fire spike bug nest transition task. Current profession, first transition bug tamer. Time taken, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Record has been shattered. Ding! The record will resonate throughout Manhwa City in 1 minute. The creator may use their real name or a pseudonym. Would you like to use a pseudonym? Ding! Please exit the instance within half an hour, or the fire spike bug leader will respawn and continue attacking the professionals. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the first transition task. The miraculous talent system will now extract rewards. Chapter 10, Shocking the City, Perfect Control. Listening to the flurry of system notifications in his mind, Fang Chen felt momentarily bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure, discerning the gravity of the situation. It appeared he had set a new record for this transition task, which was to be announced to the entire city. This matter required swift action. If he did not use a pseudonym and the system broadcasted his name, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the entire city, especially Qian He and the city lord. Nangong. If they discovered that he was behind the toxic mist incident from yesterday, it would spell trouble. Fang Chen could not ascertain whether they would subject him to dissection and research upon learning the truth. After careful consideration, he resolved to adopt a pseudonym. Since he needed a name that could mislead them, it had to buy him time to further strengthen his abilities. With that thought, Fang Chen entered the name the Swordmaster who loves soft rice into the pseudonym field. Ding! You have successfully adopted a pseudonym. The record has been updated. Ding! The record for the extermination of the fire spike bug nest transition task in Manhwa City has been refreshed. Time taken, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Creator, the Swordmaster who loves soft rice. As the system's voice resonated, all professionals within Manhwa City simultaneously received the news. The forum erupted in chaos. Who is this person? So incredible, completing the instance in 3 minutes? Indeed, it appears that the fire stinger insects number as many as 5,000. How could that be accomplished in merely 3 minutes? Not only 5,000, but there are more. This individual seems exceedingly abnormal. Could they be a hidden class? The name suggests a swordsman, perhaps a specialized killing swordsman? I find that plausible, or perhaps a demonic swordsman. I envy that feat accomplished in 3 minutes. The previous record holder was apparently the president of the Howling Wolf Guild. When will such a remarkable talent emerge in Manhwa City? In Manhwa City, the president of the Howling Wolf Guild, Howling Wolf, was seated, meticulously organizing recent revenue data. As president, he bore the greatest burden of responsibilities. Suddenly, a notification chimed. The record for annihilation of the fire stinger nest you created has been reset. The latest record is 3 minutes and 10 seconds. Please strive for further achievements. As the former record holder, Howling Wolf received a system alert that was evidently distinct from that of others. He sprang from his chair, astonished. 3 minutes? A hidden class? And remarkably powerful. Howling Moon. Howling Wolf exclaimed, swiftly exiting the room. As president, he understood all too well just how extraordinary someone capable of breaking his record in a mere 3 minutes truly was. Most crucially, this individual had only just completed their first class advancement and was still a novice. If he could recruit this person into the Howling Wolf Guild, it would undoubtedly catalyze a significant transformation within the guild. Howling Moon was Howling Wolf's mount, a magnificent Howling Moon Wolf. Howling Wolf's true name had long been forgotten, as he was known by his mount's name. Just as Howling Wolf burst from the room, a pristine white Howling Moon Wolf charged toward him. Without hesitation, Howling Wolf leapt onto the wolf's back, racing towards the class advancement temple, while simultaneously calling out within the guild, everyone, head to the class advancement temple immediately to locate a swordsman by the name of Soft Rice Eater. Meanwhile, within the Lord's manor, Minter Qianhe and Lord Nangong paused mid-conversation upon hearing the system notification. 3 minutes? The most challenging high-level dungeon after the first class advancement, completed in 3 minutes? Nangong, how could you not mention such a talent in Longhua City? Qianhe's eyes sparkled with excitement. Should this individual enroll at Jiangbei University, they would undoubtedly elevate the institution's reputation throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Teacher, I was unaware. Nangong replied. Given the name, they seem to be a swordsman, and there are thousands of swordsmen undergoing class advancements in Longhua City. Enough with the idle chatter. We must head to the class advancement temple at once. Minter Qianhe urged. Right away, Nangong quickly responded. In the Dragon Kingdom, forces are categorized into 3 main types: academic institutions, the defense army, and guilds. There exists no conflict among them. In fact, they are deeply intertwined. Many powerful professionals typically hail from prestigious academies, often joining the defense army to serve in battle for their country, while also seeking resources through guilds. Thus, these 3 entities complement one another. When an extraordinary talent emerges, all 3 factions naturally strive to win them over. At this moment, numerous professionals within the city rushed towards the Transmutation Temple upon receiving the news. Everyone was astute. With such a remarkable record, who wouldn't wish to meet the protagonist in person? Moreover, they might even witness the ascension of an extraordinary talent. After all, whether it be Minter Qianhe or City Lord Nangong, even the Celestial Wolf Guild, being part of any of these esteemed groups, combined with one's own prodigious gifts, promised a future of boundless potential. A swordsman known for his dependence on others? Could it be him? The name sparked a sense of familiarity in Su Mu's mind, reminiscent of Fang Chen's style. He too hastened towards the Transmutation Temple. Meanwhile, while the entire city was engulfed in frenzy over a singular record within the dungeon, Fang Chen finally found the opportunity to delve into the other elements of the system prompts. First and foremost, he needed to exit the dungeon within half an hour, or else the Firethorn Worm leader would respawn and subsequently assault him. Although Fang Chen wouldn't mind slaying it once more, it was unnecessary to waste time here. He resolved to wait until the rewards from the system were credited before conducting any further research. Despite having adopted a pseudonym, he knew that exiting would inevitably lead to inquiries. It would be wiser to remain in this sanctuary, allowing him to ascertain precisely what rewards he had garnered. Soon, the system's voice resonated in the air. Ding! The system has detected that the host has completed the first transition task. The Divine Talent system will now commence the reward extraction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the Divine Talent, Perfect Control. For specific effects, please check your details. Fang Chen's spirits soared. Although he was uncertain of the nature of this talent, it certainly sounded formidable. He hurriedly accessed his attribute panel. Name, Fang Chen. Profession, First Transition Insectoid Beastmaster. Level, 35. Health, 3000. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 300. Strength, 40. Intelligence, 100. Constitution, 45. Mentality, 390. Free attribute points, 60,100. 60 from level up rewards, 100 from transition rewards. Professional skills, Beast Mastery, Attack Form Switch, Evolution. General skill, Divine Stealth. Professional trait, Insectoid Affinity. As an Insectoid Beastmaster, success in controlling insectoid creatures is highly probable, whereas attempts to control other types of beasts are destined to fail. Divine Talent, Divine Insect Division, enhances mental strength, increasing the division limit, currently at 220,000. Divine Talent, Perfect Control, enables the execution of a perfect control skill, ensuring success on the targeted creature, limited to insectoids, and with a level not exceeding 30 levels below the user. Cooldown time, 24 hours. Gazing upon the descriptions, Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. Guaranteed success and control. This meant that with daily usage, he would assuredly be able to command an insectoid creature not exceeding 30 levels below his own, regardless of the opponent's strength. His eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. With this ability, as long as he met the level requirements, he could dominate even world-class insectoids. Coupled with his Divine Insect Division, the potential was simply extraordinary. Fang Chen's heart surged with excitement. He subsequently examined the newly acquired professional skills following his class change. The skill, Evolution, allowed for the enhancement of insect control, requiring the consumption of a creature of the same tier, with a probability of failure depending on the species of the insect. This skill was not particularly surprising, for evolution was largely a matter of chance. The other skill was a universal one, accessible to all professions, Divine Concealment. This ability enabled the active hiding of various personal information, including name, profession, equipment, and affiliations with summoned beasts and controlled creatures. Such a skill was standard upon the first class change, primarily designed to safeguard personal privacy, with the option to toggle its activation. Without hesitation, Fang Chen opted to enable it, planning to don a mask upon exiting to ensure that no one could recognize him. After a brief glance, Fang Chen's greatest delight stemmed from having obtained the Divine Talent, Perfect Control. Just as he was lost in thought, the system's voice suddenly chimed in. Ding! Adventurer! Please exit the dungeon promptly. The fire spike insect leader will respawn in 10 minutes. Taken aback, Fang Chen looked up towards the distant Crimson Hill. Perfect control and the imminent respawn of the fire spike insect leader. What a fortuitous confluence of events. Surely, the fire spike insect leader was not merely an illusion. It was the perfect opportunity to test his abilities. Chapter 11. A frantic scramble, control achieved. At the class change temple, when Xiao Tianlang and his companions arrived, Qianhe and Nangong had already made their entrance. Upon the simultaneous arrival of the three esteemed figures, the beautiful class change instructor hastily stood up. Welcome, Lord City Master. Lord Qianhe, enough of the pleasantries. Where is that record-breaking lad? Nangong urged. There are a total of 20 individuals. They should not have strayed far, Qianhe replied. What about those who have yet to emerge? He inquired. Are you suggesting that the record breaker might still be trapped in the dungeon? Nangong was taken aback. There is a possibility. Please check on the swordsman class that has yet to leave the dungeon, Qianhe advised. The beautiful instructor quickly conducted a search and, after a moment, reported, My lord, currently there are no swordsmen remaining in the dungeon. Hearing this, Xiao Tianlang glanced at the list and immediately turned to shout outside the temple. All members of the Tianlang Guild set out immediately to locate the individuals on this list. I have dispatched it to the guild. We must not allow other guilds to get ahead. As he spoke, Xiao Tianlang had already reached the entrance of the class change temple, where a large crowd had gathered. He called out, Which young brother has set the record? I, Xiao Tianlang, represent the Tianlang Guild and extend an invitation for you to join us. All resources will be at your disposal. Please step forward for a discussion. Goodness. All resources? Such treatment rivals that of the guild leader himself, murmured the onlookers. What manner of 3-minute record is this? This person must be an extraordinary talent. If we could recruit him to the guild, I suspect Xiao Tianlang would not even mind stepping aside for him. Indeed, once a prodigy rises, the benefits reaped by the guild would be immense. How I envy him. Why am I not the one? The crowd buzzed with excitement. Indeed. Xiao Tianlang called out once more. If my brothers are willing to join our Celestial Wolf Guild, I, Howling Celestial Wolf, am prepared to relinquish my position as guild leader. How impressive. Howling Guild leader exudes dominance. I envy him. I do not desire the position of leader. May I join instead? The crowd erupted in excitement. Su Muyu glanced left and right, yet could not find Fang Chen's presence, which struck her as peculiar. In such a brief span, he should not have departed. Could I have been mistaken? Yet this name and style undeniably resemble him. Soon, Mentor Qianhe and City Lord Nangong also emerged. Upon seeing Howling Celestial Wolf, City Lord Nangong remarked, If you have any news from your side, notify me immediately. Understood. Howling Celestial Wolf nodded. There was no conflict between them, and they even supported one another. Conversely, even though they were all searching for this individual, there were no conflicts of interest. The three factions swiftly departed from the Job Change Temple to seek the 20 individuals listed. However, the mastermind behind it all, Fang Chen, sat beneath a hillside within the dungeon, awaiting the emergence of the Fire Stinger leader. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Chen reviewed the information on his nano-venomous insect, which had risen from level 29 to level 35. Moreover, he had allocated all the attribute points obtained from his job upgrade into mental strength, thereby enhancing the division limit of the divine insect by 1,000, reaching 230,000. Name, Nano-Venomous Insect. Rating, Mythical, Level, 35. Attack Power, 4,500. Health, 4,200. Physical Defense, 650. Magical Defense, 650. Additional Effect, Deadly Poison. Each attack inflicts deadly poison, causing the poison target to lose 2,200 health per second for 3 seconds. Level 30, 1,000. Additional skill, Poisonous Mist. Can release a toxic mist, poisoning enemies within range. If no enemies are present, the mist lasts for 30 minutes. Tip: the deadly poison effect can be enhanced with level progression. Reminder: mythical level divine insect cannot evolve. Divine insect division talent activated. Currently dividing. Limit 230,000. Current count 220,000. 230,000. The nano-venomous insect is an aggressive creature characterized by high attack power and potent venom. The Fire Stinger, possessing an invincible passive ability that diminishes the opponent's defense, would be invaluable. Should he acquire it, he need not fear significant losses of his nano-venomous insects when confronting high-defense creatures and practitioners in the future. Fang Chen contemplated. Although the nano-venomous insect is formidable, if the opponent possesses high defenses or skills that offer temporary immunity to physical and magical damage, it would pose a challenge. Should his nano-venomous insects be depleted, it would be tantamount to losing his combat prowess, as division requires time. Thus, acquiring the Fire Stinger would undoubtedly be a significant enhancement. Ding! The Fire Stinger leader has respawned. Just as Fang Chen was pondering, a sudden system notification rang out. In the next moment, he beheld a colossal fire-red insect emerging from the tranquil crimson hillside. Could it be anything other than the Fire Stinger leader? Fang Chen felt a surge of joy as he focused on the Fire Thorn insect leader, promptly employing the skill, Perfect Control. A notification chimed, confirming his success. Ding. You have successfully used perfect control, gaining mastery over a fire thorn insect leader. The perfect control skill is now in cooldown, duration, 24 hours. Hearing the system's voice, Fang Chen's heart soared, and he quickly opened the fire thorn insect's information. Name, fire thorn insect. Rating, leader level, blue. Level, 30. Attack power, 1,500. Health points, 1,500. Physical defense, 100. Magical defense, 100. Passive skill, fire armor piercing. When attacking, it can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10, with effects stacking, ultimately reducing them to nearly 0. Note, the effect of fire armor piercing is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Reminder, leader level divine insect, capable of evolution. Divine insect splitting talent activated. Currently splitting, limit of 230,000, current quantity, 3,230,000. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. The attributes of this leader were astonishingly similar to those of the fire thorn insects he had previously slaughtered. However, he quickly realized that the fire thorn insects were indeed derived from the fire thorn insect leader, and thus their attributes were inherently alike. Nonetheless, this was inconsequential to him. What he coveted was the fire thorn insect's unparalleled passive ability. Other attributes, like that pitiful defense of only 100, were utterly trivial. It could be said to be fatal upon contact, but what truly mattered was that before its demise, the fire thorn insect could weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10%. That was paramount. Having acquired a new insect, Fang Chen felt a sense of fulfillment. Although evolution would be costly, he was in no rush. He could gradually evolve it in due time. Content. He turned and made his way toward the exit of the instance dungeon. Moments later, he stepped through a shimmering curtain of light and exited the dungeon. Upon reappearing in the hall of class transition, he was met with a cacophony outside. The beautiful transition instructor was peering out the door, seemingly concerned about some commotion. Instructor, is something happening outside? Fang Chen inquired. The lovely instructor, upon recognizing him, smiled and said, your class transition task took quite a while. It seems you missed an exciting moment. A prodigy has emerged in Longhua City, completing the Fire Thorn Insect Dungeon in just 3 minutes. The City Lord and the Sky Wolf Guild are currently searching for this individual. I wonder if they have found him yet. Fang Chen felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, hastily tightening his clothing and slipping out of the hall of class transition. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to them, several individuals stood before the class transition stones within the hall, preparing for their first transition. Hey, isn't this class transition task supposed to be a choice of 3? Why has it turned into a choice of 2? How has the task of exterminating the fire thorn insect been blacklisted? Goodness. Does this mean we can't select the most difficult option? Has heaven finally opened its eyes? This is my last chance, and I can directly choose the easier 2. When did the Hall of Class Transition ever offer such a boon? No, I must immediately notify my comrades to rush over for their transitions. Chapter 12. The Surge of Class Transitions, Lei Yang in Pursuit. A pharmacist stood before the transmutation stone. Goodness, is the Firethorn Insect Dungeon truly no longer accessible? This is absolutely exhilarating. I must quickly inform my comrades. Without the Firethorn Insect Dungeon, today presents an unparalleled opportunity for advancement. A wind elemental practitioner gazed at the task inscribed upon the transmutation stone, tears of excitement welling in their eyes. As the weakest among wind elementalists, I have been assigned the daunting task of battling the Firethorn insects twice during my previous promotions. Is it truly so arduous to change my vocation? Thank the heavens for this fortuitous moment. I can finally escape the torment of those wretched insects. The throngs of individuals seeking to change their professions were equally elated, hastily notifying friends and family to rush over for their own transitions. Initially, this news spread within a small circle. However, as time passed, someone shared the information on the practitioner forum, causing the forum's popularity to surge once more. Compared to the sensational records set by prodigious talents, practitioners were evidently more concerned with their own vocational changes. It is noteworthy that in the modest city of Longhua, tens of thousands of high school graduates seek transitions each year. Across the entire Dragon Kingdom, the numbers reach into the millions, with combat practitioners being the minority. The majority are secondary vocationalists. Wealthy secondary practitioners benefit from familial support and resources, while they may not rival combat practitioners in future prospects. They can at least progress steadily in their transitions. Yet, most are ordinary individuals. After arduous efforts to reach level 29, they find themselves relying on fortune just to attempt their first transition task. Many secondary practitioners possess feeble offensive capabilities, and of the 3 transition tasks, 2 are combat-oriented. Although the first task is relatively simple, secondary practitioners might struggle to complete it within 10 minutes. Thus, even if they are fortunate enough to draw the initial task, the rewards they earn are rarely substantial. For combat practitioners, each transition typically yields 80 or 90 points, with the exceptional ones acquiring 100 points of free attribute points. In contrast, secondary practitioners generally hover around 40 or 50 points, and some unfortunate souls may end up facing Firethorn insect tasks for all 3 attempts. potentially rendering them unable to achieve a transition throughout their lives. Each practitioner is only granted 3 opportunities for transition, and even those fortunate enough to complete their tasks often find their attribute points insufficient, widening the disparity. A single transition could result in a loss of dozens of points. After 9 transitions, that amounts to several hundred points. The gap gradually expands. Thus, when the news broke on the forum that the Firethorn Insect Dungeon was no longer available for the first transition task, nearly all secondary practitioners in Manhwa City mobilized. Many were from previous cohorts, having been stalled at level 29 without completing their transition tasks. In that moment, they saw a glimmer of hope and surged toward the Transmutation Temple. Inside the temple, a beautiful instructor surveyed the ever-growing crowd with a look of bewilderment. Why are there so many people? Stepping out of the temple's grand entrance, she was astonished to discover that the line of individuals waiting outside stretched for 2 whole streets. The recent transfer event at the high school concluded merely 2 days ago, yet an unexpected influx of individuals has emerged today. Could it be that my performance has been exceptionally commendable? Observing the multitude of beautiful mentors certainly lifts my spirits. Among the crowd stands Sumu Yu, who appears somewhat bewildered by the sheer number of people present, uncertain of the unfolding situation. As her turn for the transfer approaches, she places her palm upon the transfer stone and soon witnesses the randomly assigned transfer tasks, among which the Firestinger dungeon has inexplicably darkened. No wonder so many have gathered today. An issue has arisen with the Firestinger dungeon, and it seems the mentors here are entirely unaware. But how could such a dungeon malfunction? Could it possibly be related to that swordsman? Sumu Yu quickly recalls the individual who set a new record for the Firestinger dungeon earlier that morning. She wonders if it was Fang Chen, and if so, how he managed such a feat. Has he somehow gained control over the creatures within the dungeon? That seems implausible, as the monsters therein are mere illusions and are protected by the transfer stone. Unable to fathom the situation, she resolves to proceed with her transfer task without further contemplation. Meanwhile, Fang Chen finds himself before a general store. The skill Divine Concealment allows for the hiding of all information, yet a person's appearance cannot be obscured without a mask. Since he has chosen to remain hidden, he must commit fully to the disguise. Thus, he acquires a mask from the store and then makes his way toward the outskirts of the city. Inside the store, a clerk attends to customers, and the streets are bustling with activity, prompting Fang Chen to delay donning the mask until he reaches the wilderness. Having completed his first transfer task and reached level 35, his next priorities are to continue leveling up and to test the prowess of the fire stingers. Without hesitation, he strides toward the city's exit. In the novice training area outside the city, Lei Yang gazes at the desolate training grounds, perplexed. Typically, this area is teeming with players. However, just 2 days post-transfer, most have already attained level 10. Venturing into the Wolfman Mountains without a party is exceedingly perilous. It seems many have flocked to witness the spectacle elsewhere. Zhang Dong remarks. Surely not. Wasn't there a prodigy who set a new record for the Fire Stinger dungeon this morning? Lei Yang appears incredulous. Many speculate that it was indeed the prodigy responsible, but discussions remain hushed, as no one wishes to miss such a rare opportunity. I suspect the transfer temple will discover the anomaly by tonight at the latest. It's a shame we haven't yet reached the transfer level. Seizing that chance would have been immensely gratifying, Zhang Dong expresses with a hint of envy. Before Lei Yang can respond, he suddenly spots Fang Chen emerging from the city. Yang Gu, where's that kid Fang Chen headed? Zhang Dong inquires. Fang Chen strides directly toward the left pathway, which unbeknownst to them, leads to Jiangbei province. It is likely that this young man can no longer survive in Manhwa City and is preparing to seek opportunities in Jiangbei province. However, the journey to Jiangbei province is fraught with encounters with numerous formidable demon beasts. Could it be that this lad has suffered such a shock that he has lost his senses? Venturing alone into Jiangbei province? Zhang Dong shook his head. I find it improbable. Just look at him. He hardly appears shaken. Lei Yang nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. Since no one is forming teams for leveling today, let us follow him and see what this young man intends to do. But, Yang Gu, there are many high-level monsters in that area. If we go after him, we might. What are we afraid of? He will tread the path ahead, and we shall keep a safe distance behind him. If the situation turns dire, we can make a swift retreat. Lei Yang beckoned, and the two promptly followed suit. To avoid alerting their quarry, they trailed at a considerable distance, only able to discern the outline of Fang Chen's figure. However, this also had its advantages, as Fang Chen remained blissfully unaware of their presence. Beastmasters differ from other professions. Apart from the divine concealment fate, they possess almost no reconnaissance skills within their universal abilities. Thus, the greatest vulnerability of this profession lies in its inadequate self-defense capabilities. Should they encounter a swordsman or suffer a surprise attack at this moment, their demise would be all but assured. This is precisely why, despite being a combat profession, the role of a beastmaster is often regarded as somewhat ineffectual. The two followed Fang Chen for over 20 minutes when Zhang Dong's expression shifted. Boss, we cannot pursue him any further. Ahead lies the territory of the 7-star Beetle clan. Fang Chen must be out of his mind, preparing to seek his end. If we continue, we shall surely face misfortune. Lei Yong gazed ahead, where Fang Chen's silhouette had vanished into the lands of the seven-star beetle clan. Feeling a twinge of reluctance. Damn it. I refuse to believe he is heading to his demise. Otherwise, the Wolfman Mountain would have claimed him 100 times over. No. I must see what he intends to do. With that, Lei Yong cautiously crept closer. Chapter 13. Seven-Star Beetles, the defense-reducing divine skill. The seven-star beetle is an insectoid demon beast reminiscent of a beetle. The territory of the seven-star beetle, the Goblin clan's domain, and the novice leveling area are all designated as protected zones. Being protected means that within these areas, one is prohibited from attacking other practitioners. Failure to comply results in pursuit by the Dragonhua City garrison. Furthermore, the seven-star beetle territory recommends a level of 30 to 45, while the Goblin clan territory recommends a level of 45 to 60. This indicates that the protection offered by Dragonhua City for practitioners only extends up to level 60, allowing them to complete their second-class transition quests. Beyond that, leveling areas are no longer protected. In such places, leveling up or competing relies solely on one's own strength. It is said that among the lowest level worlds near Dragonhua City, 2 are under the jurisdiction of the Tianlang Guild, while the other 2 are occupied by rival guilds. Thus, the advantages of joining a powerful guild are beyond imagination. Fang Chen's purpose in coming here, aside from leveling, is primarily to experiment with the fire spike insect. Therefore, the seven-star beetle territory is indeed an excellent choice. In the realm of the seven-star beetle, the elite, green, grade was deemed insufficient, even unworthy of evolving the fire spike insect. Nevertheless, it boasted considerable defensive strength and formidable magical attack power, rendering it suitable for experimentation. Once I reach level 45, I shall venture into the goblin territory to further my progress, Fang Chen pondered, as he stepped boldly into the territory of the seven-star beetle. The expanse of the beetle territory was vast, composed of 3 or 4 undulating hills. The outskirts served as a zone for lesser creatures, while the center was reserved for the activities of the Beetle King. Wasting no time, Fang Chen waved his hand to release the nano-poison insects. A sea of white insects surged forth, relentlessly trampling everything in their path and carving a passage through the multitude of beetle monsters, leading directly to the heart of the beetle clan. Along the way, the system's notifications echoed continuously. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a beetle. Experience gained, 500. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a beetle. Experience gained, 600. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 36, earning 10 free attribute points. In merely 3 minutes, Fang Chen arrived at the core of the seven-star beetle tribe. With a flick of his wrist, he positioned the nano-poison insects around him, forming a protective barrier. Any beetle daring to approach would be swiftly bitten to death by the nano-poison insects. This allowed him to experiment with his fire spike insect without worry. Donning his mask, Fang Chen leaped into the pit, casting a glance at the seven-star beetle king. Seven-star beetle king, insect race. Evaluation, elite level. Level, 45. Attack power, 2000. Health points, 10,000. Physical defense, 1000. Magical defense, 1000. Active skills, beetle charge, defensive stance, brief flight. Note, when the seven-star beetle king's health drops below 50, it will utilize its flight skill to escape. Ensure it is slain before it takes flight. Upon reviewing the description, Fang Chen glanced at the attributes of his fire spike insect. Having just surged through the ranks, he had himself leveled up by 3 levels, and the fire spike insect had ascended 5 levels, reaching level 35. Name, Fire Spike Insect. Evaluation, Commander level, blue. Level, 35. Attack power, 2000. Health points, 1700. Physical defense, 100. Magical defense, 100. Passive skill, Fire Armor Piercing. When attacking, it can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10, with effect stacking, potentially reducing both defenses to nearly 0. Note, the effect of Fire Armor Piercing is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Reminder, Commanders and Divine Insects can evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent in effect. Currently splitting, maximum limit, 230,000, current quantity, 230,000, 230,000. The upgrade of the Fire Spike Insect, surprisingly, only increased its attack and health, with no enhancement to its dual defenses, which left Fang Chen somewhat disheartened. However, with the miraculous passive ability of Fire Armor Piercing, it was more than sufficient. The seven-star Beetle King boasts an astonishing dual defense of 1000. This means that with just one attack from the Fire Spike Worm, its defenses would diminish to 900. A second strike would reduce it to 810, with 10 Fire Spike Worms activating their abilities simultaneously. The defense would plummet to a mere 385. At this realization, Fang Chen could not help but swallow hard. The idea that 10 Fire Spike Worms could weaken the seven-star Beetle King's defenses to 385 was staggering. He possessed a staggering 230,000 Fire Spike Worms. If he were to deploy 100 at once, the seven-star Beetle King would effectively have no defense at all, laid bare as if exposed to the elements. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen promptly waved his hand, summoning forth all 230,000 fire spike worms. A dense swarm of the fiery insects coiled around the slope of the depression, resembling a circle of red flames. The seven-star beetle king seemed to sense the impending danger, arching its body in vigilance. Go! At Fang Chen's command, one of the worms crawled forth. However, the seven-star beetle king was sharp. As soon as the worm approached, one of its antennae struck down with lightning speed, reducing the fire spike worm to a pulp. Yet, Fang Chen observed with satisfaction that the beetle king's defense had indeed dropped to 900, just as anticipated. Continue, he urged, directing a second fire spike worm forward, followed by a third and a fourth. When the 200th fire spike worm met its demise beneath the beetle king's antenna, Fang Chen noted that the beetle king's dual defense had become unreadable. The value had sunk so low that it could no longer be displayed. While the weakening effect of the fire spike worms could not entirely reduce the opponent's defense to zero, it could come exceedingly close. Fang Chen understood this well. It was essentially negligible at this point, and he was eager to observe the ensuing effects. He began to send forth the first fire spike worm for a surprise attack. With an attack power of 1700 and the beetle king's defense now virtually non-existent, it theoretically required only 6 fire spike worms to vanquish the 10,000 health of the beetle king. The first fire spike worm swiftly reached the beetle king's side, and upon its demise, Fang Chen saw a string of crimson damage values emerge above the beetle king's head. 1650. Indeed, the defenses had been breached. This was utterly extraordinary. While the beetle king's defense could not be zero, the effect of this defensive reduction was nothing short of divine. Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. With the fire spike worm's godly passive ability, he could contend with even the most formidable monsters and adversaries. With a wave of his hand, 5 fire spike worms surged forward. In the next moment, a flurry of damage numbers erupted. With a resounding crash, the 7-star beetle king did not even have the chance to unleash its flight skill before it perished instantly. A cascade of loot burst forth before him. But Fang Chen had little interest in it. He waved his hand to collect it all. Upon checking his level, he was astonished to find he had reached level 42. The experience gained from this kill was substantial. At this pace, he would likely achieve his second promotion by the end of the day. The exhilaration of such rapid advancement was simply unparalleled. Fang Chen was contemplating whether to venture directly into the goblin territory to level up. Having already experimented with the fire sting bugs, his primary focus remained on advancing his level. Just then, he heard the system's notification. Ding! Your fire sting bug is under attack by the professional, Lei Yang, and will switch to automatic counterattack mode in 5 seconds. To alter this setting, please select manually. Fang Chen was taken aback. Lei Yang, what is he doing here? He hurriedly scrambled up the slope and soon spotted Lei Yang crouched behind a hill, wielding a recording device, capturing footage of the nano-poison bugs. Chapter 14. Uploading the video. Qianhe is in trouble. Is this brat following me? Fortunately, I was preoccupied with the beetle king at the bottom of the pit. Otherwise, I might have been exposed. I need to teach this kid a lesson. Fang Chen mused. Although Lei Yang was rather annoying, he was still a classmate, and it seemed unnecessary to kill him over this. Moreover, this area was a protected zone, and any aggression would attract the guard's pursuit. The risks outweighed the benefits. A lesson would suffice to instill some caution in him. With this thought, Fang Chen waved his hand, canceling the automatic counterattack and opting for manual control. He began directing countless nano-poison bugs towards Lei Yang's direction. Brother Yang, you should run. Just take a quick shot and be done with it. This is a mysterious powerhouse we can't afford to provoke. Zhang Dong, cowering behind Lei Yang, trembled in fear. Those nano-poison bugs alone could be fatal, let alone the beetles, which stood no chance against them. Typically, they were swiftly overwhelmed and perished in an instant. If those nano-poison bugs approached, would they have any hope of survival? Stay calm. We're not near the core of the beetle tribe. We're just filming the bugs at the periphery. They want to come this way, Zhang Dong asserted, albeit perplexed. But I find it strange. Why haven't I spotted Fang Chen? Could it be that he has already been bitten to death by the nano-poison bugs? Lei Yang pondered aloud. Boss, do you think these nano-poison bugs could have been conjured by Fang Chen? After all, he is the only one who made it here, Zhang Dong suggested. Lei Yang shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? If he could conjure such formidable bugs, I'd live-stream myself eating excrement. Whatever you gather, I'll consume in equal measure. With his pathetic profession, how could he possibly summon so many godly insects? It's sheer folly. But Brother Yang, Fang Chen is also a beastmaster, and specifically a bug-type beastmaster. This seems to align quite well. Zhang Dong countered. Lei Yang replied, have you forgotten what Mentor Qianhe said? Only powerful figures can control such godly bugs, at least those of the 7th or 8th rank. The sudden appearance of so many must indicate that some mighty individual is conducting experiments here. Once I disseminate this video, it will create a sensation throughout the city. Perhaps the Sirius Guild will even extend an olive branch to me. Haha, this is just too. Wait, why are those nano-poison bugs coming towards us? Lei Yang's expression changed dramatically. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dong broke into a cold sweat and hurriedly wiped his brow, only to look down and freeze in horror. Brother Yang, There's a nano-poison bug caught in the edge of your shoe. You stepped on one. What did you say? Ray Yang was momentarily taken aback, hastily glancing down to discover a nano-venomous insect. He quickly shifted his foot, only to find the insect staring intently at him, seemingly expressing, "Did you just step on me?" Stunned, Ray Yang shouted, "Damn it, run." However, upon looking up, he noticed Zhang Dong had already dashed several meters ahead. "You bastard. Wait for me." Without a second thought, Ray Yang turned and sprinted after him. The two stumbled and raced away, quickly vanishing at the end of the path. Fang Chen observed this scene, shaking his head in resignation. Was it truly his fault that Sumuyu enjoyed clinging to him? Even leveling up required her to stalk him. She must be exceedingly idle. Nevertheless, regarding that video, let them speculate as they wished, he would find another location. Once it was released, it would undoubtedly cause a stir, and this place was evidently no longer safe. Fang Chen waved his hand, retracting the nano-insect, and headed towards the territory of the gnome clan. Meanwhile, upon reaching a safe zone, Ray Yang eagerly posted the video on the professional forum. At that moment, he was entirely unconcerned about Fang Chen. Possessing such a video would surely create a significant uproar. Indeed, less than 10 minutes after posting, the view count had already surpassed 1 million. Within an hour, it astonishingly exceeded 100 million. Many viewers left comments. Is this for real? So many insects? What kind of insects are these? It must be fabricated. How could anyone control so many insects? Not necessarily. A beastmaster could certainly command hundreds of cockroaches. Bro, take a good look. There are thousands of insects here. These insects are far more formidable than cockroaches. That's a 7-star longhorn beetle, and it was killed outright. Wow. With such an army of insects, leveling up would be a breeze. Just sip tea and chat while the levels rise. Whoever can command so many insects must be a big shot. I need to inform our president. What on earth is happening today? So many strange occurrences. Do you think the one who refreshed the fire sting bug dungeon and the one controlling all these insects could be the same person? Impossible. How could a level 29 first jobber control so many insects? Besides, wasn't the record holder a swordsman? Who says it has to be a swordsman? The name could simply be a clever ruse. Goodness, if it's the same person, and they are only first job, how could they command such a multitude of insects? Are they even human? As discussions on the forum continued to escalate, the news about the video swiftly reached the ears of the three factions. Upon receiving the information, Xiao Tianlang immediately set off to find Qian He and Nangong. The two were equally vexed, having searched extensively without discovering the identity of the record-breaking prodigy. Moreover, the Transmutation Temple was overcrowded, rendering any attempt to check the records futile. They would have to wait until evening. Just as they were lamenting their predicament, Xiao Tianlang finally located them. As the Howling Sky Wolf presented the video on the forum, both Qian He and Nangong were rendered speechless. Who could this formidable individual be? Qian He inquired, feeling somewhat dazed. I have no idea. So many insects, and they are all nano-poisonous insects. It is likely that even a 9-transformation beastmaster could not accomplish this. Could this person be a 10-transformation master? Yet, I have never heard of such a master in the Dragon Kingdom. Could he possibly be a summoner? Howling Sky Wolf suggested. It is quite unrealistic for a beastmaster to control so many nano-poisonous insects, but a summoner should be capable of such a feat. Qian He shook his head. Though a summoner does call forth beasts using summoning cards, the more powerful the beast, the fewer can be summoned. A summoner's mental strength is limited, making it impossible to summon this many divine-level poisonous insects. No, the appearance of such a powerful individual in Longhua City must indicate trouble. I must meet him. With that, Qian He hastily stood up, but Howling Sky Wolf hurriedly interjected. Please wait. Besides this matter, there is another issue on the forum. It seems the Fire Sting bug task from the Transmutation Temple is no longer available. This is why the Transmutation Temple is currently so overcrowded. You should take care of this. Is that so? Nangong's expression darkened, and he immediately called out to those outside. Send someone to the Transmutation Temple to assess the situation. If what the forum states is true, then shut down the Transmutation Temple at once. Also, send someone to bring the individual who posted the video to the City Lord's mansion to await my arrival. Understood, answered someone from outside. At that moment, Qian He, Nangong, and Howling Sky Wolf departed the City Lord's mansion, heading straight for the territory of the 7-star Sky Beetle where the video was filmed. Chapter 15, Triggering the Passive. Summoning the Ancestors. How is your investigation proceeding, Sky Wolf? Nangong inquired as they journeyed toward the 7-star Sky Beetle territory. The list provided by the Transmutation Temple in the morning was under Howling Sky Wolf's scrutiny, and as evening approached, it seemed there was still no news. It's likely that most of the individuals on that list have already been located, and they are not the ones who refreshed the records. I even suspect we may have been misled. The name merely suggests a swordsman, but it doesn't necessarily indicate that. Moreover, this individual seems reluctant to reveal himself, and I fear the name swordsman is intentionally misleading. Howling Sky Wolf remarked. Nangong frowned at this, but this approach is utterly pointless. If I were to check the transmutation records from just a few minutes before today's record was established, I could still find him. Although the entire process cannot be viewed, the records can still be accessed. That is where my confusion lies. He may wish to remain concealed, but does not know how to effectively hide himself. Finding him is merely a matter of time. However, could the multitude of poisonous insects in the outskirts be the work of the same individual who refreshed the records? Howling Sky Wolf said, glancing at Qianhe. Qianhe responded, in reality, that seems highly improbable. After all, it is hard to believe that a mere first transformation individual could control such a vast number of divine-level insects. Yet, theoretically, it is possible. Theoretically? Both Nangong and Xiaoshenlang were taken aback. The Taoist Qianhe then remarked, we have arrived at our destination. We shall discuss further when the opportunity arises. Observing the situation, Xiaoshenlang and the others refrained from saying more and followed Taoist Qianhe as they dismounted from their steeds. Alas! At that moment, within the territory of the Seven Stars and the Celestial Ox, everything appeared normal, with nothing left behind. Alas! We have arrived too late. Let us search diligently for any clues. Nangong stated. The three nodded and dispersed to seek out any leads. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had already departed from the territory of the Seven Stars and the Celestial Ox, finding himself upon a stretch of dark gray earth. This was the final protected area near Longhua City, the domain of the Goblin Clan. The Goblin Clan's territory served as the last safe haven for practitioners to level up before their second-class transition. However, some practitioners, endowed with connections and resources, opted against training in such places. The Goblin Clan's territory was a half-hour journey from the Seven Stars and the Celestial Ox, a considerable distance that allowed Fang Chen to practice in peace. Nonetheless, the monsters in the Goblin Clan were sparse and widely scattered. Yet, each creature offered commendable experience. Thus, forming a team for leveling was ideal. For someone like Fang Chen, who trained alone, it posed certain challenges. If the nano-venomous worm were to cover the entire territory, it would undoubtedly attract attention, making it impossible to continue leveling. Perhaps he should simply grind a couple. That should suffice. It was a pity that this wasn't an insectoid species. Otherwise, if he could gain control, there might have been a chance to evolve the fire spike worm. Fang Chen felt somewhat helpless. His perfect control had already been utilized that day, and given that the Goblin Clan consisted of humanoid monsters, he had to forego the evolution of the fire spike worm. After summoning the fire spike worm and the nano-venomous worm, Fang Chen made his way toward the heart of the Goblin Clan's territory. On his path, he dispatched any encountered goblin monsters, continuing onward when none appeared. After 10 minutes, he arrived at the core of the Goblin Clan's domain. From a distance, he spotted the Goblin Clan leader, brandishing a wooden staff and clad in tattered grass garments. Goblin Clan leader, humanoid monster. Rating, leader level, blue. Level, 60. Attack power, 5,000. Health points, 12,000. Physical defense, 2,000. Magical defense, 2,000. Active skills, Goblin Summon, Frenzy, Earth Shield. Passive skill, Ancestral Summon. Upon reviewing the details, Fang Chen quickly recalled the skill characteristics of the Goblin leader. As a humanoid monster, the Goblin leader would summon nearby goblins to assist if attacked, prompting most practitioners to clear the surrounding goblins before confronting the leader. However, Fang Chen need not concern himself with such matters. Should they dare approach, he would gladly dispatch them altogether. Additionally, once the Goblin leader's health dipped below 50%, it would enter a state of frenzy, doubling its attack power. Lastly, the passive skill, Ancestral Summon, was rather lackluster in its utility. Upon the demise of the Goblin Clan leader, there exists a minuscule probability of summoning the projection of the Goblin ancestor. However, such an occurrence has never been documented. Thus, it is generally disregarded. The nano-venom insects were divided into two factions. One remained vigilant in the vicinity, guarding against any potential reinforcements from the Goblin beasts, while the other prepared to swiftly eliminate the Goblin Clan leader. The Fire Spikes insects soon approached the Goblin Clan leader, who exhibited remarkable sensitivity. Upon witnessing a swarm of Fire Spikes insects advancing, he immediately swung his wooden staff, crushing several hundred of them in an instant. Nevertheless, a vast multitude of Fire Spikes continued to surge forth like a crimson ocean, converging upon the Goblin Clan leader. In merely 5 seconds, Fang Chen observed that the defenses of the Goblin Clan leader had diminished to an almost negligible state. Although the Fire Spikes insects possessed relatively low attack power, their sheer numbers could still prove fatal. Consequently, the moment the defenses of the Goblin Clan leader were breached, Fang Chen recalled the Fire Spikes and commanded the nano-venom insects to surge forward. Each nano-venom insect boasted a formidable attack power of 5,000. A devastating force against the Goblin Clan leader, who had a mere 10,000 health points and was in a vulnerable state. It was a veritable execution. As the nano-venom insects made contact with the Goblin Clan leader, Fang Chen witnessed him collapse with a resounding thud, and remarkably, the surrounding goblin beasts had not been summoned at all. Fang Chen glanced at his level, astonished to find he had ascended directly from level 42 to level 50. Truly, the experience gained was substantial. At this rate, it would take no more than 2 or 3 additional encounters to achieve yet another level up. Fang Chen felt elated. Such an acceleration in leveling was something he had never dared to imagine. Just then, the Goblin Clan leader respawned. Fang Chen repeated his strategy, sending the fire spikes insects to breach the defenses and the nano insects to deliver the finishing blow. Within 10 seconds, the freshly respawned Goblin Clan leader fell once more. And at that moment, Fang Chen's level had already risen to 54. As he began to collect the spoils, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Ding! You have consecutively slain the Goblin leader within 10 seconds. The Goblin leader's passive skill, Ancestor Summon, has been activated. Alert! The projection of the Goblin Ancestor is of leader level, yellow. Ding! The Goblin Ancestor will descend upon the Goblin territory in 10 seconds. Please, adventurers, dispatch it swiftly. Summoning the Ancestor? A citywide broadcast? Fang Chen was taken aback. The probability of this event, which had not transpired in many years, had unexpectedly occurred. Moreover, the citywide announcement was a privilege reserved for the world itself. Most crucially, adventurers within the city would surely come rushing in response, meaning that not only would he face the risk of exposure, but the benefits would also be partially siphoned away. Contemplating this, Fang Chen's gaze turned icy. If they wished to claim his rewards, they would have to see if they could arrive in time. Calling forth his forces, he commanded the nano-venom insects and fire-armored insects to emerge en masse, nearly 50,000 insects transforming the ground into a tapestry of interwoven white and red. At nearly the same moment, a flash of light appeared ahead, and a golden figure emerged. It was none other than the projection of the Goblin Ancestor. Chapter 16, Ancestor Projection, Instantaneous Poison Mist Kill. The Goblin Ancestor projection has descended? I recall that the probability of the Goblin leader's passive skill summoning an ancestor is rather low, isn't it? Chen mused. The passive trigger probability of this beast can be divided into two categories. The first relies purely on luck. The second is guaranteed. If it is killed twice in succession within 10 seconds, the passive will activate. This mechanism is designed to prevent malicious farming of materials. Could this occurrence purely be a coincidence? Xiaodian Wolf speculated. Chenha picked something up from the ground, gazing at it thoughtfully. I fear it is not mere chance. The individual who refreshed the fire spikeworm dungeon is likely the same as the one here. We have misjudged. The one controlling those worms is probably a newly promoted novice. Quickly, to the Goblin Clan's territory. With a wave of his hand, Qianhe summoned the windborn golden eagle. Nangua and Xiaodian Wolf, seeing this, did not hesitate to leap onto the eagle's back. At the same time, Nangua noticed that the object in Qianhe's hand was, astonishingly, a fire red worm. What else could it be but a fire spike worm? This left Nangua utterly astounded. Qianhe remarked. The issue with the fire spike worm dungeon likely stems from this person having taken the worms from within. The ability to extract creatures from the job change divine stone is truly formidable. There is a high probability that this individual is a mysterious hidden class. If not, then they could very well be. Qianhe left his thought unfinished. Meanwhile, Nangua gazed at him, his face filled with disbelief. At this moment, within the Goblin Clan's territory, Fang Chen stared in astonishment at the Goblin Ancestor projection that had just appeared. This being was enormous, towering over him by at least 7 or 8 meters. Its robust form resembled a small mountain. Goblin Ancestor projection, humanoid beast. Rating, leader level, yellow. Level, 90. Attack power, 10,000. Health points, 100,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magical defense, 5,000. Active skills, rage transformation, earth's protection, life drain. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen could not help but swallow hard. He had studied the Goblin Ancestor in high school, yet he had never anticipated that the Goblin Ancestor possessed projection capabilities. The Goblin Ancestor's true form is a dark gold level high world. It is essential to mention the classification of beast levels in this realm, which are as follows: white gear, common; green gear, elite; blue gear, leader; yellow gear, chief; orange gear, lord; red gear, mythical. Generally, most worlds are of the chief, yellow, level, while orange level worlds are referred to as high worlds, predominantly featuring dark gold level, orange entities. In such a world, where strength reigns supreme, no lesser creatures dare to inhabit the territory, thus earning the title of lord. The progenitor of the goblins is indeed such a being, a lord of formidable might. Although the Goblin King merely summons a projection of this ancestral entity, its power nonetheless reaches the heights of a typical world leader. Classified as a yellow-tier chief, the attack strength of the Goblin progenitor's projection soars to an astonishing 10,000, with a health pool of 100,000. Its defenses are equally terrifying, boasting an imposing 5,000. Ordinary adventurers would find it nearly impossible to breach such defenses. It is no wonder the system issued a citywide announcement. This creature is beyond the capabilities of a single team, requiring at least 10 to stand a chance. Furthermore, its 3 skills are exceedingly formidable. The skill of Rage Transformation elevates its attack, life, and defense by 10%. The Earth's Guardian is unparalleled, providing the Goblin progenitor's projection with a full minute of physical immunity. Thus, when surrounded by a throng of attackers, the only viable strategy is to chip away at its health gradually. Typically, one would need to deplete half of its health. allowing it to use Life Drain to recover 80% and then resume the assault. After 3 or 4 uses of Life Drain, its health would barely sustain itself for the next activation. Consequently, the entire endeavor is lengthy and perilous. However, for Fang Chen, none of these concerns existed. Gazing at the goblin progenitor's projection, he pursed his lips. Once I commence my attack, it will unleash Rage Transformation and Earth's Guardian. Within a minute, neither the nano-venomous insects nor the fire stingers will be able to harm it. Prolonging this confrontation is not in my favor. It's best to eliminate it swiftly. With this thought, Fang Chen waved his hand to withdraw the fire stingers and commanded, Miasma, arise. In response, countless nano-venomous insects converged, and in the next instant, a vast expanse of purple miasma surged toward the goblin progenitor's projection. This miasma, impervious to defenses, would rely solely on its poisoning effects to wear down the foe, thus sparing his army of insects from significant attrition. Engaging in close combat would undoubtedly result in a protracted battle, costing him many insects, a trade-off not worth making. Thus, the miasma skill proved to be the most effective. As the noxious cloud enveloped the projection, a flurry of damage notifications emerged above its head. 2,800. 2,800. 2,800. Presently, the nano-venomous insects had reached level 54, and each application of the miasma inflicted a staggering 2,800 damage, compounded by the venomous effects of over 20,000 insects. The rate of health depletion was alarmingly high. Within less than 2 seconds, the massive goblin progenitor's projection had already lost more than half of its health. Fang Chen observed as green light emanated from the goblin progenitor's projection. The surrounding grass and trees began to wither rapidly, clearly absorbing the vitality of the nearby flora. Soon, he noted that the projection's health was indeed regenerating, albeit at an excruciatingly slow pace compared to the damage inflicted by the miasma. After another 5 seconds had passed, as the final drop of blood was shed, the colossal projection of the goblin ancestor collapsed to the ground. Simultaneously, several beams of golden light emerged. Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was evident that these rays heralded something extraordinary. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forth to collect the treasures, and a series of notifications rang out. Ding! Congratulations on successfully slaying the goblin ancestor projection. You have gained a substantial amount of experience. Ding! Congratulations. You have reached level 59. Your current experience storage is full. Please complete your class transition task promptly. Ding! The goblin ancestor projection has been defeated. The emergency situation has been resolved. Ding! Due to your slaying of the goblin ancestor projection, the goblin tribe has succumbed to fear and has now fled their territory. Fang Chen opened his attribute panel and indeed found that he had reached level 59, with accumulated experience capable of propelling him directly to level 65. The world offered an abundance of experience. Name: Fang Chen. Class: First Transition Insectoid Beastmaster. Level: 59. Experience stored can elevate to 65. Health points: 3,000. Physical defense: 300. Magical defense: 300. Strength: 64. Intelligence: 148. Constitution: 69. Mental strength: 598. Free attribute points: 240. Class skills: Beast Mastery, Attack Form Switch, Evolution General Skills, Divine Concealment, Class Traits, Insectoid Affinity. As an Insectoid Beastmaster, control over insectoid creatures is highly probable, while control over other types of beasts is destined to fail. Divine Talent: Divine Insect Division, enhances mental strength. Increasing the division limit, current limit, 250,000. Divine Talent: Perfect Control, allows for a flawless control skill to be activated, ensuring success over the targeted object. This is limited to insectoid creatures and cannot exceed 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown time: 24 hours. Gazing at the attribute panel, Fang Chen was overwhelmed with exhilaration. The limit for insect division had indeed risen to 250,000, with 2 types of insects combined, that amounted to 50,000. A legion of 50,000 insects was simply awe-inspiring. By the way, what was that system prompt about the goblin tribe fleeing their territory? Never mind, he thought. It was time to make his exit. Given the commotion he had stirred, it was likely that others would soon arrive. Before they could react, he needed to head to the city to sell the spoils of this battle. Chapter 17. The Legend of the Divine General, the Beastly Uprising. Ding! The goblin ancestor projection has been defeated. Congratulations to the adventurers for quelling this disturbance. Continue to strive forward. As the city's announcement echoed throughout Manhwa City, a wave of excitement swept over the populace. What was happening? How had the goblin ancestor projection been vanquished so quickly? It had barely been 3 minutes since its appearance. Could it be that a formidable expert had intervened? Most likely, it was Minter Qian He. The goblin ancestor projection was recorded as being level 90. A power level indicative of a third transition. Certainly, it is indisputable that even the lord of the city or the president of the Howling Wolf Guild lacks the capability to eliminate it within 3 minutes. Moreover, I recently witnessed Minter Qianhe departing the city alongside Howling Wolf and Lord Nangong. It becomes clear that their collaboration was indeed for this purpose. However, this seems amiss. The projection of the goblin ancestor had yet to manifest before they exited the city. It appears that there might be another individual tasked with vanquishing the goblin ancestor's projection. Could it possibly be the enigmatic summoner rumored to be near Longhua City, who claims that this individual is merely a summoner? They are evidently an alchemist wielding toxic substances. Can an alchemist truly command such an array of venomous creatures? This is unmistakably the domain of a beast master. How dare a mere beast master presume to challenge a formidable figure? The likelihood of an elven mage prevailing is far greater. While discussions may abound, why must we, as beast masters, be disparaged? Are beast masters truly inferior? If one possesses the audacity, let them engage in a duel. I shall allow them to unleash their beasts first. The forum has erupted into a cacophony of discord. Meanwhile, outside the city, Minter Qianhe and his companions have drawn near to the goblin territory. Upon hearing the system notification, the trio is momentarily taken aback. To vanquish the goblin ancestor's projection in under 3 minutes is nothing short of extraordinary. A glimmer of light shines in Minter Qianhe's eyes. If such a talent has merely completed the first transition task, they are undoubtedly a prodigy. Teacher, to slay the goblin ancestor's projection within 3 minutes. They must possess at least the strength of a 7th transition. Can such prowess truly belong to a mere first transition practitioner? Nangong inquires, struggling to fathom that the recent peculiar occurrences in Longhua City could be the handiwork of a first transition individual. Minter Qianhe squints slightly and responds, why is it impossible? Have you forgotten the legend of the Divine General? The legend of the Divine General? Nangong is left speechless. Howling Wolf, as the president of the foremost guild in Longhua City, is equally astonished. He once fancied himself exceptional, believing he would ascend rapidly. Yet, upon entering the realm of practitioners, he gradually realized that he was not a paragon of talent. Faced with formidable beasts that others could not contend with, he too felt a sense of helplessness. Despite his tireless efforts, he remains merely the president of the leading guild in Longhua City. Across the entire Jiangbei province, countless individuals surpass him in strength. The legend of the Divine General is an existence coveted by every practitioner. Minter, could you elaborate further? Howling Wolf's eyes gleam with fervor. Although he recognizes he is not the legendary Divine General, gaining insight into the specifics of this legend would render his journey worthwhile. Minter Qianhe strokes his beard and begins. When the game descended into reality, it transformed our blue star into a world overrun by beasts. Many deemed this a calamity. However, as practitioners began to emerge and grow in strength, some formidable beings uncovered a startling revelation. Our blue star may not have become what it is due to this catastrophe. They delved into historical records, and many works akin to the Shanhai Jing have regained attention. Gradually, a notion began to emerge, the theory of truth. This so-called theory of truth posits that some believe blue star may inherently be a realm rife with monstrous beasts, with the Shanhai Jing serving as the most compelling testament. Yet, for reasons unknown, such creatures have become increasingly scarce in the world following the Shanhai Jing. This discontinuity is referred to as the Era of Divine Generals. The Era of Divine Generals is marked by the emergence of at least one Divine General after the Shanhai Jing, whose presence bestowed upon humanity several millennia of peace and stability. However, it is believed that this Divine General may have fallen, leading to the current state of Blue Star. At this juncture, Minter Qianhe's eyes burned with fervor. The president of the Divination Guild and the foremost diviner of Longhua, known as Master Wulong, once gathered 1,000 diviners to conduct a divination. The conclusion drawn was that our era should witness the birth of at least one Divine General. However, the specifics of the location remain unclear, and it may even be abroad. Abroad? Upon hearing this, Nangong's expression shifted dramatically. If this Divine General were to manifest in the land of cherry blossoms, it would spell trouble. Xiao Tianlang's gaze also grew cold. The land of cherry blossoms is the arch-nemesis of our dragon nation, steeped in deep-seated grievances. It is best if such a scenario does not unfold. Minter Qianhe continued. Have you not noticed the frequent movements of 100 powerful individuals from various guilds in recent years? It is precisely because no one knows where this Divine General will appear or what profession they might hold that the protection of certain gifted individuals has become paramount. While these matters may not concern you, the individual causing such a commotion in Longhua City must be treated with utmost seriousness. Nangong nodded eagerly. I understand. The higher-ups have already established regulations. As long as we locate this person and they pass the talent assessment, we can initiate the confidentiality protocol. Qianhe nodded in agreement. Beside them, Xiao Tianlang could not suppress a gulp. He had heard whispers of this confidentiality protocol. If this individual were indeed a genius and passed the talent assessment, he too would be bound by a confidentiality agreement. Any breach would lead the Divination Guild to take action, dispatching a purification team led by formidable figures of the 7th or even 8th tier to hunt him down. Nations place immense value on gifted individuals, as these talents may conceal the future Divine Generals. The rise of a divine general is of immeasurable significance to a nation, the importance of which is self-evident. As they spoke, Qian He and the others arrived at the territory of the gnomes. However, to their astonishment, apart from a scorched expanse at the core of the gnome territory, not a single gnome beast could be found. Witnessing this scene, Nangong and his companion were left bewildered. Where are the beasts? Xiao Tianlang was equally perplexed, evidently having never encountered such a situation. Suddenly, Minter Qian He's expression changed. Could it be fear? This is bad. Qian He quickly urged, we must inquire about the situation within the city. As Nangong was about to inquire with his subordinates, a sudden system notification echoed. Ding! The goblin tribe has initiated a rebellion, accompanied by werewolves and mountain beasts, advancing towards Longhua City, now less than 50 kilometers away. Please, adventurers, respond swiftly to quell the turmoil. In the next moment, a message arrived. The army of beasts was charging towards the city. Nangong's expression shifted dramatically as he urgently commanded. Immediately halt the defensive forces from engaging. The goblins and mountain creatures are of low rank. We must avoid inciting panic. Yes. Chapter 18. Assessing gains and beginning consumption. As the city's defensive forces mobilized, swiftly escorting the newcomers from the beginner training area into the city, Fang Chen donned a mask and entered the Su auction house. Upon presenting his golden card, he was promptly led to a private booth. Esteemed guest, please wait a moment. A senior appraiser will arrive shortly. No need. Summon Su Mo instead, Fang Chen replied. Understood, please hold on. The beautiful attendant quickly departed. The last time Fang Chen visited to sell items, it was Su Mo who attended to him, leaving a favorable impression, so he decided to seek him out again. Su Mo soon entered, bowing slightly. Esteemed guest, Su Mo at your service. May I inquire if you wish to purchase or sell? Selling. I have quite a few items, please hold on. Fang Chen waved his hand, instantly filling the booth with a dazzling array of materials. This was the bounty from his raids on the territories of the Celestial Ox tribe and the Goblin tribe, including items dropped by the projection of the Goblin ancestor. Time was of the essence, and he had not examined the spoils along the way. Now, he presented everything at once, leaving Su Mo momentarily speechless. Let us begin, Fang Chen prompted. As he took a glance, he was astonished by what he saw. Among the items, 5 gleaming artifacts caught his eye. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that 3 of them were pieces of equipment. One item shimmered with golden light, a product of the Goblin Ancestor's projection. Goblin Ancestor's Ascension Staff. Quality, gold, yellow. Required level, 90. Magical attack power, 3000. Intelligence, 200. Spirit, 200. Class requirement, mage. Special effect, casting time reduced by 20. Attached skill, Earth's protection. After a 1-second chant, creates an earth barrier that absorbs 10,000 points of damage, lasting for 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 30 minutes. Reading the description, Fang Chen could not help but feel a pang of envy. Mages inherently possess high attack capabilities, and typical blue gear is rich in either intelligence or spirit. Items boasting both attributes are notoriously expensive, while those with special effects command astronomical prices. The effect of this item was simply extraordinary. It is well known that mages have a critical vulnerability. Their skills require casting time, making them susceptible to targeted attacks in solitary situations. When faced with swift and high-damage swordsmen and assassins, it is quite likely that a mage might be eliminated before casting even a single spell. Therefore, for a mage, equipment that not only boasts high attack power, but also reduces casting time is invaluable. Upon seeing this equipment, Soma's expression shifted. He was not foolish. The prominent inscription of Elder Goblin's projected advanced staff had already revealed its origin. Esteemed guest, this weapon could fetch an astronomical price of approximately 1 billion in the auction market. Our auction house is willing to purchase it outright for 10 billion. Would that be acceptable? Soma hurriedly inquired. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen chuckled. Certainly. If this weapon were to be auctioned, it could potentially exceed 12 billion. But time is of the essence. Given Fang Chen's pressing need for funds, he was disinclined to wait. Such equipment would eventually become ubiquitous, rendering this moment a waste of time. Let us proceed to the next item, Fang Chen called out. The remaining 2 pieces of equipment were as follows. 1. Elder Goblin's projected advanced ring. Grade, gold, yellow. Required level, 90. Intelligence, 100. Spirit, 100. Class requirement, mage. Special effect, life drain, restores 1 life per second when equipped. While the description seemed somewhat lackluster, with a mere 1 life restored per second being negligible during intense leveling, the enhancement to base intelligence and spirit was indeed valuable. Soma ultimately offered 300 million, which Fang Chen gladly accepted. The last piece of equipment was described as follows. 2. Staff of the Goblin King. Grade, blue leader. Required level, 60. Spirit, 500. Class requirement, mage, summoner. Beast master. Special effect, mental mastery. Increases spirit by 10 when equipped. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. This piece of equipment appeared rather specialized. Although it solely increased spirit, The extent of the enhancement was notably significant, surpassing that of the Elder Goblin's projected staff. Moreover, the special effect further augmented spirit, making it exceedingly suitable for him. Currently, he was a level 59 mage, but upon completing his class transition quest, he would instantly rise to level 65, a perfect match. Additionally, the increase in spirit would enhance the division limit of his divine insects, making it particularly advantageous. With the skill of divine insect division, the boost in intelligence damage became less critical. If any challenges arose that the insects could not resolve, he could simply continue to divide. As long as the insects multiplied, the world would bow to him. Esteemed guest, this piece of equipment, this one is not for sale. I shall keep it for myself, Fang Chen declared. Soma was taken aback, but as a seasoned appraiser, he quickly regained his composure. Among the 5 beams of light, the other 2 items were not equipment. Fang Chen observed that one of them was a skill book, Elder Goblin's Legacy, Earth Wall Technique. The magician's skill allows for the summoning of earth walls to segment, obstruct, and intercept foes, with the range of the walls adjustable at will, contingent upon the magician's mental prowess. Upon reading this description, Fang Chen felt a surge of joy. This skill belongs to the realm of battlefield control. Besides high damage output, a magician's paramount trait is their ability to manipulate the battlefield. A proficient magician can effectively partition and control the terrain based on the dynamics of combat, yielding significant advantages. How much is this? Fang Chen inquired. Sumo, with a slightly awkward smile, replied, a discerning eye indeed, esteemed guest. This skill tome is priced at 500 million. Fang Chen nodded. The price was quite reasonable, even surpassing the value of the Goblin Ancestor's projection bracelet. It is noteworthy that, although the tier of the Goblin Ancestor's advanced bracelet is high, its attributes are rather mediocre. Conversely, a skill book for battlefield control is a rare treasure. As the most coveted profession, no magician would ever lament having an abundance of control spells. When Fang Chen's gaze fell upon the last item, his eyes brightened. This final item was unexpectedly dropped by the 7-star sky beetle, which he had previously overlooked. 7-star wings. Flight equipment, no inherent attributes. Unique skill, 7-star flight. Upon activation, a pair of transparent wings forms behind the user, granting a flight speed of 300 meters per second. Consumes 100 mana per second. Staring at the description, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. While wings lacking any attributes could be viewed as somewhat subpar, it is said that superior flight wings typically possess attribute enhancements. Nevertheless, a speed of 300 meters per second certainly exceeds that of most wings of comparable level. Naturally, the mana consumption is equally extravagant. With my current mental power at 838, and mana being 10 times my mental capacity, that equates to 8380. At a consumption rate of 100 per second, I could sustain flight for over a minute. Such speed could prove crucial in combat. Contemplating, Fang Chen asked, what is the price of this item? 100 million. Suemo replied. This type of flight item has a pronounced specialization, while it offers remarkable speed. The mana consumption is substantial. If you require, our merchant guild has another flight item of the same tier, priced at only 500 million gold coins, with no mana consumption. However, it is slower, at a rate of 100 meters per second. If you desire speed, the branch in Longhua City is out of stock. It would need to be requested from the headquarters in Jiangbei Province. Naturally, the price is steep, usually starting at 1 billion. Hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head. Spending such a substantial amount on these items was not a prudent choice. It would be wiser to invest in increasing the quantity and evolution of his divine insects more swiftly. Then I shall pass on this. I have enough for now. Please take stock of the other items, and I require a set of 60-level Beastmaster equipment that enhances mental power, excluding weapons. Certainly, please hold on. Sumo promptly set to work. Moments later, he returned with everything prepared, stating, additionally, your total sales amount has reached the level of diamond membership. Please accept this diamond membership card. Suemo extended a diamond card towards him. Fang Chen wasted no time, stating as he accepted the items, all right. I shall commence my expenditures now. How many leader-level, blue, insects do you currently possess? Chapter 19, The Spotted Moth, a gesture of goodwill towards Fang Chen. 2 billion, a sum that previously would have been beyond his wildest dreams. Yet now, armed with a system, he was acutely aware that his future path would be ever more expansive. As for the 2 billion dragon coins, they were but a trifling sum. He had already amassed such wealth before even leaving Longhua City. The prospects of earning dragon coins in the outside world were positively staggering. Furthermore, he understood well the rationale behind the perceived weakness of Beastmasters. Even with his divine talent for insect division, to maintain invincibility, substantial investments in the evolution of divine insects were essential. Having completed his first transition, he had only drawn rewards of a talent-oriented nature, failing to acquire any new mythical insects. Thus, the evolution of his existing insects was imperative. Upon hearing this, Sumo promptly checked and responded. Our trading company currently has 10 leader-level, blue, spotted moths. The consumption capacity in Longhua City is limited, and scarcely anyone can afford them. They were originally intended for transport to Jiangbei Province. If you require them, I can fetch them immediately. Very well. Bring them all to me. I shall determine how many I need later, Fang Chen replied. Sumo nodded and departed without delay. Given the potential failure rate of insect evolution, Fang Chen was uncertain how many would be necessary for successful enhancement. Nevertheless, with 20 billion at his disposal and the market price of the spotted moth set at 100 million each, he could easily procure them all. Surely, 10 would not yield a single failure. Fang Chen mused internally. Meanwhile, Sumo, after leaving the room, hurried to one of the auction house's private booths with the items Fang Chen had sold. This booth was the most concealed location within the entire auction house. Typically, the owner of the room would not be present, but due to recent unrest in Manhwa City, he had chosen to come today. My lord, there has been an incident. Sumo exclaimed anxiously from outside the door. Quickly, the door opened, and a voice beckoned him inside. Come in. Without hesitation, Sumo entered, clutching the items. What could possibly cause you such alarm, especially when you were brought from Jiangbei province? Asked Su Mutian, seated comfortably in a chair, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Su Mutian was the clandestine owner of the Su auction house, with ventures spanning the entirety of Jiangbei province. The branch in Longhua City had been established only 3 years prior, a testament to the remoteness of this location before the auction house's inception. My lord, there is a genuine crisis. You have heard about the Goblin Ancestor projection incident this afternoon, correct? Su Mutian nodded, as the announcement had been broadcasted throughout the city. Sumo hurriedly placed the 2 pieces of equipment on the table. The true entity responsible for that projection is currently seated in this booth. Su Mutian was taken aback, quickly picking up the items to examine them. The imposing inscription of the Goblin King Ancestor on the equipment made him rise to his feet in astonishment. The projection of the Goblin Ancestor boasts a formidable level of 90, having reached the 3rd advancement stage. Remarkably, the battle concluded in a mere 3 minutes this afternoon. Many speculate that an individual of the 7th or even 6th advancement tier must have intervened, for no one else could vanquish the Goblin Ancestor's projection in such a brief span. The beast not only possesses physical immunity, but also wields a life-draining ability, explained Soma. However, Su Mutian waved his hand, indicating his understanding. What of the situation with the lord of the city? He inquired. I have heard that by the time Lord Nangong and Minter Qianhao arrived, the individual had already departed. Moreover, my lord, the recent happenings within Longhua City are likely connected to this person. Why do you say that? Su Mutian asked, puzzled. Because he has also unveiled a staff belonging to the Goblin King, yet he refuses to sell this item, claiming it is for his own use. For his own use? Su Mutian's expression shifted to one of realization. The Goblin King is at level 60, thus the equipment must also be of level 60. To claim it for personal use implies he has just achieved his 2nd advancement. My lord, that may not be the case. If he had reached the 2nd advancement, he would likely have utilized it immediately. However, I observed him merely stowing it away, which suggests, are you implying he is still at the 1st advancement level? Yet he managed to slay a level 90 Goblin Ancestor projection? Su Mutian slumped back into his chair. Could it be that this individual has been the one causing such commotion around the Firethorn Worm dungeon in Longhua City these past few days? My lord, he also wishes to purchase our Merchant Guild's elite, blue tier, speckled moths. The weapon he left behind is suitable for mages, summoners, and beastmasters alike. It seems his profession is likely that of a beastmaster, Soma remarked, noting the significance of purchasing worms and a weapon usable by beastmasters. After all, mages would have no interest in such creatures, and summoners would only desire the pictorial cards. Only a beastmaster would require worms. At this, Su Mutian's eyes brightened. A beastmaster? And a prodigious one at that. There may be hope for Xiaoshua's ailment. He exclaimed, his thoughts racing. Have you seen his visage? Soma shook his head. He wore a mask and likely possesses a universal skill, the concealment fate, rendering him invisible to any scrutiny. Su Mutian nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Lord and Minter Qianhao have been searching for him incessantly, and he likely wishes to remain undiscovered. Therefore, provide him with whatever he desires, extending all possible discounts. Individuals of his caliber are bound to rise. Moreover, we may need to enlist his assistance concerning Xiaoshua's condition. However, when dealing with such individuals, one must tread carefully. We should extend our goodwill without appearing overly obsequious, for that may provoke distaste. Nevertheless, it is crucial he perceives our intentions. As for those 2 pieces of equipment, let us refrain from selling them. They are perfectly suited for Xiaoyu. Understood. Soma responded, promptly taking his leave. In the private chamber, Soma soon returned with 10 elite, blue tier, speckled moths, each delicately encased in its own ornate box, for each was valued at a staggering 100 million. Noticing that Soma lingered, Fang Chen said, you may take your leave. I shall summon you once I have completed my tasks. Soma smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Good, however. Esteemed guest, before you depart, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Fang Chen was taken aback and gestured for him to continue. It is concerning the items you are auctioning. Several of them bear distinct inscriptions from the ancestors of the goblins. This situation has escalated significantly, and the city lord may inquire about it. Our auction house, being based in the Dragon Kingdom, naturally has the obligation to cooperate with the inquiries of the defense forces. Therefore, I must inform you in advance that if the city lord comes to ask about the matter, we may not be able to keep it confidential. Fang Chen nodded upon hearing this and replied with a smile, there is nothing worth keeping secret. Moreover, aside from knowing that I am here to sell items, you seem unaware of my appearance and occupational details. I understand your position, but remember to speak the truth if they inquire. However, if you disclose my whereabouts to them now, it may jeopardize our future collaboration. Sumo hurriedly assured him, rest assured, while we have the duty to cooperate, we owe them nothing, and I can guarantee this on behalf of our boss. Very well, you may leave, Fang Chen nodded. Indeed, those engaged in business possess keen intellect. With but a slight suggestion from him, they grasped the gravity of the situation. By showcasing his prowess, the treasures he would acquire in the future would only multiply. Offending him would only sever their own means of income. Moreover, Sumo's initiative in bringing up this matter clearly indicated his desire to curry favor. It was evident that an appraiser alone would not wield such influence. The true mastermind behind the auction house was quite astute. How intriguing. Fang Chen shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and opened one of the ornate boxes. Inside, he beheld a moth adorned with blue patterns. The moth was ensnared by a golden cord, yet it was clear that it still lived. Patterned moth, insectoid. No attributes. Rank, commander, blue. A species cultivated artificially, posing no threat. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen felt a pang of regret. Such a worthless insect commanded a price of 100 million? This was outright robbery. Chapter 20. Successful Evolution, Skyfire Stinger. Yet, there was no alternative. Side professionals must earn a living, particularly those capable of breeding commander-level, blue, insects undoubtedly hailed from large cultivation bases. In this world, where powerful combat professionals thrived, there existed a plethora of side professionals. Due to the existence of beast tamers, the evolution of many magical beasts necessitated corresponding ranks of other creatures. Hence, the cultivation of insects and magical beasts had its market. However, achieving high-ranking magical beasts through artificial breeding proved exceedingly challenging. Generally, the commander level, yellow, represented the upper limit, with most being elite level, green, while commander level, blue, specimens were quite rare. Fang Chen was disinclined to ponder further. Those capable of spending could likewise earn. The benefits reaped from the evolution of the insects would only be greater. Thus, he retrieved the fire stinger that he controlled. All other fire stingers had split from this one, making it the progenitor of all fire stingers. Once the evolution is completed, other insects will naturally undergo changes. This process occurs autonomously, without the need to consume the original fire spikeworm while awaiting the emergence of new ones. Without hesitation, Fang Chen employed this skill. In the next moment, he witnessed the patterned moth within the ornate box transform into a streak of light, merging into the fire spikeworm. However, the fire spikeworm displayed no reaction whatsoever. Simultaneously, a voice echoed, ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has failed. Alas, truly an inauspicious start. Let us try again. Fang Chen sighed, fully aware of the probability of failure in evolution. Yet, one cannot help but hope for a stroke of good fortune at the outset. Evolution. He pressed on, and soon another patterned moth transformed into a streak of light, entering the fire spikeworm's body. Once again, the voice chimed, ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has failed. What? He persisted. Evolution. Ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has failed. Evolution. Ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has failed. Fang Chen had expended 3 more attempts, all resulting in failure. With only 5 pattern moths remaining, he was acutely aware of the expression that encapsulates the futility of wealth. Earning money is akin to consuming excrement, while spending it feels like excruciating discomfort. Though earning money was infinitely easier than the former, the sensation of loss was undeniably frustrating. Fang Chen steeled himself and pressed on. Yet, it seemed the fire spikeworm had resolutely decided against evolving, as if to mock him. Evolution. Ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has failed. Evolution. Ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has failed. With 4 consecutive failures ringing in his ears, Fang Chen felt a wave of dismay wash over him. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. What a wretched beast master this is. Even a dog wouldn't play. After 900 million spent, and this is what I get? I might as well head to the brothel. Even that is more exciting and rewarding. Holding the fire spikeworm in his hand, he declared, otherwise, you shall remain a lifelong bachelor. To his astonishment, the fire spikeworm turned its head to him, seemingly nodding in agreement. Gritting his teeth, Fang Chen finally selected evolution once more. As the last pattern moth transformed into light and entered the fire spikeworm's body, the system's voice resonated again, ding. The evolution of the fire spikeworm under your control has succeeded. As a leader level, blue, insect, the evolution has a guaranteed outcome. You have triggered the safety net, and the evolution has succeeded. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was instantly invigorated, rising to his feet. The fire spikeworm in his hand appeared to gaze back at him, as if saying, remember our agreement. Find me a female fire spikeworm. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. A safety net? Is there truly a guarantee for the evolution of leader-level insects after 10 attempts? Goodness. Did I actually trigger the safety net? You can forget about a female fire spikeworm, he retorted, though his heart brimmed with joy. Despite the expenditure of 1 billion, he was immensely satisfied with the successful evolution. He was engrossed in observing the fire stinger worm when information swiftly materialized. Name, Celestial Fire Stinger Worm. Rank, Commander Level, Blue. Level, 59. Attack Power, 2,500. Health Points, 2,000. Physical Defense, 100. Magical Defense, 100. Passive Skill, Fire Armor Piercing. When attacking, it can diminish the opponent's dual defenses by 10. This effect is stackable, potentially reducing the opponent's defenses to nearly 0. Note, the Fire Armor Piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Passive Skill, Flight, can soar effortlessly, with no consumption of energy, matching the speed of its master. Reminder, Commander Level Divine Insect, capable of evolution. Divine Insect Splitting Talent in effect, currently undergoing division. With a limit of 250,000, current count, 25,250,000. As he absorbed the introduction, Fang Chen fell into contemplation. Firstly, the worm had successfully evolved once, yet its rank remained unchanged, still classified as Commander Level, Blue. This indicated that a single evolution did not elevate its tier to ascend to a higher rank. Multiple evolutions might be necessary. Conversely, this also presented an advantage, as Commander Level, Blue, insects would undoubtedly be more affordable than those of higher tiers. This was indeed good news. However, was the speed of the Celestial Fire Stinger Worm not too low? Fang Chen glanced at his own movement speed, 10 meters second. While significantly faster than an average person, it was still deemed inadequate for a professional. The weakness of beast tamers could be attributed to this aspect, as swordsmen and assassins were equipped with rare speed-enhancing attributes, which the beast tamers and mages lacked. If he were to command the Fire Stinger Worm army to sluggishly fly over, they would likely be annihilated before they even reached the target. Suddenly, an idea struck Fang Chen. Of course, I can have the nano venom worm release toxins, allowing the Fire Stinger Worm to navigate through the toxic mist. The flight of the Fire Stinger Worm would also accelerate the dispersion of the poison, creating a flawless combination. The insects under his command were immune to each other's damage, thus eliminating any concerns that the nano venom worm's mist would harm the Fire Stinger Worm. Furthermore, he could position the nano venom worm on the back of the Fire Stinger Worm. Although the nano venom worm could not fly, it could still accompany the Celestial Fire Stinger Worm in ambushing the enemy. Pleased with this plan, Fang Chen stood up and exited through the door. Hello. Suemo greeted him with a smile as he stepped outside. Fang Chen nodded. I've utilized all the spotted moths. Deduct the cost as you see fit. Suemo nodded and promptly took the diamond card. The total is 1 billion. As a diamond member, you receive a discount, bringing it down to 900 million. Fang Chen acknowledged with a nod. Suemo waved his hand to transfer the funds and then handed the card back to Fang Chen. Without further ado, Fang Chen accepted the card and departed. This excursion not only completed the upgrade of the Fire Stinger Worm, but also allowed him to acquire a set of level 60 beast tamer equipment and the staff of the Goblin King. However, he would have to wait until he changed his class to equip it. Observing the darkening sky, it was evident that the class change temple had closed for the night. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Tianlang led a team to fend off the unrest caused by the goblins and werewolves, while Minter Qianhe made a beeline for the auction house. The city lord, Nangong, proceeded to the job transition temple. On their way back, they analyzed the situation. Since this mysterious expert was active near Longhua City, it was inevitable that he would visit the auction house to sell his wares. Thus, it was essential for them to investigate this location. Furthermore, the records from the job transition temple could also yield relevant information. These records would even allow them to ascertain who had refreshed the dungeon records with greater accuracy. However, this process might require some time. Chapter 21. This is Defamation, the second transition task. Inside the job transition temple, when Nangong arrived, the beautiful Minter was taken aback. City Lord, she exclaimed. There is no need for formalities. Summon all the mentors here immediately. Yes, the beautiful Minter hurried to relay the message, and within half an hour, a dozen individuals stood arranged neatly within the temple. Nangong addressed the assembly. You must have heard about the recent events in Longhua City. I shan't elaborate further. Regardless of the outcome tonight, you must keep this matter to yourselves. Otherwise, there will be dire consequences. The crowd was visibly startled by his words. The beautiful Minter quickly inquired, City Lord, what exactly transpired tonight? Why does it seem to involve such grave implications? Nangong responded coldly, do not ask what you should not. We shall now commence with the task assignments. It was no jest. Minter Qianhe had speculated that this individual might be a seed of divine power. And Nangong dared not to be careless. If indeed this was a seed of divine power, any mishap in Longhua City could cost him his position, or worse, lead to his exile to the Dark Realms. A seed of divine power represented a glimmer of hope for the Dragon Kingdom and warranted utmost protection. Retrieve the job transition records from the 2 hours before and after the Firethorn Bug Dungeon was refreshed. We must uncover how the firethorn bugs disappeared. Nangong commanded. How long will this take? He inquired. The beautiful Minter replied promptly. There were an overwhelming number of transitions yesterday. It may take all night. Then work through the night. Nangong ordered. Yes. The group dared not to object and immediately began their investigation. It was of paramount importance to ascertain who had refreshed the records. But equally critical was understanding how the firethorn bugs had vanished from the dungeon. After all, the firethorn bug dungeon was currently inaccessible, rendering the first transition stones nearly useless. Since this transition task had been uniformly mandated from above, Nangong had no authority to amend it. Seeing Nangong shake his head in frustration, he remarked. The individual indeed sold items at the auction house, but regrettably, he wore a mask and possessed skills that concealed his information, making it impossible for the auction house to investigate. Isn't the auction house supposed to transfer funds to him? Can't they trace his bank information? Qianhe shook her head. He is a diamond member of the auction house and utilized a card provided by them. And what about your end? I anticipate that by tomorrow night, we will discover who refreshed the records. I have a strong feeling that the disappearance of the firethorn bugs was orchestrated by this individual. However, even if I have gathered information on my end, I cannot be certain that the one who vanquished the projection of the goblin ancestor is indeed him, Nangongdao remarked. His brow furrowed. I have a premonition that it is he. Once I ascertain his identity, I shall confront him directly, and the truth shall be revealed. Such a prodigy must not be overlooked. Nangong nodded in agreement. The goblin and wolf clans were not particularly formidable. Thus, Xiaotian wolf swiftly dispersed them with ease. This turmoil caused by the beasts has now come to an end. In a room, Fang Chen reclined comfortably on his bed, feeling a sense of fulfillment from the day's endeavors. At this rate, he would be able to undertake the second transition mission by tomorrow. Upon its completion, he could strive for the third transition. With nearly a month and a half remaining until university admissions, he had ample time at his disposal. Before retiring for the night, Fang Chen habitually perused the professional forum. Upon glancing through it, he felt a mix of frustration and excitement. The forum was dominated by three prominent threads. The mysterious professional shatters the record for the fire insect dungeon. The Great One is among us. Which Great One vanquished the goblin ancestor projection, seeking an audience? And could the Great One who slayed the ancestor projection be the same as the one in the fire insect dungeon? Beneath these threads, countless individuals had commented, with the total number of replies exceeding 3 million. Fang Chen, feeling disinterested, was about to retire when he suddenly spotted a rather peculiar thread. Prediction. The issues in the fire insect dungeon may be due to the record breaker stealing the insects. Upon reading the title, Fang Chen's composure shattered. When had he stolen any insects? He had been forthright in his endeavors, and moreover, the transition temple had not prohibited attempts to control the insects within the fire insect dungeon. Indeed, many were skeptical. After all, it was clear that the insects within the transition temple's dungeons were protected by transition stones, making theft impossible. Even beast tamers could not exert control over the insects within the transition stones. I am baffled. How could the fire insect dungeon be deemed unusable, not be considered good news? Are you declaring war against us 8 million secondary professionals? Precisely. Is it easy for us secondary professionals to transition? After finally encountering an opportunity, the transition temple shuts its doors within a day. You are slandering. The individual in question may have legitimately acquired their achievements. How can you label it as theft? After all, you were not present. Moreover, the transition temple has not stated that one cannot attempt to control the beasts within the transition dungeons. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Someone was actually defending him. A smile crept onto his face as he realized it was handsome Fang's girlfriend. To his surprise, it was a girl. Curiously, he clicked to view her profile, only to be stunned by the photo displayed. Wasn't that Sumuyu? This girl claims to be my girlfriend? Did I agree to become your boyfriend? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fang Chen sent Sumuyu a message. Thank you for standing up for me. He then shared a screenshot of the forum post. At this moment, Sumuyu, who was grinding levels in the wilderness during the night, caught sight of a screenshot, and her fair cheeks flushed crimson. He saw it too. That name, could it be? Oh dear, how embarrassing. That name was merely a casual choice. Oh, well, never mind. I initially intended to agree. Huh, wait, are you serious? You didn't just pick it casually. You agreed to be my boyfriend? I was going to agree, but now I need to reconsider. Time for bed. Reconsider? Sumuyu instantly felt a pang of regret, questioning why she had claimed it was a casual choice instead of simply admitting it. Now, what was meant to be a straightforward matter had been muddled by her own actions. Darn Fang Chen, you're such a troublemaker. Pouting, Sumuyu could only continue to idle and level up. With the mercenary group assisting her, she had to do nothing but watch her experience points soar. The following morning, when Fang Chen arrived at the entrance of the job change temple, a new beautiful instructor was maintaining order. Why isn't the first job stone open yet? Yes, we're eager to change jobs. I apologize, but the fire stingers required for the first job stone quest have been lost, and it is temporarily unavailable. However, the second and third job stones are operational. We appreciate your understanding. It will be reopened as soon as it is repaired, the beautiful instructor explained. Fang Chen was taken aback, realizing that his control over the fire stingers had led to such a commotion. Furthermore, the perfect mastery of skills was indeed advantageous. He navigated around the crowd and headed directly towards the second job stone. As he placed his palm upon the stone, a voice resonated. Ding! Congratulations. You have met the requirements for the second job. Would you like to accept the second job quest? Without hesitation, Fang Chen selected accept. Chapter 22, The Iron Ant Nest. Who is Fang Chen? Ding! Congratulations, you have accepted the second job quest. The second job quest consists of 2 parts. First step, collect 100 iron ant corpses. Second step, collect at least 4 pieces of iron ant armor fragments. The 2-step quest can be completed and submitted together. Completing only the first step grants a transition reward of 60, while completing both steps grants a reward of 100 upon job change. As he reviewed the quest details, Fang Chen nodded in approval. This quest was indeed more user-friendly. The iron ant was a rare creature, classified as a commander level blue. They could only be found in Huangsha Town, just outside of Longhua City. Years ago, the iron ants had swarmed Huangsha Town, prompting the city lord of Jiangbei, Bei Jiangnan, to personally intervene, sealing them away and transforming the area into a job change dungeon. In Longhua, dungeons are categorized into 3 types. The first type consists of artificially modified dungeons, which are divided into job change dungeons and money grinding dungeons. Job change dungeons are generally modified by the official garrison to serve as trials for job changes. In contrast, money grinding dungeons are typically modified by guilds or prominent families who then sell tickets to other practitioners. Practitioners enter to farm materials for profit, while the guilds and families share a portion of the earnings with the local garrison, benefiting all 3 parties. The second type comprises secret dungeons. The secret realms are immutable and perilous, categorized into 2 types. One-time secret realms, which vanish after being cleared, and respawning secret realms, where monsters regenerate after being defeated. The latter, certainly not suited for novices, requires at least a 3rd transition to even contemplate entry. However, with danger comes reward. The bounty from such realms is substantial, attracting many who are willing to take risks. The 3rd category comprises legendary realms, which lack a fixed location and are deeply concealed, typically within the territories of Lord Level, Orange, or Dark Gold tier beasts. Wandering into these realms could spell doom, necessitating a team for exploration. Additionally, there exist treacherous areas, such as the Abyss of Darkness, teeming with formidable monsters, favored by many strong adventurers despite their inherent dangers. The Iron Ant Nest instance located in Huangsha Town represents the most common transitional instance among the first category. As long as one meets the requisite level, they may undergo their transition. The iron ants themselves are known for their high defense, while their corpses can be sold. The remnants of their exoskeletons have a disheartening drop rate. Due to their rarity, few are willing to sell them, compelling individuals to farm them personally. It appears a journey to Huangsha Town is in order. As Fang Chen contemplated this, he turned to leave the transition temple. Just as he stepped out, Su Muyu emerged from another transition stone. Was that Fang Chen? The silhouette seemed familiar. Su Muyu was momentarily captivated, intending to approach for a closer look. Suddenly, a red-haired man nearby called out, "Su boss, hurry up. We've been waiting for you." With a sense of resignation, Su Muyu had no choice but to board a massive avian mount with the red-haired man, and they departed swiftly. Half an hour later, within the transition temple, the beautiful instructor exclaimed excitedly, "My lord, I found it. I found it." Nangong had been on watch for an entire night. As soon as the instructor spoke, he promptly sent a message to Qianhe. 3 minutes later, Qianhe arrived. "What is the news?" he inquired. Nangong, glancing at the records of the transition stone, smiled and declared, "I found it. I found it. The record for the fire spikeworm instance is a mere 3 minutes, set by this young man. His name is Fang Chen." Fang Chen? Who is he? Why have I never heard of him? Qianhe frowned. Such a talent had evidently never been mentioned in Longhua City before. He is a student from Longhua High School, having just awakened his transition 5 days ago. His profession is a bug tamer. A bug tamer? Qianhe nodded in understanding. No wonder this profession aligns with recent events. Wait, what did you say? He only awakened 5 days ago? A senior student? What level is he at now? Nangong turned to the beautiful instructor beside him. She quickly checked and replied. The very next day, he underwent his first transition, and he just accepted his second transition task this morning. He left barely half an hour ago. Half an hour? He hasn't even dared to enter yet. Nangong was about to set off in search of someone when Qianhe interjected. In half an hour, that fellow will likely have reached Huangsha Town. If we go now, it would indeed be too conspicuous. Moreover, you have numerous matters to attend to. Qianhe glanced at the beautiful mentor and others nearby. Nangong nodded in agreement. You are right, teacher. Please sign these documents. With a wave of his hand, several papers flew into the air. Qianhe deftly caught one, and seeing this, Nangong reluctantly took one for himself. It was unmistakably the highest confidentiality agreement of the garrison's regulations. The beautiful mentor and her companions, upon seeing the document, were immediately alarmed and hastily began to sign. They were acutely aware of what this agreement entailed. Should any details of the current affair be leaked, the consequences would be dire. After signing, Nan Gong retained a copy for Xiao Tianlang and then declared, "You may return to your duties now. And remember, today's events must remain strictly confidential." Understood. The beautiful mentor and her companions quickly departed. Nan Gong turned to Qian He and inquired, "Teacher, in 5 days, he has undertaken a second-tier mission. This Fang Chen is truly extraordinary." Qian He nodded. "That is precisely why I advised against your pursuit of him right now. In 5 days, combined with those thousands of nano-venomous insects, who knows what hidden class he might be transitioning into? One can assert without doubt that he must be a divine general in the making. We must tread carefully. Let us refrain from venturing out in these 2 days." "Yes." Nan Gong eagerly agreed. "As for Xiao Tianlang, do not divulge this to him just yet. It is for his own good." Qian He affirmed, "You are correct. Such a talent will undoubtedly attract the attention of major guilds. The Tianling Guild is still too feeble. Even the garrison of Longhua City might not be worthy of him. However, it is fortunate that the entire garrison of Longhua is akin to family. Even if he chooses to join the garrison in Jiangbei province in the future, he will have emerged from Longhua City. I eagerly anticipate the day he rises to greatness." Meanwhile, outside Longhua City, Fang Chen descended from the sky. Gazing at the expansive plain ahead, he felt a hint of resignation. Traveling with the 7-star wings was impractical. He had no choice but to resort to a flying scroll. With that thought, Fang Chen stowed the 7-star wings and retrieved a flight scroll. These scrolls could easily be purchased from merchants, and Fang Chen had conveniently acquired dozens of them the previous day. Though their speed could not compare to the 7-star wings, they excelled in durability, making them a popular choice among adventurers lacking mounts or flying equipment. Looking up to see flying beasts occasionally gliding through the sky, Fang Chen shook his head in resignation. Indeed, one must not be overly affluent to venture alone. Since I cannot ride with the wealthy elite, I shall be the first generation of wealth myself. With that, Fang Chen crushed the flying scroll and made his way towards Huangsha town. If Qian He and Nan Gong were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly feel a pang of sympathy. After all, this was the seed of a divine general in Longhua. Yet he was reduced to traveling with a mere flying scroll. Who would believe that such a prodigy would face such hardships? Chapter 23. Setting Prices, Standing Against Injustice. Huangsha Town. As Fang Chen arrived at this place, it was already midday. The entire town was enveloped by a protective array, shielding it from the swirling sands outside. Despite its adverse geographic conditions, Huangsha Town was an essential destination for second-tier professionals from Longhua City, thus establishing a certain level of prosperity. Upon landing, Fang Chen immediately beheld a dense throng of people ahead, bustling with numerous vendors. The majority of the wares consisted of equipment and skill books that had emerged from the Iron Arm ant nest. Additionally, a small fraction of the vendors was peddling the corpses of the Iron Arm ants. Fang Chen glanced into the auction house, only to discover that not a single Iron Arm ant corpse was present. However, they were abundantly available here. Iron Arm ant corpse, 100 million dragon coins each, freshly harvested. Iron Arm ant corpse, 5,000 dragon coins each, 3 hours remaining. Iron Arm ant corpse, 1,000 each, 1 hour remaining. Listening to the vendors' cries, Fang Chen quickly grasped the situation. Although the Iron Arm ant corpses were essential for the transition to the next tier, they came with a time constraint. Once obtained, they had to be submitted within a day, or they would vanish. No wonder the merchant guild refused to accept them. Transporting them, there would leave little time for them to be sold. Thus, a market had formed here. Yet, selling a corpse with only an hour left was quite audacious. An ordinary professional could hardly reach Longhua City in that time. Purchasing one would be futile. However, the ones with 3 hours remaining and the freshly harvested ones were indeed appealing, albeit exceedingly overpriced. It is worth noting that the Iron Arm Ant Nest dungeon has 4 difficulty levels: Normal, Elite, King, and Nightmare. Completing just the initial transition task can be accomplished at the normal difficulty with a sufficient team. The value should not be as exorbitant as these vendors claimed. Fang Chen dismissed the notion, weaving through the crowd towards the dungeon entrance. Iron Arm Ant Nest Elite Dungeon, 1 spot left. Seeking a healer, materials will be evenly distributed. The Rose Red Mercenary Group is taking on the King-level Iron Arm Ant Nest, to be completed within 5 hours, 1 spot left. Ticket at 100 million. Self-reliant King-level Iron Arm Ant Nest, seeking equipped mages and archers, profits will be shared. Listening to the surrounding shouts, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel perplexed as to why no one was attempting the Nightmare difficulty. It is known that while there is an experience cap for leveling in the wild, which currently has Fang Chen stuck at level 65, there is no such limit within the transition dungeons. This implies that defeating the Nightmare level could potentially propel him to level 70 upon completing the transition task, a dual benefit. Naturally, the Nightmare difficulty yields the highest experience. However, considering the likely challenges posed by this difficulty, it is understandable that most individuals would opt to complete their tasks first or, those with connections, would choose to team up for the King-level dungeons. Just as Fang Chen contemplated this, someone beside him called out, "Hey, brother, want to team up? Our group is in need of a swordsman." Seeing Fang Chen's attire, the individual continued. Fang Chen carried an ornamental longsword upon his back. "No need, thank you. I prefer to play solo." "Solo? Are you out of your mind?" The counterpart scoffed and walked away. Fang Chen felt rather speechless. What was wrong with playing solo? He could not be bothered to engage further and turned to enter. Just then, a familiar voice pierced through the air. "Is this really appropriate? We have been waiting here for 3 hours. You are wasting my time." Turning his gaze, Fang Chen saw none other than Sumuyu. "Boss Su, you must understand our predicament. We need to eat as well. We are currently 1 member short. Whether it's 1 sheep or a flock, we need to wait to call in another person," said the red-haired youth. Fang Chen observed the individual, who had not concealed his information, and quickly gleaned the details. Name, Hongyi. Level, 59. Class, First Tier Swordsman. Team, Hongjiang Mercenary Corps. Guild, Hongjiang Guild. This was a level-capped creature. Fang Chen chuckled. What is a level-capped creature? It refers to those who, despite possessing the capability to advance in their class, deliberately remain at a specific level to earn money. For instance, the ironclad ant nest cannot be entered by anyone above level 59. Thus, they linger at this level, avoiding the class advancement quest to profit from guiding others. We had previously agreed upon a price. Your last-minute need for an extra person is not my issue." Sumuyu exclaimed, her anger palpable. She was wealthy, but that did not equate to foolishness, especially when faced with the deceitful. "Come on, Boss Su. Your family is so affluent. Do you really care about this 100 million? How about you pay for 2 tickets, and we'll leave immediately? We can clear the dungeon in 4 hours. I assure you, you will find no team more efficient than ours. Our Hongjiang Mercenary Corps is the legend of this generation." Excluding other regions in Zhongbei Province, the record for the nightmare-level ironclad ant nest in Longhua City was set by our guild leader, Hongjiang. Our leader is a 3rd-tier mage at level 99, quite renowned in Longhua City. Hong Yi proclaimed confidently. Sumuyu retorted angrily. "This has nothing to do with our current contract. I cannot pay double for the tickets. You are bullying us." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Fang Chen, unable to stand by any longer, interjected with a smile. "If I recall correctly, the team that conquered the nightmare difficulty of the ironclad ant nest in 3 days was led by the leader of the Howling Wolf Guild, Howling Wolf himself. Hongjiang spent 3 billion on tickets. Otherwise, this endeavor might have only taken 2.5 days. Since when did this become a point of pride?" Hong Yi and his companions turned to Fang Chen. "Who are you? Don't go looking for trouble. There will be no good outcome for those who provoke the Hongjiang Guild. Indeed, you should know better, if we spread the word. Which mercenary group would dare to take you on?" Fang Chen smiled. "Do I need you to escort me? In the realm of 3-hour champions. Do you think you can act with such audacity? You seek your own demise." Red's fury ignited instantly. However, this was a designated zone against conflict. He could only glare menacingly at Fang Chen, refraining from taking action. "You dare to linger today? I shall see if you have the audacity to leave this desolate town." Fang Chen, upon hearing this, chuckled. "Of course, I shall not depart. My dungeon run remains unfinished. Why would I leave?" He added, "If you aren't in a hurry. You may wait. It's you." Before Fang Chen could finish his sentence, Sumuyu rushed over, wrapping her arm around his. "What brings you here? You aren't here to change jobs, are you?" She continued. "I knew you wouldn't fall from grace. You've even managed a 2nd-class transfer? Truly the most handsome of Longhua High." Taken aback by Sumuyu's starry-eyed expression, Fang Chen inquired, "You know me?" "Foul Fang Chen. I would recognize you even in ashes." Sumuyu retorted, chuckling. Fang Chen quickly urged her to lower her voice to avoid revealing his identity, though he was perplexed as to how she recognized him. After all, he was disguised with a mask and had employed a hidden ability to obscure his information. Noticing Fang Chen's bewilderment, Sumuyu laughed. "A woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Even if you were disguised, I would still recognize you. Though I am a girl, I shall one day be a woman." Fang Chen was at a loss for words. Indeed, a woman's sixth sense was often unfathomable. Ahem, let us address the matter at hand. With that, Fang Chen turned his attention to Red, raising his voice. "How audacious of the Red River Mercenary Group to demand double the entrance fee. Is this not utterly shameless? Do you truly believe we cannot complete our class transfer tasks without you?" His words were intentionally loud, drawing the attention of those nearby. Sumuyu chimed in. "Exactly. I refuse to pay double. You are lacking in integrity, and from now on, our auction house will refuse to collaborate with you." "Huh?" Fang Chen was taken aback. "Your auction house, the one in Longhua City, is yours?" "Yes. Did you not know?" Sumuyu responded. "Goodness, that's outrageous. You've made quite a fortune off my transaction fees." Fang Chen exclaimed, exasperated. Sumuyu laughed. "Next time you come to me, not only will I waive the fees, but I'll also throw in a girlfriend for free." "Hee." Fang Chen retorted with a hint of annoyance. The surrounding crowd grew increasingly agitated. Everyone has their struggles. How can such blatant price gouging exist? You've gone too far. I heard the Red River Mercenary Group was reputable, but it seems they are merely driven by greed. Indeed, why should we pay double for an agreed-upon price? Forget it. I was considering hiring someone, but I shall seek a regular team instead. I will never approach the Red River Mercenary Group again. I've heard the Rose Red Mercenary Group is quite good. Let us seek them out. Right? Time is of no consequence. Integrity is what matters. Hey, you all. Red's face turned a shade of green with rage, his gaze at Fang Chen brimming with murderous intent. Seeing this, Fang Chen merely smiled, ignoring him as he turned to leave. Sumuyu hurriedly followed after him. Fang Chen, do you plan to undertake the job transfer quest? I will accompany you. No, I prefer to tackle it solo, Fang Chen replied, asserting that his unparalleled strength should not be revealed due to the presence of a girl. Although he trusted Sumuyu to keep his secret, he feared that the nightmare-level difficulty might lead to her encountering peril. However, Sumuyu, upon hearing this, looked at him incredulously and said, have you lost your mind? This dungeon requires a team, at least 2 people. How can you go solo? Team up? Fang Chen was momentarily speechless. Is a team necessary? No one informed me. Beep. The iron-armored ant nest requires a team to enter. You are currently not in a team. Hearing the system's notification, Fang Chen let out a resigned sigh. So, do you believe me now? You still doubt me, you stubborn Fang Chen. Sumuyu pouted, somewhat displeased with his earlier skepticism. Fang Chen conceded, all right. Since we must team up to enter, I suppose I can reluctantly bring you along. At this, Sumuyu blossomed with joy, exclaiming, rest assured. I promise not to hold you back. After all, I am a phoenix mage. Should we fly together, or should we gather more people? Sumuyu inquired. Noting that the iron-armored ant nest had a notorious reputation for its difficulty, more participants would naturally enhance efficiency. It was said that a certain archer had attempted to solo the king-level iron-armored ant nest, only to emerge after half a month, having enlisted the aid of an alchemist. This illustrated just how formidable the dungeon truly was. As Fang Chen organized his belongings, he stated, just the 2 of us will suffice. Flying together is too cumbersome, and finding a female character is unnecessary. All right, just the 2 of us then, Sumuyu began but then paused, questioning, why would we need another female character for flying together? Aren't we already flying together as a pair? Fang Chen blinked, then awkwardly chuckled. Misunderstanding. My interpretation of flying together differs from yours. No matter, let us prepare to depart. He sent out a team invitation and proceeded to select the difficulty level. Soon, 2 beams of black light enveloped them. Sumuyu suddenly froze, her cheeks flushing as she seemed to comprehend the meaning behind Fang Chen's words. You greedy, she teased, pinching his arm. Not far away, members of the Hongjiang Mercenary Corps watched their disappearance with exasperation. Boss, what do we do now? We haven't earned any money, and others want to seek us out for help. Fear not, Hong replied coldly. Should he dare leave this Huangsha town, he will learn the price of arrogance. With a wave of his hand, Hong led the Hongjiang Mercenary Corps towards the entrance, preparing to await Fang Chen's return. When Fang Chen and Sumuyu reappeared, they found themselves within a cavern. A shimmering light curtain was not far behind them, marking the exit. Stepping through it would lead them out of the dungeon. Ahead lay a passage approximately 4 to 5 meters wide. The entire passageway was shrouded in a dull brown hue. Yet not far ahead on the ground lay several shimmering entities. Upon closer inspection, they revealed themselves to be silver ants, each as large as a fist. The ants gleamed with a silvery luster, appearing as though clad in thick silver armor. This was Sumuyu's inaugural venture into the ironclad ant nest dungeon, and the sight of these argent creatures left her momentarily stunned. Why are they different? She pondered. Why are these ants silver? I recall that in dungeons of the king level and below, the ants were always gray. What difficulty level have we entered? Fang Chen. A nightmare. A nightmare? Fang Chen replied. Have you lost your mind? How could the 2 of us possibly tackle a nightmare difficulty? It could be fatal. We should leave at once. He broke free from her grasp and insisted. With me here, we can certainly manage the nightmare difficulty. Besides, the second transition quest requires 4 pieces of ironclad remains. The higher the difficulty, the greater the drop rate, which saves time and yields more experience. It's certainly the best choice. I understand, but this is a nightmare. Back in the day, Xiao Tianlang and his team spent nearly 3 days here. Can we truly handle it alone? Sumuyu expressed her apprehension. Fang Chen, however, merely chuckled. If I say we can, then we can. But remember, everything you witness from here on must remain confidential. Otherwise, I might have to silence you. Sumuyu recognized Fang Chen's jest, yet she was still inclined to dissuade him. But before she could, Fang Chen waved his hand, and a dense mass of silver insects suddenly emerged from the ground before them. It was a swarm of nano-venomous insects. Seeing the thousands of creatures, Sumuyu felt a shiver run down her spine. Yet she quickly regained her composure, her eyes sparkling with realization. It's you. You are the mysterious overlord in the outskirts of Longhua City these past few days. You were also the one who refreshed the fire sting bug dungeon, weren't you? I knew you were extraordinary, but how did you manage to remove the bugs from the fire sting bug dungeon? That's incredible. She gazed at Fang Chen with such admiration that it seemed she might leap forward to embrace him. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively. Just a routine operation. Nothing to be astonished about. And mind your drool. Don't idolize me too much, or I might fear you'll vow your devotion. I would willingly. Su Muyu unabashedly nodded in agreement. I was joking. You agreed far too readily. Fang Chen replied, somewhat speechless. I would only agree for you. If it were someone else, I would find them utterly detestable. Su Muyu swiftly changed the subject, feeling a bit bashful at her own boldness. Oh, you mean that? As a bug tamer, I merely attempted to exert control, and it worked. How remarkable. But with you having removed the fire sting bugs. I wonder how the first transition quests in Longhua City will proceed. Su Muyu expressed her lingering concern, fearing that Lord Nangong might pursue Fang Chen relentlessly. Fang Chen, however, waved his hand dismissively. There's nothing to worry about. I have plenty of fire sting bugs. If they need one, I can certainly provide. As he spoke, a swarm of fiery red insects suddenly erupted forth, revealing a multitude of fire sting bugs. In that moment, Su Muyu was utterly stunned. The vast swathes of white and red insects resembled two formidable legions of bugs. She could not help but swallow hard. All right, I am ready to begin. You just need to follow closely behind, she declared. By the way, how much experience have you accumulated? Fang Chen inquired. I've reached level 60, Su Muyu responded. Fang Chen nodded, acknowledging the distinct advantages of the wealthy heiress. While he had toiled for several days and only managed to accumulate level 65 experience with the assistance of a system that facilitated the division of divine insects. Su Muyu, with her family's resources, had already amassed 60 levels of experience through a mercenary group. It was no wonder that they said that spending money was the quickest route to strength. Do you need me to do anything? Su Muyu asked as she trailed behind. Although she wished to simply follow Fang Chen and let him protect her, she was acutely aware that if she did not exert herself, she might struggle to keep pace with him in the future. No need, Fang Chen replied. If you truly feel uneasy, then perhaps you could assist by researching some information. I have yet to review the data on the iron-armored ant nest, such as the strategies shared by Xiao Tianlang and their experiences from years past, especially regarding any precautions for this nightmarish level. Understood. Su Muyu nodded and immediately began her search. Fang Chen then turned his gaze to one of the iron-armored ants ahead, and soon information materialized before him. Chapter 25, Crushing Through the Heiress Requests. Name, Iron-Armored Ant. Rating, Elite, Green. Level, 59. Attack Power, 1000. Health Points, 30. 000. Physical Defense, 8000. Magical Defense, 8000. Passive Skill, Silver Armor Protection. Upon receiving damage, it instantly increases both defenses by 10. Active Skills, Silver Armor Charge, Summon Ant Swarm. Invincible Defense. What is this invincible defense skill? Fang Chen asked. Su Muyu quickly replied. The data indicates that the invincible defense of the iron-armored ant is formidable. It can become immune to all damage for 3 seconds. This is merely an elite, green, iron-armored ant. If it were the iron-armored ant king here, the duration of this invincibility would extend to an impressive 10 seconds. Moreover, the information states that the dual defenses of these ants are extraordinarily high. And while their attack power is not significant, they are exceedingly slow to defeat. Fang Chen nodded in agreement, having already observed the ant's stats, which indeed boasted an outrageous level of defense and health. If he could exploit this, it would be immensely profitable. He had the ability to use the Divine Insect Division skill to split a commanding insect into countless numbers, subsequently evolving them into fire stingers. However, he was still uncertain if this strategy would be viable and needed to seek an opportunity to experiment. All right, I shall commence now, Fang Chen declared with a smile. Su Muyu replied, good. If you become weary, we can take a break. The data states there are a total of 300 iron-armored ants and 4 iron-armored ant kings in this area. It seems we may be in for a prolonged battle. Fang Chen chuckled at this. A prolonged battle? I am eager to exit and change my class. Just watch. Little heiress. With a swift motion of his hand, Fang Chen summoned over 20,000 nano-venomous insects, which swiftly coalesced into a formidable cloud of purple mist. The iron-armored ants, known for their astonishing defensive capabilities, could withstand the fiery stings of lesser creatures, but the venomous fog rendered such defenses moot, compelling Fang Chen to unleash its devastating effects without hesitation. As the noxious mist spread forth, it soon ensnared the first iron-armored ant, which succumbed almost instantly, collapsing to the ground. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in their minds. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an iron-armored ant, earning 1,000 experience points. Soon after, the second and third ants fell victim to the same fate. Witnessing this unparalleled onslaught, Su Muyu was momentarily struck with awe. How impressive! Is this the might of mythic-level insects? Truly remarkable. A handsome and powerful beastmaster such as yourself is simply irresistible. Fang Chen, feeling somewhat flustered under Su Muyu's gaze, stammered. Are you really considering such a serious commitment? Unabashed, Su Muyu replied with fervor. Not only will I pledge myself to you, but I am also determined to be yours forever. Fang Chen, taken aback by her intensity, cleared his throat. Ahem. We are in a nightmarish dungeon, so do mind your expressions. I might lose focus. Indeed, if I can distract you, that brings me great joy. Considering Su Muyu's beauty, which could easily place her among the school's most esteemed, Fang Chen found it impossible to remain unaffected. Seeking to divert the conversation, he suggested, "Why not demonstrate your skills? After all, you are a phoenix mage. What abilities do you possess? Show me." Sumuyu eagerly responded. The phoenix mage specializes in light magic, which proves effective against dark creatures. However, the iron-armored ants do not fall within that category, thus I hold no inherent advantage here. But if you wish to see, I shall oblige. With that, she produced a staff, and the surrounding magical energy began to coalesce. Soon, a brilliant crimson phoenix materialized, soaring toward the iron-armored ants. In the next moment, Fang Chen witnessed damage manifest above the ant's head. 300. Is that all? Are you perhaps a hidden class? Fang Chen chuckled. That damage pales in comparison to what the nano insects inflict. Sumuyu retorted, these iron-armored ants possess exceedingly high defenses against other monsters. I could deal over 2,000 damage. Besides, this phoenix skill and my staff are among the most powerful of their tier. Oh, by the way, my father has prepared 2 even more potent magical items for me, but alas, they require level 90 for use. He spent over 10 billion on them. As she spoke, Sumuyu revealed 2 pieces of equipment, which left Fang Chen momentarily speechless. Advanced Ring of the Goblin Ancestor Projection. Grade, Gold Yellow. Required level, 90. Intelligence, 100. Mental Power, 100. Class Requirement, Mage. Effect, Life Drain. Restores 1 health per second after equipping. Staff of the Goblin Ancestors Advancement. Grade, Gold Yellow. Required level, 90. Magical Attack Power, 3000. Intelligence, 200. Spirit, 200. Class Requirement, Mage. Effect, reduces spellcasting time by 20. Attached skill, Earth Sanctuary. Creates a layer of earth barrier after 1 second of casting, absorbing 10,000 points of attack damage, with a duration of 5 minutes and a cooldown of 30 minutes. This was not something he had acquired from farming the Goblin Ancestors Projection. It seems the auction house owner chose not to sell it, and kept it for his daughter. However, it is indeed logical, as it still belongs to their family. Once Sumuyu upgrades her equipment, she can sell it. After all, having assets is a blessing, especially when they are from one's own household. Alright, I know you are a little wealthy lady, so hurry and stow it away. Let us try out some other skills. Sumuyu nodded and proceeded to unleash several other skills. Most of them were crowd control abilities, such as Ice Wall and Rock Spike. The mage's true strength lies in the later stages, with high area damage and crowd control skills proving to be crucial. For someone like Sumuyu, who does not lack for funds, the early game is primarily about leveling up and honing her crowd control and battlefield management skills. However, it is evident that Sumuyu is yet to encounter these aspects. In the time that followed, Fang Chen made a concerted effort to integrate her into the experience, encouraging her to practice crowd control. After all, these skills would eventually need to be mastered. Most importantly, if he did not keep her occupied, she might resort to using her charm abilities on him, which made Fang Chen apprehensive about surrendering to her allure. While such a scenario could be enjoyable, the environment here did little to pique his interest. As the toxic mists wafted through the air, Sumuyu diligently practiced her skills behind him, while Fang Chen busily collected materials. After merely 3 hours, his inventory held the remains of 299 iron-armored ants. It seemed these ants only dropped corpses, as not a single other item was found. Nevertheless, this was sufficient, as he had gathered the first set of materials for the second advancement quest. The last one lay ahead. Next would be the Iron-Armored Ant King, Fang Chen remarked. As he spoke, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the Iron-Armored Ant, earning 1,000 experience points. With the final ant falling, Fang Chen noticed that his experience had accumulated to level 70. What is your experience now? Fang Chen inquired. Level 68. Sumuyu replied gleefully. That is quite rapid. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. He had accumulated 5 levels of experience, while Sumuyu had gained an impressive 7 levels. This pace was indeed extraordinary. The experience yield from nightmare difficulty is remarkably high. Sumuyu looked at Fang Chen and remarked, no wonder you level up so quickly. Your dungeon clearing speed is simply unbeatable. Fang Chen, may I accompany you in leveling up from now on? I am willing to pay, at a rate twice that of what I typically pay my mercenary group, 200 million dragon coins per hour. What do you say? Surely, you wouldn't have the heart to decline the request of your future girlfriend, would you? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen feigned contemplation for a moment before responding, very well. But I must emphasize that it's for the sake of the commission. Are you in need of money? Sumuyu inquired with a playful blink. If you're short on funds, just let me know. I have plenty to spare. Is 10 billion enough? That is my maximum allowance. If it falls short, I can always ask my father for more. Fang Chen was rendered speechless, a wealthy heiress indeed. 10 billion as pocket money. He had toiled hard to slay the goblin ancestral projection, earning only a meager sum in comparison. Even cultivating a fire spike worm to evolve cost him 10 billion, which pained him greatly. Yet, before her, it was merely considered pocket change. Little Sue, flaunting your wealth like this will only invite trouble, especially considering your actions may lead me to believe you are trying to keep me. You could think of it that way. If you're willing, I could support you. Sumuyu blushed as she continued. Moreover, once you become my boyfriend, everything I possess would also belong to you. Fang Chen, upon hearing this, was momentarily at a loss for words and then asked, "Are you an only child? If you take me as your husband, would I inherit your family fortune?" "Yes." Sumuyu nodded earnestly. Fang Chen felt utterly helpless. If your father were to witness your assertiveness, he would likely be infuriated. Yet, Sumuyu replied with a serious expression, he simply has yet to see how remarkable you truly are. If he were aware of your strength, he would undoubtedly wish for me to marry you immediately. Let's not dwell on that. Shall we proceed to clear the dungeon? Fang Chen found it increasingly difficult to resist her advances. If not for the last shred of male pride he clung to, he might have succumbed to Sumuyu's charms long ago. The final iron-armored ant proved to be quite a challenge. The Howling Sky Wolves had compiled a list of precautions after their encounter years ago. There are 4 iron-armored ants of nightmare level, but only one is genuine. The other 3 are mere illusions. However, defeating any of the 4 will yield materials. It is crucial to note that these 4 iron-armored ants share a bond. Their death intervals must not exceed 1 minute. Otherwise, any previously slain ant will resurrect. Sumuyu elaborated. Fang Chen nodded in understanding. No wonder the Howling Sky Wolves spent 3 full days battling them. Indeed, the final 4 were difficult to handle. Yet, for Fang Chen, dispatching them in an instant was a trivial matter. However, he preferred not to do so. After all, their ability to resurrect meant they could drop Iron Ant remains anew. He needed 4 pieces, and Sumuyu required 4 as well, totaling 8. Given the drop rates, they would likely need to defeat them a dozen times. Once we enter, you shall use control spells to separate them, and we will take them down one by one. Strive to gather sufficient materials for a complete annihilation. You wish to? Sumuyu had already comprehended Fang Chen's intentions, her eyes gleaming with fervor as she eagerly nodded. By the way, Sumuyu suddenly remarked, there is another matter. The iron-armored ant possesses a passive skill that renders it immune to any negative status effects, such as poison, fear, bleeding, and so forth. Therefore, your toxic mist will be ineffective against them. Fang Chen was somewhat taken aback by this revelation, as it was something he had not anticipated. It is worth noting that the iron-armored ant is merely a commander-level, blue, creature. To possess such a formidable passive ability, one that even the mythical nano-poison bug's venom cannot breach, is indeed remarkable. This is undoubtedly divine in nature. However, upon reflection, one realizes that no matter how powerful this divine skill may be, it ultimately serves only against negative states. If it were a skill that could be wielded by practitioners, it would indeed be a miracle. Unfortunately, being a skill of an insect, its potency is diminished. The nano-poison bug derives its strength primarily from its sheer numbers. The majority of iron-armored ants are of elite level, green, and those that reach commander level, blue, are rare, and they are inherently weaker in terms of attack power. Thus, in comparison to high-damage insects like the nano-poison bug, their threat level remains considerably lower. The two soon pushed open the door and entered the final cavern. As they stepped inside, the scene before them unfolded. Before their eyes lay a rather dilapidated grand hall. At the center of the hall was a clear space, surrounded by several stone pillars that upheld the entire structure. Within that expanse, there were 4 holes leading directly beneath the ground, presumably the nesting site of the iron-armored ants. Stay back. I will disperse them shortly. Fang Chen cautioned. Sumuyu nodded, hastily retreating a few steps while drawing forth her staff, adopting a posture of readiness. Fang Chen, on the other hand, commanded a fire spike bug to fly forward. As the fire spike bug approached the 4 holes, the grand hall suddenly began to tremble. Simultaneously, heaps of dark soil erupted from the openings. Soon, 4 enormous ants, their bodies entirely covered in shimmering silver scales, emerged from the depths below. The scales of these 4 ants glimmered with a silvery sheen, exuding an imposing aura. At the first glance, Fang Chen's eyes were drawn to the information that materialized before him. Name, Iron-Armored Ant King. Rating, Commander Level, Blue. Level, 60. Attack Power, 2,000. Health, 50,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magical Defense, 10,000. Passive Skills, Silver Armor Body, Rock Solid Defense, when damage is received. Both defensive stats are immediately enhanced by 20, immune to any negative status effects. Active skills, Silver Armor Stab, Summon Ant Swarm, Invincible Defense. Upon examining the attributes, Fang Chen could not help but mutter a curse at the absurdity. This health and these attributes are nothing short of a nightmare for an average practitioner. No wonder no one dares to tackle the nightmare level difficulty. This dungeon has a level restriction, allowing only those below level 59 to enter. Most players at level 59 are at the peak of their first class, with an attack power that barely reaches 3,000. However, the Iron-Armored Ant King boasts a defense of 10,000, making it nearly impossible to break through its defenses. Progressing even a little over 3 days would be quite an accomplishment. Unfortunately, today they encountered Fang Chen, with such attributes. If he could control one and create a protective layer around himself, would that not render him invincible? Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. His perfect control skill had just cooled down, making today the perfect opportunity to test it. Yet, it was not the right time. As he observed the 4 iron-armored ant kings fully emerge and assess their surroundings, they charged toward the 2. Fang Chen quickly called out, "Attack!" "All right." Sumuyu shifted from her previous state, focusing intently. With a surge of magical energy, she swiftly unleashed 4 spells. Fang Chen saw the 4 magical fluctuations appear around the iron-armored ant kings, quickly forming 4 pits, each a half-meter deep, an ordinary spell known as Earth Pit. Above these pits, an ice crystal cage materialized, a common spell referred to as Ice Crystal Cage. These 2 spells consumed little mana, allowing him to sustain them for a longer duration. "Watch out, Fang Chen!" Sumuyu suddenly shouted. Fang Chen turned to see that one of the iron-armored ant kings had slipped free, evading the Earth Pit. "I apologize, controlling 4 at once is a bit taxing," Sumuyu admitted, feeling a pang of guilt. Fang Chen reassured her, "No worries, you've done remarkably well up to this point. Just keep practicing. It will emerge from that spot again. Just maintain your focus." With a wave of his hand, countless fire spikes and nano-poison bugs surged towards the escaping iron-armored ant king. Chapter 27. Another bug captured, record broken. "Yes," Sumuyu nodded. With Fang Chen's encouragement, she gradually regained her confidence. Meanwhile, Fang Chen commanded the fire spikes to swarm the fleeing iron-armored ant king. More than 20,000 fire spikes enveloped the creature almost instantaneously. The next moment, a series of system notifications rang out. "Ping. You lost 1 fire spike." "Ping. You lost 2 fire spikes." Simultaneously, Fang Chen noticed changes in the iron-armored ant king's attributes. Its dual defenses, now 10,000-30,000, were plummeting rapidly. Although the iron-armored ant king possessed the silver armor skill, which enhanced its defense by 20, this boost proved insufficient against the fire spikes. In just 2 seconds, Fang Chen observed its dual defenses drop, too, indicating they were no longer visible. Concurrently, the iron-armored ant king's health began to deteriorate swiftly, though the decrease was modest. 2,300, 2,200. The ironclad ant king possessed a staggering 50,000 health points. Although its speed was impressively swift, the consumption of the fire spike insects was considerably high. Fang Chen swiftly gestured for the fire spike insects to withdraw, redirecting the nano venom insects into the fray. With their formidable attack power and the ironclad ant king's lack of defense, the health points began to plummet. 6,800, 6,700, 6,800. As the nano venom insects seized control of the battlefield, within mere seconds, the ironclad ant king collapsed to the ground, erupting in a profusion of items. Among them, Fang Chen spotted a shimmering silver iron plate. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the material he required. Ironclad ant remains. Special material, usable for completing the second transition quest. No attributes. Fang Chen flashed a smile at Sumuyu, promptly collecting the remains. Sumuyu, while managing her magical energy, nodded with a smile. Clearly elated, Fang Chen then turned his attention to the 3 other ironclad ant kings ensnared within their crystalline cages and continued his assault. The initial encounter had cost him dearly, resulting in the loss of 2,000 fire spike insects and 200 nano venom insects, though these creatures could still reproduce. Witnessing their tragic demise filled him with a twinge of sorrow. However, having gained experience from the first battle, Fang Chen maneuvered with greater ease in the subsequent encounters. The fire spike insects led the charge, with the nano venom insects closely trailing behind. The 2 types of insects split into 2 groups, surging towards the 2 crystalline cages. In just 5 seconds, 2 more notifications rang out. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the ironclad ant king, earning 500,000 experience points. Fang Chen waved his hand, collecting the materials dropped by the 2 ironclad ant kings. To his surprise, only a single iron plate remains was recovered this time, alongside a plethora of other items. One of which appeared to be a skill book, though he had no time to examine it. He gazed at the original crystalline cage that had failed to ensnare the ironclad ant king. With 3 of the 4 ironclad ant kings swiftly dispatched, only 1 remained, waiting for the others to respawn. After a brief wait of several seconds, the other 3 crystalline cages soon revealed the return of the black soil, signaling the imminent reappearance of the 3 ironclad ant kings. "Can you hold on?" Fang Chen inquired. Sumuyu nodded, though her complexion had paled, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. She hurriedly consumed a blue potion, which slightly restored her color. "Hang in there, my wealthy lady, soon. I shall be your boyfriend for a minute." Fang Chen jested. Sumuyu's eyes sparkled at his words. "Then I shall take you at your word." Fang Chen couldn't help but smile at her newfound vigor. Fortuitously, he had brought her along, although he could have easily cleared the challenge alone. Gathering sufficient materials would have undoubtedly required multiple runs, significantly increasing the time cost. Teamwork proved invaluable. With Sumuyu by his side, the 4 ironclad ant kings would not converge together, for if they did, he would be unable to eliminate them one by one. As the 3 additional creatures emerged, Fang Chen did not hesitate. He once more commanded the fire spike worm and nano venom worm to attack. Within 5 seconds, 3 of the ironclad ant kings had perished. However, their luck was rather unfortunate this time, yielding only a single piece of ironclad debris. Counting the previous ones, there were merely 3 in total. Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders at Su Muyu, encouraging her to continue her efforts. The drop rate had always been notoriously disappointing. In the ensuing 10 minutes, Fang Chen slew no less than 50 ironclad ant kings, eventually accumulating 8 pieces of ironclad debris. Yet, it seemed that the brutal slaughter of the ironclad ant kings had its repercussions. In the subsequent dozens of attempts, aside from ironclad debris, no other materials emerged. Once Fang Chen gathered an adequate amount of ironclad debris, he signaled Su Muyu that she could cease her endeavors. Su Muyu, her face pale, approached him and inquired, "Aren't you going to take action against this last one? The other 3 will revive soon." Fang Chen replied, "You should find a place to sit and rest. I wish to attempt to control this final one." Su Muyu nodded, understanding that as a beastmaster, particularly one of the insect variety, she could not afford to miss any opportunity to command a creature. After all, each successful control would augment her strength. Fang Chen set his sights on the last ironclad ant king and chose perfect control. In the next instant, a series of system notifications resounded. Ding. Congratulations. You have successfully controlled the ironclad ant king. Ding. Congratulations. You have cleared the nightmare level ironclad ant nest dungeon. Your record has been updated. Ding. The system will broadcast the updated dungeon record citywide in 1 minute. You may name your team. By default, it will adopt the captain's name. Upon receiving the notification, Fang Chen promptly transferred the captaincy to Su Muyu before eagerly inspecting the attributes of the ironclad ant king he had controlled. Name, Ironclad Ant King. Rating, Commander Level, Blue. Level, 60. Attack Power, 2,000. Health Points, 50,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magical Defense, 10,000. Passive Skill, Silver Armor Protection, when damaged. It immediately enhances both defenses by 20. Reminder, Commander and Divine Insects are capable of evolution. Divine Insect Splitting Talent activated. Currently splitting, maximum limit 250,000. Current quantity, 10,250,000. Viewing the attribute details, Fang Chen nodded in satisfaction. The overall attributes remained unchanged. However, it was unfortunate that upon his control, the passive skill Rock Solid and the active skills had vanished. If only he could have inherited the Rock Solid skill, he would have been invincible. Alas, it was not meant to be. As for the active skills, they held little utility. The ironclad ant was a defensive insect and did not necessitate offensive maneuvers. Fang Chen reassured himself that acquiring such a formidable defensive creature was already a significant achievement. As for the divine passive skill Rock Solid, its absence was inconsequential. After all, it was merely of commander level. He would find ways to evolve it in the future, which should enhance its prowess. Merely contemplating evolution left Fang Chen in a state of exasperation. The costs associated with insect evolution were exorbitant. Contemplating his previous hypothesis, he decided to experiment. He retrieved an ironclad ant and proceeded to select the fire stinger for evolution. Soon, a voice resonated in the air. Ding. The evolution of the fire stinger under your control has failed. Reminder, you cannot facilitate the evolution of insects under your control among themselves. Please select other insects. Upon receiving this notification, Fang Chen felt utterly defeated. Indeed, the system would not grant him any shortcuts. To achieve evolution through the divine insect split ability of his controlled insects was unfeasible. It was imperative that the insects he wished to evolve were not under his command. In simpler terms, one must invest real money. Could one aspire to grow stronger without financial input? Dream on. Hey, are you alright? In less than a minute, the system was ready to broadcast, leaving him to ponder the name. Just then, Su Muyu suddenly called out. Chapter 28. A shock to the entire city, shifting positions. Upon hearing her, Fang Chen approached and remarked, "Just use your name as the team name. I've already appointed you as the captain." Su Muyu replied, "But that is not acceptable. Throughout this journey, the majority of the credit belongs to you. I'm merely a supplementary figure. I only require you to be my boyfriend for a minute, as you just mentioned." Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Fang Chen sighed. "Then let us choose a random name. Just ensure it doesn't attract attention." With the record being shattered, it was likely to incite another wave of commotion. Remaining low-key was becoming increasingly challenging. Su Muyu chuckled. "What is so difficult about that? Your last record-breaking name misled many. However, such incidents will undoubtedly recur. Since you've chosen the name Swordsman, you shouldn't wear the swordsman robe." She then produced a mage robe and tossed it to him. This way, when they investigate the swordsman, they won't notice you as a mage. Besides, I crafted this equipment myself. It can be inscribed with a name, and I've already prepared it. Fang Chen nodded. Many basic pieces of equipment could be crafted, and they allowed for naming. However, their attributes were almost negligible. Su Muyu's statement held merit. Since he had misled them to seek a swordsman, carrying the long sword of a swordsman would be quite inappropriate. He promptly donned the robe. Yet, upon glancing at the name inscribed on it, he couldn't help but feel speechless. The mage robe bore the name, "I have a girlfriend." "Are you serious with this name? What if I can't find a girlfriend in the future? Then choose me, hee. Su Muyu laughed. "If you ever tackle dungeons alone, this equipment's name will also obscure your original name. It's quite useful. Fang Chen sighed, but with the name already chosen, there was no turning back. All right then, I'll handle the team name. Sumu nodded. Fang Chen quickly entered the team name. Just as the system broadcast time arrived, the announcement echoed, ding. The record for the ironclad ant nest dungeon has been refreshed. The latest record is nightmare level, taking 4 hours and 3 minutes. The team is led by Su Mu Yu, known as the affluent young lady of the Su family, with a companion named I Have a Girlfriend. As a series of system notifications resonated, Su Mu Yu was momentarily taken aback. You are insufferable. Though it's true that I am wealthy, there was no need to disclose it. Fang Chen chuckled, choosing silence as he began to tally the spoils. Outside the Huangsha town dungeon, countless professionals stood frozen upon hearing the announcement. 4 hours? 3 minutes? What kind of devilish team is this? Just 2 individuals? Could they possibly be 8th-tier professionals wreaking havoc in the fishing pond? Impossible. The iron-armored ant nest has entry requirements. Anyone above level 59 cannot enter. Who on earth are these two? They are astonishingly formidable. The record set by the Howling Sky Wolf team was also nightmarish, yet it took them 3 whole days. Who exactly is this Su family's young heiress? Goodness, is this the power of spending money? Just because she's wealthy, does she need to be so arrogant? If I had money, would I be like this? Unable to even join an ordinary team. At the entrance of Huangsha town, Red E and the others were similarly stunned. Nightmare level difficulty was something they dared not approach. Back in the day, their leader had to pay to hire the Howling Sky Wolf team just to secure a spot. Yet now, this record had been shattered by such a margin. Boss, doesn't this Su family young lady seem very much like Sumuyu? One asked. Indeed. Her family runs an auction house. She is indeed a little heiress. But surely, her strength cannot be that formidable. Could it be the fellow who just stood up for her? Red E, who had been irked with Fang Chen, suddenly changed his expression upon hearing this. We must leave at once. The possibility of it being that young man is too great. We can no longer intervene in this matter. The others nodded in agreement and promptly departed from Huangsha town. In Longhua City, Qianhe and Nangong exchanged knowing glances and laughed. This individual is truly remarkable. The previous record for the iron-armored ant nest dungeon was set by the Howling Sky Wolf, taking 3 days. Who would have thought this young man accomplished it in just 4 hours, and even appointed Su Mu Yu as the team leader? The one named I Have a Girlfriend must be his hidden identity. Ah, the youth of today? Nangong remarked. Teacher, today's youth are indeed different from our time. But surely, Howling Sky Wolf has caught wind of this news. Do you think he will? Qianhe responded with a smile. He likely won't go. Even if he rushes over now, he would be too late. Moreover, Fang Chen seems intent on concealing his identity, so he probably won't encounter him. He has 2 paths ahead, either to the Transmutation Temple or to seek information through the Su family auction house. The young lady from the Su family is evidently close to Fang Chen. If we can locate Su Mu Yu, we shall surely find him as well. Nangong nodded. Based on his understanding of Howling Sky Wolf, it was highly probable he would pursue leads through the Su family auction house. After all, the Transmutation Temple was managed by the military. It would be unwise for Howling Sky Wolf to ambush someone here. And he must have deduced that both Nangong and Qianhe were present. Since someone is already here, there is no need to make another trip. It is far more convenient to approach the auction house directly. The professional forum has nearly been inundated with this system announcement. Countless individuals are clamoring for the truth on the forum. Has a prodigy emerged in Longhua City? How could this happen in just 4 hours? I too am curious. How could such a formidable figure remain nameless? Surely, they have a name. After all, the little heiress of the Su family is known as such, and she is indeed among the wealthy elite. Is this strength a result of her association with the affluent, or is it that they are listed among the wealthy themselves? This little heiress of the Su family seems somewhat familiar. Could she possibly be our campus belle, Sumuyu? I feel a striking resemblance. Who exactly is this esteemed individual that has managed to win over my goddess? I have a girlfriend? How infuriating. If you have a girlfriend, so be it. But there is no need to flaunt it shamelessly. While the entire Longhua City is buzzing with this news, within the nightmarish realm of the Iron Ant Nest, Fang Chen and Su Mu Yu are in no hurry to exit. Fang Chen lays out the materials he has gathered. In addition, there are 300 Iron Ant corpses. Each of them requires 100 for their respective tasks, leaving an extra 100 that they may choose to sell. Beyond this, they have also obtained 2 pieces of equipment and 1 skill book. Iron Ant King's Belt, Grade, Blue, Commander. Required level, 60, Health, 3000, Physical Defense, 1000, Magic Defense, 1000, Class Requirement, Berserker, Set Effect, Iron Armor. Gather 3 pieces of Iron Ant King equipment to increase both defenses by 5. Iron Ant King's Leggings, Grade, Blue, Commander. Required level, 60, Health, 4000, Physical Defense, 1200, Magic Defense, 1200, Class Requirement, Berserker, Set Effect, Iron Armor. Gather 3 pieces of Iron Ant King equipment to increase both defenses by 5. It is indeed a set, albeit they only possess 2 pieces. How much could this little heiress sell for? Fang Chen inquires. Su Mu Yu shakes her head. Fang Chen nods. Such a fortunate opportunity should not be missed. He promptly hands both pieces of equipment and the remaining 100 iron ant corpses to Sumuyu. He then turns his attention to the final skill book. Universal skill, dimensional shift. Instantly swap positions with a summoned creature or a controlled beast. Applicable classes, Summoner. Beastmaster. This is something you can utilize. It would be best not to sell it. The life-preserving skills for Beastmasters are already scarce. You should keep it for yourself. Sumuyu insists. Fang Chen nods in agreement, as he shares the same sentiment. Without hesitation, he chooses to learn the skill. Ding. You have learned the skill dimensional shift. Seeing this, Sumuyu quickly rises. Come, let us test it out. I too want to see the effects. Chapter 29. The campus bell takes initiative. Fang Chen's defense is breached. Fang Chen agrees, eager to ascertain the efficacy of this dimensional shift skill. He promptly releases several insects, the nano venom bug, the fire stinger bug, and the iron ant he has just tamed. 3 types of insects each released a dozen or so individuals. When Fang Chen glanced back at these creatures, he discovered that they all displayed a skill option labeled teleportation. It appeared that by selecting any one of these insects, he could instantly swap places with it. Sumuyu stood to the side, beckoning him. Here, see if you can come over. Beneath her feet lay a nano-venomous insect. Fang Chen nodded and promptly selected the teleportation skill. In the next moment, he astonishingly vanished from his original position, and almost simultaneously, a nano-venomous insect appeared in the spot he had just vacated. Meanwhile, the nano-venomous insect near Sumuyu also vanished, only for a figure to suddenly materialize in its place. It was none other than Fang Chen. The teleportation had indeed succeeded. Before Fang Chen could gauge the cooldown time of this skill, he suddenly froze. It turned out that the nano-venomous insect was quite small, and thus had been too close to Sumuyu. At the moment of their position swap, Fang Chen appeared almost nose-to-nose with her. Their eyes met, and he was instantly enveloped by the fragrance of her presence and the warmth of her breath. Sumuyu, equally astonished, had not anticipated Fang Chen to be so close, so suddenly. I miscalculated the distance. Let me try again, Fang Chen said, attempting to create some space. However, Sumuyu directly embraced him. Hey, even though we're alone here, don't get carried away. I warn you, I'm not someone to be trifled with. But when I get reckless, it's no longer human. At her words, Sumuyu let out a soft laugh. You said it yourself, if I can hold out. You promised to be my boyfriend for a minute. The timer starts now. You are my boyfriend. With that, she leaned in closer to Fang Chen, and in an instant, he was enveloped by her warmth, their lips brushing together softly. Fang Chen hurriedly pushed her away, his face flushing slightly. I'm quite the scoundrel. I neither initiate nor refuse, nor take responsibility. Are you sure about this? Who said anything about responsibility? Sumuyu interjected, launching another assault. Despite Fang Chen's formidable defenses, he ultimately succumbed, indulging in the warmth of their shared moment. Minutes later, as they released each other, Fang Chen noticed Sumuyu's cheeks were slightly flushed, as she nestled against him, exuding an air of a blissful woman. He wiped his mouth, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, let me try the skill again. You gather up the spoils, and we'll leave shortly. Okay, I'll do as you say, Sumuyu replied, nodding. Fang Chen quickly turned and released a flying fire stinger insect. The teleportation skill had refreshed, and he was curious to see what would happen if he swapped places with the airborne insect. In the next moment, he activated the teleportation skill. As expected, he found himself suspended in midair. Fortunately, he had anticipated this, and upon appearing, he activated the 7-star wings, preventing him from plummeting to the ground. However, he also caught sight of the skill's cooldown time. It takes a full minute. One must understand that beast tamers, summoners, and mages all belong to the same magical class. Likewise, the self-preservation capabilities of these 3 professions are quite limited. Comparatively, mages fare slightly better, as their profession is in high demand, ensuring protection during both leveling and quests. Summoners, on the other hand, possess numerous summoned creatures, granting them superior self-defense compared to beast tamers. Only the beast tamer lacks summoning cards or the protection of other professionals, relying solely on the beasts they command, rendering their survival ability the weakest of all. Although the skill of teleportation is formidable, its cooldown period of 1 minute is regrettable. In a dire situation, one can only save oneself at most once, which is unfortunate, Fang Chen lamented. Nevertheless, he acknowledged that this ability, albeit limited, was better than nothing, and he chose not to dwell on it further. Moments later, Fang Chen and Sumuyu exited the Iron Arm Ant dungeon in succession. At that moment, a throng of professionals had gathered at the dungeon's entrance, most of whom had come to witness the spectacle after hearing the system announcement. However, they were unaware of the identity of the creator, and thus, when Fang Chen and his companion emerged, they attracted little attention. Meanwhile, within Longhua City, the president of the Hongjiang Guild sat in a chair, perusing the guild's financial report. Opposite him, a woman clad in red smiled and remarked, Brother, the record you set for the Iron Arm Ant dungeon has been shattered. Aren't you the least bit curious? This woman was Hong Shui, the younger sister of Hong Jiang, a level 93rd tier archer and the vice president of the Hongjiang Guild. In response, Hong Jiang chuckled. What is there to be curious about? That record was purchased with money back then. Otherwise, how could the Hongjiang Guild have been established so rapidly? Talent emerges in every generation, and it is only natural for records to be broken, though I did not expect it to be by such a margin. That's exactly what I wanted to say, brother. The individual who shattered the record is undoubtedly a genius. Should we not strive to recruit them? Hong Shui proposed. Hong Jiang laughed again. Do you really think a genius would be interested in a guild like ours? Has Xiao Tianlang met this person despite his extensive efforts? Hong Shui immediately grasped the implication. If even the Wolf King did not consider this person worthy, how could they expect him to join a lesser guild ranked among the top 100 super guilds? However, it was also true that such a talented individual would find joining these super guilds a matter of little difficulty. I may have overthought this, Hong Jiang said with a smile, choosing not to elaborate further. At that moment, a message arrived, unmistakably from Hong Yi. In the message, Hong Yi clearly recounted their encounter. In conclusion, he wrote, President, the individual who broke your record is likely the one who helped Su Muyu. What should we do now? Such a genius rising to prominence is inevitable. If you provoke him, you might as well leave the guild. Understood. Hong Yi responded, visibly shaken. Hong Jiang then turned to Hong Shui. Go find Hong Yi and the others. Those fools have offended the genius and can no longer remain stagnant in their levels. Urge them to break through quickly and then send them to the lowest level world refresh points to gather materials for the guild. All right. Hong Shui nodded and promptly departed. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the Tianlang mercenary corps, the president, Lord Nangong, and Mentor Qian, he had not left the transmutation shrine for an entire day. Additionally, are we truly not dispatching anyone to Huangsha town? An underling inquired. Xiao Tianlang shook his head. No need. These two are quite astute. That genius has already shattered my record, and they must be undertaking their second job. They are waiting at the transmutation shrine, where it is more convenient and won't attract the attention of others. Furthermore, since the record has already been broken, it would be futile to send someone now. Is the identity of that young heiress from the Su family confirmed? It is highly likely she is the daughter of the owner of the Su auction house. Xiao Tianlang nodded and then stated, in that case, prepare some gifts and head to their doorstep immediately. It is imperative that you meet this Su Muyu, ideally. We would uncover the true identity of that genius. If that proves impossible, do not force it. We are here to extend a gesture of goodwill, not to abduct. Understood. The subordinate nodded. Chapter 30, Guild Recruitment, Old Su's Visit. Enough, let's conclude here. On a street in Longhua City, Fang Chen remarked. Su Muyu inquired. What time will you go for your job change tomorrow? I'll be waiting for you. Fang Chen replied helplessly, 8 o'clock. You promised to help me level up. I intend to cling to you until the third job change. Su Muyu said, her voice tinged with reluctance. Fang Chen asked, however, I will be waiting for you in Jiangbei province. You must also do your best. Su Muyu responded, though a hint of sadness lingered in her eyes. Fang Chen nodded. He was determined to attend Jiangbei University. Yet, he did not anticipate Su Muyu's early departure. This might be for the best, as it would spare him the distraction of a captivating school beauty by his side while he was leveling up, which could impede his progress. Yes. Su Muyu nodded and then left. 20 minutes later. Do you have any business? Su Muyu furrowed her brow. You are looking for me? What is it? Su Muyu had already surmised something, but still wished to confirm. The situation is thus. We would like to invite the girl who joined your team this afternoon to our Tianlang Guild. Could Miss Su assist in establishing contact? The other party said, presenting the gifts they had prepared earlier. Upon seeing them, Su Muyu was taken aback. It was a complete set of golden magic gear, specifically for level 60. She could use it immediately upon completing her job change tomorrow. This is a token of our sincerity, should any of your friends wish to join. They too will receive a set of golden equipment corresponding to their profession. Miss Su, what do you think? Though Su Muyu was quite fond of the equipment, she ultimately declined. I cannot accept this. As for joining your guild, I will inquire on your behalf. Await my news. Thank you, Miss Su. Please do accept this gift. The other party insisted. Su Muyu replied coolly, I have stated that I will inquire for you, but I cannot accept this. If I accept now, would it not imply a guarantee that he will definitely join? Should he indeed join later, I certainly would not hold back, but for now, I cannot take it. But Miss Su, should you choose not to depart, I shall inquire about this matter on your behalf. Nay, we shall leave at once, Miss Su. Do ensure you assist us. The members of the Wolf Club hurriedly gathered their belongings and took their leave. As soon as they departed, Su Muyu rushed to her father, entwining her arm with his. You reckless girl, where have you been this time? Even the members of the Wolf Club have come to present you with gifts. It seems the record from this afternoon was indeed your doing. Su Mu Tian chuckled. Father, do not speak such nonsense. I possess no such abilities, and you are well aware of my limitations. I am indeed aware. Which is why I am curious about this prodigious talent who completed the dual instance dungeon in merely 4 hours. Surely you would not withhold their identity from your father? Su Muyu replied. That I cannot disclose. I promise to keep it confidential. Is not integrity the cornerstone of our trade? Oh, you little minx. Now you lecture me on integrity. Very well, if you refuse to divulge their name, at least tell me their profession. Su Mu Tian insisted. Su Muyu's eyes darted as she pondered, concluding that revealing merely the profession should be acceptable. Promise me you won't let it slip. They are a beast master. A beast master? Su Mu Tian paused, the mention of this profession stirring memories of the individual who had vanquished the goblin ancestor S projection days prior. Could they be the same person? Lost in thought, Su Mu Yu produced an array of items, revealing the spoils from the recent iron ant nest raid. These are the spoils from the dungeon. I promised to sell them for a friend. Please waive the handling fee. Just transfer the funds directly to me, and I will forward them. Su Mu Tian remained silent, fixated on the equipment and treasures before him. After a moment, he inquired. The goblin ancestor S projection and the record from the Firethorn Worm dungeon. Was that also accomplished by your friend? Su Mu Yu was taken aback by her father's sudden seriousness and nodded. Indeed, it was them. Who else could clear the nightmare-level iron ant nest in 4 hours? Father, what troubles you? Su Mu Yu asked, concern etched on her face, for she had never seen her father like this. Su Mu Tian looked at her earnestly. Would you take me to meet them? I wish to make their acquaintance. But father, you forget that I mentioned they wish to remain anonymous. However, Su Mu Tian insisted. Their anonymity is of little consequence. The divine stone at the Job Change Temple records all transitions. Their identity is inevitably known. Nangong and Qian, he must already be aware. I've heard they have not left the temple all day, waiting for them to change jobs. Eventually, their identity will be revealed. And it matters not if I am one among many who know. Xiaoyu, I sincerely wish to meet this individual. Please assist me. But father, I do not wish to deceive them. They are truly significant to me. Su Mu Yu expressed her dilemma. Observing her distress, Su Mu Tian responded. And what of your mother? Perhaps they possess a means to remedy her ailment. Boom. The words spoken by Su Mu Tian struck Su Mu Yu like a bolt from the blue. What did you say? How do you know? Su Mu Yu asked in confusion. You have grown up. There are certain matters that must be revealed to you. After searching for so many years, I have finally encountered a prodigious beast tamer. And I truly do not wish to miss this opportunity. Over the years, many divine seeds have been discovered in Zhongbei province. Yet none have fit the criteria of the person I am seeking. You are the only one, and I will share the truth about your mother, allowing you to decide if you wish to accompany me in searching for her. With that, Su Mu Tian recounted the story of Su Mu Yu's mother. At that moment, Fang Chen was reclining on his bed, perusing the forums for adventurers. Today, the record for the ironclad ant nest had been shattered, causing an uproar throughout the forum. Countless individuals speculated whether the wealthy young lady from the Su family was indeed Su Mu Yu, while even more wondered about the identity of his girlfriend. How ridiculous. So what if he has a girlfriend? I have my own custom doll. After a while, finding the discussions tedious, Fang Chen decided to seek information regarding the admissions of Zhongbei University. As it was a certainty that he would attend, he needed to prepare in advance. Just as he was engrossed in his research, Su Mu Yu sent a connection request. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, but answered with a smile. Little rich girl. Are you this efficient? How much did you sell the equipment for? Little rich girl? The other end fell silent for a full 2 minutes before the sound of Su Mu Yu's sobs reached him. Fang Chen, may I bring my father to meet you? You might be the only one capable of curing my mother's ailment. I do not wish to deceive you. Can you meet my father? What is going on? Why are you crying? Of course, I can meet him. I'm not ugly, so why do you speak as if I'm someone to be hidden away? Fang Chen replied. At this, Su Mu Yu couldn't help but laugh. Uft, you're insufferable. I am serious. I know your address. And I'll bring my father right over. All right, I will wait for you. Fang Chen responded. Chapter 31, Lingering Snow and Mythical Spirits. Is it related to her mother? Fang Chen lay on his bed, sensing that there was likely a story behind this situation. While waiting, he browsed the forum for more information. News from Longhua City regarding Zhongbei province was still scarce. However, after some searching, he stumbled upon a post, a leaked report from 10 years ago titled, A Mage Guild Team Attacked in the Wilderness, Suffering Heavy Casualties. The content did not provide a list of names, merely stating that a team dispatched by the mages had been ambushed by an individual of considerable prowess, which led to a subsequent manhunt by the Mage Guild. Unfortunately, there were no further updates. To uncover more information, one would likely need to visit the Adventurers Forum of Zhongbei Province. Nevertheless, it seemed unnecessary. With Su Mu Yu and her father coming to find him, the truth would surely reveal itself. After half an hour of waiting, a knock resonated from the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by none other than Su Mu Yu and Su Mu Tian. Su Mu Yu's eyes were red, clearly having just wept. I apologize. I inadvertently exposed you, Fang Chen said. With a hint of apology, Su Mu spoke. Fang Chen, however, shook his head. It is of no concern. The proprietor of the Su auction house is not someone one can meet at will. Additionally, the Transmutation Temple possesses the Transmutation Godstone, which records the information of the transmuters, so exposure is merely a matter of time. Please come in. Fang Chen beckoned. Su Mu and Su Mu Tian entered the room in succession. Naturally, Fang Chen's residence could not compare to the opulence of the Su family mansion. Yet the room was kept remarkably clean and tidy, which took Su Mu Tian by surprise. You are quite right, my young friend. Today, Lord Nangong and Minter Qianhe have not left the Transmutation Temple. They must be awaiting your arrival. I am grateful for your willingness to meet with me. There is no need for such formality, Su boss. We shall have many opportunities for collaboration in the future, and I hope you will remember to offer me a discount. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Su Mutian offered an awkward smile and said, I heard from Xiaoyu that you are classmates? In that case, Fang Chen, I shall not be shy. I wish to inquire about your capabilities as a beastmaster in controlling insects. Fang Chen was taken aback. Sumu did not disclose to her father that she was an insect beastmaster. This girl was indeed quite loyal. However, this matter was hardly a secret. One could easily discover it by inquiring at school. Su boss, I am indeed an insect beastmaster, possessing an affinity for the insect race, which grants me considerable control over them, Fang Chen stated, omitting to mention his perfect mastery, a divine talent of his own. At this, Su Mutian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he quickly said, Then, Fang Chen, I have a matter on which I require your assistance. Regardless of the outcome, I will provide you with a substantial reward. What do you say? A substantial reward? Pray tell, what is the task? Fang Chen inquired. He was indeed in need of funds, as the evolution of insects required a considerable quantity, demanding substantial expenditure. Yet he was not foolish. What if the task proved difficult? What if there were dangers involved? One must have a life to spend money. The situation is as follows. It concerns my wife, Xiaoyu's mother. Many years ago, she accompanied a team from a mage guild on a transmutation mission when she was ambushed by a master of poison. It has now been 10 years, and she remains in a state of unconsciousness. I have sought the expertise of various poison masters across Jiangbei province, yet all have been at a loss. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and said, If she has been poisoned, you ought to seek a healer. As a beastmaster, this seems outside my realm of expertise. Su Mutian quickly responded, Please, allow me to finish. This matter truly relies on you. My wife's father is one of the elders of the Mage Guild, a man of considerable influence. Over the past decade, he has summoned nearly every 8th-tier light system healer and poison master, yet despite their efforts, Xiao Shui remains unresponsive. Subsequently, my father-in-law consulted with Li Qingfeng, the president of the Divination Guild, who personally diagnosed Xiao Shui. The conclusion was unexpected. He claimed that the reason for her prolonged unconsciousness lies in the presence of an insect in her mind. This insect is a mythical grade creature known as the soul-devouring insect, also referred to as the spirit insect. Mythical grade insect? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He thought to himself, if this is the topic of discussion, then I am indeed intrigued. The mythic level insect he was aware of was the nano-venomous insect. To acquire this mythical spirit insect would be akin to waking from a delightful dream. Could you provide a detailed introduction to this mythical spirit insect? Fang Chen inquired. Certainly. Su Mutian nodded. This mythical spirit insect is exceedingly rare and is known for its elusive nature. While it is not particularly difficult to eliminate, very few have the ability to locate them. Their psychic power is formidable, allowing them to evade the detection of professionals with ease. Only during the oviposition period do they become vulnerable. The assailant from years past must have obtained an insect egg and implanted it within Xiao Shui's mind. After hatching, the egg fed on her psychic energy to grow. While it does not pose a direct threat to her life, it continuously weakens her mental faculties, rendering her in a vegetative state. During this time, we administered a plethora of psychic potions to preserve her mental stability. However, if we do not find a solution soon, within a decade, the insect will have grown sufficiently strong to break free, at which point there will be no remedy. At this juncture, Su Mutian's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and Su Muyu beside him was equally overwhelmed with emotion. Fang Chen responded, I can certainly attempt to assist. But what makes you so certain of my success? While I possess the ability to control, I am curious as to how you came to know this. Moreover, if I were to travel to Jiangbei province now, it would take at least 10 days for the round trip. Jiangbei University will commence its enrollment in a month and a half. Wasting 10 days at this juncture is undoubtedly troublesome. With 1 million strong entering the university, stagnation equates to regression. Su Mutian hastily replied, I do not expect you to go immediately. Although you are exceptionally gifted, your strength is still somewhat lacking. My purpose for visiting was to forge a bond with you, for when you rise in the future, I hope you might assist my wife. Furthermore, my wife is currently not in Jiangbei province. My father-in-law has taken her to the Mage Association, and it will take at least a month and a half for her to arrive. Fang Chen then realized, so that is the case. But while you are not anxious, I am. It is a rare opportunity to encounter a mythical level insect. I do not wish to miss it easily. Waiting several years is not an option for me. Fang Chen contemplated, I appreciate your faith in me, so I shall be forthright. In a month and a half, Jiangbei University will begin its enrollment. I shall also be heading to Jiangbei province at that time. When the moment comes, I will take action, and I assure you of my success. As for whether you choose to believe me, that is entirely up to you. I can say no more on the matter. Having said this, Fang Chen ceased further dialogue. Su Mutian stared at him, momentarily at a loss for words. Given Fang Chen's youth and recent transition, could he genuinely choose to trust him? He could not comprehend where Fang Chen derived his confidence. Yet, to disbelieve would mean offending him. Contemplating this, Su Mutian proceeded. My dear friend, There is truly no need for such haste. We can certainly wait for you. I understand your concerns. Your youth may lead you to doubt my abilities. However, I am indifferent. You may take as long as 9 years before seeking me out again. Yet I reiterate, whether it is 9 years hence or this very moment, I possess the capability to heal your wife. Su Mutian expressed his worries further. My young friend, are you aware that should the control fail, the mythical spirit insect will immediately break free? I hope you comprehend my apprehensions. Fang Chen nodded in understanding. I do, yet I maintain my stance. I can heal her right now. As for whether you believe it or not, that is for you to decide. Moreover, do you truly wish to wait 9 years? With that, Fang Chen flipped his palm, revealing a nano-venomous insect. Seemingly casual, he addressed Su Muyu. Little Su, do you know what sort of insect this is? It is a mythical-grade insect, a nano-venomous insect. Upon hearing this, Su Mutian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Meanwhile, Su Muyu eagerly interjected. Father, I have faith in Fang Chen. 9 years is far too long. I do not wish for my mother to languish for that duration, and besides, the strength of the mythical spirit insect will only increase over time. If he can control a mythical-grade nano-venomous insect, you should place your trust in him. Chapter 32, Special Recruitment Quota, Sword Token. Ultimately, Su Mutian found himself swayed. He regarded Fang Chen and said, since you have spoken so boldly, I shall trust you this once. I will contact you again in due course. Additionally, I heard from my daughter that you were classmates at school. I will arrange for a mercenary group to assist you in leveling up. Su Muyu's eyes shimmered with anticipation. However, Fang Chen shook his head. There is no need for such measures, Su. My willingness to assist stems from my identity as a beastmaster, specifically an insect-type beastmaster. Acquiring that mythical spirit insect would be a significant gain for me. Thus, you need not worry about leveling up. Indeed, with your remarkable talent, it is not my place to be concerned. In that case, we shall take our leave, Su Mutian announced. Before departing, Su Muyu tugged at Fang Chen's sleeve. By the way, the members of the Tianlang Guild have approached me, expressing a desire for you to join them. Will you consider it? Fang Chen shook his head in response. There is no need. Longhua City is ultimately too small. I shall reconsider once I enroll at Jiangbei University. Very well. Su Muyu nodded, and together with Su Mutian, they departed. Fang Chen felt a surge of anticipation. In just a month and a half, he would encounter that mythical spirit insect. If he could acquire it, his prowess would undoubtedly soar. Yet, he was acutely aware of his current shortcomings. While his offensive capabilities were formidable, his defenses were limited to the iron-armored ant. If ambushed without the time to unleash his insects, it would be near certain doom. Tomorrow, after the job change, he could equip new gear. Fang Chen mused to himself. A night passed in silence. The following morning, Fang Chen arrived early at the entrance of the job change temple. The corpse of the iron-armored ant had only a few hours left before it would expire. He needed to submit it as soon as possible. Upon his arrival, Su Muyu had yet to appear. Just as Fang Chen was about to submit his task, a beautiful mentor suddenly approached him with a smile, her demeanor respectful. You must be Mr. Fang Chen. Lord Nangong and Mentor Qianhe are awaiting your presence. Please, follow me. Fang Chen was taken aback and inquired, how do you know I am Fang Chen? I am wearing a mask, yet you recognized me. The beautiful mentor chuckled. You are the only one here wearing a mask. Fang Chen found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, no one else around was masked. Had he known, he would not have donned one at all. They must have accessed records through the job transition stone, which revealed his identity. Being the sole masked individual in this context felt rather conspicuous. Since they had sought him out, he decided to meet them. Fang Chen promptly followed her to a private room. Upon entering, he saw Lord Nangong and Mentor Qianhe, who both stood upon his arrival. Young friend Fang Chen, we have awaited you for quite some time. The beautiful mentor closed the door and departed. Fang Chen then asked, what do you wish to discuss? Mentor Qianhe replied with a smile, it seems you are the one responsible for the recent commotion in Longhua City. Fang Chen responded, indeed. Breaking records is not against the law, is it? Haha, certainly not. There is no need for such wariness. We come with sincere intentions. Mentor Qianhe assured him. Lord Nangong interjected. It is indeed commendable that you have broken records, but how did you manage to bring the fire stinger out of the dungeon? The job transition stone is supposed to protect it from being controlled. Fang Chen replied nonchalantly, I cannot disclose that information. If you seek the fire stinger, I shall return it to you. With a wave of his hand, a fire stinger soared out, landing in Lord Nangong's palm. He had over 20,000 of them. Parting with one posed no issue. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Fang Chen declared as he turned to exit. Mentor Qianhe quickly said, please wait. Young friend, to be candid, with your current prowess, rising to prominence is hardly a challenge. While our invitation may not pique your interest, I must caution you. Do you know why so many prodigies from Jiangbei province ultimately receive protection from major guilds and academies? It is because this world is not absolutely safe. Beyond our Dragon Kingdom, there exist many nations, such as the Sakura Kingdom, which may send assassins specifically targeting talents like yourself. Operating alone can be perilous. Moreover, there are many traders within our Dragon Kingdom who would sell your information, thus joining a faction is of paramount importance. Rising from his seat, Mentor Qianhe continued. As a member of the Beastmaster Guild, I now extend an invitation for you to join us. Though I am neither an elder nor the guild leader, with your talent, achieving success within the guild is merely a matter of time. Will you accept this invitation? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen shook his head. I still need to contemplate your suggestion. I comprehend your perspective, and indeed, the Beastmaster Guild aligns with my profession. Therefore, I have not declined, and I hope you can grant me some time. Fang Chen spoke the truth. The Beastmaster Guild, akin to my vocation, warrants consideration. Very well. In that case, please take this. As she spoke, Chen produced a scroll and remarked, our Beastmaster Guild is distinct from other super guilds within our ranks. Aside from the president and elders, we all refer to one another as friends. This scroll contains the guild's regulations and an introduction. If you decide to join, simply crush it to apply. Furthermore, I can offer you a special admission slot at Jiangbei University. I am also one of the mentors at Jiangbei University. And if you are inclined, you may begin your studies there at any time. Of course, should you utilize this special slot, I shall be your mentor. If you wish to learn from another, I can also strive to secure a special slot under a different mentor, or you may opt to enroll independently at Jiangbei University. Mentor Qian, he stated. Fang Chen nodded, contemplating his options. Qian He, as a Beastmaster, seemed a more fitting match for him. Yet, he was still unaware of the actual circumstances at Jiangbei University, so he preferred to wait a bit longer. Very well. Qian He was not displeased. Rather, she readily acquiesced. Then work diligently. Once you complete the third transition task, I shall take you to a place for your final preparations before enrollment. Indeed. Fang Chen nodded, acknowledging that the third transition was still a distance away, and they could discuss it later. After Qian He finished speaking, Nangong promptly stood up and handed over a token. Seemingly anxious that Fang Chen might refuse, he hurriedly said, young friend Fang Chen, this is the sword-granting token of our Longhua City garrison. It is universally applicable throughout the Dragon Kingdom. Whether you develop in Jiangbei Province or the Imperial Capital, joining the garrison will be facilitated. You may consider whether to join us. If you decide, simply drop your blood on it to activate it. During this period, it will record your merit points. The higher your merit, the greater your military rank, and merit points can be exchanged for various items. Please keep it safe. Fang Chen nodded upon hearing this. Such a token was indeed valuable. As a son of the Dragon Kingdom, it was only natural to serve the nation. Most importantly, the Dragon Kingdom would not slight you. In the future, the merit points earned could also be exchanged for resources to facilitate evolution, thus saving considerable expenses. Seemingly wary of Fang Chen reconsidering, Nangong added, we have matters to attend to. Young friend Fang Chen, you must be preparing for your job transition, so please proceed swiftly. We shall not delay you any longer. Fang Chen smiled, refraining from further conversation as he turned to leave. Watching him depart, Nangong finally exhaled, expressing, I recall the days when I nearly sold myself to join the garrison. Now I find myself beseeching others to join. Indeed, this prodigy is remarkable. Our Dragon Kingdom has gained another seed of a divine general. Qian He lamented, having been in the Beastmaster profession for so many years. Jiangbei University has produced numerous divine general seeds. Finally, a candidate has emerged within my vocation. It is truly exhilarating. Oh, I must hasten to repair the fire spike insect instance. It has been halted for several days. As Nangong came to his senses, he hurriedly took the fire needle bug and dashed outside. Chapter 33, completing the second evolution, damage transfer. Joining a guild, while it provides the benefit of attribute enhancements, also subjects one to the constraints of the guild. For instance, if fellow guild members encounter difficulties, one is expected to assist, which undoubtedly disrupts personal plans. Conversely, should one face challenges, help will also be forthcoming from others. Thus, this scenario embodies both advantages and disadvantages. Furthermore, becoming a member of a guild not only grants attribute bonuses, but also entails certain negative repercussions. If the guild has rival factions or enemies, one's association inevitably leads to entanglements. Additionally, unity within the guild is not guaranteed. Should one's strength attract unwanted attention, it could pose significant risks. Betrayals within guilds have occurred before, and this was among the considerations weighing on Fang Chen's mind. In comparison, joining the defense forces seemed more favorable, as internal conflicts were unlikely to arise within their ranks. However, similar to guilds, unless one held a high position, personal freedom would also be curtailed. This was a limitation that Fang Chen currently found unacceptable. What he needed most was time and freedom to rapidly enhance his strength. After pondering for a while, without seeing Su Mu Yu, Fang Chen decided not to wait any longer and proceeded to submit his task. During this time, he noticed Nangong rushing toward the first-tier consciousness, seemingly to repair the fire needle bug instance. Without further thought, Fang Chen submitted his materials before the second-tier consciousness. Soon, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first step of the second evolution task. Ding. Congratulations on completing the second step of the second evolution task. Ding. Congratulations on completing all tasks of the second evolution. You have gained 100 freedom attribute points. Ding. The system has detected that the host has completed the second evolution task. The divine talent system is extracting rewards. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the divine talent, damage transfer. Damage transfer? What is that? Fang Chen quickly opened the detailed description. Divine skill talent damage transfer. The host can designate a type of controlled insect as the target. Thereafter, any damage sustained by the host will be transferred to that specific type of insect. Incredible. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. One type. Not just one insect. This was simply extraordinary. He hurriedly examined his current 3 types of insects. The nano poison bug and the flying fire needle bug had low health, but the armored ant boasted the highest health among them. Each armored ant had a staggering health pool of 50,000. Now that he had reached level 74, with his attribute points added, the upper limit for his insects should reach 280,000. With each armored ant possessing 50,000 health, that translates to an astonishing 14 billion health in the context of damage transfer. Although his own defensive capabilities could not compare to that of an armored ant, and he would not benefit from their defensive sharing, this 14 billion health was monumental. Even when facing formidable opponents of the 7th or 8th evolution, standing still and allowing them to attack would likely take them an entire day to bring him down. Moreover, his iron-armored ant possesses the remarkable ability to continuously divide, granting him an unparalleled advantage with this divine talent. Such a gift is truly extraordinary. Excitement coursed through Fang Chen's veins as he hastily allocated his free attribute points and donned his level 60 equipment. He then glanced at his status panel. Name, Fang Chen. Class, 2nd Transmutation Beastmaster of the Insectoid. Level, 74. Health points, 5,000. Physical defense, 500. Magical defense, 500. Strength, 80. Intelligence, 176. Constitution, 83. Mental strength, 96,696. 96 attributed to the passive effect of the Goblin King's staff. Enhancing mental proficiency by 10. Speed, 20 meters second. Free attribute points, 0. Class skills. Beast control. Attack form switch, evolution, enhance beast attack power by 10 universal skills, divine concealment, teleportation, class traits, insectoid affinity, as a beast master of the insectoid. The likelihood of successfully controlling insectoid creatures is significantly heightened, while attempts to control other beast types are invariably doomed to failure. Divine talent, divine insect division, enhances mental strength and increases the division cap, currently capped at 280,000. Divine talent, perfect control, allows for one use of the perfect control skill, ensuring success with the targeted control subject limited to insectoids. And the target's level must not exceed his own by more than 30 levels. Cooldown period, 24 hours. Divine talent, damage transfer, designated to the iron-armored ant, currently capable of withstanding 1 for billion damage. Upon surveying these attributes, Fang Chen could only exclaim one phrase, incredible. With 1 for billion health points, he felt invincible, as though no one could pose a threat to him. As the saying goes, to learn to fight, one must first learn to endure blows. And he now possessed the capacity to withstand them. As for engaging in combat, he would simply charge forth with determination. Subsequently, Fang Chen examined his 3 types of insects, noting that their attributes had also evolved alongside his own ascension. Name, Nano Venom Bug. Rating, Mythical. Level, 74. Attack power, 8,300. Health points, 5,400. Physical defense, 1050. Magical defense, 1050. Additional effect, Venomous. Each attack inflicts a venom effect, causing the poison target to lose 3,200 health points per second for 3 seconds. Additional skill, Venomous Mist, can release a toxic fog, poisoning enemies within its radius. If no enemies are present, the fog lasts for 30 minutes. Note, the venom effect can be enhanced with level progression. Reminder, Mythical Divine Insect, unable to evolve. Divine Insect Division Talent active, currently dividing, cap at 280,000, current count, 270,000, 280,000. Name, Skyfire Thorn Bug. Rating, Commander Level, Blue. Level, 74. Attack Power, 2,800. Health Points, 2,000. Physical Defense, 100. Magical Defense, 100. Passive Skill, Fire Armor Piercing. When attacking, it can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10. This effect is stackable and can bring the opponent's defenses infinitely close to 0. Note, the effect of Fire Armor Piercing is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Passive Skill, Flight, allows for soaring freely without any consumption, matching the speed of the owner. Reminder, leaders and divine insects can evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent activated, currently splitting, with a maximum limit of 280,000, current quantity, 270,000, 280,000. Name, Ironclad Ant King. Rating, Leader Level, Blue. Level, 74. Attack Power, 2,500. Health Points, 50,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magical Defense, 10,000. Passive Skill, Silver Armor Protection. When taking damage, it immediately boosts dual defense by 20. Reminder, leaders and divine insects can evolve. Divine insect splitting talent activated. Currently splitting, with a maximum limit of 280,000. Current quantity, 270,000, 280,000. Observing these attributes, Fang Chen felt a wave of satisfaction. Although the health and dual defenses of the winged fire stinger and ironclad ant had seen little to no increase, the splendid statistics should suffice for him to sweep through the entire leveling area. Level 74, with a third transition requiring level 89, I must hurry. The enrollment at Jiangbei University demands that even the weakest complete their third transition, while the formidable ones might have even accomplished the fourth. Time is indeed of the essence. Fang Chen mused. As for the evolution of the insects, there is no need to rush. The resources in Longhua City are still too scarce. Once I reach Jiangbei Province, with more resources at my disposal, evolution can wait. Most importantly, Jiangbei Province holds the mythical spirit insect that resides in Su Muyu's mother's mind. Acquiring that insect would greatly enhance my capabilities. With these thoughts, Fang Chen stepped out of the transition shrine. Upon exiting, he was surprised to find Su Muyu waiting at the entrance, seemingly for him. Why aren't you going in? Fang Chen inquired. I completed my transition long ago. I thought you were going to leave me hanging. Have you finished? Let us go level up. Su Muyu said eagerly. Fang Chen nodded, realizing that he had just missed Su Muyu while being summoned by Qian He and another. However, now that both had completed their transitions, they set off together toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 34. Encountering Lei Yang again, a tale of woe. Inside the transition shrine, individuals began to line up for their transitions. Soon, a citywide broadcast echoed throughout. Announcement. The first transition task dungeon, the annihilation of fire stingers, has reopened. The first transition task can now proceed normally. The fire stinger dungeon has been repaired? Finally, I can transition. I've been waiting impatiently. Yes. It's been so many days. The efficiency is abysmal. Let us hurry. Many, upon hearing the news, rushed toward the transition shrine. Meanwhile, at the city gates, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were equally elated upon hearing the broadcast. Brother Yang, the transition shrine is finally open. Let us hurry before we lose any more time. I can now level up my experience points to level 20 in an instant. Zhang Dong exclaimed excitedly. Lei Yang chuckled. There's no rush. We've all been stalled for so many days due to the first job change quest. Everyone who transitioned with us is still at the same starting line. Moreover, there is a limit to experience accumulation, which is beneficial for me. Perhaps after this job change, I will be at level 20, just like Su Muyu. Let us go. We might even encounter her at the job change temple. The more Lei Yang thought about it, the more exhilarated he became. Suddenly, Zhang Dong tapped him on the shoulder, pointing towards the city gate. Yanggu, you were right. It really is her. Look quickly. Following Zhang Dong's gaze, Lei Yang indeed spotted Su Muyu emerging from the city. However, to his surprise, she was accompanied by none other than Fang Chen. The two were chatting and laughing, appearing as if they were a couple. Witnessing this scene shattered Lei Yang's previous excitement and was replaced by an overwhelming fury. A total of 1.5 billion has been transferred to you, and I didn't even charge a service fee. Su Muyu smiled, transferring a sum of money to Fang Chen, which was their bounty from the nightmarish dungeon, the Iron Ant Nest. Unfortunately, the Iron Ant carcasses had expired due to the delay, or else they could have sold them for more. Fang Chen, however, was unconcerned. Compared to the value of the two equipment pieces, the Iron Ant carcasses were negligible. With the additional 1 billion dragon coins he had left, his total had now reached 2.5 billion. He could now look for some commanding level insects and find a way to evolve them. Now, he had more options for evolution, specifically the flying fire stinger and the Iron Ant. However, there was no urgency to evolve the Iron Ant, with its damage transfer divine talent. It only needed high health to be effective. Currently, he needed to focus on enhancing the tier of the flying fire stinger to significantly boost its strength, which would be more beneficial to him. As the two were conversing, an unexpected figure suddenly blocked their path. They then noticed that Lei Yang had appeared before them without them realizing it. Su Muyu frowned. Do you have something to say? Why are you still with him? What is so good about the insect tamer profession? Your father would never approve of you being with him. Lei Yang replied coldly. What business is it of yours? Unhappy. Su Muyu retorted. Who I choose to be with is my own freedom. What right do you have to speak to me like this? I simply don't want you to be deceived, and you know that I have feelings for you. Lei Yang insisted desperately. Fang Chen, standing beside them, chuckled at this. Su Muyu frowned again. But I don't like you. I like Fang Chen. Just because you like me doesn't mean I have to reciprocate. I hope you will stop meddling in our affairs. With that, Su Muyu took Fang Chen's arm and walked past Lei Yang. Throughout the exchange, Fang Chen remained silent. There was no need for words. He had already outmatched Lei Yang. Speaking would only provoke Lei Yang's anger. By remaining silent, he had left him nowhere to vent his fury. Fang Chen, just you wait, you pathetic insect tamer. One day, I shall make you aware of the vast chasm that lies between us. Lei Yang shouted from behind. This time, Fang Chen responded with a smile. No need. For I am already acutely aware of our disparity. Do your best. Hey, Yanggu, how about we first consider changing our class? Zhang Dong suggested from the side. Only then did Lei Yang angrily stride into the city. On their way to the leveling zone, neither Fang Chen nor Su Muyu mentioned Lei Yang. With their current strength, they had long transcended the same realm as Lei Yang. After the class change in their senior year, those who were once classmates would gradually become inhabitants of two distinct worlds. This cycle repeated every year, and no one could escape it. By the way, the announcement just stated that the transfer quest has reopened. Have you returned the fire stingers? Su Muyu inquired curiously. Fang Chen nodded. As you can see, with so many fire stingers at my disposal, it's only natural. Su Muyu nodded, her intelligence preventing her from questioning the origin of Fang Chen's multitude of insects. Although the fire stinger dungeon contained many fire stingers, most were mere illusions. However, she had witnessed Fang Chen summon those fire stingers yesterday, and they were all genuine, each possessing formidable lethality. But wait, I recall that fire stingers couldn't fly before. Yet those you released yesterday were capable of flight. You haven't evolved them, have you? Su Muyu exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment. Fang Chen, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded slightly, as if to imply there was no issue at hand. Su Muyu burst into laughter. Have you not considered that their sudden ability to fly would increase the difficulty for those specializing in this field? I can only imagine the vitriol directed at you. With that, Su Muyu eagerly opened the forum for professionals. Indeed, within merely half an hour, the forum was in an uproar. What the hell? How can fire stingers fly? I just entered, and before I could even slay the first one, a whole swarm came flying at me. Where's the class transfer supervisor? Is this even remotely acceptable? I mean, how can fire stingers just take a stroll and suddenly fly? Is anyone in charge? As a proud mage, I've only managed to take down one, earning a mere 50 free attribute points. What on earth is going on with these fire stingers? Who's responsible for this nonsense? Show yourself, and I promise not to harm you. Could it be that the person who initially stole the fire stingers modified them? Surely, they must be a beast master. That actually makes sense. A beast master can enable evolution in their beasts. Have the fire stingers evolved to gain the ability to fly? One casual evolution from a big shot, and we're all doomed. The professionals on the forum lamented their plight, and Su Muyu noticed several of her former high school classmates among them. You're ruthless. Now, those undergoing class transfers will hardly receive any of the attribute point rewards. Su Muyu remarked with a smile. Fang Chen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied. I truly hadn't considered that. However, Lord Nangguang will resolve it, so don't worry. Su Muyu nodded, noticing that someone on the forum had already reached out to Lord Nangguang. Perhaps even he did not anticipate that the fire thorn worm would evolve in such a brief span of days. So, where shall we train today? She inquired with a smile, seemingly content as long as she could be in the company of Fang Chen. Chapter 35, Forest of Fire, the Assassin Jiangdu. When it came to the matter of training zones, Fang Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed. There were numerous training areas surrounding Longhua City, with the ones near Huangsha Town primarily serving as safe zones before the second job change tasks. However, once the second job change was completed, the safety net vanished. In these unprotected areas, one could be ambushed by other adventurers at any moment. Although the Dragon Kingdom does not endorse infighting, if a life were to be taken, there would be little recourse. Of course, if one were to slay someone of significant stature, retaliation would certainly follow. Moreover, even if one held a position within the defense forces or was affiliated with a particular university, being killed in the wilderness would not invoke any protection. Unless the assailants were from the anti-alliance or foreign forces, the defense forces would remain indifferent. However, if a high-ranking member of the defense forces were to be slain, the situation would be markedly different. Yet, reaching such high ranks within the defense forces is a feat beyond the capability of ordinary individuals. Given the limited resources in each region, it is natural for conflicts to arise amidst the competition. After all, this is an era that venerates strength, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Such occurrences are inevitable. As for who currently oversees the unprotected training zones around Longhua City, Fang Chen had no insight. I truly have no idea. Perhaps you, little rich girl, would know? Su Muyu smiled and replied, I have a rough understanding. The wilderness training zones surrounding Longhua City are not highly leveled. During the annual admissions at Jiangbei University, aside from the provincial capital of Jiangbei City, most adventurers from other regions are typically at the third job change, level 89 and above. Given that Jiangbei City possesses more resources, some prodigies or members of prominent families can reach the formidable level of 4 job changes, level 119. There are even some exceptional individuals who can complete their 4th job change tasks, breaking through the level 119 threshold. Regarding the training zones around Longhua City, even with relentless effort over a month and a half, one can at most reach level 110, still falling short of the requirements for the 4th job change task at level 119. This is precisely why I plan to leave in a few days. With that, Su Muyu turned to Fang Chen earnestly. The stronger your abilities during university admissions, the more resources you will gain once you enter. I am sincerely inviting you. Fang Chen, upon hearing this, was taken aback. However, there was no rush for the journey to Jiangbei City, and he intended to go on his own accord, rather than in an invited capacity. Being invited would inherently limit his freedom. Furthermore, he did not wish to become entangled with the Su family. While he enjoyed a good relationship with Sumuyu, it did not necessitate a connection with her family. He had yet to delve deeply into this world, and many matters required careful observation. Besides, if he truly wished to level up, Qianhe would assist him. Fang Chen inquired, and Sumuyu pondered for a moment before pointing in a certain direction. Surrounding Longhua City, there exist 4 training zones, each affiliated with the elemental realms. Among them, only the Forest of Fire in the Fire Elemental world remains unclaimed by any guild. We can venture to this location for our training, as the Forest of Fire is merely an outer area, thus attracting little contention. However, it is certain that the core region housing the fire elements is under vigilant watch. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Then let's head to the Forest of Fire, Sumuyu affirmed. As they journeyed, Sumuyu briefly outlined the 3rd transition quest. This quest predominantly involves the elimination of 4 elemental beings, which are the weakest among all realms. It serves to familiarize practitioners with the strength of the world. Hence, many quests of this nature require the slaying of these 4 entities. Of course, some quests may instead demand the collection of materials from the 4 elements, varying according to the individual. The 2 companions made their way towards the Forest of Fire. Before long, Fang Chen discerned a dramatic rise in temperature surrounding them. Ahead, a vast expanse of fiery red forest emerged upon the plains, where the leaves of the trees were remarkably crimson. The air was suffused with an intense heat. The fire elemental world is likely on the verge of a refresh. Prior to each refresh, elemental fluctuations manifest in corresponding phenomena. Sumuyu elucidated. Fang Chen nodded in understanding, and he noticed several figures flickering deep within the Forest of Fire. Clearly, there were watchers stationed in that realm. The duo soon arrived at the periphery of the Forest of Fire. Fang Chen observed ghostly flames drifting within the woods. Wherever they passed, no trees obstructed their path, and the ground bore charred markings, indicating the destruction wrought upon the trees in their patrol. Ghost Flame, Spirit Type, Rank, Elite, Green. Level, 90, Magical Attack, 3000 Health, 5000. Magical Defense, 2000, Physical Defense, 1000, Passive Skills, Flame Detection. Fire Damage Reduction, can detect hidden units within a 3-meter radius, reduces fire damage by 10. Active Skill, Fire Spell, with the ability to mitigate fire attribute damage by 10. It is no wonder this is the realm of fire elements. However, their overall attributes seem rather average. Thus, we shall train here, Fang Chen declared. Indeed. Sumuyu replied, preparing to draw her staff. Fang Chen interjected, follow my lead in training. There's no need for you to engage directly. Let us find a spot to sit and wait. All right. Sumuyu responded joyfully, embodying the sentiment of a woman being protected by her partner. Observing her demeanor, Fang Chen remarked, do not overthink it. You are my benefactor, and we agreed upon double the commission. Understood. Sumuyu laughed. Fang Chen wished to prevent her from indulging in fanciful thoughts, and indeed, he was in need of funds. Why not seize the opportunity? The two found a sturdy branch to sit upon, and soon the fire spike insects and nano-poison insects were deployed. A surge of white and red insects surged towards the nearby ghost flames. Soon, a series of system prompts echoed in the air. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the phantom fire seed, earning 1500 experience points. Ding. Fang Chen glanced at the experience increase, finding it quite satisfactory. On average, each 100 phantom fire seeds could elevate 1's level by approximately 1. Within the fire forest, the respawn rate of these phantom fire seeds was remarkably high. At this pace, one could expect to rise nearly 57 levels in a single day. Currently, at level 74, he would reach the requirement of level 89 for the 3rd advancement in no more than 3 days. Quite impressive indeed. By the way, could you check if there are any commander level, blue, insects available at your auction house? Fang Chen inquired. Sumuyu nodded and checked, but soon shook her head. There are none. Longhua City is too small, and such high-level insects cost 1 million each. Hardly anyone makes such purchases here, and many are directly sent to Jiangbei City. Aren't you coming to Jiangbei with me? Sumuyu pouted, visibly saddened. Fang Chen sighed, saying, I will go eventually. You can't cling to me like this, or your father might very well have my head. I don't care. Besides, my father likes you very much. He would definitely approve of us. Sumuyu said, lowering her head shyly. Fang Chen was taken aback and quickly responded, don't say such things. What do we have? You've already kissed me. And now you're denying it. Sumuyu retorted, hey wait, let us clarify. Last time you took advantage of me, I was merely a passive participant. All right, enough of this. I have a question I've been meaning to ask you. What exactly happened to your mother back then? What kind of person could inflict such severe injuries that a whole team from a mage guild suffered heavy casualties? The opponent must have been formidable, right? Upon mentioning this, Sumuyu's expression turned serious. She gazed ahead and said, it was someone despised by all guilds, someone they even united to hunt down. Jiangdu. Chapter 36. The Traitor of the Alliance, Master of Poison Control. Speaking of Jiangdu, Sumuyu appeared exceedingly furious. It was because of this individual that her mother had been in a coma for so many years. She dreamt of killing him. Yet her current strength was far from sufficient. Moreover, her grandfather was one of the elders of the Mage Guild, and even he had failed to achieve this. Let alone Sumu, who had just recently advanced. Jiang Du was indeed formidable, being an 8th-tier Beastmaster at level 245. Of course, he is no longer a Beastmaster. I heard he was quite skilled with poison and later advanced to a hidden profession, the Poison Master. Hidden profession? Fang Chen was taken aback. Aren't hidden professions determined from the very beginning? Can they still emerge during subsequent advancements? Sumu explained. Hidden professions can appear not only during the initial advancement, but also in subsequent ones. However, the probability is lower than during the first. Jiang Du initially was a Beastmaster of the Beast category. His talent was quite impressive. Mentor Qian, he took him to Jiangbei University to study, even allowing him to join the Beastmaster Guild. Yet, this scoundrel at the 8th tier audaciously launched a sneak attack on his fellow guild members. This is also the reason why, within the guild, magical crystals are employed to establish prohibitions against internal strife. Jiang Du was subsequently expelled from the Beast Tamer Guild, and he became increasingly unrestrained, engaging in ambushes, robberies, and all manner of villainy. It was later rumored that he had surpassed the 8th tier mission. How could such a person still be alive? Truly, heaven is blind. Mentor Qianhe faced reproach from many within the guild due to this matter, yet fortunately, the Beast Tamer Guild remains united. Otherwise, Mentor Qianhe might have felt compelled to resign in guilt. Fang Chen furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Such events were indeed troubling. Although Qianhe was Jiang Du's mentor, he had not committed any wrongdoing. The accusations from other guilds seemed rather excessive. However, from what Sumu indicated, the camaraderie within the Beast Tamer Guild was quite strong. Perhaps joining them wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Furthermore, the fact that Mentor Qianhe had managed to emerge from Jiang Du's shadow demonstrated considerable resilience. Fang Chen's admiration for both Qianhe and the Beast Tamer Guild grew. Though I may not yet be his equal, rest assured, this man will eventually face judgment. I have heard that several seeds of divine generals have emerged in Jiangbei City, secretly nurtured within Jiangbei University. These individuals are highly esteemed and destined to become divine generals. They will eventually bring Jiang Du to justice. Sumu remarked. Fang Chen nodded, realizing that having reached a point where he is universally reviled, Jiang Du cannot be far from his demise. By the way, Fang Chen, you must be cautious. It is said that Jiang Du has joined the anti-alliance. If you encounter him, it is best to flee. Sumu cautioned. Fang Chen nodded. He was indeed aware of the anti-alliance. The most formidable forces in Long Country are divided into 3 factions. The first is the defense army, the second comprises the guilds. As for the academies, they do not constitute a power, hence are not included. The guilds and the defense army are united in their commitment to safeguarding Long Country, collectively referred to as the Alliance. Conversely, the anti-alliance is formed by those intent on sowing discord. Most of its members are unscrupulous practitioners, alongside spies infiltrating from abroad, truly detestable. Years have passed since the advent of the gaming world, yet the essence of humanity remains unchanged. Where there is good, there will invariably be evil. During their conversation, both Fang Chen and Sumu had leveled up, reaching level 75. Observing the consumption of his insects, Fang Chen discovered that the consumption of the phantom ember seed by his insects was, in fact, outpaced by the rate of their reproduction. The upper limit of his insects remained steadfast at 280,000. At this pace, he could sleep without worry, having not rested well the night before. He called out to Fang Chen, I will take a short rest. You can entertain yourself. With that, Fang Chen leaned against the tree trunk and fell asleep. Sumu nodded, a smile gracing his lips as he watched Fang Chen. The ease with which they trained as beast tamers would surely infuriate others if they were to witness it. Time passed, though its length was indeterminate, until suddenly a voice roused Fang Chen from his slumber. Attention! The forest of flames is being cleared. Those leveling up must vacate. Fang Chen opened his eyes to see a dozen figures emerging not far away. As they approached, Fang Chen waved to dismiss the insects and descended from the tree branch alongside Sumu. Soon, they discerned that the figures before them were clad in identical uniforms. Unmistakably members of the Wolf S. Howl Guild. Are you from the Wolf S. Howl Guild? Fang Chen inquired. By this time, the individuals had drawn closer, seemingly oblivious to the earlier insects, and soon stood right before the two. Indeed, you should leave quickly. The fire forest is about to be cleared, one of them responded. Why? Sumu asked. In 3 days, the fire element will respawn, and our guild intends to hunt. The other explained. Furthermore, when the world refreshes, this entire area will fall within its destructive range. Remaining here could endanger your lives. We are merely looking out for you. Their demeanor was surprisingly amiable. However, with 3 days until the respawn, their warning felt premature. Fang Chen had planned to advance directly to level 89 in the 3rd transition during this time. Just as he was about to speak, the individual suddenly paused, turning to Sumu. Are you Miss Sumu? Sumu was taken aback. Yes. Is there a problem? She replied. The other party seemed to have discovered a new continent. Is this person beside you your friend? Of course. Who else would be leveling up with me? Sumu retorted, somewhat irked. At that moment, the group's attitude shifted dramatically. My apologies, I was mistaken. You may continue leveling here without concern. Feel free to practice as long as you wish. After the world refreshes, if you require assistance, we can protect you. With that, he called to his subordinates. You lot, go and stand guard around the area. Do not allow anyone to disturb Miss Su and her friend. Hurry. Yes. The few individuals, recognizing their leader's directive, hastily moved to secure the perimeter. Fang Chen and Su Mu were left somewhat bewildered, but relieved that they were not being disturbed in their training. They chose to ignore the commotion, and Fang Chen released the insects to continue their leveling. Unbeknownst to them, word of their presence had swiftly reached the ears of Xiao Tianlang. Su Mu and her friend are leveling in the fire forest? Xiao Tianlang immediately sensed the implications and dashed out of the guild's main hall. The next moment, he mounted his striking Xiao Yu wolf steed, racing toward the fire forest. Within the transition temple, Lord Nangong observed the Xiao Yu wolf whizzing past and muttered to himself, this lad has likely located Fang Chen. But alas, he surely won't be able to recruit him. What is the necessity of this journey? Many within the city took note of this unusual scene, puzzled by Xiao Tianlang's urgent departure. Among them were some who, intrigued by the spectacle, decided to follow. As the president of the foremost guild in Longhua City, he naturally attracted considerable attention, especially today with the opening of the Fire Sting Insect Dungeon, as many had completed their first transition quest. This was a prime time for the Wolf Shao Guild to recruit new members. Meanwhile, in a nearby alleyway, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong awaited the arrival of an individual. Is your uncle reliable? Lei Yang inquired. Zhang Dong thumped his chest confidently. Rest assured, Brother Yang. I have shared our details with him. He assured us that we would be able to join the Sirius Guild. My uncle is a formal member of the Sirius Guild. Ah, he is here. Chapter 37. Invitation to join. Lei Yang felt a bit anxious. Brother Yang, allow me to introduce you. This is my uncle, Zhang Lutian. Uncle. This is Lei Yang, the lightspeed archer I mentioned to you earlier. Zhang Dong smiled as he introduced. Greetings, uncle. Lei Yang said with utmost respect. Zhang Lutian nodded and spoke. I am aware of your details. The profession of lightspeed archer is commendable, but unfortunately, your family circumstances are rather average. Uncle. Both my parents are senior alchemists, which is quite respectable in Longhua City, isn't it? Lei Yang replied. Indeed, his family situation is quite decent in Longhua City. Yet it pales in comparison to Su Mu's background, Zhang Lutian remarked. Your circumstances were good previously, but to join the Sirius Guild, they can only be considered average. You must understand, with your profession, if cultivated well, you could eventually enter a major guild or pursue further studies at a prestigious institution like Jiangbei University. However, you should also realize that a guild is not a family. There are many archers, and the support a guild can provide is limited. Given your current family situation, joining a large guild may be challenging, but with some effort, there is still hope for Jiangbei University. With that, Zhang Lutian produced 2 forms and handed them to the 2 of them. Please fill these out. From today, you will be apprentice members of the Sirius Guild. Once you complete the second transfer task, you can become full members. Apprentice members? Lei Yang felt somewhat displeased. After all, he was a lightspeed archer. Yet he was only given the title of apprentice member? Are you not content? Do you know how many people aspire to join our Sirius Guild? Zhang Dong quickly interjected as he noticed Lei Yang's reaction. No, I am not discontented. I will fill it out right away. Meanwhile, Zhang Dong had already completed the form and handed it to his uncle. Turning to Lei Yang, he said, Brother Yang, although you are merely an apprentice for now, you have finally joined the top guild in Longhua City. That fellow Fang Chen doesn't he even belong to a guild? Lei Yang nodded, submitting the form. And as he saw the words, apprentice member of Sirius Guild, appear beneath his information, he felt a sense of satisfaction. The foremost guild in Longhua City is not weak even in the entire Jiangbei province. I have taken a step closer to Su Mu. One day, I will stand beside Su Mu. A glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Lei Yang's eyes. Meanwhile, in the fire forest, Fang Chen had just settled down when Su Mu stood up, her brow slightly furrowed. What is the matter? Fang Chen inquired. Someone is approaching. I just set up magical sentinels around. It should be the howling sky wolf. Su Mu replied, looking at Fang Chen. Fang Chen was taken aback, then felt a sense of resignation. Just moments ago, Daoist Qian He and Lord Nangong had sought him out, and now the howling sky wolf had arrived. These 3 factions are remarkably efficient. Then let us meet, he decided. In Longhua City, such matters are inevitable. If previously Fang Chen harbored some reservations about revealing certain matters, he now felt unencumbered by such concerns, at least not in the presence of the howling sky wolf. With the formidable iron-armored ant boasting a staggering 1 for billion health points, he could withstand the beast's attacks for days without succumbing. By the time Daoist Qianhe and Lord Nangong arrived, the wolf would dare not lay a finger on him. Were it not for these 2 trump cards, he would not have remained here awaiting the approach of the howling sky wolf. Moments later, the howling moon wolf descended from the heavens, accompanied by several high-ranking members of the guild. Following them was a throng of onlookers, not too far off, brandishing recording devices aimed in their direction. Simultaneously, a live stream commenced on the professional forum, rapidly garnering over 1 million viewers within a minute. Who is this person? Such prominence. I do not recognize him. Is the Howling Sky Wolf truly in such a hurry to meet him? That young lady is stunning. What is her name? Ah, she is Sumuyu, the belle of our Longhua High School. Truly, that is a school beauty. The belle of our school is a mere joke in comparison. Why am I not at Longhua High? Is it too late for me to transfer? What am I thinking? She graduated half a month ago. Who is that beside her? He is quite handsome as well. Indeed, the notion that beauty must pair with ugliness is a fallacy. Beauty deserves a handsome counterpart. What is that handsome fellow's name? He is Fang Chen, our school's top scholar, though he has since transitioned to becoming a beast master specializing in insectoid creatures. It's surprising that the belle has not yet discarded him. This young man must possess some skill to have attracted the attention of the school beauty. What skill? Lei Yang was infuriated, watching the live stream alongside Zhang Dong. Zhang Lutian had also remained. Lei Yang inquired, to which Zhang Lutian responded, "Oh, I must inform you of this. Yesterday, the president decreed that all members of the Sky Wolf Guild must not trouble Miss Su, especially her friends. Any who dare to do so will be expelled from the guild." Why is that? Does the Su family's auction house wield such power? Lei Yang questioned, bewildered. Zhang Lutian chuckled. You do not understand. The Su family's auction house cannot dictate our guild's affairs. The main issue arises from the recent incident regarding the iron-armored NS Lair refresh. What was the name of that team? The Su family's little heiress. The president suspects it may be this Sumuyu. Surely, Sumuyu must be accompanied by a powerful ally, the one who claimed, "I have a girlfriend." Hence, the president wishes to meet this prodigious talent, yet remains unaware of their identity. Upon learning that Sumuyu was leveling outside today, it was only natural to investigate. Perhaps that young man beside her is the esteemed ally. That is impossible, Lei Yang retorted without hesitation. We know that boy. He is a worthless beast master. How could the one responsible for refreshing the iron-armored ant's lair possibly be him? He is unworthy. Indeed, cousin, you must be mistaken. Zhang Dong chimed in. The cousin shook his head. It is hard to say, as no one has seen who that esteemed individual truly is. In a world where beast tamers bask in the glory of wealth and prestige, one cannot help but wonder about the fate of those who remain unaccompanied. Like the illustrious Miss Su and her swift companion. Why, even the illustrious marksman finds himself devoid of a romantic partner. The disparity between individuals is indeed striking, a painful reminder of fate's cruel comparisons. Caught in a moment of silence, Lei Yang found himself at a loss for words. Yet, within the confines of the live broadcast, the voice of the Howling Wolf reverberated. Miss Su, Brother Fang Chen, might I inquire if you would be interested in joining our Sky Wolf Guild? Should you both consent? The positions of vice president or even president could be entrusted to you. All resources would be at your disposal. Upon hearing such an offer, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were utterly flabbergasted. A jolt of disbelief coursed through Lei Yang, akin to a lightning strike to his very core. How could this be? How could Fang Chen, a mere insect-type beast tamer, ascend to such heights? Turning to his uncle, Lei Yang questioned, Uncle, is our guild leader out of his mind? You're the one who seems unhinged. Zhang Lutian retorted, delivering a sharp slap that brought tears to Lei Yang's eyes. If he is sane, then why would he allow that boy to join the guild, let alone bestow upon him the title of vice president? He is nothing but a pathetic insect-type beast tamer. Lei Yang's frustration mounted as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Chapter 38, The Third Transition Quest, Hidden Profession Pathetic Beast Tamer? Open your eyes, boy. We stand in the fire forest. How many here are truly worthless? Zhang Liutian's voice was cold as ice. Only then did Lei Yang and Zhang Dong take a moment to observe their surroundings, realizing they were indeed in the legendary fire forest, where monsters boasted levels of 90. How could they possibly be training here? Had they completed the second transition quest? That seemed implausible. The first transition stones had only just been restored today. Zhang Dong hesitated, unable to voice his thoughts, to which Lei Yang interjected, impossible. Even if they had completed the first transition early, it would be unfathomable for them to have swiftly completed the second transition quest. Surely, Sumuyu must have hired a mercenary group to assist her in leveling up. Lei Yang was baffled that Fang Chen had managed to gain such recognition, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. I simply cannot fathom what Sumuyu sees in him. Suddenly, his uncle interjected, you mentioned that Sumuyu's family hired a mercenary group for her leveling? Look around. Where is the presence of any third-party mercenary group? I've inquired with others, and when they arrived, it was just Miss Su and that boy. Lei Yang furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of this revelation. That doesn't rule out the possibility. Sumuyu is a hidden phoenix mage, and her affluent family would surely provide her with top-tier equipment. It's conceivable that she could level up on her own, but it merely benefits Fang Chen, who is nothing but a freeloader. Zhang Lutian did not respond. Indeed, such a possibility could hold merit. But Brother Yang, that is not the crux of the matter. The real issue is if they join the Sky Wolf Guild. What becomes of us? Lei Yang's expression darkened. In response to the invitation from the Howling Wolf, it seemed that Sumuyu might decline, as she had more favorable options, notably the large guild in Jiangbei province. However, Fang Chen, a man known for his dependence on others, would undoubtedly accept. he would certainly join the Wolf Guild, compelling me to serve under him. Such a notion is utterly preposterous. Lei Yang exclaimed angrily. Yet, just as he finished his words, Sumu spoke up in the live stream. Thank you, Brother Xiao, for the invitation. I shall follow his lead. If he joins, I will join as well. If he does not, then so be it. As she spoke, she intertwined her arm with Fang Chen's. In an instant, the live stream erupted with the heartbroken laments of countless infatuated viewers. Brother Fang Chen. Xiao Tianlang looked at Fang Chen. Sensing that the person he sought was indeed Fang Chen, his visit was solely motivated by Fang Chen. Su Muyu's decision to join the Wolf Guild was of no concern to him. As long as Fang Chen was willing to join, that sufficed. However, Fang Chen merely smiled and shook his head. I'm terribly sorry, but I have no intention of joining a guild at this moment. The moment Fang Chen's words escaped his lips, the entire live stream was thrown into an uproar. What the hell, is this kid blind? This is the foremost guild in Longhua City. Damn it, and he won't join? I'd join in a heartbeat if they have me. Indeed, my mother-in-law insists that I must join the Wolf Guild to marry her daughter. Please don't take my spot. This is utterly infuriating. Has this kid lost his mind? When did beast tamers become so resolute? I'd accept it if it were the mage. Don't be ridiculous. Our mage is quite low-key. Thank you very much. Both Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were momentarily rendered speechless by these remarks. Beside them, a distant relative remarked casually, did you see that? This is what it means to possess vision. Your mindset is still too narrow. I can see why you can't attract wealthy women. Lei Yang was left speechless with indignation. He simply could not fathom where Fang Chen derived his confidence. Meanwhile, in the live stream, Xiao Tianlang appeared to have anticipated such an outcome all along. He was not angered. Rather, he smiled and said, since Brother Fang Chen has made his decision, I shall not press the matter. As someone who also hails from Longhua City, feel free to reach out if you require assistance. Should you need help with the third transfer quest, I will personally lend a hand. Thank you. If I truly need it, I won't hesitate to ask. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Xiao Tianlang's words held a grain of truth. Coming from the same small place, it was indeed necessary to support one another. Very well. I shall not intrude any longer. The fire elemental world will refresh in 3 days, and we shall yield this time. Best of luck. Indeed. With that, Xiao Tianlang departed. Fang Chen held a favorable impression of this individual. Having built the largest guild in Longhua City, Xiao Tianlang's broad-mindedness was commendable. Moreover, their decision to relinquish this opportunity in the fire elemental world was also paving the way for Fang Chen's class transition. With 3 days remaining, once he reached level 89, he would be perfectly poised to undertake the third transfer quest. However, while they had chosen to yield, it was likely that other adventurers would come flocking, as the absence of a major guild would enhance the chances for others to seize the opportunity. All right, let us find another place to level up, Fang Chen declared. Su Muyu was taken aback for a moment, but quickly comprehended the situation. The group, led by Xiao Tianlang, had departed. Yet the onlookers surrounding them clearly had no intention of leaving. They could not practice in peace here, so it was best to find another location to continue their training. Element previously mentioned that there were 4 types, thus corresponding to 4 training zones. Fang Chen and his companion saw no need to engage in world battles at this time, so they casually sought a place to begin their leveling. Over the next 2 days, they nearly changed locations every day, as those who were merely spectators seemed to linger persistently. Ultimately, they could only rest during the day and practice at night. After enduring 2 days, they finally reached level 89. On the morning of the 3rd day, Fang Chen and Su Muyu made their way to the Transmutation Temple within the city to accept their 3rd transmutation quest. At the 3rd transmutation stone, Fang Chen placed his palm upon it. Instantly, a system notification chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you have met the requirements for the 3rd transmutation. Would you like to accept the quest? Yes. Without hesitation, Fang Chen selected the option, and in the next moment, the system's voice resounded again. Ding. Congratulations, you have accepted the 3rd transmutation quest. Hearing the system's announcement, Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. A hidden class? Blood Reaper Zerg. It seemed rather impressive. He had not anticipated that the transmutation stone could detect his unusual health status. Undoubtedly due to the damage transfer divine talent that counted the ironclad Ant's health as his own. Although he was uncertain of the strength of this Blood Reaper, Zerg, being classified as a hidden class evidently indicated its superiority. Slaying a world within 5 minutes? That did not seem overly difficult. With a smile of understanding, Fang Chen turned and exited the dedicated room. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by Mentor Qianhe, who had mysteriously appeared there. Have you accepted the 3rd transmutation quest? Mentor Qianhe inquired with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. This was not something he could keep hidden. However, as for his hidden class, it was something he preferred to keep to himself. The 3rd transmutation quest requires you to slay a world. I cannot assist you, but you must complete the 3rd transmutation. I will take you to a place that will expedite your leveling. You should know that the world outside Longhua City is the best place to accomplish your 3rd transmutation. To reach the 4th transmutation level, you must leave Longhua City. Fang Chen nodded in agreement and asked curiously, if I were to head directly to Longhua City, would I level up faster with you? Mentor Qian, he shook his head. What I can provide is the fastest location within Jiangbei province for you to attain the 4th transmutation level. However, the effectiveness will depend on your own abilities. Fang Chen nodded, contemplating. If following Qian, he would indeed enhance his leveling speed, then he need not travel to Jiangbei City with Su Muyu. After all, her father required a month and a half, and by the time he completed the enrollment for Jiangbei University, he could directly head to Longhua City to find them. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen nodded decisively. It's a deal. Once I complete the 3rd transmutation, I will follow you. Chapter 39, The Lightning Guild. An old acquaintance, Lei Gang. After bidding farewell to Mentor Qian, Fang Chen soon met Su Muyu at the entrance of the Transmutation Temple. Su Muyu's 3rd transmutation task was quite similar to Fang Chen's. However, there was no hidden class. She was already a hidden class Phoenix Mage. Thus, the likelihood of encountering another hidden class was quite low. Let us proceed. My 3rd advancement task is rather routine, involving the elimination of 4 elemental beings. By the way, during our hunt, we might come across many individuals from Jiangbei province, so do exercise caution, Su Muyu remarked with a smile, resembling a little sprite as she linked her arm with Fang Chen's. Fang Chen inquired, this is rather peculiar. Why would people from Jiangbei province venture to hunt near Longhua City? The distance is quite considerable. It seems illogical for them to travel such a far way when there are similar realms nearby Longhua City. Su Muyu chuckled. These details are not found in high school textbooks. Although there are such realms near Jiangbei province, the population there is far greater. Consequently, the distribution is less favorable compared to Longhua City. The major guilds and families in Jiangbei province are numerous, and many realms are long dominated by them. To complete a 3rd advancement task, one may need to wait several weeks or even a month, even if they have the finances. Thus, many individuals of lower status in Jiangbei province, or those eager to complete their 3rd advancement, will also venture to nearby cities to hunt. Fang Chen understood, realizing that one who is mediocre in Jiangbei province could be considered a formidable figure in smaller cities. The probability of successful acquisition would naturally be greater. It was inevitable that they would encounter such situations, and since the endeavor involved seizing realms, it ultimately depended on who could seize the opportunity if one were to be robbed. There was little that could be done. The act of seizing is exceedingly common in this world, Fang Chen stated, due to the slaying mechanism. It does not necessarily mean that participating fully or dealing the most damage guarantees ownership. The sole condition for determining ownership is who delivers the final blow. Whoever ends the contest claims the spoils. Even if Fang Chen did not engage in the battle at all, if his creature were to deliver the finishing bite, the realm would still belong to him. Of course, others who participated throughout the fight would receive a minor share of experience as compensation. But the items that drop would not be theirs. Where shall we go today? Su Muyu asked as the two arrived at the city gates. Fang Chen glanced in the direction and replied, the fire forest. It seems the fire elemental realm is set to refresh today. Indeed. Su Muyu nodded, and with a wave of her hand, a white steed materialized before them. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the horse. I brought this from home. This steed is faster than a flying scroll. Su Muyu exclaimed with delight. Fang Chen looked at her incredulously. You did this on purpose, didn't you? You have a flying scroll, yet you brought this creature along? Well, the fire elemental realm will only refresh by evening. We might as well enjoy the scenery along the way instead of waiting. Now let us hasten, Su Muyu said, promptly helping Fang Chen onto the horse, then gracefully seating herself in front of him, deftly placing his hand around her waist. Fang Chen was at a loss for words. This girl was far too forward. It was merely a kiss from last time. Were it something more intimate, I would surely be besieged daily. Fang Chen had no intention of sacrificing the entirety of the floral realm for a solitary azalea. The world is resplendent, filled with many enchanting maidens ensnared in their own tribulations, eagerly awaiting his heroic intervention. The journey was silent, yet the speed of the steed was commendable. They circled the fire forest extensively, ultimately entering it just as twilight cast a gray hue upon the sky. At this moment, the fire forest was even more sweltering than it had been days prior. The dry branches underfoot snapped effortlessly, as though all moisture had been utterly evaporated. Such intense heat suggested that the world was on the brink of renewal. Su Muyu, having shed her previous playful demeanor, now appeared quite earnest. Fang Chen nodded and instructed, when we arrive, stay behind me and refrain from venturing into crowded areas. Remember to remain sheltered behind me. But you are not a berserker. Using you as a meat shield seems impractical. I can maneuver well enough to hide behind the berserkers of other teams, allowing you to unleash your full potential. Su Muyu countered. In chaotic skirmishes, blending into the fray is quite commonplace. As a mage, she could easily find refuge at the back of any group. Fang Chen, however, shook his head. Obedience is paramount. Su Muyu, noticing Fang Chen's seriousness, nodded in agreement, unaware that no berserker could rival his current might. With a staggering 1 billion health points, this was no jest. As they conversed, the pair had delved deeper into the heart of the fire forest. From afar, they beheld an expansive clearing at the core of the forest. This was the territory of the fire elementals, where the unique fire properties rendered the ground barren. Even the earth itself appeared charred. Surrounding this domain, numerous individuals had gathered, yet none dared to step even a pace closer. Sumuyu tugged at Fang Chen, and they crouched on one side. In the realm of fire elements, those who enter bear a fiery aura. Within their territory, one suffers substantial health loss every second. These individuals stand at the periphery, awaiting the refresh to commence their assault. We shall wait as well. But being a beastmaster, how shall I coordinate with you? Fang Chen replied, no need for coordination. Fight as you see fit. I shall lend my hand when necessary. Sumuyu nodded in understanding. The shortcomings of beastmasters often lay in their ability to collaborate with teammates. Summoners, akin to beastmasters, typically preferred to solo. For a beastmaster to effectively work with allies required extensive practice, which might not have been a significant concern during leveling. However, in this world refresh, such limitations became glaringly evident. Fortunately, she had encountered the extraordinary Fang Chen, who rendered the issue of coordination moot. While they were engaged in conversation, an unexpected voice pierced through the air, dripping with sarcasm. Isn't that Sue, the campus belle? How surprising that the illustrious Sue would venture here to compete. The voice continued. I forgot. In a quaint place like Longhua City, there are unlikely to be many guilds capable of clearing the field and allowing you to solo. Fang Chen turned to investigate the source of the remark. Behind them appeared a group of individuals, clad in black robes adorned with a lightning emblem upon their chests. They appeared to be members of a guild, yet their demeanor suggested they hailed from elsewhere, not from Longhua City. Upon spotting them, Sumuyu was momentarily taken aback, only to retort with a mocking tone. I wondered who it was. Isn't this Lei Gang from the Lightning Guild? Unable to seize anything in Jiangbei province. You've come to Longhua City to pillage? In my absence over the past 3 years, has your guild's fortune dwindled so? Sumuyu, your sharp tongue is as ever. The state of our Lightning Guild is not for you to critique. You merely rely on your grandfather's influence. Lei Gang coldly replied. In response, Sumuyu chuckled. And what of you? A level 89 berserker in the second advancement. Are you not relying on your guild to venture here for plunder? At least I haven't called upon my grandfather this time. In comparison, who among us is truly the more inept? Fang Chen observed Sumuyu, astonished by her dual nature. She often presented herself as a spirited sprite before him, yet she possessed a fierce side as well. Indeed, the power of love is formidable. However, it was evident that these two were already acquainted, and their conflict seemed to run deep. The nature of their relationship remained a mystery. Chapter 40. The desire to clear the field into the abyss. Sharp-tongued as ever, I can hardly be bothered with you today. Yet I shall make you realize how foolish your rejection of me was back then. With that, Lei Gang gestured, prompting a member of the crowd to step forward and declare, in this realm of fire elements, our Lightning Guild has claimed dominion. Those wishing to witness the spectacle may stay. All others should depart at once. Should anyone dare to contest us, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy. As his subordinate finished speaking, a phoenix apparition soared from their ranks, igniting a stir among the onlookers. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. The phoenix skill was the signature move of a third-tier mage, Phoenix Dance of the Nine Heavens, which was said to require level 110 to learn. This indicated that the individual was at least of level 110. In their world, there existed a regulation. While unprotected wild maps allowed for plundering and even killing, to prevent higher-tier professionals from indiscriminately seizing resources from lower-tier ones, the garrison had established explicit rules. For instance, the Iron Ant Nest in Huangsha Town was restricted by level, barring entry to those exceeding the threshold. In wild maps, the garrison mandated that one could not surpass a single tier. Thus, in the Fire Element world, which was designated for level 89 third-tier quests, individuals who had completed their 4th advancement and surpassed level 119 were generally prohibited from assisting in slaying. Any violations reported would result in the garrison sending enforcers to apprehend the offenders. Consequently, the highest permissible level to engage in the elemental world was 119, and one must not have completed the 4th-tier quests. This represented the absolute limit. Unexpectedly, Fang Chen found himself astonished that the Lightning Guild had indeed dispatched a level 119 mage to assist Lei Gang. It appeared that this young man possessed some considerable connections. How should they proceed? A level 119 mage could easily spell doom for them with a single spell. It was surprising that the Wolfpack Guild had withdrawn, only for the Lightning Guild to arrive in their stead. It was infuriating. Why should the guild from Jiangbei City be allowed to assert dominance over their territory in Longhua City? Surely, there must be someone of influence who could intervene. Even a theft would suffice, as they could not simply stand idly by and tolerate their presence. The crowd buzzed with discourse. At that moment, several figures suddenly appeared in the sky. As everyone turned to look, they were taken aback to see members of the Wolfpack Guild. Leading them was none other than Howling Wolf. The appearance of Howling Wolf, accompanied by the Wolfpack Guild, ignited a wave of excitement among the professionals of Longhua City. As this represented their own guild, what could possibly bring him here? Fang Chen furrowed his brow, pondering if this individual had come to witness his performance. After having declined an invitation a few days prior, could it be that he was merely seeking confirmation? Seeing the members of the Wolfpack Guild, Lei Gang also frowned and called out, "Brother Wolf, it has been a while. Did you not announce your withdrawal from this hunt? What brings you here?" Howling Wolf initially ignored him, but upon hearing his words, turned his gaze towards him. The subsequent remark he made sent the crowd into fits of laughter. "Who are you?" "I am Lei Gang, from the Lightning Guild of Jiangbei City," Lei Gang replied, his expression darkening. It is often said that even the strongest dragon cannot dominate a local snake. Moreover, the Lightning Guild could hardly be considered a formidable dragon. In the presence of the Wolfpack Guild, one must exercise a degree of politeness. "Oh, it's you. What is it that you need?" Howling Wolf replied nonchalantly. Lei Gang's expression soured, yet he endeavored to maintain a calm tone. "I am here to complete my third transition task. We need to clear this area. Surely, you wouldn't make things difficult for me, Brother Wolf." Howling Wolf responded coolly, "I won tea. This time, the Wolfpack Guild will not intervene. I merely came to observe." "That is splendid news. I shall pay you a visit once I have completed my third transition," Lei Gang declared triumphantly, seemingly implying that even the local Wolfpack Guild would not interfere, leaving the scattered individuals no claim to contest with him. As anticipated, the surrounding crowd felt a wave of frustration upon hearing this. However, they recalled Howling Wolf's previous declaration that there would be no contention for the fire elemental world that day, and thus felt powerless. This situation could not be construed as Howling Wolf conceding defeat. Just as the crowd simmered in discontent, Howling Wolf remarked, "Our Wolfpack Guild may refrain from involvement, but I cannot assure you of others. The outcome would depend on fate. Others? Brother Wolf, you are too lenient. I have brought along a peak level 119 mage. Surely, no one would dare to challenge us." Howling Wolf responded indifferently, "We shall see." With that, Lei Gang fell silent. Meanwhile, Fang Chen was intently listening. As Sumuyu pulled at him with eager anticipation. "Fang Chen, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing going on with that Lei Gang. Before I transferred to Longhua City, he pursued me, but I rejected him. He has harbored resentment ever since. My heart belongs only to you. I could never be attracted to someone so unattractive." "So, you like me for my looks?" Fang Chen replied, "You are so superficial." "Indeed, I am quite superficial. Being handsome is a talent in itself, and I simply like you," Sumuyu said as she affectionately linked her arm with Fang Chen's. Fang Chen was speechless. This girl had no sense of occasion when it came to flaunting affection. Did she not realize that such displays could incite envy? Sure enough, Lei Gang, witnessing this scene, felt a chill run through him. Coldly, he remarked, "I thought Su Xiaohua had high standards, but it seems she settled for this kind of person. Wearing a mask, too afraid to show his face, he must be truly hideous." At that moment, Fang Chen was indeed wearing a mask, clad in the attire of a mage. Moreover, under the concealment of the shadowed fate, only Su Muyu knew his true identity. His profession was quite commendable, but regrettably, in our Lightning Guild, mages were in abundance. No matter how formidable a mage was, they were merely working for us. Fang Chen chuckled at the remark. "Wait, you mean a mage is working for your family? Hey, did you hear that esteemed player at level 119? They just called you out, and you can tolerate that? If it were me, I couldn't stand it." "Right, I wouldn't tolerate it either," Su Muyu chimed in, fanning the flames. The onlookers, upon realizing it was Su Muyu, joined in the chorus. "Exactly. It sounds like they're calling you a dog." "Absolutely. I wouldn't put up with it either. I'd throw in the towel." "Indeed. A level 119 mage being ordered around by a level 89? Who does he think he is? A level 119 mage can go anywhere. I wouldn't stand for such indignity." Hearing the crowd's response, Lei Gang began to panic. He realized he had been led into a trap by Fang Chen. "Uncle Long, don't listen to their nonsense. I wasn't talking about you. You are my most respected elder," Lei Gang hurriedly explained. However, Uncle Long remained silent, seemingly indifferent to the commotion. Seeing that his words had no effect, Fang Chen chose to refrain from further discussion. Yet, Lei Gang persisted, glaring at Fang Chen. "So, you are also sharp-tongued. Just be grateful this is Longhua City. If we were in Jiangbei Province, I would have already dealt with you. What good is your tongue? In the end, the world still belongs to me. Su Muyu, you are blind. Had you followed me back then, you wouldn't be missing out on this world." Su Muyu retorted indignantly. "Don't get too smug. This world hasn't unfolded yet, and who it ultimately belongs to is still up for debate. We shall see." Chapter 41. Stolen, record broken. "Oh, is that so? I look forward to it." Lei Gang laughed. However, almost as soon as he finished speaking, the ground began to tremble beneath them. A searing breath erupted from the clearing ahead, sweeping through the surrounding forest with an alarming ferocity. Those present felt a tremor of anticipation. The elemental realm of fire was about to be revitalized. "Quickly, there was movement over there," Lei Gang urged, his voice cutting through the tension. Almost simultaneously, the members of the Lightning Guild positioned themselves, with 3 or 4 berserkers at the forefront, while archers and mages stood ready to spring into action from the rear. Fang Chen gazed ahead, where a vast torrent of scorching flames danced around the perimeter of the clearing, precisely where the trees were absent. The roar of the flames was astonishing. Compelled by an inexplicable urge, he reached out his hand into the fiery wave. Instantly, a series of damage notifications appeared above his head. 53,000. 52,000, 51,000. The staggering figures made him swallow hard. He had merely brushed against the flames, yet the inferno had inflicted 3 separate hits, totaling a staggering 150,000. Was this the consequence of lacking dual defenses, relying solely on health? He cast a glance at the iron-armored ants nearby, and was dismayed to see 3 had perished. After reaching level 89, each iron-armored ant boasted a health pool of 53,000. In that brief moment of negligence, 3 of them had succumbed. Yet, this was an extraordinary situation. He commanded a staggering 28,000 iron-armored ants. Even if they were to take a brief foray into the flames, they would emerge unscathed. At that moment, the crowd was wholly captivated by the fire elemental realm, oblivious to his predicament. Gradually, the waves of fire began to recede, revealing a colossal fire elemental at the center of the clearing. Fang Chen focused intently as the information materialized before him. Fire Elemental King, Elemental Class. Evaluation, Boss Level, Yellow. Level, 95. Attack Power, 10,000. Health, 200,000. Physical Defense, 10,000. Magical Defense, 30,000. Additional Effect, Scorching. Within its territory, defense is reduced by 10. Additional skills, Fire Wave, Flame Jet, Shield of Heavenly Fire, Annihilation of All Things. As he beheld these magnificent attributes, Fang Chen couldn't help but feel awed. This was the essence of the world, undeniably formidable. Almost concurrently, the members of the Lightning Guild surged forward. Though Fang Chen could not discern the attributes of the berserkers, their ability to confront an elemental with an attack power of 10,000 indicated their exceptional dual defenses. It was evident they could not withstand a direct hit from the fire elemental based solely on health. It had to be the damage mitigation provided by their defenses that enabled them to endure. Fang Chen observed the foremost warriors as the fire elemental took notice of them. A jet of flame shot forth towards the trio. They hastily halted, raising their shields in defense. Almost simultaneously, a cascade of damage figures erupted above their heads. 20,000. 23,000. In a mere 3 seconds, the 3 individuals had already inflicted a staggering amount of damage, reaching nearly 40 to 50,000. At that moment, the previously silent mage, Uncle Long, finally spoke. As he uttered his words, a phoenix soared into the sky, charging towards the fire element, accompanied by a flurry of arrows. Fang Chen observed that their combined assault had caused the fire element to lose an impressive 5,000 health points, with a total of 200,000 health points. Losing 5,000 in a single strike was indeed a notable pace. Unfortunately, my mission demands completion within 5 minutes. This speed is far from sufficient. Fang Chen mused to himself, gaining a clearer understanding of the combat capabilities of his companions. The members of the Lightning Guild demonstrated remarkable coordination, exhibiting a speed that, while swifter than ordinary practitioners, was still not enough. Particularly, those berserkers managed to withstand a blow from the fire element, though they were teetering on the brink of collapse. With proper collaboration, they could potentially wear it down. Meanwhile, it was evident that no one around was willing to intervene. Even the Wolf Alliance refrained from action. Any engagement at this juncture would undoubtedly invite trouble. The onlookers, unable to join the fray, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What should we do? Sumuyu inquired. Glancing at Fang Chen, she could hardly believe that he would truly let this opportunity slip away. Thus she awaited his signal to act. However, Fang Chen merely shook his head. You need not concern yourself. Simply maintain our team status. Let them endure a bit longer. All right. Sumuyu nodded. Refraining from further comment, Fang Chen glanced at the clock. It had barely been half a minute since their endeavor commenced. He had ample time remaining. They waited for a full 4 minutes, and as the completion of his hidden mission loomed with less than 30 seconds left, Fang Chen finally prepared to strike. Are we ready to act? Why not wait a little longer? Sumuyu asked. Time is running short. This is the utmost I can endure. They are too slow. Then why not have you started earlier? Sumuyu questioned, puzzled. Fang Chen chuckled. If I had struck from the outset, it would have been less satisfying than stealing the glory after they had already dealt some damage, wouldn't it? You are quite mischievous. Sumuyu laughed. With a wave of his hand, Fang Chen summoned the fire stinger and nano venom bugs, which surged forth like 2 torrents towards the fire element. The members of the Lightning Guild, who were engaged in combat, were momentarily taken aback. What are those creatures? They seem to be insects. Why are there so many? I have battled in the fire elemental realm countless times and never heard of a skill that summons insects. That white insect appears to be poisonous. Let us hold back and assess the situation. Uncle Long, the mage, also chimed in. In an instant, they all halted their actions. The fire element, too, became distracted by the swarm of insects and ceased its assault. Above them, Xiao Tianlang observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile playing on his lips. President? What is happening? Someone nearby inquired. Xiao Tianlang responded with a grin. It's nothing. The outcome of this encounter has been determined. His words left his subordinates utterly perplexed. Yet, almost in the next instant, those present were greeted by the sound of a system notification. Ding! The fire elemental world has been defeated. Congratulations to the professionals. Please continue your efforts. Ding. The record for defeating the fire elemental world has been refreshed. Time, for minutes and 50 seconds. Creators team, Sue family's little rich girl, and I have a girlfriend. In an instant, the members of the Lightning Guild were left in a state of shock. Meanwhile, the onlookers around them reacted with fervor, each one brimming with excitement. Goodness, it's Sue family's little rich girl again. She has brought that big shot to break the record. The record seemed rather dubious. They had barely made a move for less than 20 seconds. Had it not been for the Lightning Guild members, they might have resolved it within half a minute. By the way, is Sue Muyu the Sue family's little rich girl? She doesn't seem to have made a move. I find it strange too. Her masked friend also didn't participate. Could it be that we were mistaken? Is Sue family's little rich girl not Sue Muyu? The crowd buzzed with speculation. And someone even posted the video on the forum, igniting further conjecture. At this moment, Lei Gang, just coming to his senses, wore an expression of deep fury. He glared at those around him and shouted furiously, "Who is responsible? Step forward, who the hell is it?" Chapter 42, The Perils of Humanity, Wind Canyon. In contrast to Lei Gang's fury, Uncle Long, the mage, appeared rather composed. He murmured something to his subordinates, then stepped forward in an attempt to persuade Lei Gang to leave. However, Lei Gang was still seething and was not in the mood to listen. His gaze swept across the crowd, ultimately landing on Fang Chen and Sue Muyu. He charged towards them, accusing, "Are you the ones behind this?" Furious, Lei Gang was on the brink of violence. Yet, Sue Muyu regarded him with indifference, saying, "What evidence do you have to prove that we were involved?" Lei Gang was infuriated. Indeed, if he could ascertain who was responsible, he would not be wasting time here. "Kid, what do you have to say for yourself? Hiding behind a mask, is it you who did this?" Lei Gang turned his gaze toward Fang Chen. Fang Chen chuckled at this, replying, "I say, you've been robbed. And you don't even know who did it. How foolish can you be?" With a glacial stare, Lei Gang retorted, sharp-tongued, "You truly think I wouldn't dare to eliminate you?" Just then, someone called out from above, "Miss Sue, our guild leader has a message for you. He says the wind elemental will respawn in an hour, and you and your friends are esteemed guests of our guild. If you encounter any trouble, we will assist you." "Thank you, Leader Xiao." Sue Muyu smiled in response. Fang Chen thought to himself, this Xiao Tianlang certainly knows how to curry favor. Nevertheless, it's beneficial, with their backing. Lei Gang will at least think twice before acting against me. I also wish to avoid wasting time with the Lightning Guild. Completing the third transfer task sooner would allow me to accompany Mentor Qian to see the training grounds he has arranged for me. Humph. So that's why you were so brazen. It turns out you have the Tianlang Guild backing you. Sue Muyu, is this the extent of the man's capabilities? Lei Gang mocked. Fang Chen chuckled at his words. What's wrong? I believe she made a fine choice. Otherwise, she would have ended up with someone like you, who even got robbed without knowing who did it. At least for now, she possesses keen discernment. You, with your sharp tongue, don't let me catch you slipping up, or I shall make you regret it. After Lei Gang finished speaking, he stormed off in a fit of rage. Given the presence of the Wolf Guild, he dared not confront Fang Chen any further. After all, this was Longhua City, and even the Lightning Guild, no matter how powerful, must heed the local authority. Moreover, they were hardly the local powers themselves. Soon, Lei Gang and his companions departed, seemingly in search of the wind element. Sue Muyu turned to Fang Chen and asked, "What shall we do now? Many people are still around, and we cannot collect the items that have dropped." Fang Chen replied with a smile. "I've told you to pay attention in class, yet you never listen. Items dropped from the world will return to their owner within 10 minutes, if not collected. We must remain discreet. Otherwise, we won't be able to secure any loot. You still wish to loot? This was a surprise attack. Next time, that mage will surely be wary of you." Sue Muyu expressed her concerns. "Xiao Tianlang cannot continuously protect us. If that mage discovers us, we could be in peril." Fang Chen, however, laughed and said, "We are all here to loot. Why should they be the only ones permitted to do so? Besides, he won't notice. He is purely an offensive mage and lacks reconnaissance abilities. Furthermore, with Lei Gang being so audacious, how could we only teach him a single lesson? He must learn the harsh realities of society." Sue Muyu chuckled at this. "If only I had met you sooner. Had I known you earlier, I would have had you teach him a lesson back in Jiangbei City." The two then departed, leaving those around them, who were waiting to collect items, in a state of speculation. Meanwhile, on the professional forum, many were discussing these events. Could it be that they truly made a mistake? Sue Muyu and that individual have left as well. I think it's possible, if they had indeed slain the fire element, they wouldn't neglect to collect the items. It's hard to say. I recall that items dropped from the world have ownership attributes. If not collected within 10 minutes, they will seek out their owner. But the crucial question is, who could resist the allure of items dropped from the world? It seems we genuinely misjudged the situation. Who is that little rich girl from the Sue family? Are there other prominent Sue families in Longhua City? Perhaps not. What if she hails from Jiangbei City? The professional forum buzzed with chatter. Many chose to leave, as the wind element was about to respawn, and they hoped to seize the opportunity. What if they managed to snag something? Yet, a few remained behind, eager to witness where the items dropped from the fire element would ultimately fly. 10 minutes quickly passed. At last, The pile of gleaming items on the ground began to stir. One by one, they lifted into the air, swiftly soaring toward a particular direction. Many professionals began to pursue, eager to uncover the identity of the main figure. However, the pace of these items was too swift, quickly leaving the crowd behind. Observers on the forum, witnessing this scene, began to speculate fervently. Is this not the very location where the wind elemental world refreshes? Could it be that the prominent figure who just seized the world is indeed among the throng? Perhaps they chose to withdraw to conceal their identity? Is it truly Sumu Yu and their companion? In an instant, the forum's participants found themselves bewildered. The unfolding events left them guessing as to who this formidable individual was. Meanwhile, many rushed towards the location of the wind elemental world refresh. On the forum, invitations for team formations began to emerge. Let us head together to stake out by the wind elemental. Indeed, that big shot also ventured towards the wind elemental. Who knows? We might witness their prowess in action. How exhilarating it would be. Even if we cannot seize anything, merely observing the master obliterating the world would be immensely satisfying. The multitude of creatures is astonishing. It remains unclear whether they are summoned beasts or beast tamers. I suspect they are beast tamers, from now on. Anyone who dares to say beast tamers are weak shall face my wrath. The Wind Canyon, the site of the wind elemental world refresh. This place is a vast canyon, now teeming with individuals. Lei Gang refrained from his usual bravado about clearing the area, yet his demeanor clearly indicated his intent to compete for the spoils. Fang Chen and Sumu Yu stood at the canyon's periphery. The items from the fire elemental world had just arrived, but with the wind elemental world refresh imminent, they could not afford to linger. Observing the increasing crowd, they melded into the throng and made their way forward. Within the canyon, Lei Gang's brow furrowed. Uncle Long, your assessment seems overly optimistic. To come here at level 119 and beyond the fourth transfer would mean being pursued by the garrison. I suspect the individual might possess a hidden class, unlikely to be a high-level professional. Uncle Long replied, your hypothesis holds merit, yet for precautionary measures. I have already contacted the Jiangbei City Garrison for an inquiry. If a high-level professional truly intervenes, they will be able to detect it. If not, you must temper your temper. The one who can annihilate the fire elemental world is undoubtedly formidable. Regrettably, I am not skilled in reconnaissance and cannot locate their whereabouts. Lei Gang nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. Time is of the essence with this wind elemental, should they dare to return. I will summon Uncle Feng through my father. After all, there are still 2 worlds remaining. Then, I shall unearth their identity and confront the one who dares to challenge me. Chapter 43, Lei Gang lies in wait, blade of 1,000 winds. What a brilliant icon. As Fang Chen and his companion entered the canyon's vicinity, they beheld a multitude of shimmering silver icons among the crowd ahead. The emblem, unmistakably, was a bolt of lightning, the insignia of the Lightning Guild. They had illuminated their icon, and truly, Lei Gang possesses a remarkable lack of shame, Sumu Yu remarked indignantly. Fang Chen observed this spectacle, though he remained indifferent. Lei Gang has indeed restrained himself this time, refraining from directly demanding a clear space. However, the mere appearance of this emblem has still produced certain effects. While the emblem itself may not signify much, the guild it represents carries considerable weight, particularly since the Lightning Guild hails from Jiangbei Province. I remarked, are those individuals over there from the Jiangbei City Lightning Guild? It was only then that I learned they had recently been outmaneuvered by a prodigious talent from Longhua City in the Fire Forest, prompting their hurried arrival to seize the wind element. Wait, is that the one with a girlfriend? I wondered aloud. It seems so, especially since the captain of the Su family's affluent entourage typically wouldn't excel in combat. How enviable it is to possess both strength and the backing of a wealthy lady. Why can't I encounter such fortuitous circumstances? Awakened to reality. It is precisely because they possess such strength that they can attract the support of a wealthy woman. The disparity between you and the elite is not merely about wealth, but rather, it is rooted in strength. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Yet, many were not focused on this aspect. Rather, they deliberated, perhaps we should concede this time. The Lightning Guild, while not the strongest in Jiangbei Province, certainly boasts formidable capabilities. Indeed, and individuals like us, who do not particularly stand out in strength or talent, are likely to end up joining such a guild in the future. It might be prudent to avoid conflict with them. Offending them could complicate our chances of joining the guild later. A number of people unconsciously took a few steps back, creating space for Lei Gang and his companions. Upon witnessing this scene, Lei Gang felt a sense of relief. This was the treatment befitting the young master of the Lightning Guild. The earlier attitudes of Fang Chen and Sumu Yu were indeed rare to encounter. Lei Gang even began to question whether his entrance had been improper. Just then, as he basked in the envious glances of those around him, he suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures making their way through the crowd. It was none other than Fang Chen and Sumu Yu. Ah, it's you two again. This time, I shall see if you truly dared to usurp my place. With that, Lei Gang strode directly towards Fang Chen and Sumu Yu. They had no intention of engaging with him and had attempted to blend into the crowd, keeping their distance. However, Lei Gang had sought them out. Are you out of your mind? Why are you so eager to approach? Aren't you embarrassed? Sumuyu found herself at a loss for words upon seeing Lei Gang. Meanwhile, Fang Chen stood by, amusedly observing the confrontation between the wealthy lady and Lei Gang. The contrast in their attitudes toward each other was indeed stark. Sumuyu, we were once middle school classmates. Though you chose not to remain with me, we were still acquainted. I cannot fathom what it is about that fellow that has you so utterly devoted to him. In Jiangbei province, I am familiar with individuals of significance. Who exactly is he? Why does it concern you? Sumuyu retorted, turning away and choosing silence. Fang Chen then interjected with a smile. Perhaps you are less interested in who I am and more curious to discover whether it was indeed us who outmaneuvered you. Upon hearing the words, Lei Gang furrowed his brow and replied coldly. Although I am astonished at how you discern my thoughts, you are correct. I indeed wish to see who it is that has dared to take what is mine. Last time, I was careless, but this time I shall not leave your side. I am determined to discover who has dared to rob me. You. Sumuyu, upon hearing this, felt a mix of anger and concern. Then, unexpectedly, she nestled into Fang Chen's embrace and said to Lei Gang, then you may watch, but I hope your heart does not become too burdened. You. Lei Gang was so infuriated that he nearly suffered a heart attack. To witness such open displays of affection right before him would have typically driven him into a rage. Yet he had to restrain himself this time. After all, without evidence, he dared not act on his fury, especially after Xiao Tianlang had clearly stated he would assist Fang Chen if necessary. He was loath to act against the two, lest he find himself unable to leave Longhua City unscathed. Little did he know that his inaction was indeed fortuitous. Had he dared to strike, he would likely find himself irrevocably ensnared within Longhua City. As they continued their exchange, a sudden tempest swept through the entire canyon. The ferocity of the wind produced a series of mournful howls, akin to the wails of the damned. However, those familiar with the elemental forces knew that such sounds heralded the arrival of the wind element. After a brief period, the tempest would inevitably subside. Indeed, the winds began to diminish shortly thereafter. Almost simultaneously, Fang Chen beheld a colossal wind vortex materializing within the canyon, embodying the essence of the wind element. Wind Elemental King, Elemental Class, Rating, Leader Level, Yellow, Level, 95, Attack Power, 10,000, Health Points, 200,000, Physical Defense, 10,000, Magical Defense, 30,000, Additional Effect, Wind Convergence, Speed reduced by 10 within its domain. Additional Skills, Wind Surge, Wind Shield, Thousand Winds Blade. Surveying its attributes, Fang Chen nodded. The Wind Elemental's foundational stats were nearly identical to those of the Fire Elemental. It appeared that the four entities involved in this third transfer task would possess similar capabilities, though their skills would differ. As Fang Chen contemplated this, the members of the Lightning Guild had already taken action, advancing boldly and establishing their formation while other practitioners sheltered behind them. However, Lei Gang remained fixed on Fang Chen and Sumuyu, his gaze unwavering. Fang Chen, indifferent to him, chose to observe quietly. He had a 5-minute window and felt no urgency. Within the Wind Elemental's territory, where speed would be reduced by 10, his insects would likely be affected as well. Both Wind and Fire Elementals boasted formidable area damage capabilities. The Fire Elemental might be dispatched before it even realized the threat. But the Wind Elemental posed a different challenge. With his insects' reduced speed, they might afford the Wind Elemental sufficient time to react. If that happened, his losses could be considerable. Thus, Fang Chen remained vigilant, awaiting the opportune moment. The most significant distinction between a brawl and a one-on-one confrontation lies in the velocity of the encounter. With the assistance of other practitioners, the Wind Element's health diminished at a considerably accelerated pace. In merely a minute, it lost 1/10 of its vitality, which invigorated those present with fervor and determination. However, at that moment, a violent gust of wind erupted from the Wind Element, radiating outward in all directions. Fang Chen furrowed his brow, recognizing this as the Wind Element's ultimate attack, Blade of 1,000 Winds. As the tempest surged, the foremost berserkers, shield in hand, were grievously wounded, their health plummeting rapidly. One among them shouted, "Everyone, assume defensive stances. Healers, restore health. There are too many attackers." The Wind Element unleashed the Blade of 1,000 Winds prematurely. "If we withstand 2 waves, we shall prevail." Fang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, noting the speaker's considerable experience. Yet, he had no intention of granting them the luxury of enduring twice. He was already poised to strike. Chapter 44. Striking again, Lei Gang goes mad. Whether it be the Wind Element or the Fire Element, they are ultimately categorized as spellcasters. The defining characteristic of spellcasters is their reliance on skills, particularly the fact that the more formidable the skill, the longer its casting time. It is even rumored that some forbidden spells require days to execute. Were a mage to possess boundless power, they would resemble a walking artillery of spells. Upon his arrival in this realm, Fang Chen's foremost desire was to become such a spell-slinging automaton. Alas, reality often diverges from aspiration. Fortunately, with the aid of a system, Becoming a master of a myriad of insects is a commendable alternative. The Blade of 1,000 Winds lasts a full 8 minutes, meaning if they could endure this onslaught, they would significantly deplete the wind element's health. Subsequently, withstanding one more wave of the blade would lead to resolution. The wind element would not have the opportunity to unleash a third Blade of 1,000 Winds. Regrettably, plans seldom survive contact with reality. Although Lei Gang possessed a somewhat irritable disposition, he was not devoid of intelligence. He understood that deploying a horde of insects against the world necessitated seizing the optimal moment following the first and second releases of the Blade of 1,000 Winds. Particularly after the second wave, when the health was at its nadir, both the success probability and the damage to his insects would be minimized. However, having witnessed the fire element's swift demise, he could not be certain that the adversary would not strike immediately after the first wave of the blade. Thus, his gaze remained fixed upon Fang Chen. Fang Chen, of course, was aware of this scrutiny, yet he pondered what purpose it served. The insects did not emerge from his very being. With the presence of a nest of insects within his dantian, they could materialize anywhere within a 100-meter radius centered on him. Ultimately, Lei Gang remained oblivious to this reality. Indeed, as the assault of the Blade of 1,000 Winds ceased, mounds of earth began to protrude from the ground surrounding the Valley of Winds. Observing this spectacle, the other practitioners momentarily froze, only to subsequently grasp the implication, erupting in exclamations. Insects! It's the insect horde. The genius has returned. I beseech you, esteemed master. Do not take this opportunity from me. Could it truly be an army of insects? This is disastrous. The wind element is now lost. Many professionals around have even chosen to refrain from engaging. The sight of these insects has nearly sealed the fate of the wind element. Lei Gang's gaze was fixed intently on Fang Chen, yet nothing could be discerned from his expression. Fang Chen, with a smile, addressed Lei Gang. Why are you not assisting? The insect horde has emerged. Lei Gang retorted coldly. Humph. I knew it could not be you. Sumu, you must be blind. Once I capture the mastermind controlling those insects, we shall settle the matter of you stealing my woman. With that, Lei Gang turned and charged towards the battlefield. Simultaneously, Fang Chen heard Uncle Long from the Lightning Guild shout, there is still a chance. Everyone, target those insects. Understood. The members of the Lightning Guild coordinated seamlessly. As soon as Uncle Long spoke, the archers swiftly redirected their aim towards Fang Chen's insect army, preparing to unleash their firepower. Observing this, Fang Chen's expression turned cold, but it was too late to intervene. In a moment of desperation, he waved his hand, summoning several mounds of earth from the ground. To his astonishment, thousands of armored ants emerged, quickly coalescing to form a wall that intercepted the assaults of the Lightning Guild. However, news of casualties among the armored ants began to echo in Fang Chen's mind. Ding! You have lost one armored ant. Ding! You have lost one armored ant. The prowess of the Lightning Guild was formidable, and as Fang Chen listened to the system notifications, his expression soured. Though his insects could divide, he was always averse to excessive attrition. To his dismay, it was not he who inflicted damage, but rather the Lightning Guild that had depleted some of his forces, leaving him quite displeased. Yet, at this moment, behind the armored ant wall, the nano-venomous insects and the flying fire stinger insects had completely ensnared the wind element. Within less than 20 seconds, a voice resonated in the ears of every professional in Manhwa City. Ding! The wind element world has been vanquished. Congratulations to all professionals. And please continue your efforts. Ding! The wind element world kill record has been shattered. Time, 1 minute and 50 seconds. Creators of the team, Sue family's little rich girl, and I have a girlfriend. Indeed, it was another master at work. Who is this I have a girlfriend? And who is this Sue family's little rich girl? I do not wish to know their identities. I merely yearn to comprehend how they achieved such a swift victory. The forums are buzzing. A video has already been posted. On the professionals forum, someone indeed shared the footage, with multiple versions captured by different professionals from various angles. Although the armored ant wall obstructed many views, numerous professionals managed to record the scene behind it, where countless flying fire stinger insects and nano-venomous insects enveloped the wind element. A continuous stream of damage emerged from the fire element. Initially, the damage numbers were modest, 3,000, 3,000, 10,000, 10,000. However, as time progressed, the damage escalated dramatically, ultimately stabilizing around 10,000 per hit. Yet, within a mere 20 seconds, it succumbed to defeat. Upon witnessing this video, a multitude of professionals were left dumbfounded. A single strike inflicting 10,000 damage. That must equate to a staggering 200,000 damage dealt to the wind element. It was terrifying, did you notice? In those 20 seconds, most of the time was spent battling those crimson insects. Indeed, those red insects seemed capable of breaching the wind barrier. They resembled fire spikes. Not merely resembling. They were indeed fire spikes. No wonder they were so formidable. So many fire spikes were deployed to breach defenses. If only the nano-poison insects were unleashed, my goodness. If there were no need to breach the wind barrier, the battle would have been resolved in 2 or 3 seconds. It was utterly horrifying. Who could this formidable player be? The forum erupted once more. Meanwhile, Lei Gang was once again unable to locate the perpetrator. Watching the video of the wind element being obliterated, he felt utterly frantic. Who is it? Who stole my glory? Who is it? Lei Gang was beside himself with rage. Beside him, Fang Chen furrowed his brow and turned to leave. Su Muyu noticed his unusual mood and dared not speak further, merely following closely as they swiftly departed the scene. Once they exited the Valley of Winds, Fang Chen finally inquired, "What are the consequences of killing in an unprotected zone?" Su Muyu was taken aback, feeling a tremor in her heart. Fang Chen was genuinely furious. Typically, there are no repercussions, but it depends on the adversary's background. Is it because the Lightning Guild targeted your insects? Su Muyu asked with concern. Fang Chen replied coldly, "They have slain 10 of my armored ants. While the armored ants may not boast the defense of the world, their health pool is substantial. 10 of them would amount to 500,000 health. Given their low defenses, the damage sustained would naturally surpass that inflicted on the wind element. This was also why the nano-poison insects and flying fire spikes were able to dispatch the wind element swiftly. Had they taken longer, the losses among the armored ants would have been even greater." Su Muyu echoed his indignation. "This is outrageous. You only have tens of thousands of armored ants, and they dared to kill 10 of them. This vendetta must be avenged. My dear, how shall we retaliate? I am at your command." Fang Chen regarded Su Muyu and replied, "Are you jesting with me? When did I become your husband? Moreover, you think I can't detect your sarcasm? All right. While I won't go as far as to kill them, their assault on my insects is tantamount to an attack on me. I will not be lenient with the next 2. Hearing this, Su Muyu quickly inquired, "Then, my dear, what are your plans moving forward?" Fang Chen sighed. "Do not call me dear. It makes me feel ancient." Su Muyu nodded. "Understood, my dear." Fang Chen, Chapter 45, Advanced Stealth, Where to Crawl. The rewards dropped from defeating the wind element arrived moments later. Su Muyu glanced at the information and remarked, "The 4 elemental realms. The water element and the lightning element will respawn in 2 and 5 days, respectively. During these 2 days, I fear Lei Gang and his companions will seek assistance. We must remain vigilant for the water element that will emerge 2 days hence." Fang Chen nodded in agreement. 2 days and 5 days are manageable. While there will be time for Lei Gang and his group to devise a strategy, it matters little to me. Previously, I may have been concerned for the lives of other adventurers, but with the Lightning Guild's recent aggression towards my minions, I feel no sympathy left. Since they have chosen to strike, they cannot blame me for being unyielding. In 2 days, the water element shall be mine. But first, let us assess our gains." Su Muyu nodded. Fang Chen produced the spoils from their recent endeavors. Upon inspection, even Fang Chen could not help but feel a twinge of envy. The combined bounty from the fire element and wind element yielded 3 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, and 1 crystal core each of the wind and fire elements. The equipment categories included weapons, upper garments, lower garments, chest armor, gloves, and shoes. Additionally, there was 1 ring and 1 necklace. Among the newly acquired pieces was a ring accessory. Ring of the Fire Element King. Accessory. Rarity. Yellow. Boss level. Required level. 95. Intelligence. 200. Fire magic damage increase. 10. Set effect for Fire Element set. Collect 2 rings and a necklace to summon a Fire Element projection to assist in battle for a duration of 5 minutes, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Class requirement. Mage. Upon reading the attributes, Fang Chen sighed, realizing that without additional mental power and being tailored for mages, it was of no use to him. Su Muyu seemed intrigued, prompting Fang Chen to nod in understanding. He was well aware of her disposition. This time, it appeared she would forego any share of the loot, but he refrained from dissuading her, recognizing that her circumstances differed from his own. A wealthy woman naturally bore her own kind of pride. The remaining 2 items were as follows. Staff of the Fire Element King. Rarity. Yellow. Boss level. Required level. 95. Attack power. 3000. Intelligence. 300. Mental power. 200. Cast speed reduction. 20. Fire magic damage increase. 10. Class requirement. Mage. Fang Chen looked at the description with resignation, acknowledging that elemental classes inherently favored magical equipment, making such drops unsurprising. Whether Su Muyu would claim it was her decision alone. The final item was dropped by the wind element. Shoes of the Wind Element King. Rarity. Yellow. Boss level. Required level. 95. Speed. 50. Jump. 50. Attached skill. Wind S speed. Upon use, it temporarily increases speed by 100 for 10 seconds, with a cooldown of 1 hour. Class requirement. Assassin. Swordsman. Gazing at the introduction, Fang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. How he wished he could possess such equipment. Although it did not enhance his mental strength, its speed and jumping capabilities were commendable. Particularly, the skill wind speed could elevate one's velocity by a staggering 100 at a crucial moment, undeniably capable of altering the course of battle. Though the duration was somewhat lengthy, its utility was indisputable. Regrettably, it was tailored for other professions, just as Fang Chen lamented the absence of any suitable items for himself. Su Muyu beside him exclaimed with excitement, Fang Chen, look, high-level stealth, don't sell this skill, keep it for yourself." Taken aback, Fang Chen accepted the skill book that Su Muyu had handed him. High-level stealth, universal skill. Upon activation, It renders the user in a stealth state. Remaining undetected by attacks, the status dissipates after initiating an attack. The description was brief, yet Fang Chen comprehended the immense value of this high-level stealth. The last time it was auctioned, it fetched an astronomical price of 5 billion. It was a rarity, with few willing to part with it. Please don't sell it. If you're truly in need of money, I can assist you, but such treasures do not come by often, Sumuyu urged. Fang Chen nodded, appreciating her sentiment. He understood what high-level stealth signified. There were two types of stealth skills, low-level and high-level. Low-level stealth allowed for 10 minutes of invisibility, but any damage taken or an offensive action would immediately end the state. It was a staple skill for many, and its price was modest. However, high-level stealth commanded an exorbitant cost. The primary reason was that high-level stealth had no time limit. As long as the user refrained from attacking, they remained concealed. Although it could still be detected by probing skills, the hidden state would not vanish. Remaining in a concealed state naturally conferred certain advantages. For example, if a reconnaissance mage or diviner in a team detected you, others would still remain oblivious. Unless the coordination was exceptionally good, the inability of others to see you would lead to chaotic attacks. Furthermore, there was another distinction. High-level stealth allowed the user, whether a summoner or controller, to keep their summoned entities in a stealth state as well. For instance, as a beastmaster, once Fang Chen activated high-level stealth, the insects he controlled would also become invisible. If the opponents lacked reconnaissance professions, Fang Chen could silently position the insects beside them, striking with lethal precision upon their sudden appearance. This was undoubtedly a remarkable skill. Thus, it was clear why the value of the two forms of stealth differed so drastically. This skill proves quite beneficial for me. I shall utilize it myself, Fang Chen declared, promptly opting to activate it. Ding. Congratulations, you have learned the universal skill, high-level stealth. Give it a try, Sumuyu urged eagerly. Fang Chen nodded, retrieving a nano-poison insect, and then directly employed the high-level stealth skill. Sumuyu observed as the nano-poison insect indeed vanished from Fang Chen's grasp. Can you feel it? Sumuyu inquired. Fang Chen nodded in affirmation. Though invisible, its presence could be felt. Give it a try. With that, Fang Chen placed his hand on Sumuyu's arm. Soon, Sumuyu felt as if something were crawling on her neck, and itchiness spreading. I lack detection and alert magic, and I cannot sense anything unless it touches the skin. Remarkable. Fang Chen nodded, relishing the newfound skill that made thievery utterly exhilarating. Just as he pondered this, Sumuyu suddenly exclaimed, Fang Chen, what are you doing? Where is that bug crawling? Why is it moving downwards? Startled, Fang Chen realized that he had momentarily lost focus, and the nano-venomous insect was making its way down Sumuyu's neck and into her collar. How embarrassing. He quickly waved his hand to collect the insect, apologizing awkwardly. I'm sorry, I was distracted. It seems it hasn't climbed in a while. You. Sumuyu's face flushed with anger as she pinched Fang Chen's arm fiercely. He chuckled. All right, let's hurry and look at the last skill book. If you can use it, it's yours. Consider it compensation for the nano-insect's mischief. Chapter 46, Holy Light Domain, Danger Warning. It hasn't climbed in a while. Unable to restrain herself, she glanced down, murmuring to herself, is he complimenting my size? With that thought, Sumuyu glared at Fang Chen rogue. Pervert. You are utterly detestable. Fang Chen, perplexed, picked up the final skill book to examine it. Upon seeing its contents, he laughed. All right, if you say I'm a pervert, then so be it. It might earn me a sweet kiss. What did you say? A light-type skill book? Let me see. Sumuyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Light-type spellbooks were exceedingly rare, and this particular profession was also uncommon. Generally, mages were more prevalent in the four elemental attributes: fire, wind, thunder, and water. The light attribute leaned toward holy magic, possessing not only formidable crowd control capabilities, but also a natural advantage against demonic creatures. In this world, truly formidable monsters lurked within hell itself. Thus, a light-type mage was highly coveted. Naturally, a light-type spellbook was worth its weight in gold. Holy Light Domain. Light-type spellbook. Required level, 95. Upon activation, it creates a holy light domain within a kilometer radius, causing enemies within to lose 2 health points per second and 5 against demonic creatures. Additionally, it reduces the enemy's dual defense by 5 and 10 against regional monsters. Note, this skill consumes demon crystals, requiring 2 per hour. Reading the description, Sumuyu was awestruck. The Holy Light Domain skill was utterly extraordinary, an essential asset for leveling and team battles. While inflicting damage, it also diminished the opponent's defenses, especially against demonic creatures, resulting in greater consumption. This was truly a divine skill for light-type mages. Of course, the drawbacks were evident. The consumption of demon crystals was quite significant. The demon crystal core is a rare material obtained exclusively from yellow-tier hellish boss monsters. It is highly valuable, as it is essential for crafting equipment and various secondary professions. A single demon crystal core can fetch around 50 million dragon coins. With a consumption rate of 2 cores per hour, that amounts to an impressive 100 million. Even someone like Sumuyu, a minor affluent character, cannot help but feel the pinch. The initial expenses are substantial, but once you become proficient, you can farm demon crystal cores on your own. This skill is undoubtedly worthwhile. It is a powerful crowd control technique. Don't be ungrateful, Fang Chen remarked. Sumuyu nodded, just as she was about to take the skill book. I'm quite the rogue. I intend to keep this skill book to present to a beautiful sorceress, and the price will be at least a kiss. Upon hearing this, Sumuyu burst into laughter. You're insufferable, holding a grudge like that. Who would know if that nano venom bug was your doing? Hand it over. With that, she snatched the skill book away. Am I really that kind of person? Besides, if I truly had that intention, would I have let the nano venom bug go? I usually prefer to handle things myself. Before Fang Chen could finish his sentence, Sumuyu unexpectedly leaned in, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him directly. Time seemed to stretch until the bustling sounds of Longhua City reached their ears. Only then did Sumuyu release him. Her cheeks flushed as she said, I want TB18 for another month. It's not appropriate now. Fang Chen, his face aflame with embarrassment, replied, Don't blame me. It's all due to weak willpower. Anyway, we've arrived in Longhua City. Let us sell our items over the next 2 days. See you in 2 days. With that, he jumped off his mount and swiftly vanished into the city. Sumuyu chuckled to herself as she departed, feeling a mix of helplessness and surprise. She prided herself on her self-control, yet she was caught off guard. But there was little to be done, such is the nature of men. Once desire awakens, only instinct remains. Upon returning home, Fang Chen took a cold shower to calm his heated body. He had successfully seized 2 world bosses, completing half of his 3rd-tier quest. With 3 pieces of equipment, 2 skill books, and 2 crystal cores, he anticipated a substantial profit. Unfortunately, Longhua City lacked blue-tier, leader-level, bugs. So evolution would have to wait until he reached Jiangbei province. This was not a pressing concern. For now, accumulating wealth was paramount. Once in Longhua City, he would indulge in a grand evolution. What a delight that would be. As for the remaining 2 cores, Fang Chen decided to peruse the professional forum. The forum was flooded with posts about loot grabs and speculations regarding the identity of the mysterious I have a girlfriend. He casually scrolled through a couple of posts, noting the fervent discussions. Who is this I have a girlfriend? I have no idea, but that name is ridiculous. It's just a statement. Why flaunt it? Geez. I don't have a girlfriend either. This is disheartening. Curse it, neither do I. But is that Su family heiress actually Sumuyu? I suspect so. She was present at both events today. Although she didn't collect any items, the dropped goods seemed to find their way back to them. I am envious. Sumuyu is so beautiful, yet she has been pursued by swine. Nonsense. My goddess, Su, is not so easily swayed. She must still be pure. And I will eventually win her heart. Dream on. I have a girlfriend, which is merely hinting that my girlfriend is Sumuyu. Indeed. Perhaps he has already received several injections. Damn. Fang Chen couldn't help but utter a curse. Am I really so vile? However, it seems he nearly lost his composure tonight. And judging by Sumuyu's demeanor, if she were to turn 18, wouldn't she have been more receptive tonight? It was indeed on horseback in the countryside. This girl knows how to have fun. I am almost led astray by her. Fang Chen hastily switched to another thread. Upon doing so, he recalled the pressing matter at hand. Speaking of which, the Lightning Guild had taken action against the boss's bugs today, which was tantamount to attacking the boss himself, right? Indeed, I wonder if the boss will retaliate. I doubt it. The boss's strength would make it exceedingly easy for him to annihilate them. True, if he truly intended to act, he would have done so at that very moment. This is a matter of perspective. The boss's vision is beyond our comprehension. Perspective? You dare speak to me of perspective? I am merely aiming to avoid collateral damage. Fang Chen directed his words towards the screen. Were it not for the multitude of individuals present at the time, he would not have been so courteous. Contemplating. Fang Chen used I have a girlfriend as his username and posted a thread. The title read, Danger Warning. The content stated, in light of the prior assault by the Lightning Guild on my bugs, I shall show no mercy during the Water Element World Refresh in 2 days, and the Thunder Element World Refresh in 5 days. I had previously considered the safety of most professionals present, but to be honest, we are not well acquainted. So from this day forth, it shall be up to each individual's capability. Life and death are one's own responsibility. A gentle reminder, if you wish to avoid death, it is best not to meddle in the water and thunder elements. After posting, Fang Chen finally turned in for the night. However, unbeknownst to him, this post would stir a tremendous uproar throughout Longhua City overnight, leaving Lei Gang sleepless with rage. Chapter 47, Stepping Stones, Uncle Fang's Sword. Damn, it is confirmed. My girlfriend is indeed the boss's prized possession. That rich young lady from the Su family is Sumuyu, yet the person by her side remains masked and unidentified. Indeed, it is utterly enviable. Damn, the boss is genuinely furious. This is going to be exciting. The boss has issued a challenge, and in 2 days, we shall see if the Lightning Guild dares to show up. Haha, regardless, I shall not attend. I will merely observe from the vicinity of the Water Element Refresh. Yes, I shall join. Is there a party going? Indeed, although the boss previously took action against them, he did not retaliate against us, but from this point forward, that will undoubtedly change. Damn it, it is all the Lightning Guild's fault. If not for them, the boss would not have distanced himself from us. Exactly, unable to contend. They resorted to attacking the boss's bugs. How utterly shameless. Indeed, what difference is there between that and a direct attack on the boss himself? Although we are innocent bystanders, I still support the boss in annihilating them. Precisely, the boss is incredible. This matter even caught the attention of Lord Nangong. Early in the morning, he busily sought out Minter Qianhe for discussion. Upon learning the purpose of the visit, Minter Qianhe chuckled and remarked, "What is there to deliberate upon?" Lord Nangong, taken aback, replied, "Master, did you not say that we should strive to keep this matter confidential? With such a commotion, he will undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Moreover, the Lightning Guild possesses certain influence in Jiangbei City. I fear." "What do you fear? Do you fear they will target Fang Chen?" Minter Qianhe rose and stated, "The growth of a prodigious genius is not akin to that of a flower nurtured in a greenhouse. He requires constant refinement and numerous stepping stones to journey further and ascend higher. Protection is essential, yet if he does not shine forth, how will those above recognize his significance?" Those selected by Jiangbei University, each one of them was radiant in their early stages. Fang Chen's brilliance has merely begun to unfurl. What you should truly be concerned about is how to respond when the Jiangbei University enrollment list is announced in a month. Upon hearing this, Lord Nangong seemed to grasp something. "Master, do you mean to say that Fang Chen's name will also appear on the enrollment list?" Minter Qianhe nodded. "Every year, all graduating candidates are listed. The previous years were no exception, and this year will be the same. The level of protection Fang Chen receives will depend on how formidable an influence he manages to attract. Prior to that, his utmost priority is to enhance his strength. Compared to the radiance of the university enrollment list, a lightning guild is but a flickering firefly. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Master," Lord Nangong exclaimed with excitement. Minter Qianhe nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In Manhwa City, within a certain area of the newcomer zone of the Wolf Guild, when Zhang Dong presented the post to Lei Yang was rendered completely speechless. "Brother Yang, that Fang Chen must certainly be the one with whom I have a girlfriend. Su Muyu is always with Fang Chen. It can only be him. Last time, our president, Xiao Tianlang, even proactively invited him to join the guild. There is no doubt about it. Should we announce this?" Zhang Dong suggested. Lei Yang shook his head. Who would believe such a claim? Moreover, even Xiao Tianlang has not shared this information. We have only just joined the Wolf Guild. If revealing Fang Chen's identity angers Xiao Tianlang and leads to our expulsion, where would we go? Though it pains me to admit, the gap between Fang Chen and us seems to widen with each passing day. I am truly unwilling to accept this. Su Muyu is clearly better suited for me. At this point, Lei Yang took a deep breath. Yet one must bow to reality. Zhang Dong responded, "But Brother Yang, what about Su Muyu? Do you not like her anymore? You even said she is more compatible with you." In a fit of anger, Lei Yang retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who is Su Muyu? I hardly know her. How could I possibly like her? A woman like her is only worthy of Fang Chen. I am unworthy. Do not speak of her again, leave." Zhang Dong, taken aback, seemed to understand and earnestly replied, "Understood, Brother Yang. You are indeed wise. What wisdom! I am indeed a remarkable individual." Remarkable? Zhang Dong was perplexed, and Lei Yang elucidated. Those who understand the times are indeed remarkable. Zhang Dong found himself momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, at a hotel in Manhwa City, Lei Gang and others were gathered together. "Uncle Long, you have witnessed it. That kid has confessed. He is indeed the one who stole. I have a girlfriend. Why must I flaunt our affection? It infuriates me." Uncle Long patted Lei Gang on the shoulder and replied, "Although this individual has posted, confirming the act of theft, as you mentioned previously during the elemental wind incident, you were watching him closely yet saw no action from him. He likely possesses an item akin to a bug nest. Moreover, setting aside these notions, his insects are indeed formidable, capable of annihilating worlds, and their danger is likely beyond our capacity to withstand. Otherwise, Uncle Long, are you suggesting I should give up? His insects, while powerful, evidently lack defensive capabilities. Only the later appearing ant-like insects boast decent defense. Furthermore, this post is nothing short of a provocation against our Lightning Guild. If we do not appear in the water elemental world, it would be an utter disgrace," Lei Gang asserted. Uncle Long sighed in resignation upon hearing this. Lei Gang's observations were indeed factual, yet he felt little confidence in countering those insects. He had previously engaged, and the defensive capabilities of those ant-like insects had astonished him. Should those poisonous creatures approach, how long could they endure? He himself was uncertain. Lei Gang, evidently sensing Uncle Long's apprehension, reassured him, "Rest assured. My father has already agreed to send Uncle Foam over. He is renowned as the Eagle Eye, and once he arrives, that kid will undoubtedly be unable to approach us undetected. Additionally, I have requested my father to arrange for Jian Chen to come as well. The most dreaded adversary of a mage, beastmaster, and summoner is an assassination swordsman. With Jian Chen's formidable strength, should that kid dare to come, let Jian Chen deal with him directly. If we are to act, we must eradicate the threat entirely. Moreover, did you not mention that the garrison in Jiangbei reported no detection of high-level professionals stealing monsters? This indicates that the kid is likely undertaking a third advancement task. At most level 89, With Jianchen present, he will certainly not escape. Upon hearing this, Uncle Long nodded in agreement. An assassination swordsman would indeed be a nemesis to mages, beast masters, and summoners. The likelihood of success had significantly increased with Jianchen's arrival. Jianchen was also a peak 3rd advancement professional, even more formidable than Uncle Long, having accepted a 4th advancement task, albeit not yet completed. This level was perfectly suited for hunting in the water elemental world and countering Fang Chen's profession. Should Fang Chen dare to steal, Jianchen should be capable of eliminating him. After contemplating, Uncle Long ultimately nodded in acquiescence. Very well, with Jianchen and your Uncle Feng accompanying. I feel more at ease. In 2 days, we shall proceed as usual to monitor the water elemental world. Let us see if that kid dares to come. Good. Excitement surged within Lei Gang, his heart brimming with anticipation. You better show up, or I'll have to hunt you down, he declared. If you dare to seize my world, I assure you, you won't leave unscathed. Chapter 48, The Anticipated Battle, Refresh. 2 days may seem neither excessively long nor short. On the professional forum, as Fang Chen's post continued to gain traction, many professionals began to engage in fervent discussions surrounding the matter. Numerous individuals had even arranged to gather and witness the event today. What initially appeared to be a mundane world refresh had transformed, amid the forum's fervor, into a citywide spectacle of contention. The Lightning Guild, hailing from Jiangbei City, found themselves in a rather delicate position. A significant portion of the populace supported Fang Chen. For this enigmatic figure, whose true identity remained shrouded in mystery, had undeniably risen from their very city of Longhua. The records that had been refreshed and the repeated system notifications served as undeniable evidence. As an outsider guild, the local residents naturally hoped for their defeat. Conversely, a faction of individuals rallied behind the Lightning Guild, predominantly those aspiring to develop within Jiangbei province, who would likely join such a second-tier guild in the future. Thus, expressing support now may also be an attempt to leave a favorable impression. Early in the morning, a knock resonated from outside the door. Fang Chen opened it to find Su Muyu beaming at him. What time is it? You lazybones. He chided. You're up too early. The refresh isn't until the afternoon. Precisely because of the afternoon refresh that I came to discuss strategies with you, Su Muyu replied earnestly. You have no idea. Over half the professionals in Longhua City have flocked to watch the spectacle. I even heard that Lei Gang has summoned new allies from the Lightning Guild, including a certain Uncle Feng, who is renowned as Eagle Eye. He excels in reconnaissance, and no stealth skills can elude his watchful gaze, including your newly acquired advanced stealth. What should we do? Fang Chen, still groggy, responded. Chill, let me catch a few more Z's, he muttered. However, Su Muyu followed him closely, causing Fang Chen to snap awake. If you keep this up, I certainly won't be able to sleep, he exclaimed. And you'd better not flaunt your allure so brazenly. I warn you, should I arise, age will be no consideration. Su Muyu burst into laughter. He got it. With sleep escaping him, Fang Chen hurried to freshen up. As he ate breakfast, he inquired, Is there any other intelligence? Su Muyu shook her head. Our family is primarily engaged in commerce. Acquiring this information has been quite the feat, I have nothing else. However, the last item sold for a total of 3 billion, which I will transfer to you. Fang Chen nodded, too indifferent to delve into the specifics of its value. Given Su Muyu's character, it was improbable she would deceive him. Rather, she was more likely to offer him a generous return. As he accepted the funds, he glanced at his account, astonished to find his savings had soared to 5 billion. Such a sum had previously been unimaginable. However, such a sum of money ultimately amounts to merely 50 commander-level insects. It remains uncertain whether future evolutions will offer any guarantees. Upon reaching Jiangbei province, I must indulge extravagantly. I require a document pertaining to water elements, Fang Chen stated. Su Muyu nodded. A trivial matter, grant me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Fang Chen and Su Muyu were en route to the realm of water elements. A document materialized before Fang Chen. As he scrutinized the contents, a frown creased his brow. King of water elements, elemental type, rating, commander level, yellow, level, 95, attack power, 10,000, health points, 200,000, physical defense, 10,000, magical defense, 30,000, passive skill, water wave assault. Enemies within the domain of water elements are incessantly battered by surging waves, necessitating constant movement. Remaining within the wave's range results in a health loss of 10 points per second. Active skills, vitality of water, cataclysmic waves, water whirlwind. Examining the skill descriptions, Fang Chen's frown deepened. Indeed, he recalled correctly, the passive skill of this water element realm was exceedingly unfriendly towards him as a beast master. The active skills were of little concern. It was primarily this passive ability that posed a significant challenge. What does this imply? Against fire and wind elements, the nano poison insects and fire spike insects could swiftly close the distance. However, when contending with water elements, this was not feasible. The flying fire spike insects could soar above, unaffected by the waves. Yet, the nano poison insects could not fly. Once submerged, they would be unable to approach the water element and would be gradually depleted by this passive skill. He could, of course, have the flying fire spike insects carry the nano-poison insects across. However, the circumstances this time were different. The Lightning Guild had already prepared for such an eventuality. Should he direct his insect army to fly over, they would undoubtedly retaliate. Consequently, for every insect lost, Fang Chen would suffer an equivalent loss. Even if he could secure a swift victory, the toll on his insect army would be substantial. It could be said that even a triumph would come at a significant cost, which was evidently not the outcome Fang Chen desired. He needed to devise a strategy. In the afternoon, at the wave surge platform, the spawning ground for water elements, stood a circular, high platform situated near the sea's surface, with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. One side was adjacent to the shoreline, while the other three sides were bordered by the deep blue sea. At this moment, dozens of figures had gathered on the wave surge platform, all of whom were members of the Lightning Guild. Meanwhile, on the nearby shore, a dense throng of spectators had amassed, creating a veritable sea of humanity. Such is the advantage of a grand guild. In just 2 days, an influx of so many people. Yes, it seems somewhat shameless for dozens to confront a single individual. Yet, in the face of strength, what does shame matter? If one possesses the power, why not utilize it? Indeed, that prodigious figure should not be underestimated. Surely, they would not abstain from appearing. Not appear? Can you not discern the tone of that post? They have scarcely regarded the Lightning Guild with any seriousness. Yet, with the imminent spawn, why has there been no sign of their presence? The esteemed presence of the Great Ones typically manifests only in the final moments. Patience is essential, for they shall not reveal themselves without the right conditions. It appears that the affluent heiress of the Su family remains unseen, evoking envy as one imagines the thrill of gallivanting across the mountains with such a distinguished figure. In the midst of the crowd, conversations abound, with numerous individuals brandishing live-streaming devices. The professional forum is alive with broadcasts, sharing the unfolding spectacle with those unable to attend in person. As the minutes ticked by, the clock struck 5:15 in the afternoon. Suddenly, the once tranquil surface of the sea erupted into towering waves. At that moment, Uncle Long, stationed on the wave-chasing platform, proclaimed, "It has refreshed. Commence operations according to the established tactics." A chorus of agreement resounded among the crowd. In the next instant, the formidable warriors positioned themselves ahead, each fulfilling their designated roles. Simultaneously, the onlookers beheld 3 or 4 professionals ascend into the air, each sprouting a pair of wings from their backs. These were no ordinary wings. They appeared capable of sustained flight. Fang Chen possessed a similar pair, albeit limited to brief airborne excursions, clearly of an inferior grade compared to those in the air. Among these aerial figures was a man cloaked in black, his piercing gaze sweeping over the gathered assembly. On the coastal hillside adjacent to the wave-chasing platform, Sumu pointed at the figure, exclaiming, "Do you see? That black-robed man is Eagle Eye Feng Shu. If we approach, he will undoubtedly notice us." With the refresh now underway, it is time for you to reveal your intentions. Chapter 49, An Early Celebration, Terrifyingly Toxic. Quite simple, just follow my instructions. Fang Chen replied with a smile, then waved his hand to release a swarm of nearly 30,000 nano-poison insects. In an instant, they converged to form a mound resembling a small hill. Meanwhile, at the scene, Lei Gang observed as Uncle Long and the others commenced their assault on the water elementals. A sense of exhilaration swelling within him, he shouted across to the onlookers on the opposite shore, "Where is your prodigious champion? Wasn't he rather boastful on the forum? With all the danger warnings, where is he now? If he does not arrive soon, this victory will be mine." Lei Gang's spirit soared. The majority of the crowd on the other side, supporters of Fang Chen, retorted sharply, "You arrogant fool, he is not dead yet. Indeed, the refresh has just occurred. It's as if you've already vanquished him. Let the bullets fly. Our champion will certainly arrive. That's right. If you lose out, don't come crying to us." Lei Gang chuckled in response. "Is that so? This is all you can do? Just talk? Where are the champions?" In the face of Lei Gang's derision, many on the professional forum also chimed in with counter-arguments. Unfortunately, Fang Chen remained absent, rendering such rebuttals rather futile. Minutes slipped by swiftly, and after 2 minutes, Lei Gang had summoned numerous allies from the Lightning Guild, significantly enhancing their attack speed. Within this brief span, they managed to deplete 1/3 of the water elemental's health. However, this also triggered its skill, water vitality. Just as the crowd began to grow anxious about the Great One's continued absence, a voice broke through the throng, calling out unexpectedly. As the ominous clouds gathered, a sense of foreboding filled the air. The crowd turned their gaze towards the western sky, where an unexpected expanse of violet mist had materialized, seemingly propelled by the winds towards the wave-riding platform. Initially, the onlookers were caught off guard until someone exclaimed, "This appears to be poison mist. We've encountered such a toxic haze before at the city gate of Longhua." Panic ensued as another shouted, "Run! Where can we flee to? Stay calm. The poison mist isn't heading our way. Indeed, remain composed. It is directed towards the wave-riding platform. Do not move." The crowd gradually regained its composure, although a few individuals took advantage of the chaos to flee, fortunately, in the right direction. On the wave-riding platform, Lei Gang and his companions heard the commotion, their expressions darkening as they beheld the encroaching purple fog. Uncle Feng, what do you make of this? Lei Gang inquired. Uncle Feng furrowed his brow. I cannot ascertain if it is indeed poison mist. I have never encountered such a phenomenon. Allow me to investigate. With that, he summoned a bird. Swift yet of ordinary size, typically used for honing his eyesight. He released the creature, and it darted towards the toxic mist with breathtaking speed, resembling a streak of light. However, the moment it crossed into the miasma, it plummeted in a parabolic arc to the ground below. A series of damage values promptly emerged. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. Witnessing this, Uncle Feng's countenance darkened considerably. Why is this poison mist inflicting continuous damage? He pondered. I shall take a closer look. He ventured forth. Though he did not dare approach the mist directly. Instead, he utilized a skill from a distance to draw a wisp of the toxic vapors towards him. Yet, upon contact, a cascade of damage values appeared above his head. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. With a total health pool of merely over 30,000, he watched in horror as his vitality plummeted. Hastily consuming potions while shouting, we must leave. This poison mist bypasses defense and is lethally toxic. Contact means certain death. Hurry. Upon hearing his urgent warning, the expressions of Lei Gang and the others shifted dramatically. The once orderly formation disintegrated in an instant. At that moment, the water elemental's health had dwindled to nearly half. Incensed and furious, a colossal wave surged forth, crashing towards the now disheveled crowd. In an instant, at least 3 professionals were swept away by the torrent, their fates sealed. Quickly, let's go, Uncle Long urged. The members of the Lightning Guild scattered like frightened sheep, hastily retreating from the wave-riding platform. Almost simultaneously, the vast expanse of poison mist had enveloped the platform. The water element gazed upon the toxic mist, and once again, a wave surged forth, splitting the poisonous haze in two. Yet, the mist had already coiled around it. Almost simultaneously, everyone witnessed a shocking spectacle. Whether facing the flying creatures, Uncle Wind, or even this world, the toxic mist treated all with equal disdain. A series of damage values emerged as if they were free. 9,000, 9,000, 9,000. The onlookers could visibly see the water element's health plummeting at an alarming rate. 100,000, 200,000, 90,000, 200,000, 70,000, 200,000, 50,000, 200,000, 4, 3, 2, 1. The crowd on the shore instinctively began to count down. When they reached 0, a tremendous roar echoed as the colossal water element transformed into a cascade of waves, crashing upon the sea. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in the ears of each person present. Ding! The water elemental world has been slain. Congratulations, adventurers, and please continue your efforts. Ding! The record for slaying the water elemental world has been shattered. Time: 3 minutes and 23 seconds. Creator team: Sue family's little rich girl, and I have a girlfriend. The same formula, the same flavor, even the names were identical. Upon hearing this announcement, the crowd on the shore erupted in excitement. Wow, this toxic mist was indeed unleashed by a big shot. Incredible, they didn't even show up. Just unleashed a wave of poison and stole the kill. Haha, this is hilarious. The Lightning Guild prepared for 2 days. And yet the other party didn't even reveal themselves and still claimed the kill. What a disgrace. As Lei Gang's words echoed, is that it? I didn't even appear. And it's gone? The pinnacle of thievery was to steal without revealing one's presence. In the face of the crowd's ridicule, Lei Gang's expression nearly dripped with despair. What troubled him most was not only the loss, but also the fact that several of their members had perished. They had not only lost their reputation, but also suffered casualties. Jinshin, have you found them? Lei Gang demanded angrily. Beside him, a young man clutching a longsword shook his head. They are not here. The toxic mist drifted in from the mountainside. They should be up there. It's too late to pursue now. This round, we have lost. Chapter 50. Fang Chen's counter-invitation. Will you accept, dog? The uproar surrounding the water elemental battle was tumultuous. Meanwhile, Fang Chen found himself somewhat speechless. Apart from completing another class transfer task, the rewards he obtained were almost negligible. Not a single valuable piece of equipment or skill book emerged from the encounter. Only a damaged elemental crystal remained, barely worth 50 million dragon coins. However, he soon found solace. He had previously acquired numerous valuable items, attributing it merely to fortune. The drop rate of the water elemental, in truth, reflected the most authentic probabilities. It was merely his first encounter, and he was still somewhat unaccustomed to it. On the way back to the city, Su Muyu remarked, in 3 days. The last will appear. Fang Chen, you will come to Jiangbei province, won't you? Her eyes sparkled with anticipation, for she feared that if she left, she might never see Fang Chen again. Fang Chen smiled upon hearing her words. What do you think? I promised your father to help your mother with her illness. Naturally, I shall visit once Jiangbei University commences. Then I shall await your arrival. Su Muyu exclaimed joyfully, linking her arm with Fang Chen's. Su Muyu's mother, Ling Shui, possessed a divine-level spirit insect that Fang Chen greatly coveted. Therefore, regardless of where Mentor Qian, he would lead him to level up in a month. He intended to pay a visit to the Su family. That evening, within a hotel in Longhua City, Lei Gang's expression was one of deep displeasure. Uncle Long attempted to console him, but Lei Gang retorted, Does my father seem like the sort to be placated by a mere reprimand or a reduction in pocket money? He is genuinely furious this time. I am aware that in a month, the enrollment for Jiangbei University will commence. As per tradition, the admission list will be released in the coming days. Our Lightning Guild has suffered a significant setback in Longhua City, which may deter many from choosing us. Uncle Long, I am unwilling to accept this. Is there no way out? There is still one left. This is our final opportunity. Uncle Long sighed in resignation. This matter is not as simple as it seems. I have a girlfriend who is likely a beast master, and she possesses formidable toxic mists. The could be effortlessly claimed without her intervention, as no one would dare to contest her. However, mages attuned to the water element possess skills that grant them immunity to toxic mists, and they have already surpassed the 4th transfer. Furthermore, we simply do not have the time to kill it. What if we set up formations around the Lei Gang proposed? Have you lost your mind? Uncle Long frowned. That plan is utterly implausible. However, this individual has quite the temper. The last time we merely touched his insect, he retaliated. Perhaps we could exploit this. Upon hearing this, Lei Gang urged Uncle Long to elaborate. A day later, in the evening, Fang Chen was preparing to rest when suddenly, a voice message arrived. It was from Su Muyu. Quick, hop onto the forum. Lei Gang has posted a challenge. A challenge? Fang Chen was taken aback. What antics is the Lightning Guild up to now? Upon opening the professional forum, he soon discovered a post pinned at the very top. The Lightning Guild formally challenges, I have a girlfriend. Content. 2 days from now, when the world refreshes, our Lightning Guild will clear the field. I have a girlfriend. If you have the courage, come and try to take it from us. Of course, if you intend to use toxins, let it be as if we never spoke. But if you possess the skill to seize them from us without resorting to toxic mists, our Lightning Guild shall publicly apologize to you on the forum. From that point forward, in your presence, our Lightning Guild shall willingly retreat. Do you dare to accept? Below is a series of comments from various professionals. How audacious for a guild to challenge a single individual. Have they lost all sense of shame? One exclaimed. Indeed. How could they muster the audacity to make such a challenge? Yet, it is true that the Lightning Guild did not stipulate any consequences should Fang Chen be defeated, meaning that even in loss, he would not bear any significant repercussions. True enough, another interjected, it seems there's no harm in Fang Chen giving it a go, as his defeat would hold little consequence for him. But that's not the crux of the matter, Su Muyu countered. The very act of a guild challenging an individual is inherently shameless. Strange, isn't it? Why don't they assert what would happen if they were to lose? Fang Chen chuckled. Because if I were to lose, what they would gain is notoriety. He explained. What do you mean? Su Muyu asked, perplexed. If I were to fall, they would reap the rewards of fame. With Jiangbei University's recruitment imminent, many guilds are eager to enlist new talent. Hence, their aim is for my downfall. Rather than anything else. Understanding dawned upon Su Muyu. Then don't accept. It is already unfair for them to send a multitude against you alone. You must not be deceived. However, Fang Chen merely smiled at her concern. Why would I refuse? I relish a formidable opponent. Moreover, I intend to capitalize on this opportunity. Otherwise, once I reach Jiangbei province, how shall I fund the enhancement of my abilities? I can help. Whatever amount you need, I shall provide, she replied. I know you do not wish to take advantage of me. Consider it my investment. When you become formidable, you must look out for me. Fang Chen felt a surge of gratitude for her, as she always took care to consider his feelings when lending him money. Yet, this situation was different. If the need arises, I shall not hesitate to accept your generosity, but why not profit from their folly? With that, Fang Chen promptly commented beneath the post. Wherever I am, you shall retreat. In the future, the places I venture may not be accessible to you. Thus, your conditions hold no weight with me. If you wish for me to accept, let us wager. Should you lose, you shall owe me 10 billion dragon coins. Do you dare? 10 billion? A true heavyweight indeed. To make such a bold offer, others remarked. Perhaps the heavyweight lacks such funds, but he has a wealthy benefactor. Indeed, I envy those who have such patrons. To wager 10 billion is simply extravagant. But does Lei Gang dare to accept? It seems unlikely. Does the Lightning Guild possess such wealth? You are asking too much. Lei Gang surely cannot produce that amount. As far as I know, the Lightning Guild's annual net profit is merely that much. However, within guild structures, profits are distributed according to rank. Thus 10 billion would likely require Lei Gang's father to part with a significant portion of his savings. He could not possibly afford it. If it were 5 billion, perhaps Lei Gang could manage it. The others could likely contribute as well, Su Muyu suggested. Fang Chen realized he had inadvertently surpassed Lei Gang's capacity to meet the wager. Reflecting on this, he added, is that too much? I forgot. The Lightning Guild is merely an ordinary guild. Very well then. How about 5 billion? Will you accept? If they don't accept this, then so be it. It would be meaningless to go any lower. I might as well unleash my poison and seize the opportunity. Speak up, Shigo. Will you take it? Chapter 51. The deal is set, the wager established. Haha, Shigo, how are you holding up? I didn't expect such formidable prowess from the big shot, coupled with a sense of humor. Indeed, I am determined to be a member of the Girlfriend Club. Girlfriend Club? Do I have a fan club for my esteemed boyfriend? I want to join too. Please take me along to admire the big shot. and strive to be a charming accessory to him. This wave of invitation from the big shot truly left me in awe. Who knew it could be executed like this? Lei Gang, why don't you take it? The conditions have been laid out. Are you afraid to accept a mere 5 billion? If you accept and end up losing, wouldn't that be utterly humiliating? The forum buzzed with discussions. Meanwhile, in the Lei Gang region, the atmosphere was rather tense. Young master, 5 billion is no trifling matter. You have yet to grasp the reins of financial authority yourself. We, each of us, possess assets of no more than around 1 billion. We could scrape together 5 billion. But if we lose the bet, not only would the reputation of the Lightning Guild suffer, but your father would surely be enraged. Uncle Long advised. For a guild of the Lightning Guild scale, while individual assets may not be substantial, collectively they amount to a considerable sum. However, if they are to put forth their funds, should they lose, where would they seek restitution? From the president? They wouldn't dare. Lei Gang replied coldly. This fellow has laid out the terms. Wouldn't it be even more disgraceful to decline? The reputation of the Lightning Guild must be preserved. There remains a glimmer of hope if we take the plunge, but if we do not, hope will truly be extinguished. That won't do. This matter must be discussed with the president. Uncle Long remarked. This is far too significant. 5 billion is beyond his decision-making capacity. I suspect they will most likely decline. Sumu commented. That impulsive Lei Gang might accept, but those surrounding him are seasoned veterans. They will undoubtedly dissuade him. And it may eventually reach the ears of the president of the Lightning Guild. Fang Chen mused. That cannot be allowed. Such a golden opportunity has presented itself. How could we let it slip away? My capital relies on them. Once we reach Jiangbei province, my bugs will evolve, and the higher the tier, the more precious they become. It will require substantial funds, and the Lightning Guild has delivered a prime opportunity. There is no reason to let them escape. Fang Chen contemplated. Little rich girl, how much do you have? Sumu was taken aback. Are you looking for a sugar daddy? How much do you need? I only have 2 billion on hand, but I possess an overdraft card from our Su auction house. It can overdraft up to 10 billion. Wow, your father is exceptionally generous. Fang Chen was speechless. Here was a young girl capable of overdrafting 10 billion, while he had toiled to accumulate just 5 billion. The Lightning Guild was still deliberating over a mere 5 billion. Truly, it has been said that merchants are the wealthiest. Business does indeed yield significant profits. Yet, considering her background, Su Muyu's grandfather is one of the elders of the Mage Association. If it weren't for such a background, it would be difficult to engage in such a grand auction business. Strength is often one of the determinants of wealth. That's sufficient, Fang Chen remarked. Upon hearing this, Su Muyu responded, why do I feel as though you are eagerly anticipating their acceptance of the wager? They must surely regret provoking you. Fang Chen merely smiled, offering no explanation, and then posted another message on the forum. Afraid to accept, are we? How dull. Shall I add another term? If you lose 5 billion, I shall lose 10 billion to you. Will you accept? If you dare not, I advise your guild to disband on the spot, just as your name suggests. Dissolve like lightning. Oh my, the boss has lost his temper. 10 billion? Goodness, I beg to know this little wealthy lady. Boss, is this 10 billion from the Su family's little wealthy lady? Su School Beauty, I am your classmate. I humbly request a sponsorship of 1 billion for some equipment. Why is it that we both graduated from Manhwa University, yet the excitement of our lives differs so vastly? If I had a wealthy lady sponsoring me 10 billion, I wouldn't just be a sycophant. I'd gladly lick the ground. You'd be licking dirt, and still no one would give you 10 billion. Our boss doesn't need to stoop that low. Wealthy ladies flocked to him, unable to be pushed away. Countless professionals on the forum were utterly exhilarated. Meanwhile, within the hotel, when Uncle Long informed the president of the Lightning Guild, Lei Bao, of the situation, he was predictably met with rejection. President, we've just received news that the young man has increased his stakes. He claims that if we lose, we owe him 5 billion, and if he loses, he pays us 10 billion. The forum is in an uproar. It will soon capture the attention of professionals from other cities in Jiangbei province. What are we to do now? Uncle Long queried, a hint of anxiety creeping into his voice. Beside him, Lei Gang's face turned ashen with fear. How did this escalate so dramatically? Lei Bao's expression darkened to an extreme as he pondered for a moment. Moreover, sending someone now would utterly tarnish our reputation. Does Jianchen have a chance? Lei Bao inquired. Jianchen, after all, was at the pinnacle of the third transition, engaging in fourth transition tasks. The opponent has yet to complete their third transition, at most level 89. The odds are still quite favorable, Uncle Long asserted. Upon hearing this, Lei Bao stated, then we shall accept. If we do not, the Lightning Guild will be utterly trampled upon. However, the amount has now escalated to 10 billion. Even if we lose, we must ensure it is done with some semblance of dignity. Why? ISNT adding an extra 5 billion foolish? Lei Gang protested. Yet Lei Bao retorted angrily. What do you understand? We are in the guild business. Image and reputation are paramount. If they truly stake 10 billion, and we only wager 5 billion, even a victory would be unsavory. A loss would render us utterly contemptible. Moreover, this incident is bound to create a stir throughout Jiangbei province. All we can do is maintain whatever shred of dignity our guild has left, even in defeat. How could you be born such a fool? You're tasked with a job change, and you've brought me such trouble. With these words, Thunderstorm turned to Uncle Long tell Jian Chun to hold nothing back. It would be best if he could eliminate such a person. As for Xiaodian Wolf, let him be, if he dares to cause chaos. My Lightning Guild has no fear of him. Understood? Uncle Long nodded. Moments later, Thunderstorm made his appearance on the forum. We accept this challenge. Our Lightning Guild is not short on funds. We will also contribute 10 billion. The money was finally on its way. Excellent. Transfer the funds to the arena immediately. I fear you may default. The other professionals watching couldn't help but laugh. Afraid the Lightning Guild might renege, the confidence of the big shots was indeed unmatched. Haha, the concerns of the big shot were not unfounded. What if they lost and defaulted? Exactly, many have fled after losing bets. What does a verbal promise mean? Once the guild disbands, who would they go to for their money? Indeed, it is better to seek justice from the arena. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, a message swiftly spread through the system's broadcast, reaching every corner of Longhua City. The Lightning Guild challenges I have a girlfriend. Bet. The right to kill the lightning element. Conditions. I have a girlfriend, and poison mist is prohibited. Presence required. Bet. Each side contributes 10 billion. 10 billion from Thunderstorm has been received. Investor Lightning Guild. 10 billion from I have a girlfriend has been received. Investor Su family's little rich girl. Chapter 52. Renowned in Jiangbei, captivating all eyes. Indeed, it is the Su family's little rich girl. A little rich girl who invests 10 billion. Can I have one? Please? Damn, I envy this. If I had 10 billion, would I be in this situation? The heavens owe me a Su family little rich girl. How frustrating and detestable love can be. Let them be envious. I shall await the thrilling battle in 2 days. The professionals on the forum were abuzz with discussions. The speed at which this matter spread was far beyond their expectations. Bets occur every year, but a wager of 10 billion is exceedingly rare. It should be noted that even in Jiangbei province, the highest recorded wager was merely 6 billion. Moreover, Longhua City typically didn't even have wagers of 1 billion. Yet this time, a wager of 10 billion had emerged, making it impossible for it not to spread. In Jiangbei province, within the Extinguishing Lightning Guild. What did you say? Thunderstorm's son, Thunder Gang, is challenging someone in Longhua City for 10 billion? Who is the opponent? A Beastmaster? A World Annihilator? This is getting interesting. Thunderstorm's son is indeed a fortunate one. Our Lightning Guild has been at odds with the Extinguishing Lightning Guild for years. Now, we can enjoy the spectacle. Within a certain family in Jiangbei province, 10 billion wager appeared in Longhua City. Quickly investigate the identities of both parties. With the Jiangbei University admissions approaching, these two may very well become rivals for our young master. In the student dormitory of Jiangbei University. Senior, have you heard? A 10 billion wager has appeared in Longhua City, and one of the parties just graduated high school this year. Perhaps in a month, he will become our little junior. Is that so? Such grand revelry surely signifies a seasoned expert. Indeed, one wonders if this individual might become the second Jiang Shiji. Jiang Yishue? Unlikely, for she is a prodigy. It is said that this summer she was dispatched by the academy to endure trials in the abyss of hell. By the time school resumes, the disparity in levels will likely widen. Unbeknownst to Fang Chen, the moniker I have a girlfriend has already quietly spread across Jiangbei province. Meanwhile, within the Su auction house, Suemo set down his teacup and remarked, "We have ascertained that the overdrawn card of the young lady was indeed used to pay for the gladiatorial arena. Yet, why did she not adopt a different name? If she had simply labeled it as a sponsorship from Su auction house, we could have garnered some popularity." Su Mutian chuckled in response. Xiaoyu is not as calculating as we might think, and her actions are justified. Fang Chen possesses a lofty ambition. Should he inadvertently attract popularity for us, it may displease him. We are merchants, yet they are friends, so we cannot be solely profit-driven. How is the preparation progressing? Everything is ready. We can depart at any moment. Suemo replied. Su Mutian nodded. The old master has also set out. The upcoming month is of great significance to me. Indeed, Suemo affirmed. At the city lord's mansion in Longhua City, a teacher remarked, "This lad is truly a whirlwind, even involving the gladiatorial arena. I have heard that the name I have a girlfriend has already spread to other regions of Jiangbei province." Nangong smiled wryly. To this day, Fang Chen has yet to explicitly agree to join the guard, which leaves me somewhat helpless. Qian, he replied with a grin, "I understand your concerns. Do not overthink it. Even if he joins the guard in Jiangbei, he will still wield the sword token you provided, thus your contributions will not go unnoticed. This is merely a minor fame. Once the university enrollment rankings are announced, that will be his true moment to shine." The matter has stirred considerable excitement, and in the span of 2 days, anticipation from various quarters swiftly elapsed. In the realm of the thunder element, the final task of the third tier unfolds. Typically, it garners little attention. However, this time, due to a wager, it has become the focal point of many. Thunder Dragon Tower, the site where the thunder element world refreshes. Unlike other elements, the thunder element world is shaped like a thunder dragon. Upon its appearance, it coils atop the Thunder Dragon Tower, creating a domain of lightning around it. Those within the domain are periodically subjected to electric assaults. Nevertheless, the quantity of lightning is limited, Thus, as the crowd grows, the likelihood of being struck diminishes. The size of the combatants also plays a role. Therefore, in this setting, a brawl favors the berserker class, as most practitioners are tall and robust, making them more susceptible to attracting lightning. Conversely, smaller-statured professions are less prone to electric strikes. At this moment, outside the Thunder Dragon Tower, members of the Lightning Guild stand poised for action. Uncle Long personally leads the charge within the inner circle, ready to engage in a melee at any moment. While Uncle Wind and Jianshin maintain vigilance on the periphery, the typically boisterous Lei Gang is notably subdued today, seemingly aware of the significance this battle holds for their Lightning Guild. Countless onlookers, composed of professionals, took refuge in the safety zone near the Thunder Dragon Tower. Having learned from their previous experiences, they were wary of further repercussions. Moreover, they had merely 10 minutes left until the refresh. Why had the esteemed figure not yet arrived? Who could say? Typically, the prominent ones made their entrance last. There was no need for haste. Indeed, and the experts are swift. As long as the Lightning Guild doesn't perish in the meantime, all would be well. Suddenly, someone exclaimed, "Look, someone is coming." Almost simultaneously, the crowd beheld a figure materializing near the Thunder Dragon Tower. To their astonishment, it was none other than Su Muyu, the illustrious heiress of the Su family. "Goddess! My goddess!" they cried. "Why is she the only one here? Where's the esteemed figure?" Who knows? It seems the goddess isn't even in a party. Could it be that she plans to act alone this time? This was quite plausible. Forming a party would inevitably reveal to Lei Gang and the others that he had arrived. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Lei Gang, spotting Su Muyu, shouted, "Are you here to gather intelligence for him? Sending a woman to do reconnaissance? How utterly pathetic." Su Muyu regarded him coolly and replied, "He is not as weak as you presume. I am here to attend to a matter on his behalf." With that, Su Muyu produced a card and tossed it to Lei Gang. "He instructed me to inform you that any funds should be directed to this card." Having delivered her message, she turned to leave. Enraged, Lei Gang crushed the card in his fist. Hearing the commotion, Su Muyu turned back and, after a brief moment, resumed her course toward the crowd. The onlookers erupted in laughter. Such grand confidence. The esteemed figure is truly remarkable. Direct payment to the card. This is a guaranteed success. Anticipation swelled among them. I can hardly wait to see how the esteemed figure will seize victory. Given the sheer numbers in the Lightning Guild, how will he manage it? Amidst the fervent discussions, no one noticed the two inconspicuous ants that had settled on Su Muyu's leg, which then scurried toward the Thunder Dragon Tower. They swiftly reached a small crevice and crawled inside. As Su Muyu blended into the crowd, thunder rumbled ominously above, and dark clouds began to gather. Within the clouds, lightning flickered menacingly, signaling the imminent refresh of the thunder element. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, exclaiming, "It's beginning. Finally, the refresh. Will the esteemed figure make his move? I can't wait." In the midst of the crowd's exhilaration, Su Muyu suddenly smiled. She had received a party invitation. Ding. The professional "I have a girlfriend" invites you to join the team. Chapter 53. Fang Chen emerges, instantaneous strike. Prior to this, Fang Chen had informed her that the moment the party invitation was sent, it would signify his action. With the thunder element poised to refresh, dark clouds loomed over the Thunder Dragon Tower, and lightning crackled incessantly. The sky itself darkened, leaving no one aware of Su Muyu's situation. "Except," she declared. Su Mu chose to form a team immediately. As the two completed their pairing, a commotion erupted among the crowd, sparked by an unknown voice exclaiming, "Look, it's the bugs." Instantly, countless gazes turned in that direction. Above them, the vigilant eagle-eye phone cast a wary glance, observing a mound of earth rising just outside the Lightning Guild's domain. From this mound, soil was rapidly disturbed, and several ironclad ants emerged. Having narrowly escaped annihilation from toxic mist previously, Eagle-Eye Foam was evidently more cautious this time. He urgently commanded, "Ranged fighters, eliminate those insects." In response, several spellcasters and archers from the Lightning Guild sprang into action. The commotion outside captured the attention of Long Shu and others within, who were initially tasked with dealing with the elemental thunder but had yet to encounter it. Instead, the appearance of the insects drew their attention. However, no one noticed that in this moment of distraction, a figure had materialized beneath the Thunder Dragon Tower. Indeed, it was Fang Chen. In that instant, he executed the skill of teleportation, swapping places with an ironclad ant that had been lurking near the Thunder Dragon Tower. As he appeared, he immediately activated his advanced stealth. With this ability, no one present, save for Eagle-Eye Foam, could sense his presence. Yet, Eagle-Eye Foam was surrounded by numerous other professionals for protection. Otherwise, Fang Chen could have easily obliterated the entire Lightning Guild without anyone detecting his whereabouts. In a flash, as Fang Chen manifested, 3 types of insects from his inner nest sprang into action simultaneously. First, the Skyfire Stinger insect began to ascend the Thunder Dragon Tower. Following closely were the nano venom bugs, climbing along the body of the Skyfire Stinger. Last were the ironclad ants, clinging to the nano bugs as they ascended. In that moment, the 3 types of insects formed a layered structure, all affixed to the Thunder Dragon Tower. This strategy had been meticulously planned by Fang Chen. The Skyfire Stinger, although the weakest, was essential for breaching defenses and had to go first. Next was the nano venom bug, known for its high damage. Finally, the outermost layer consisted of the robust ironclad ants, capable of withstanding considerable punishment. Like a relentless tide, the trio of insects surged towards the Thunder Dragon Tower. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking the pinnacle of the Thunder Dragon Tower. This surge of electrical energy manifested into a faintly visible thunder dragon atop the tower, indicating that the realm of thunder was gradually taking shape. This commotion finally refocused everyone's attention. As the ironclad ants outside proved challenging to eliminate, the situation began to stabilize with the efforts of the Lightning Guild. Only then did Eagle Eye Phone cast another glance at the Thunder Dragon Tower. However, this single glance sent a chill down his spine. Under his investigation, he sensed a tremendous aura emanating from the Thunder Dragon Tower. Simultaneously, someone was standing beneath the tower, observing them. In that fleeting moment, Uncle Wind, with his keen eyesight, reacted swiftly, shouting towards the Thunder Dragon Tower, "Hurry and act, that young man has arrived. He is right beside the tower, act quickly." What? Uncle Long and the others were taken aback, their hearts filled with astonishment as they struggled to fathom how Fang Chen had managed to get there. The crowd around them was equally astonished. Has the master made a move? When did that happen? I want to know too. I haven't even seen him show up. Only a few insects. Isn't that obvious? If we could all see him, would he still be a master? Incredible. The way the master makes his entrance is truly unique. Oh, here it comes. As Uncle Long and his companions launched their assault on the Thunder Dragon Tower, the entire scene atop the tower underwent a dramatic transformation. The once ancient Thunder Dragon Tower gradually began to shimmer with a silvery hue, the unmistakable color of the iron-armored ants. Countless iron-armored ants gathered, forming a robust layer of defense akin to iron plating, adhering to the tower. Moreover, the height of these insects was rising, nearing the pinnacle of the tower. Quickly, attack the tower's summit. We must not allow those insects to approach the lightning element. Uncle Long exclaimed. A torrent of spells and arrows surged towards the tower's apex. Yet, they were ultimately a moment too late. As the iron-armored ants clung to the tower's peak, their formidable defense rendered the attacks ineffective. Beneath the iron-armored ants, the fire stinger insect and nano-poison insect commenced their assault. The embryonic form of the lightning element had already emerged, with a colossal dragon body coiling around the tower's summit, awaiting the final infusion of energy. Almost simultaneously, the fire stinger insect, nano-poison insect, and iron-armored ants surged like a tide along the dragon's form, enveloping it entirely. In an instant, a series of damage numbers appeared: 10,000, 9,300, 9,800, 9,700. The newly refreshed health of the lightning element plummeted dramatically. Many were unable to even glimpse its attributes before realizing that it was on the brink of death. Lei Gang's heart sank, and he collapsed to the ground. His face ashen, he understood that he had lost this wager. The damage inflicted by those insects was overwhelming. He could hardly comprehend how it was possible. Even a creature as resilient as the world itself could be defeated in an instant. Such power made him suspect that only a master of the 7th transition or above could achieve this. Yet now, this phenomenon was unfolding right before his eyes. Likely the work of a mere 2nd transition practitioner. It was truly over. Lei Gang felt a deep despair, wishing he could erase the moment he had provoked the other party, for it had led to this dire situation. However, in stark contrast to his despondency, Uncle Long immediately recognized the moment he witnessed this scene that their wager had failed. Yet, he did not surrender. Instead, he promptly sent a message to Jianchun. The tide has turned. Now it all depends on you. I shall provide cover. Having sent the message, Uncle Long exchanged a knowing glance with Uncle Feng, who understood, and then they shouted in unison. Thus, everyone launched their full might to seize the opportunity. The surrounding members of the Lightning Guild unleashed a barrage of attacks upon the Thunder Dragon Tower as if they were indifferent to the cost. Fang Chen observed this spectacle, his brow furrowing in concern. Fortunately, he had already achieved his objective. A voice resonated in everyone's ears. Ding! The Thunder Elemental world has been vanquished. Congratulations to the adventurers. Please continue your efforts. Ding! The record for the Thunder Elemental world has been shattered. Time, 13 seconds. Creator team, Sue family's little wealthy girl, and I have a girlfriend. With the announcement, the onlookers erupted in excitement. 13 seconds. The formidable opponent had been vanquished in a mere 13 seconds. And this was a world with a staggering health pool of 200,000. However, unlike the other's exuberance, Su Muyu's expression darkened. She realized that the members of the Lightning Guild were still attacking the Thunder Dragon Tower. Meanwhile, Uncle Feng and Uncle Long continued to shout, "Hurry, attack. Don't hold back. Unleash your full power." Chapter 54. Xiang Zhuang dances with his sword, Jian Chen's stealthy strike. Were they mad? They had already perished, yet they still shouted for more attacks? Who could fathom it? Could it be that they were too deaf to hear? It was impossible. The news of the world being slain was broadcasted citywide. Unless they were all deaf. Damn it, they must have ulterior motives. Xiang Zhuang dances with his sword, intent on luring Pei Gong. How despicable. The crowd quickly began to realize the gravity of the situation. Hearing this, Su Yu's expression shifted dramatically. She hastily sent several messages to Fang Chen. At this moment, however, Fang Chen had no time to check his messages. Under the full assault of the Lightning Guild, a multitude of skills rained down upon the Thunder Dragon Tower. His own defenses were no match for the armored ant. To put it bluntly, if these attacks landed on the armored ant, they might inflict only a few thousand points of damage. Yet, if they struck him, the damage could easily exceed 10,000. Although he possessed an immense health pool of 1/4 billion, even allowing them to strike him would not guarantee his demise. However, the losses for the armored ant were all too real. Despite having the skill to split into divine insects, Fang Chen was not foolish enough to simply endure their attacks. At this moment, he was positioned behind the Thunder Dragon Tower, using it as a shield against the oncoming assault. Nevertheless, his expression grew increasingly frigid. He did not believe for a second that the opponents had not heard the system's announcement. Clearly, these individuals, upon realizing the wager had been lost, were preparing to eliminate witnesses. Even if they perished, they were still bound by the wager to pay 10 billion dragon coins. After all, having offended him, they were clearly struck by fear at the talent he had exhibited. Should he rise in the future, their attempts to deal with him would only become more formidable. In an instant, Fang Chen comprehended these underlying truths. If they wished to eliminate him, they might find it difficult to swallow the consequences. His gaze turned icy. He was not one to be easily intimidated, especially after the game had descended into the real world. Humanity was already in a dire predicament. Mutual slaughter was utterly unthinkable. Yet now, they had dared to provoke him directly. If he were to endure this, it would no longer be characteristic of him. Give it to me. Fang Chen prepared to retaliate. However, before he could utter a word, a sudden wave of trepidation washed over him. An inexplicable sense of threat surged from his heart. Translocation. Without hesitation, Fang Chen opted to change his position. Yet, he was still a moment too late. Just as he was about to vanish, a figure materialized behind him. In the next instant, a sword pierced through his chest. Nevertheless, at that very moment, Fang Chen completely disappeared from his original spot. Simultaneously, a voice from the system echoed. Ding. God-level talent damage transfer activated. Damage has been absorbed by the iron armored ant. When Fang Chen reappeared, he was astonished to see a series of damage values manifesting around him. 20,000, 3,000, 3,000. The skill of the assassination swordsman, tearing and bleeding. The Lightning Guild was truly willing to spare no expense to eliminate him. Fang Chen's expression hardened. In that instant, he had lost nearly 50,000 in health. His own health, however, was only 5,000. Were it not for the god-level talent damage transfer, that sudden ambush would have claimed his life multiple times over. He gazed at the spot where he had stood, staring coldly at the assassination swordsman wielding a long sword. Jian Chen, too, regarded Fang Chen with shock. His previous assault had inflicted nearly 50,000 in damage. He could not fathom why Fang Chen still stood. Even a second-tier warrior, no matter how powerful, would have a maximum health of around 20,000. A Beastmaster would be fortunate to possess 4,000 or 5,000. His set of attacks could have felled Fang Chen 10 times over, yet he seemed utterly unfazed. You truly are full of surprises, Jian Chen remarked coldly. Fang Chen returned a chilling smile. You have yet to see many surprises. You won't be leaving today? With that, he waved his hand decisively. As Jian Chen prepared to strike again, he found himself surrounded by countless iron-armored ants that had mysteriously converged from all directions, enveloping him entirely. Despite his formidable offensive capabilities, he could not break free from the swarm. Fang Chen watched as Jian Chen became ensnared by the multitude of iron-armored ants, followed swiftly by the fiery Skyfire sting bug and then the nano venom bug. The entire ordeal unfolded in less than a minute. He witnessed a dazzling array of lights emanating from the iron-armored ants, as if something had erupted forth. Simultaneously, he observed that his name, I have a girlfriend, had transformed from white to a deep crimson hue. This phenomenon typically occurred after slaying other practitioners, commonly referred to as the red name status. Such a condition was persistent and could only be rectified by paying a certain quantity of dragon coins to the city guards. Otherwise, it would remain and potentially pose a threat to oneself. Furthermore, it would incite fury among other practitioners, who might harbor intentions to eliminate him. After all, having taken a life, it was only natural for others to seek vengeance. However, Fang Chen merely glanced at his crimson status, utterly unconcerned. Once he had committed to his course of action, he intended to pursue it with unwavering resolve. Let us move, he commanded. In the next moment, a torrent of purple toxic mist was unleashed from the swarm of insects. Simultaneously, the flying fire-stinging insects ascended, carrying nano-poisonous bugs towards the gathering of the Lightning Guild. Fang Chen then re-entered a state of stealth, enveloped by countless iron-armored ants, as he surged towards the onlookers. As the purple mist billowed forth, pandemonium erupted among the crowd. What is the big shot doing? Wasn't it said that there would be no use of toxic mist? That was during the robbery, but now that the wager has concluded, the Lightning Guild seeks to eliminate witnesses, and the big shot is striking back. This is despicable. Support him in exterminating them. No sense of martial ethics. They should beware. What should we do? The toxic mist is spreading too quickly. We must flee. In an instant, the onlookers scrambled to escape. Yet, Su Muyu moved against the tide, deeply concerned for Fang Chen. However, how could she possibly contend with a throng of tens of thousands? She was soon overwhelmed and fell to the ground amidst the crowd. Just as a stampede seemed imminent, an invisible barrier of insects materialized before her. In the next moment, the surrounding crowd vanished, leaving only Fang Chen by her side, encircled by a protective wall of iron-armored ants. Relieved to see Fang Chen unharmed, Su Muyu was overcome with emotion. Yet, her gaze fell upon the gash in Fang Chen's chest, a clear mark of a sword wound. Tears welled in her eyes as she looked from the wound back to him. It's nothing. I'm perfectly fine. Do they truly believe they can kill me? Su Muyu remained silent, tightly embracing Fang Chen, unable to stem her tears. Observing her distress, Fang Chen felt compelled to comfort her. Really, I'm all right. The ones in trouble now are them. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on me will forever remember this day. Once Su Muyu's emotions had settled somewhat, she inquired, "What are you planning to do?" Fang Chen smiled, gesturing to one side. "Just look for yourself." Chapter 55. Murder and Plunder, Only Lei Gang Remains. Upon hearing his words, Su Muyu turned her gaze in that direction, and immediately, she beheld the chaos that had ensued outside, a veritable maelstrom. As the realm of the thunder element was obliterated in an instant, chaos erupted outside. First, countless onlookers, eager for spectacle, fled in all directions. Next, centered around the Thunder Dragon Tower, a massive cloud of purple toxic mist began to spread ominously. Within this noxious fog, red insects flitted about, leaving desolation in their wake. Those members of the Lightning Guild who were slightly slower fell victim to the mist, meeting their demise almost instantaneously. Fang Chen had come to retrieve Su Muyu. But by this time, no fewer than 7 members of the Lightning Guild had perished tragically beneath the toxic haze. Many others dared not linger, hastily retreating. Yet Fang Chen had already obstructed their escape routes. Ironclad ants surged from all directions, forming an impenetrable wall that ensnared them completely. It was merely a matter of time before the toxic mist claimed more lives. This was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The members of the Lightning Guild, trapped within this encirclement, had succumbed to utter despair. Many dropped to their knees before Fang Chen, pleading for their lives. "Great One, we were wrong. Please spare us." "Yes, esteemed one, this was all orchestrated by the Lightning Guild. We were but pawns." "Great One, you chose the path of pawns yourselves. Was it I who forced you?" Fang Chen replied with an air of indifference. While he generally abhorred taking lives, he was not one to show mercy if truly provoked. "Friend, do not overstep your bounds. The Lightning Guild has already suffered considerable losses. Even if your heart harbors anger, surely you have exacted enough retribution. If you kill us all, you must know the consequences. Our guild will fight you to the bitter end." Uncle Wind exclaimed furiously. Beside him, Lei Gang was already in a state of shock. The situation had surpassed his wildest expectations. He was unaware of their intent to eliminate Fang Chen. Witnessing the staggering casualties within the Lightning Guild, his mind was in utter disarray. Fang Chen looked at Uncle Wind and smiled. "From the moment you struck against me, I understood your intentions. Alas, you have miscalculated. Furthermore, the Lightning Guild is not as formidable as you imagine." "Die," Fang Chen declared, and instantly, a swarm of red fire stinger insects surged forth towards Uncle Wind. Despite his desperate attempts to defend himself, the insects swiftly eroded his defenses to near nothingness. The encroaching toxic mist wasted no time, claiming his life without mercy. Lei Gang collapsed to the ground, enveloped in despair, even beginning to await the countdown to his own demise. Uncle Long, the most powerful sorcerer among them, had abandoned all hope of struggle, unable to breach the defenses formed by countless ironclad ants. As for escape, such a notion was utterly impossible. With each passing moment, the area encompassed by the ironclad ants flickered with intermittent bursts of light. The onlookers in the distance, due to their remoteness, could only perceive the swirling clouds of toxins and the occasional flashes of light. As for what transpired within, none could ascertain. Initially, Su Muyu felt a sense of vindication watching the events unfold, but as time passed, her emotions shifted to trepidation, burying her head against Fang Chen's chest. No longer daring to observe, feeling the warmth of Fang Chen's embrace, a wave of apprehension washed over her. Even as a close friend of Fang Chen, she experienced a pang of fear. One could only imagine the despair that would envelop his adversaries. Merely 10 minutes later, Fang Chen gently patted Su Muyu's shoulder, prompting her to release her grip. Upon glancing forward, she noticed the purple toxic mist beginning to dissipate. A multitude of fallen items littered the ground, overwhelming to the eye. Fang Chen approached steadily, collecting the scattered belongings one by one. Su Muyu observed that around the Thunder Dragon Tower, aside from the tower itself, the only remaining figure was Lei Gang, who sat slumped on the ground. At that moment, Lei Gang gazed at Fang Chen, his eyes brimming with despair and confusion, clearly unaware of why Fang Chen had spared his life. Upon witnessing Fang Chen gathering the items, Lei Gang could no longer contain his composure. "What is your intention? If you wish to kill me, then do it." What purpose does it serve to leave me alive? After collecting the last of the items, Fang Chen turned to Lei Gang and said calmly, aside from your clothing, relinquish everything else you possess, and you may depart. What do you mean? Lei Gang asked, perplexed. Fang Chen could easily take what he desired by force. Why demand that he hand it over voluntarily? Did this imply that he did not intend to kill him? A flicker of hope ignited within Lei Gang. It was better to endure than to perish. As long as he lived, the possessions on him were trivial. I shan't repeat myself. You have 1 minute to decide, Fang Chen urged. The surrounding spectators began to stir, eager to involve themselves in the unfolding drama. Fang Chen was keen to avoid becoming a spectacle. Within a minute, Lei Gang must reach a conclusion. Under pressure, Lei Gang hastily discarded his belongings onto the ground. Fang Chen waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Though still bewildered, Lei Gang dared not linger, retreating while casting glances back at Fang Chen. It was only when he saw Fang Chen taking the items and departing with Su Muyu that he finally exhaled in relief. The onlookers quickly encircled Lei Gang, bombarding him with inquiries. Dragon City is no place for humans. I miss my mother. Clear the way. Lei Gang was on the verge of tears. Eventually, Su Muyu could no longer restrain her curiosity. Why did you not kill him? Fang Chen replied with a smile. If I kill him, who will transfer my funds? 1 billion after all. Moreover, I have plundered everything he possesses. Whether he lives or dies is inconsequential. Keeping him alive allows today's events to spread. As the saying goes, reputation and wealth are worth their weight in gold. Su Muyu scoffed at his words. This excuse may deceive others, but if you truly value fame and fortune, you would not resort to using a pseudonym. Fang Chen replied with a smile. Dear little rich lady, I assure you, I am not deceiving you this time. My previous use of a pseudonym was solely for self-preservation. However, after this lightning element slaying, the recruitment for Jiangbei University will soon follow. My name will inevitably be revealed. And at such a time, the more renowned I am, the more advantageous it will be for me. Once I enter Jiangbei University, only strength will be the sole avenue to obtain resources. Therefore, you must put in the effort. Hearing this, Su Muyu looked at Fang Chen, feeling a sudden concern that her prowess would increasingly diverge from his. Fang Chen, however, spoke seriously, then let us seize it. But I swear I will never pursue anyone under 18 again. It leads to internal injuries. You are insufferable. Su Muyu playfully punched Fang Chen on the chest, declaring, sooner or later, you will exhaust yourself. Regardless, you are mine. Even if you sought 100 others, you would still belong to me. Fang Chen chuckled. Moreover, our gains this time must be converted into currency through your family's auction house. Chapter 56. The first ruthless individual, completing the third transition. The contest for the lightning element realm has finally drawn to a close. The speed at which news spread was far beyond their expectations. Merely 2 hours later, it had circulated throughout the entire Jiangbei province. What? I have a girlfriend and annihilated an entire team of the Lightning Guild? This feud has escalated tremendously. Indeed, is that brat not heading to Jiangbei province for development? He must go. In Manhwa City, there is but one option for university, Jiangbei province. This kid must have lost his mind. Lost his mind. This lad is a ruthless individual. He obliterated an entire team, and reportedly, there were prominent figures undertaking fourth transition tasks among them. Unbelievable. How can one possibly achieve a second transition to slay those of the fourth? At Jiangbei University. What did you say? Jian Chen is dead? That I have a girlfriend killed him? It seems senior sister Jiang will face a worthy opponent this time. I just saw Li Yuan heading towards the abyss entrance. He must be delivering this news to senior sister Jiang. Li Yuan is quite formidable. Once the recruitment concludes, he will likely face his own adversary. Indeed, the practitioners of these recent cohorts are exceptionally strong. At the Lightning Guild in Jiangbei province, upon hearing the news, Lei Bao collapsed into his chair. Below him, several capable subordinates of the Lightning Guild wore ashen expressions, seething with rage. President, if we do not avenge such a grievous insult, how can our Lightning Guild maintain a foothold in Jiangbei City? Yes, that brat must be eliminated. Lei Bao regarded the crowd and responded, how shall we kill him? Jian Chen was already halfway through his fourth transition task when he was slain. Even Long Shu and Feng Shu have perished. To kill him, we would need the strength of a sixth transition. I am merely at the fifth. This individual is an extraordinary prodigy. His admission to Jiangbei University is a foregone conclusion. He is no longer someone we can provoke. From this day forth, wherever he goes, our Lightning Guild shall retreat. President, the crowd remained unwilling to accept this, yet Lei Bao barked in anger, do as I say. Who dares to utter a single word of dissent shall be expelled from the guild. If you seek vengeance, feel free to leave and pursue it on your own. Do not be the one to extinguish the last flicker of hope within our guild. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, we shall rename the guild. The moniker Lightning Guild has become utterly untenable. Only time can dilute the gravity of this incident. The crowd below sighed in resignation. They were acutely aware that a single individual had obliterated their entire team. Such formidable prowess was indeed beyond the control of their guild. To confront it head-on would only hasten their own demise. In Manhwa City, within a mere span of a few hours, the name I have a girlfriend was deemed the most formidable in the region. Even individuals from other areas of Jiangbei province acknowledged this sentiment. Merely a robbery, and yet a team was annihilated. Inside the Red River Guild in Longhua City, the elite members were nearly prostrate with fear upon receiving the news. If the Lightning Guild of Jiangbei province met such a fate, had they truly gambled on encountering Su Muyu and her companion outside Huangsha town, they might very well have found themselves in graves by now. Within the Lord's mansion of Longhua City, one official remarked, "Calm down, it's merely a matter of a few lives lost. First, the area around the Thunder Element is not a protected zone. Second, it was the Lightning Guild that initiated the conflict. You can simply inquire about the details later. Once he completes his third transfer, I will ensure his departure, and you need not worry about future matters." Master Qianhe stated. Hearing this, Nangong finally exhaled in relief. The presence of such a powerful figure in his city left him on edge. Should a greater calamity arise, even the Lord might find himself overwhelmed. In fact, he felt a tinge of gratitude that Fang Chen had not directly joined his garrison. As the saying goes, one must be able to stomach the size of their ambitions, lest they find themselves overwhelmed. All right, they have entered the city, we should depart as well. Qianhe beckoned. The Lord of Nangong, still somewhat apprehensive, replied, "You go ahead. I think I shall refrain from accompanying you." Qianhe was taken aback. If you do not go, who will clear his red name? One cannot complete a job transfer while in a red name state. Nangong paused, having forgotten about this detail. Thus, the two made their way to the job transfer temple. Within the job transfer temple, Su Muyu had successfully completed her transfer task. Coupled with the experience gained from slaying 4 world bosses, she had ascended to level 100 as a Phoenix Mage. Fang Chen, having personally tested the process, discovered that one in a red name state could not undergo a job transfer. Thus, they would first need to clear the red name status. I shall take my leave now. I will resolve your matters within 3 days. However, I must depart tonight, so this may be our farewell. Su Muyu expressed with a hint of reluctance. Fang Chen smiled. It is not a farewell forever. I shall personally visit in a month. Indeed. Su Muyu nodded. As her mother's illness awaited Fang Chen's assistance, glancing around the bustling job transfer temple, seemingly unnoticed, Su Muyu swiftly leaned in and placed a gentle kiss upon Fang Chen's mask. Upon finishing her words, Su Muyu turned and dashed out of the class transition temple. Fang Chen, left in a state of speechlessness, pondered whether he truly appeared to be so capricious. The allure of the outside world was undeniable, yet the comforts of home were not to be underestimated. In the lexicon of adulthood, the notion of choice is absent. If it is good, I desire it all. Just as Su Muyu departed, and before Fang Chen could exit the temple, a voice resonated through the air. Young friend, as someone who has walked this path, I must offer you a word of caution. Longhua City is rather small, and your encounters with beautiful women have been too few. While Su Muyu is indeed remarkable, you may yet encounter someone even more exceptional in the future. Such significant matters in life warrant careful consideration. To Fang Chen's surprise, the speaker was none other than Lord Nangong, prompting him to smile. I appreciate the Lord's concern, but my greatest passion lies in collecting beauty. Anything that is good, I wish to possess. Would you say that is perhaps too greedy? Lord Nangong chuckled in response. Greed is not inherently a vice. The key lies in whether you possess the strength to safeguard what your greed acquires. Since the game descended into this world, instances of the powerful taking multiple spouses have certainly occurred. With that, he continued, now, I am here to assist you in removing your notoriety. Qianhe has been waiting for you in the private room. Once you complete your class transition, you may meet him. Fang Chen nodded, acknowledging the urgency of Mentor Qianhe. Indeed, with the university enrollment period drawing near, such eagerness was understandable. Thus, Lord Nangong personally lifted Fang Chen's notoriety status without charge. Without further ado, Fang Chen proceeded directly towards the Tri-Transition Divine Stone. Upon submitting his task, a series of system notifications erupted. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Tri-Transition task, along with the Hidden Profession Challenge. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the Hidden Profession Blood Speaker. Ding! The system has detected your completion of the Tri-Transition task, and the Divine Talent system is extracting rewards. Chapter 57, Divine Talent, Divine Insect Fusion. Ding! Congratulations on completing the Tri-Transition task, along with the Hidden Profession Challenge. Ding! Congratulations. You have become the Hidden Profession Blood Speaker and gained 200 free attribute points. Ding! Your level has risen to 100. Please make use of your free attribute points promptly. Ding! The system has detected your completion of the Tri-Transition task, and the Divine Talent system is extracting rewards. Ding! The Divine Talent system has completed extraction. Congratulations on acquiring the Divine Talent, Divine Insect Fusion. Please check the specifics yourself. As the cascade of system notifications echoed in his mind, Fang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He hastily opened the details of his newly acquired Divine Talent, Divine Insect Fusion. Divine Insect Fusion Divine Talent allows the host to merge with the insect tribe under their control, granting the host the power of divine insects. Specific attributes can be viewed on the Divine Insect page. To merge oneself with divine insects, a spark ignited within Fang Chen, as if he had brushed against a brand new door. He eagerly accessed his divine insect list, instantly noticing a significant enhancement in their attributes. Name: Nano Venom Insect. Rating: Mythical. Level: 100. Attack Power: 10,000. Health Points: 6,000. Physical Defense: 1,300. Magical Defense: 1,300. Additional Effect: Venom. Each attack inflicts a venomous effect, causing the poison target to lose 4,000 health points per second for a duration of 3 seconds. Additional skill: Toxic Mist. Releases a toxic fog, poisoning enemies within the vicinity. If no enemies are present, the fog lingers for 30 minutes. Note: the venom effect can be enhanced with level progression. Reminder: Mythical Grade Divine Insect, cannot evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent activated. Currently in the process of splitting, maximum limit of 30,000, current quantity, 290,00030,000. Name: Skyfire Stinger Insect. Rating: Commander Level, Blue. Level, 100. Attack Power: 3,500. Health Points: 2,000. Physical Defense: 100. Magical Defense: 100. Passive Skill: Fire Armor Piercing. Attacks can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10. The effect can stack, potentially bringing their defenses close to 0. Note: the Fire Armor Piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Passive Skill: Flight. Can soar effortlessly, with no consumption, matching the speed of its master. Reminder: Commander Level Divine Insect, can evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent activated. Currently in the process of splitting, maximum limit of 30,000, current quantity, 25,30,000. Name: Ironclad Ant King. Rating: Commander Level, Blue. Level, 100. Attack Power: 3,300. Health Points: 55,000. Physical Defense: 10,000. Magical Defense: 10,000. Passive Skill: Silver Armor Protection. Upon receiving damage, its dual defense is instantly enhanced by 20. Reminder: Commander and Divine Insect, can evolve. Divine Insect Splitting Talent activated. Currently in the process of splitting, maximum limit of 30,000, current quantity, 260,00030,000. As the level of the Divine Insect ascends, its own level also begins to rise. Moreover, the quantity limit has reached 30,000. However, the free attribute points have yet to be allocated, and the equipment remains unchanged. Once replaced, the limit should be higher. There is no rush in this matter. The numbers clearly indicate that during the earlier skirmish with the Lightning Guild, the Skyfire Stinger insect incurred substantial losses. This particular insect possesses inadequate self-preservation capabilities, resulting in the highest attrition rate, followed closely by the Ironclad Ant. While the Nano Venom insect sustained the least damage, Fang Chen ceased his contemplations and proceeded to examine the effects of Divine Insect Fusion. Nano Venom Insect. A mythical grade venomous insect, currently available for fusion, with the following attributes. Attack Power. Upon fusion will yield an attack power of 300 million, 13,000 per unit. Each unit possesses 10,000 attack power, totaling 30,000 units. Venom Passive. Each attack will inflict a poison state on the enemy, causing them to lose 4,000 health points per second. Note: in fusion state, the Toxic Mist skill cannot be utilized. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. An attack power of 300 million? Was it not the case that with a single punch, one could obliterate the world? Even accounting for the opponent's defensive capabilities, a single blow would undoubtedly be sufficient to vanquish the heavens and the earth. However, Fang Chen soon regained his composure. This fusion, while impressive, merely enhanced his close combat prowess. When it came to leveling up through the mass slaughter of monsters, it was evident that remaining unfused was the wiser choice. Moreover, the inability to utilize the skill of Toxic Mist was somewhat disheartening. He then turned his attention to the second type of insect. Skyfire Stinger Bug Leader Level. Currently fusion is possible with the following fusion attributes. Ignore 50 defense. Upon fusion, he would gain the Skyfire Stinger Bug's ability to ignore 50 defense. Due to the low grade of the Divine Insect, the effect of 50 defense ignore would not stack, and enhancing the insect's rank could elevate the maximum limit of defense ignore. Contemplating this description, Fang Chen fell into deep thought. Allowing the Skyfire Stinger Bug to engage in a group assault could theoretically reduce the opponent's defense to 0. This would yield optimal results. Yet he was acutely aware that when facing more formidable monsters or powerful spellcasters, his Skyfire Stinger Bug might be eliminated before it could even approach the adversary. Therefore, while this fusion skill offered merely 50 defense ignore, it was exceptionally useful in certain situations. Content with this, he turned to the final insect. Ironclad Ant King, Leader Level Divine Insect. Currently fusion is possible with the following fusion attributes. Health points. Upon fusion, he would acquire the Ironclad Ant King's health of 16,555,000 times 3. Each has 10,000 health points, totaling 30,000. Physical defense. Upon fusion, he would gain the Ironclad Ant King's physical defense of 300 million, 10,000 times 30. Each has 10,000 physical defense, totaling 30,000. Magical defense. Upon fusion, he would gain the ironclad Ant King's magical defense of 300 million, 10,000 times 30. Each has 10,000 magical defense, totaling 30,000. Reminder, continue to elevate the rank to achieve dual defense immunity. Reading this introduction, Fang Chen was so exhilarated that he felt an urge to dash outside in jubilation. The fusion of these three insects each possessed its own merits. If the nano venom bug granted him unparalleled offensive capabilities, then the ironclad Ant King provided him with invincible defense and health. With such attributes, Fang Chen could even forego the dual defense and health offered by his equipment, focusing solely on enhancing his mental prowess and raising the upper limit of his divine insect. With 5 billion health points and 300 million in dual defense, unless confronted with some defense-ignoring monstrosities or specific creatures, it was unlikely that anyone below the 8th turn could breach his defenses. Naturally, if he could continue to elevate his abilities to the point of complete immunity, it would be the pinnacle of achievement. This divine talent had undoubtedly propelled Fang Chen's survival capabilities to a new qualitative level. If that sword-wielding assailant were to strike now, even if he attempted to cleave with his blade, he would be unable to inflict any harm upon me. Fang Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. Indeed, the universe seemed to align with his desires. Previously, he had to rely on the ironclad ants to form a defensive layer around him during battles. Now, one can effortlessly choose to merge with oneself, becoming an unstoppable force. Who could possibly rival such power? After calming his mind, Fang Chen allocated his free attribute points and prepared to examine his attribute panel, as well as the abilities of his newly acquired hidden class, Bloodsucker. Chapter 58, Blood Insect Master, ranking 1st, Jiang Hao. Name, Fang Chen. Class, 3rd Transition Bloodsucker, Blood Insect Master. Level, 100, health points, 5,000, post-merging with Divine Insect, 16. 5 billion, physical defense, 500, post-merging with Divine Insect, 300 million, magical defense, 500, post-merging with Divine Insect, 300 million, strength, 106, intelligence, 228, constitution, 109, mentality, 1. 407, 140, 140 due to the passive effect of the Goblin King's staff. Enhancing mental mastery by 10. Speed, 30 meters second, free attribute points, 0, class skills, beast mastery, attack form switch evolution, control beast attack power increased by 10, bloodsucking technique. Universal skills, divine concealment, teleportation, advanced stealth. Class traits, insect affinity. The practitioner is an insect beast master with a high success rate in controlling insect species, while attempts to control other types of beasts are guaranteed to fail. Divine talent, divine insect division, enhances mentality, increasing the division limit. Current limit, 30,000. Divine talent, perfect control, allows the activation of a perfect control skill, guaranteeing success on the controlled target, limited to insect species. And the target S level must not exceed the practitioner S by 30 levels. Cooldown period, 24 hours. Divine talent, damage transfer, designated ironclad ant. Currently able to bear damage of 5 billion. Divine talent, divine insect fusion, currently capable of fusing with divine insects. Nano poison insect, ironclad ant, skyfire stinger insect. Upon reviewing the descriptions, nothing particularly stood out, aside from the fact that his class had completely transformed from Beastmaster to Bloodsucker. Accompanied by the addition of the bloodsucking technique, skill, Fang Chen first examined the class introduction. The Bloodsucker, also known as the Blood Insect Master, is a rare profession originating from ancient times. Mastering insects grants it formidable vampiric powers. As long as the insect race endures, the Bloodsucker remains immortal. Just reading the description seemed impressive. Fang Chen hurriedly looked into the skill description of bloodsucking technique. Bloodsucking technique, passive skill. All insects controlled by the host convert 10 of the damage dealt into vitality for the host. This converted vitality can also be transferred by the host to other insects. As long as the insect race endures, the host will not perish. The description appeared somewhat intricate. Yet Fang Chen soon grasped the significance of this skill. It essentially bestows a vampiric ability upon himself and all the insects he commands, allowing for an exchange of this effect among them. For instance, the skyfire stinger insect may be fragile but effectively lowers the enemy's defenses. Thus, before every engagement, it is the skyfire stinger insect that bravely forges ahead to pave the way. With the acquisition of the bloodshed technique, a portion of the damage inflicted by the celestial fire stingers will now be converted into health. As long as Fang Chen channels this vitality back to the celestial fire stingers, their depletion shall be significantly mitigated. Moreover, with the introduction of the nano venom bugs into the fray, their high attack capabilities will augment the vampiric effects, allowing the health absorbed to be transferred to the celestial fire stingers. Consequently, even if the celestial fire stingers were to engage in direct confrontation, their losses would be minimal. This revelation is nothing short of miraculous for Fang Chen. As a beast tamer, he is acutely aware of his shortcomings. Previously, He had to exercise extreme caution against the ambushes of assassin swordsmen. However, the fusion with divine insects has seamlessly addressed this vulnerability, rendering him invincible in close combat following the amalgamation. The issue of insect attrition has been a persistent source of concern for him, as the number of insects constitutes his absolute core. A significant loss of insects in a short span would be catastrophic. Fortunately, the hidden class of bloodshedders effectively alleviates this pressure. It can be said that Fang Chen's weakest aspects have now been compensated. Aside from the ongoing need to monitor the potential drastic reduction in insect numbers, there are virtually no other threats looming over him. The bloodshed technique also substantially mitigates the risk of mass insect fatalities. Drawing a deep breath, Fang Chen felt as though the path to his ascendance had finally been unfettered. After his third-class advancement, his overall strength has become incomparable. Should he encounter the members of the Lightning Guild now, there would be no need for him to devise strategies to maneuver close to the lightning element. He could simply stroll in unabashedly, and none would dare to impede his passage. As for Jin Shun, even if he stood idly by and allowed him to strike, his defenses would remain unbreached. How exhilarating! With Nangong having departed, Fang Chen wasted no time. Taking a deep breath, he made his way towards one of the private rooms. Inside, Mentor Qian he had been waiting for some time. What level have you reached? Qian he inquired with a smile upon Fang Chen's entrance. 100. Fang Chen replied candidly, not wishing to conceal his achievement. The four worlds have granted you 11 levels of experience, propelling you directly from level 89 to 100. Quite impressive. Given your current level, you will likely rank around the 100th position when the enrollment list for Jiangbei University is announced. The top 100 are eligible for admission. Yet those with higher ranks will naturally enjoy better treatment and resources once enrolled, Mentor Qian he remarked. However, Fang Chen was puzzled. I have a question. Since I awakened my class and transitioned, I have hardly rested at all. Moreover, I have received rewards from both dungeons and the world. Why then do I find myself ranked around 100? Fang Chen expressed his confusion, having pushed himself to the limits, wondering if anyone could have outperformed him. Upon hearing this, Mentor Qian he chuckled. The ranking is based solely on level. It considers only level, disregarding aspects such as combat prowess. He elucidated. You individuals have only recently completed your awakening. Merely a month has passed. Before the third transition, a disparity in strength will manifest. Those with advantageous occupations and backgrounds will experience rapid advancement, while those in ordinary professions lacking resources will contemplate joining guilds for sustenance. This represents the first disparity. The second disparity arises with university admissions. Those who rank within the top 100 may pursue further studies. Conversely, those who fail to achieve this will likely opt for more reputable guilds, balancing risk with personal growth. You believe that your accomplishments over the past month have been commendable, and I concede that they indeed are. However, some individuals will go to lengths for admission into Jiangbei University that you cannot fathom. For instance, with a wave of Mentor Qian's hand, the image of a young man materialized before us, devoid of a name, yet appearing to be of a similar grade. This individual, named Jiang Hao, is currently at level 115 in his third transition. He surpasses you by a full 15 levels, a difference that places him at the top of the rankings. As one progresses beyond the third transition, leveling up becomes increasingly arduous. This 15-level gap cannot be bridged merely through grinding in the world. While such endeavors yield substantial experience, the refresh cycle is excessively prolonged, with intervals of 10 to 15 days rendering it impractical for leveling. Thus, there are specific locales designated for leveling. Moreover, do you know what profession Jiang Hao holds? Fang Chen shook his head, unfamiliar with the individual. Mentor Qian had chuckled. He is a priest. A priest? Fang Chen was taken aback. The priesthood, akin to the art of celestial techniques, is primarily a healing role, although celestial techniques lean more towards restoration. It can be said that the priest profession is somewhat superfluous. Typically, a guild requires only one high-level priest. They can sustain buffs for 10 days to half a month, and priests usually remain sheltered within the guild, devoid of task obligations. After all, their combat prowess is quite feeble. They rely on their supportive capabilities to thrive. For a priest to momentarily occupy the top of the leaderboard, he must undoubtedly be a scion of wealth. Chapter 59. Departing Longhua, the leaderboard is announced. Jiang Hao hails from Jiangbei City, his father being the lord of the city, Bei Jiangnan. Following his awakening, his father employed 2 mercenary squads to assist him around the clock in leveling. One could say he has merely been sleeping in the wilderness, steadily ascending to his current level. A priest does not need to master various combat techniques. They only require high levels, potent buffs, and the ability to ensure their survival. When it came time to complete his transition task, his family provided him with all the necessary materials, enabling him to fulfill the task without leaving the transition temple. In the week prior to the world's third transition quest, the mercenary squads had cleared the 4 elemental creatures outside Jiangbei City. He accomplished the third transition task in merely one morning. You may believe your efforts have been sufficient, yet you remain unaware that others are surpassing you. You toil for each day, while they seize every fleeting second. Mentor Qianhe remarked. You might consider this trivial, as he is merely a priest. Even if he enters Jiangbei University as the top of the leaderboard, what significance does it truly hold? I must first convey that in this world, university constitutes merely a fleeting fragment of one's life. Regardless of your location or capabilities, stagnation signifies regression. Should you remain in Longhua City, your development will inevitably be constrained by its limitations. Lacking a formidable background and resources, one must exert even greater effort than others. Fang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Previously, he had felt empowered by the system, believing he could navigate through life with ease. However, it became apparent that many others were equally diligent. If a mere priest could attain the top position, one could only imagine the dedication and toil invested. It was indeed time for him to depart from Longhua City. The vastness of the outside world beckoned him to soar to greater heights. Please, just tell me what I should do, since I have already decided to follow you. I shall not waver, he inquired. He understood that the competition in Longhua City had concluded, and the contest for enrollment at Jiangbei University was just commencing. Although Mentor Qianhe had promised him a special admission quota, he did not wish to miss this grand enrollment event. The enrollment list will be officially announced in 3 days, Mentor Qianhe declared. Once it is revealed, there will only remain a month until the commencement of classes. Thus, I shall grant you 3 more days to prepare. After that, we shall leave Longhua City together. Fang Chen nodded. Though he had no close relatives in Longhua City, he had spent many years there and inevitably formed some emotional ties. That evening, Su Muyu departed with Su Mu Tian. However, 2 days later, she fulfilled her promise and transferred a total of 15 billion. Of this sum, 10 billion was from the wager with the Lightning Guild, while the remaining 5 billion was the bounty acquired after vanquishing that faction. Consequently, Fang Chen's wealth had reached a staggering 20 billion dragon coins, barely sufficient for an opportunity to enhance his insect companion. Regrettably, there were no materials available in Longhua City, so he would have to wait until he reached Jiangbei Province. Initially, he had considered procuring some equipment, but Mentor Qianhe assured him that their destination would also feature a larger auction house, offering more options. After all, the limited choices in Longhua City were rather confining. 3 days later, Fang Chen departed as promised with Mentor Qianhe. On that day, Lord Nangong and Xiao Tianlang personally came to bid farewell. Naturally, Lei Yang and Zhang Dong were not qualified to attend, yet they watched the live broadcast of the event on the professional forum, filled with emotions. In just a month, the disparity in their lives had become starkly evident. They had once believed they would rise, but now, confronted with the reality, they felt a deep sense of humility. Under the night sky, Fang Chen sat atop Mentor Qianhe's majestic golden eagle, observing the swiftly passing scenery below. A sense of anticipation welled within him, wondering where Mentor Qianhe would lead him next. Just as he was about to voice his curiosity, Mentor Qianhe smiled and remarked, "The list is about to be announced." Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, and almost simultaneously, a voice resonated in his ear. Ding! The enrollment list for Jiangbei University is officially open. Any student within the jurisdiction of Jiangbei Province who has completed the awakening task this year is eligible to apply. The information of all practitioners has already been recorded. You merely need to choose whether to enroll. Should you decide against enrolling, your information will be automatically erased. Once you confirm your enrollment, your name or pseudonym will appear on the enrollment list. The application period is 1 hour. Please complete your registration promptly. Fang Chen marveled at the impressive reach of the provincial broadcast, realizing that the enrollment list for Jiangbei University encompasses the entire province. This meant that the list served as a stage for the prodigies of Jiangbei Province to compete. As Fang Chen pondered this, another system voice echoed. Ding! Will you enroll? Without a moment's hesitation, Fang Chen chose to affirm. Ding! Please select the name you wish to use, your real name or a pseudonym. Fang Chen, I have a girlfriend. The system presented him with 2 options. Reluctantly, Fang Chen contemplated and ultimately chose I have a girlfriend, though he had no qualms about revealing his identity. He preferred to keep it concealed for now. Furthermore, Mentor Qian had advised him to exercise caution, as there were indeed remnants of anti-alliance factions within Longhua. Using a pseudonym seemed a prudent choice. As for any future exposure, that could be addressed when the time came. Every minute of concealment was a gain. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully enrolled. The enrollment list will be unveiled in 1 hour. Please keep track of your ranking. The system concluded with a reminder before falling silent. Fang Chen then noticed that his panel now included an option for the ranking list. Upon opening it, a vast luminous screen appeared, though it bore no names at that moment. This hour was designated for registration, and it seemed that the specific rankings would only be disclosed after the enrollment period concluded. Unbothered, Fang Chen closed the ranking list and inquired, Mentor, where are we headed? Qianhe had not previously mentioned their destination, and upon hearing the question, he replied, to Abyss Town. Abyss Town? Fang Chen was momentarily stunned but quickly grasped the significance of the place. It had been briefly introduced in his high school textbooks. In the first decade following the emergence of the game into the real world, the original urban landscape of Longhua had been nearly obliterated. With the advent of practitioners, cities began to be restructured and redefined. Each large town, organized by province, featured a location known as Abyss Town nearby. Zhongbei Province was no exception. It was said that this was due to the presence of an abyssal entrance in close proximity to Abyss Town. Initially, there were no cities in the vicinity, but as numerous practitioners gathered around the abyssal entrance, settlements gradually emerged. Thus, there was also an abyssal entrance near Zhongbei Province, with Abyss Town being the nearest locality to this entrance. The Abyss Town is not far from Zhongbei City, making it quite convenient to seek out Su Muyu in a month's time. Fang Chen contemplated this, his interest piqued by the mythical spirit insect residing in Su Muyu's mother's mind. To his surprise, Mentor Qianhe intended to take him to this place. Was it possible that he was preparing for Fang Chen to delve into the depths of the abyss to level up? Chapter 60, Falling to 100, Abyss Tavern. Mentor Qianhe showed no inclination to elaborate further. Fang Chen, feeling no desire to inquire more, decided to wait until they arrived to understand everything. After patiently waiting for an hour, the options on the leaderboard finally lit up. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in Fang Chen's ear. Ding! The Zhongbei University admission rankings have completed registration. The ranking results will be revealed in 10 seconds, concluding in 30 days. The admission results will be announced based on these rankings. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown resonated, Fang Chen fixed his gaze upon the leaderboard. Although he was not fond of a ranking system based solely on levels, it was evident that Zhongbei University had its own rationale. For instance, Zhang Hao, a priest, occupied the top position, which spoke volumes about the strength of the resources and connections backing him. University admissions cannot solely hinge on talent. The ascent of a formidable individual necessitates abundant resources and support. In comparison, levels provide a succinct reflection of a person's comprehensive strength within a short span. Ding! The rankings have been published. As the system's voice announced this, Fang Chen observed names beginning to materialize on the leaderboard. Indeed, the first position was held by the young man named Zhang Hao. First place, Zhang Hao, third transition, level 116 priest. In just 3 days, he had ascended another level. Fang Chen marveled. Indeed, wealth brings advantages. At this rate, he might complete the 4th transition quest before the deadline. With extraordinary luck, he could even embark on the 5th transition quest. However, such a probability was exceedingly slim. Successfully completing the 4th transition quest to enter Zhongbei University would signify an exceptional talent. As for undertaking the 5th transition quest, the likelihood was minimal. Fang Chen continued to peruse the rankings. First place, Zhang Hao, 3rd transition, level 116 priest. Second place, Li Jian, 3rd transition, level 110 dark swordsman. Third place, Meng Nan, 3rd transition, level 105 berserker. Fourth place, Li Kai, 3rd transition, level 104 sorceress. Fang Chen noted that there were others on the list who, like him, had adopted pseudonyms, such as this brother Meng Nan. Furthermore, the 4th position, Li Kai, was surprisingly a sorceress. The high level of a healer indicated a commendable family background as well. Beyond that, the discrepancies in levels among those ranked lower were minimal, with many clustered around levels 103 to 104. It appeared that formidable practitioners were indeed plentiful throughout Zhongbei Province. Although he had considered himself diligent, he currently stood at a mere level 100. Continuing to scroll down, Fang Chen eventually located himself at the 100th position. The 100th, I have a girlfriend. A level 100 beastmaster. The 101st, Su family's little rich girl, a level 100 mage. To my astonishment, Su Muyu is following closely behind. Truly, we are kindred spirits in adversity. Fang Chen chuckled helplessly. However, just as he resigned himself to this fate, he noticed Su Muyu's ranking shift from 101st to 102nd, while his own fell from 100 to 101st. What the hell? Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Here I am still on my journey, and these folks are busy leveling up. They haven't even left me a spot in the top 100. What's this? Are you concerned about your ranking? Mentor Qian, he finally spoke up. Fang Chen, upon hearing this, replied with a grin, I am still young. It's natural to be competitive. Of course, it would be best to secure the first place. Yet now even the 100th spot has been seized from me. Qian, he laughed. Once we reach Abyss Town, you will catch up. Now, let us prepare to descend. With that, the windborne golden eagle turned direction and soared towards the ground. As they descended, Fang Chen beheld a brightly lit town bustling with activity. The duo landed outside the town, and Mentor Qian he instructed, if you need to change your equipment or anything else, take care of it directly. Tomorrow morning, I will guide you into the abyss. With that, Mentor Qian he departed, leaving Fang Chen somewhat helpless, as he found himself abandoned in this place. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed, for he had money in his possession, eager to enhance his strength in this lively locale, which was even more vibrant than Longhua City. Fang Chen wasted no time and entered the town. Along the way, he observed numerous shops selling various items. He even spotted many yellow, leader-grade equipment. Naturally, the prices were quite steep. However, he did not find any orange, lord-grade items, which he presumed were likely reserved for large auction houses. As a newcomer, Fang Chen was uncertain of the layout, so he first ventured into a general store to purchase local intelligence and information regarding the abyss. According to the report, Within Abyss Town, there existed an establishment called the Abyss Tavern, operated by the provincial garrison of Jiangbei. It featured both an auction house and a place to relax while acquiring desired items. Moreover, it was reputed to have the most intelligence available. Without further ado, Fang Chen made his way to the Abyss Tavern. Moments later, seated in the tavern's first-floor hall, he ordered a pot of wine. Sipping as he studied the information on the Abyss, the materials indicated that the Abyss near Jiangbei province was known as the Demon Lord's Abyss. It was said that within this abyss lurked a powerful Lord-level, Orange, Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was formidable and resided deep within the abyss. A place even the Lord of Jiangbei City, Bei Jiangnan, dared not enter lightly. Despite Bei Jiangnan's high strength, slaying a Lord-level Demon Lord outside would not pose much difficulty. However, deep within the abyss, he might find himself in peril. Thus, this threat had yet to be eradicated. The abyss, after undergoing renovations by the garrison of Jiangbei City, currently boasts 2 accessible levels. The first level requires a payment of 100 million dragon coins for a single day of training, while the second level demands a staggering 1 billion dragon coins for the same duration. As he gazed at the renewal fees, Fang Chen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. It felt akin to being robbed. With a daily cost of 100 million for the first layer, his amassed fortune of 2 billion would permit him a mere 20 days in the second layer. Surely, he wouldn't expect him to pay out of pocket? Fang Chen sighed in frustration, having painstakingly saved so much money to enhance his bugs, not to purchase entry tickets. It seemed he would need to spend his money tonight to avoid being exploited by Qianhe. Fang Chen schemed a little. Such exorbitant fees must imply considerable benefits. Furthermore, according to the description, the maintenance of the formations within the abyss incurred substantial expenses, justifying the high charges. Nevertheless, the experience gained from leveling up appeared quite promising. With this in mind, he promptly summoned a maid who approached him. "Sir, how may I assist you?" Fang Chen unmasked, caught the beautiful maid off guard with his striking visage. "I need to procure some items. Equipment primarily enhancing mental strength for level 100. Other attributes are inconsequential. Additionally, please check the market for commander level, blue, bugs." "Thank you. Certainly, please hold on for a moment," the lovely maid replied before swiftly departing to make arrangements. "Sir, we have equipment available at the auction house, totaling 300 million, which includes a weapon. As for the commander level, blue, bugs, our auction house currently possesses 10. Should you require more, I can arrange for additional retrieval," the maid informed him. Fang Chen nodded, refraining from unnecessary conversation, and promptly produced his diamond card, handing it over. The beautiful receptionist maintained her composure, but a flicker of surprise crossed her features as she scanned the card and read the information. Chapter 61. Chief Purple Yen, Evolution Explained. "Are you the gentleman with a girlfriend? Is there a problem?" Fang Chen inquired, perplexed that his pseudonym had gained such notoriety. Having never visited this abyss town, he was astonished to discover that his name had reached even here. "Your name is currently known by all in Abyss Town. Moreover, the auction house associated with the Abyss Tavern is, in fact, the Su-style auction house. The master has specifically instructed that anyone presenting this diamond card is entitled to complimentary services." "Complimentary?" Fang Chen was taken aback. Su Mutian was indeed generous. Yet he would not accept such an offer. It is often said that those who take advantage of others' kindness risk tarnishing their character. No need for complimentary services. Please apply whatever discounts are appropriate. I am pressed for time, so let us expedite this process, shall we? Fang Chen urged, aware that Qianhe had granted him only one night, and he intended to learn more about the circumstances beneath the abyss after evolving his bugs. The beautiful maid nodded and promptly led Fang Chen to a private room on the upper floor. My goodness, revealing one's identity truly changes the treatment one receives. Fang Chen smiled wryly, realizing that in this world, only strength serves as the most reliable passport. Sir, shortly, Miss Xian, the person in charge here, will personally come to attend to you. With that, the beautiful attendant departed. Fang Chen nodded and settled back on the sofa, patiently awaiting her arrival. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the tavern, Xian expressed her astonishment. What did you say? I have a girlfriend? Are you certain it's him? The lovely attendant nodded emphatically, absolutely. There is no mistake. This is his diamond card. Xian took the card and confirmed its authenticity. All right, I understand. I shall go there immediately. If young Master Jiang arrives, please delay him for a moment. Young Master Jiang? I fear I may not be able to stop him. The attendant appeared troubled, fully aware of Jiang's temperament, which made it a daunting task to impede his advance. Xian replied, then simply inform him that I am attending to esteemed guests and cannot be disturbed. With urgency in her tone, she swiftly retrieved a black gold card and hurried towards the private room. The attendant, observing Xian's reaction, felt perplexed, pondering to herself. Does having a girlfriend truly put the Lightning Guild in jeopardy? Is it so significant that even the person in charge places such importance on it? Or is there something else that draws the Lord's attention to him? Even Xian has cast aside young Master Jiang. How strange. Unbeknownst to her, Fang Chen's significance to Su Mutian was paramount. Only someone of Xian's stature, responsible for an auction house, would be privy to such information. In truth, after Su Mutian departed Longhua City with Su Muyu, he knew that Fang Chen could not remain there indefinitely. Thus, his first course of action was to inform all the heads of the Su auction house scattered throughout Longhua City. Any occurrence involving Fang Chen, or the claim of having a girlfriend, needed to be reported immediately, with requests granted without hesitation. They were even permitted to waive fees entirely. With their employer issuing such directives, they naturally could not afford to be negligent. Su Mutian's intentions were to keep abreast of Fang Chen's movements. For the life of his beloved was at stake, and he could not afford to be indifferent. Soon after, Xian arrived at the private room. Greetings, I am Xian, the person in charge of this auction house. As a friend of our esteemed owner, you have been granted complimentary service upon your arrival. Should you insist on payment, we can offer you a maximum discount of 50%. She presented a black gold card to him. Fang Chen, seeing this, wasted no time and accepted the card. Let us forego the complimentary service. A 50% discount will suffice. Well then, I shall not linger. Do I need to bring anything? Xian nodded and waved her hand, revealing 10 neatly arranged brocade boxes before them. They are all here. If this is insufficient, we can arrange for more to be transported from Jiangbei City overnight. Expected to arrive by tomorrow morning. However, Fang Chen frowned at her words. Time was of the essence. He was set to enter the abyss with Mentor Qian early the next morning, and he clearly could not wait. Moreover, the 10 insects before him might indeed fall short, considering that the last time he had evolved the fiery thorn insect's ability to fly. It had required a full 10 insects. As Fang Chen furrowed his brow, Xian promptly interjected, if you are in a hurry, we can issue a collection order overnight. There are quite a number of residents in Abyss Town, many of whom are professionals, so it's quite possible someone possesses larvae. However, the larvae collected through this order will not be available at a discounted rate. We can provide you with the purchase price directly, without markup. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen nodded in agreement. It was indeed a viable solution, and he appreciated Xian's earnestness. Very well, but let us discuss this later. Who knows? Perhaps luck will be on my side tonight. He motioned for her to leave, but upon raising his gaze, he was struck by the realization that Xian was quite an exquisite beauty, embodying the allure of a mature woman. He had been so focused on his own thoughts that he had not noticed her until now. The words urging her to depart suddenly felt somewhat awkward on his tongue. Xian smiled at Fang Chen and said, I will take my leave now. Call for me if you need anything. Fang Chen nodded. Recognizing that this mature woman was indeed perceptive, she understood her role without needing to be told. Once Xian departed, Fang Chen did not linger. After careful consideration, he resolved to evolve the fire stinger larva first. The ironclad ant was a defensive creature, with attributes that were currently well balanced. His own enhancements were already substantial, especially after acquiring the divine fusion talent. At this juncture, what Fang Chen truly lacked was not defense, but rather offensive capabilities. Should the fire stinger larva evolve into a formidable being, it would undoubtedly be of immense assistance to him. With this thought in mind, Fang Chen wasted no time and retrieved a fire stinger larva, placing it in the palm of his hand. He then opened the first brocade box. To his surprise, he found a small larva bound with a black string inside. Green spotted larva. Rank, Commander level, blue. Level, 0. Attack power, none. Defense power, none. Skills, none. Description, a type of artificially cultivated larva with no attributes or combat abilities. Gazing at the string of attributes, Fang Chen felt somewhat speechless. This creature possessed no capabilities whatsoever. Could it even evolve into something with abilities? He thought to himself as he opened the second box, only to find yet another of the same type of larva. In a single breath, he opened all the boxes, discovering that they all contained the same larva. This left him feeling quite helpless. With such a creature lacking any attributes, was there truly a necessity for evolution? Without a mentor to guide him, he felt utterly lost. This was when the benefits of having a mentor during university studies became apparent. However, he was not a beast master of the insect variety, and he likely was still en route. Thus, Fang Chen decided to purchase a detailed book on insect evolution from the auction house. He began to peruse it. Complete Guide to Beastmaster Evolution. The book clearly documented various aspects and recommendations regarding a beastmaster's control over the evolution of their creatures. It stated, evolution skills, as one of the core abilities of a beastmaster, are among the methods to enhance their creatures. Apart from evolution, the swiftest method to acquire formidable control over beasts lies in capturing new ones. However, this endeavor is undeniably challenging, rendering evolution an essential subject for every beast master to comprehend and master. Understanding the intricacies of evolution skills enables one to grasp the necessary actions to undertake when facing evolution. Chapter 62, Dual Evolution, Attribute Enhancement. According to the elucidation on evolution, Fang Chen realized that his previous assumptions were misguided. He had once believed that selecting insects with special attributes for evolution would grant the fire spike insect new capabilities. However, the detailed explanation clarified that such occurrences are not guaranteed and possess a low probability, particularly for insects of lower tiers, where the chance of acquiring new abilities diminishes significantly. Moreover, it is entirely unnecessary. Fang Chen understood this well. Since others possess few control beasts, Investing heavily in evolving and nurturing them from lower tiers proves to be an unwise decision. It is more prudent to utilize them as a transitional phase and, when the opportunity arises, to replace them with superior control beasts. Yet, Fang Chen's situation differed slightly. The abundance of insects at his disposal rendered the tiers insignificant. As long as their attributes were exceptional, coupled with their numbers, he would be invincible. The implications of this elucidation regarding insect evolution can be summarized in two aspects. Firstly, for lower-tier insects, their skills need not be overly scrutinized, as their base tier is inherently low. Thus, the priority should be on swiftly elevating their tier rather than focusing on whether the materials possess new attributes. Secondly, upon evolution, various attributes will increase, and during tier elevation, there exists a probability of instinctively comprehending new skills. Naturally, the higher the tier, the greater the likelihood of such comprehension. Conversely, the lower the tier, the lesser the chance. Having clarified these points, Fang Chen felt a sense of relief. The most vital aspect of the flying fire spike insect is its armor-piercing capability. This means that even in the absence of new abilities or skills, he could accept the outcome. Furthermore, an increase in tier would enhance its base attack power, representing a significant improvement. Rather than pursuing additional skills attached to the materials, it would be more advantageous to seek the basic attribute enhancement that high quality brings. With these thoughts in mind, Fang Chen ceased to delay and proceeded to take action. Evolution. Ding. Your flying fire spike insect. This evolution has failed. The familiar voice and the familiar outcome elicited a resigned smile from Fang Chen as he continued his efforts. Ding. Your flying fire spike insect. This evolution has failed. Ding. Your flying fire spike insect. This evolution has failed. Ding. Your flying fire spike insect. This evolution has succeeded. Fang Chen was momentarily stunned. Surprises often arrive unexpectedly. He had not anticipated that merely 4 of his fire spike insects would complete their evolution. Simultaneously, the evolution option turned gray, indicating that the flying fire spike insect could no longer evolve. Fang Chen recalled something and hurriedly opened the information panel. Name, Fire Spike Insect King. Rating, Leader Level, Yellow. Level, 100. Attack Power, 5,000. Health, 3,000. Physical Defense, 200. Magic Defense, 200. Passive Skill, Fire Armor Piercing. When attacking, it can weaken the opponent's dual defenses by 10. The effect is stackable, ultimately reducing the opponent's defenses to 0. Note, the fire armor piercing effect is fixed and cannot be enhanced. Passive skill, Flight, can soar effortlessly without any cost, matching the speed of its master. Reminder, boss level Divine Insect, capable of evolution. Divine Insect splitting talent activated, currently splitting. Maximum limit of 30,000, current number, 2530,000. Upon examining the information presented, Fang Chen couldn't help but smile. Indeed, he had correctly surmised that the grade of his fire spike insect had advanced. It had risen from commander level to boss level. Furthermore, its fundamental attributes had been enhanced. Although he had not mastered any new skills, the existing ones had undergone transformation. Previously, the commander level fire spike insect was incapable of completely reducing the opponent's defenses to 0. But after the elevation in grade, it could now achieve this feat. While the difference may seem slight, it nonetheless represented an improvement. Pondering this, Fang Chen eagerly activated the divine talent, Insect Fusion. Fire Spike Insect Emperor, boss level, currently eligible for fusion, with the fusion attributes as follows. Ignores 70 defense. Upon merging with itself, it will gain the ability to ignore 70 points of defense. The insect's grade is moderate, post-fusion. The effect of ignoring defense is limited to 70 and will not stack. Enhancing the insect's grade can increase the cap of ignored defense, with a maximum potential of 100. The fusion's defense ignoring ability had been elevated by 20, which was quite satisfactory. Fang Chen nodded in approval. The benefits derived from the grade elevation were indeed acceptable. Moreover, most importantly, he had only utilized 4 commander-level insects for this achievement. His luck was quite favorable. Fang Chen glanced again at the Fire Spike Insect Emperor, currently at boss level, yellow, which indicated that further evolution would require insects of the same grade. He casually browsed the auction house and was immediately taken aback. The price for a boss level, yellow, insect was an astonishing 1 billion. Moreover, there was only a single specimen available in the entire auction house. Fang Chen calculated that merely acquiring these 10 commander-level insects would cost him 1 billion dragon coins, in addition to another 300 million for the equipment. He still had over 18 billion dragon coins remaining, which provided ample financial resources. However, the dilemma lay in the scarcity of stock. Contemplating this, Fang Chen intended to purchase the sole available boss-level, yellow, insect. However, upon checking, he discovered that it had already been sold. Damn it, Fang Chen exclaimed, somewhat speechless. That insect was far too sought after. After hesitating for just a moment, it had vanished. With no other option, Fang Chen decided to set this aside and continue enhancing his armored ant. The Fire Spike Insect Emperor could no longer be upgraded, and the remaining 6 material insects should not be wasted. Evolution. Ding. Your armored ant has failed this evolution attempt. Ding. Your armored ant has failed this evolution attempt. Ding. Your armored ant has failed this evolution attempt. As a series of failure sounds echoed, Fang Chen felt that this time it was destined to be a disappointment. After all, the iron-armored ant was undergoing its first enhancement, and the likelihood of success seemed quite slim. However, just when he was on the verge of giving up, a sudden voice resonated. Ding. Your iron-armored ant has successfully evolved this time. Startled by the announcement, Fang Chen glanced at the remaining 6 insects, which had all been depleted. His luck tonight was truly extraordinary. He had managed to achieve 2 evolutions using only 10 insects. He quickly opened the attribute panel. Name, Iron-Armored Ant King. Evaluation, Leader Level, Yellow, Level, 100, Attack Power, 4,000, Health Points, 60,000, Physical Defense, 12,000, Magical Defense, 12,000, Passive Skill, Silver Armor Protection. When taking damage, it immediately enhances both defenses by 40. Note, leaders and divine insects can evolve. Divine Insects Splitting Talent activated. Currently splitting, maximum limit 30,000, current quantity, 260,000, 30,000. Gazing at the description, Fang Chen felt a surge of excitement. He had not anticipated that the iron-armored ant would evolve only once and simultaneously elevate its tier. The enhancement increased its health and dual defenses, and most crucially, the effect of the silver armor protection skill had risen from 20 to 40. This meant that during encounters with others, he would become significantly more resilient. Fang Chen hastily examined the fusion effects. Iron-Armored Ant King, a leader-level insect, is currently eligible for fusion with the following attributes. Health points, upon fusion, will grant the Iron-Armored Ant King an effect of 1,8630,000. Each has 60,000 health, totaling 30,000. Physical defense, upon fusion, will grant the Iron-Armored Ant King a physical defense effect of 3,600,000,000. Each has 120,000 physical defense, totaling 30,000. Magical defense, upon fusion, will grant the Iron-Armored Ant King a magical defense effect of 3,600,000,000. Each has 120,000 magical defense, totaling 30,000. Note, continue to elevate tier for the possibility of dual defense immunity. Beholding the splendid statistics, Fang Chen was thoroughly satisfied. Indeed, the enhancement of the iron-armored ant had the most pronounced effect on its attributes. The scarcity of leader-level insects was evident. It appeared that he could evolve no further tonight. The remaining insects could be evaluated for any suitable additional equipment. Chapter 63, Wing of Hatred, a monster gathering artifact. Fang Chen called out, and Ziyan re-entered the private room. Her smile remained unchanged, revealing no trace of emotional fluctuation. I have used all 10 insects. You can simply calculate the costs. Additionally, I would like that set of level 100 equipment. Fang Chen inquired, do you have any flying equipment? Flying equipment? Do you mean mounts? Ziyan responded, you should know that the price of flying equipment is several times that of mounts. Financially, it is less advantageous than mounts. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. The flying mounts can be controlled by crystal orbs, accessible to any profession. In contrast, flying gear belongs to the equipment category with limited quantities, thereby rendering them quite precious. However, there exists a notable distinction. Flying gear can be utilized during combat, while most flying mounts possess negligible combat capabilities. Only beast tamers like Qian he can directly command beasts as mounts and summon them for battle. Typically, flying mounts, sealed within crystal orbs, exhibit weak combat strength. Of course, mages are an exception. They can seal beasts within scrolls. Although these beasts cannot serve as mounts, they can be summoned to aid in combat. However, sealing scrolls are exceedingly costly, and only a few can afford them. Yet, Fang Chen has no desire for a flying mount. Primarily, as an insectoid beast tamer, he hopes to acquire flying insects in the future, which, upon fusion, would grant him the ability to fly. Furthermore, flying mounts offer no advantage in combat. For mere travel, flying scrolls would suffice. Thus, flying gear becomes his preferred choice, ideally with superior attributes. After a brief moment, Ziyan presented an item, Wings of the Slaughter Sovereign's Hatred. Level, 240. Grade, Orange Equipment, Dark Gold Level. Speed, 500. Mental Power, 500. Active Skill, Slaughter Dash, doubles flight speed for 10 seconds. Mana consumption per second, 10,000. Upon gazing at this equipment, Fang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement. The enhancement of speed and mental power was monumental for him. How much? Fang Chen inquired directly. 5 billion, replied Ziyan. Why is it so inexpensive? Fang Chen furrowed his brow, perplexed. This was orange dark gold level equipment, and the price seemed remarkably low. A typical dark gold item usually commences at 100 billion. Moreover, this level, 240, was attainable only after the 8th transformation. How could she present it? Fang Chen frowned, questioning its usability. Ziyan clarified, Sir, you may not be aware, but this equipment is damaged. Hence, there are no level restrictions. Even a level 1 can utilize it. However, the mana consumption is substantial, making it impractical for most users. Fang Chen nodded, acknowledging the considerable mana drain. His total mana hovered just above 500,000. And with this equipment consuming 10,000 per second, he could only sustain flight for a little over 50 seconds. Nevertheless, the attributes were indeed extraordinary. Truthfully, Fang Chen felt tempted. This gear might be the best alternative before he could achieve flight. As Fang Chen pondered this, Ziyin interjected, "Sir, there is one more matter I must bring to your attention. If you intend to venture into the abyss, I strongly advise against using this equipment." "Why?" Fang Chen asked, bewildered. If he couldn't use it, what was the purpose of purchasing it? Ziyin began to explain. "Dear sir, you may not be aware that the slaughtering sovereign met his demise in the abyss. When he attained the 8th transition, his most beloved granddaughter perished in that very place. Enraged, he plunged into the abyss, exterminating countless abyssal monsters, which ultimately summoned the abyssal demon lord. A fierce battle ensued for several days, culminating in his fall. Yet, he succeeded in slaying the demon lord. However, as the demon lord resided within the abyss, he could not be truly vanquished and gradually resurrected. Consequently, the monsters of the abyss harbor an intense animosity towards the slaughtering sovereign. Any adventurer bearing his former equipment becomes a prime target for their attacks. If you remain inconspicuous, you may be safe, but should you reveal your identity, you might find yourself besieged." Fang Chen was taken aback, pondering this revelation. Such equipment would undoubtedly attract monsters. When he unfurled his wings, not only would he impress others, but he would also draw attention from the creatures, achieving 2 objectives at once. Perfect. This one will do. He promptly decided to purchase it. Ziyuan appeared somewhat bewildered, yet as Fang Chen had expressed his desire, she had no choice but to obediently hand over the item. "By the way, sir, this item was specifically entrusted to you by our young lady." As Fang Chen received the item, a notification chimed on his wristband. "Darling, this is a resurrection crystal. You must accept it, or I shall come find you." Fang Chen was speechless, realizing he could not escape Su Muyu's persistent presence. No matter where he went, Ziyuan stifled a laugh upon hearing the term of endearment. "That was your young lady's unilateral decision. I never agreed to be her husband. Additionally, how much is this resurrection crystal? I prefer not to acquire items without compensation." 50 billion. Ziyuan replied with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. He had heard of the resurrection crystal, a life-saving item that could bring one back to life if shattered at the brink of death. However, it could only be used once. A second attempt would yield no results. Its true worth likely exceeded 50 billion. As Su Muyu surely anticipated that he wouldn't accept it without payment. Thus, she had Ziyuan set a price within his means. Nevertheless, Fang Chen did not wish to appear boastful. He was content as long as his intentions were understood. If the asking price had been 500 billion, he would have been unable to afford it. Moreover, this item was indeed of significant importance. "You have 100 billion remaining." Ziyuan cheerfully handed him the black gold card. Fang Chen, however, shook his head. "Leave the rest with you. Please assist me in collecting the leader-level, yellow, insects. I shall return for them next time." "Understood." Ziyuan nodded. Satisfied, Fang Chen prepared to leave. He had accomplished the essential tasks and intended to further explore the circumstances within the abyss. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment in the abyssal tavern, a young man rushed in, looking quite haggard, followed by a dozen burly men. The young man gestured for them to remain outside and dashed towards the 2nd floor. "Ziyuan's sister? Ziyuan's sister? Young Master Jiang, the overseer is currently attending to esteemed guests. Please wait a moment." "Esteemed guests? Is there anyone more valuable than me in Abyss Town? Who is this person?" "Young Master, I speak. I cannot fathom that I am currently seeking Su Mutian, yet they dare to have my esteemed sister Ziyin attend to others." "Young Master, please." "Jiang Hao, enough of this nonsense." Just as the beautiful maid was in a state of utter disarray, a voice resounded from the side. There stood Ziyin, preparing to depart alongside Fang Chen. Upon hearing that name, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Hao, the top student on the Jiangbei University admission list. Jiang Hao? This lad seems to have an affinity for mature women, particularly those like Ziyin. Fang Chen scrutinized Jiang Hao. He appeared to be of similar age, possessing a handsome visage. Yet, who would have thought he harbored a preference for elder sisters? Jiang Hao, in turn, assessed Fang Chen with a haughty snort. "Who are you, masked one? Are you so unsightly that you must conceal your face? How dare you have my sister Ziyin accompany you? What is your background, really?" Chapter 64. An affinity for older women. I am Fang Chen. Fang Chen chuckled at Jiang Hao's childish demeanor, bemused by how he had managed to secure the top position on the admission list. "Jiang Hao, enough of this. He is a distinguished guest of our auction house." Ziyin interjected. Fang Chen waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "I wouldn't call myself a distinguished guest, but your name, young Master Jiang, is indeed well known." Hearing this, Jiang Hao smirked. "It's good that you know me, but I am genuinely curious about your identity, as it is rare for my sister Ziyin to personally attend to anyone. Those who meet her are few and far between. So who are you really? Do tell, and I shall treat you to a drink." Fang Chen was taken aback by this unexpected proposition. I have a girlfriend, he declared. Zhang Hao, however, replied. Who asked if you have a girlfriend? I inquired about your name. And having a girlfriend makes you special? I'll have one too, just you wait, right, Sister Xian? Go away, we are not suited for each other. Xian replied with exasperation. Zhang Hao, however, remained earnest. But I think we are suited. Moreover, my father has said that as long as I like someone, he will not interfere. You are inquiring about my true name. Fang Chen interjected. He is the one who recently dispatched a team from the Lightning Guild in Longhua City. Xian clarified. Zhang Hao's eyes widened in surprise. Then he burst into laughter. So it is you. Come, let us go for a drink. I've heard about the incident with the Lightning Guild. It was absolutely exhilarating. Zhang Hao threw an arm around Fang Chen's shoulder, pulling him along to share a drink. Observing Zhang Hao's friendly approach, Fang Chen felt a mix of amusement and resignation. However, he was keen to glean insights about the abyss from this fellow, so he did not refuse. Xian, witnessing this, could only sigh and beckon a nearby maid to prepare the drinks. Back in the previous private room, the three settled down. Zhang Hao began to speak. The Lightning Guild isn't particularly strong. Their reputation for arrogance in Longhua is well known. Those in the know recognize them as a second-rate guild, while those unaware might mistake them for the city lord. Furthermore, Lei Gang is notoriously overbearing, frequently disturbing Xian in the abyss, which has long irked me. If not for my family's constraints, I would have dealt with Lei Gang long ago. Fang Chen listened, unable to suppress a wry smile. Indeed, Xian is remarkably beautiful. It is quite unexpected that even Lei Gang has developed an interest in her. Zhang Hao, the foolish son of the city lord, has also fallen under the enchanting spell of Xian's charm. Xian, not in the least pleased, retorted, Sir, do not heed his nonsensical ramblings. This child has an elder sister who, last year, was admitted to Jiangbei University. Now that he no longer has her guidance, he has begun to miss her. Thus, he is striving diligently this year to gain admission to Jiangbei University in hopes of finding her. Fang Chen chuckled at this revelation, surprised by the turn of events. By the way, are you here to train in the abyss as well? With your talent, this place is indeed suitable for you, and I would love to accompany you. Unfortunately, my father does not approve. However, once you enter the abyss, feel free to reach out to me if you encounter any difficulties. Zhang Hao said enthusiastically. Fang Chen nodded and inquired, could you share some insights about the situation within the abyss? No problem, it's quite simple. The abyss consists of 3 levels. The first and second levels can be accessed with a fee, but the third level is exclusively reserved for Jiangbei University students. As we are merely fresh graduates, we theoretically lack the qualifications to enter. Moreover, no assistance is permitted inside. Everything must be done independently. Hence, I have little interest in it. To gain access, one must either be enrolled in Jiangbei University or possess a token from a mentor. Otherwise, entry is impossible. Those who obtain a token are invariably favored by the mentors, and even those chosen as candidates for divine generals are not exempt. In simple terms, those who receive a mentor's token for early entry are almost always regarded as inner disciples under cultivation by the mentor. For instance, I am not so fortunate. There is a priest mentor at Jiangbei University who only accepts female disciples, and as a male, I cannot possess a token. However, I do not covet it. For no one is permitted to bring companions into the third level, rendering my role as a priest ineffective for training. The second level is much more comfortable. Paying a mercenary group for assistance allows one to effortlessly gain experience. Fang Chen gained a clearer understanding of the abyss's conditions from Zhang Hao's account. According to him, the abyss comprises 3 levels. The first 2 levels are accessible for a fee, while the third level remains off-limits to outsiders. Moreover, entry into the third level necessitates self-reliance in battling monsters and gaining levels, without the aid of mercenary groups. Zhang Hao's sole ambition is to enter Jiangbei University, and he is indifferent to being at the top of the rankings. Thus, there is no necessity for him to venture into the third level. If he truly desired to enter, his status as the city lord's son would surely grant him passage. It appears he was merely concerned about Fang Chen's expenses for training, when in reality, he intended to enable Fang Chen's entry into the third level for cultivation. Having consumed a fair amount of alcohol, Zhang Hao pulled Fang Chen aside and said, Brother, I must inform you that merely entering the abyss does not guarantee a tranquil experience for training. The first level has the most people, yet the monsters are the weakest, designed for ordinary individuals to level up. The second level is teeming with monsters, yet even more crowded with people. Thus, to train efficiently in the second level, one requires not only money but also strength. Rest assured, when the time comes for you to arrive, I shall allocate a portion for you. Should you have a team, I will not interfere. Zhang Hao remarked. Fang Chen nodded in appreciation, though he remained uncertain about the specifics. It was still too early to contemplate such matters. Subsequently, Fang Chen and Zhang Hao engaged in an extensive conversation, traversing topics from the abyss to women, ultimately landing on the subject of Xian. Zhang Hao had indulged in a considerable amount of alcohol, beginning to speak somewhat nonsensically. To be frank, while this fellow enjoyed revelry, his tolerance for liquor was rather poor. Fang Chen appeared completely unfazed. Just as Fang Chen was about to signal for Xian to depart, a group unexpectedly emerged from the hall below. Jiang Hao leaned against the window, greeting them with enthusiasm. "Oldly, you've come too. Join us for a drink," called out one of the individuals below. "No need. Jiang Xiao, I have some matters to attend to." Upon observing, Fang Chen noted that this was also a young man. Strikingly handsome, yet bearing a hint of seriousness in his demeanor. "Who is he?" Fang Chen inquired. Xian replied with a smile. "He is Li Jian, a friend of Jiang Hao, currently ranked second on the admissions list. It's quite a coincidence, really. Li Jian's brother and Jiang Hao's sister were in the same cohort. Furthermore, both joined Jiangbei University last year. There is a strong possibility they will both be admitted to Jiangbei University. I only hope he joins swiftly, so he can cling to his sister instead of bothering me," sighed Xian. Fang Chen, upon hearing this, looked at Xian and smiled. "With such beauty, even if Jiang Hao were to depart, others would certainly come seeking your company. You cannot evade it." This elicited a laugh from Xian. "You jest, sir. I am merely an ordinary woman. If only everyone were as upright as you." Fang Chen, amused, leaned closer and replied, "I have pressing matters tomorrow. Otherwise, I would gladly show you my less virtuous side." As he spoke, Fang Chen removed his mask, revealing a strikingly refined visage that made Xian involuntarily swallow hard. Observing Xian's cheeks flush, Fang Chen merely smiled and addressed the now inebriated Jiang Hao lying on the ground. "I am Fang Chen. Remember this. We shall meet in the abyss." With that, Fang Chen donned his mask once more, waved farewell to Xian, and departed. Fang Chen, a splendid name, and so handsome. As she watched Fang Chen's retreating figure, Xian found herself unable to divert her gaze. Chapter 65, Li Jian's words, entering the abyss. An unexpected encounter at the Abyss Tavern, where the top two contenders on the Jiangbei University admissions list crossed paths. Even Fang Chen was uncertain whether to attribute this to sheer luck or mere coincidence. Upon reaching the first floor, Fang Chen instinctively glanced in the direction Li Jian had previously departed. In the corner of the lobby, he spotted Li Jian conversing with an individual clad in dark attire. As their exit from the tavern was in that direction, Fang Chen feigned nonchalance and walked toward them. As he approached their location, he overheard the figure in black saying, "Young master, everything has been arranged. Such matters have occurred frequently in the past. But your brother has asked me to inquire if Jiang Hao will be joining. After all, his sister is equally qualified. Moreover, if he were to decline, your brother would still hope you could assist in taking care of his matters." Upon hearing this, Li Jian coldly retorted, "How considerate of him when the sister hasn't even made an appearance." Jiang Hao had no interest in ranking first. His ambition was solely to gain admission to Jiangbei University. As long as he secured a place within the top 100, he would be content. As for care, if he wishes to curry favor, he should do so himself. I have no interest in looking after Jiang Hao, that oblivious second-generation heir, were it not for his special status. Do you think I would even deign to associate with him? A mere, insignificant priest has no right to call me a friend. At that moment, Fang Chen happened to pass by and overheard these words, promptly recording them. Just moments ago, he had seen Jiang Hao greeting Li Jian and assumed they were good friends. Little did he know that the true nature of Li Jian was so vile. However, it was not surprising. The profession of a priest is indeed rather thankless, and it is only natural to be looked down upon. When Fang Chen had just transitioned to becoming a beast master, he had experienced similar disdain. But given Jiang Hao's formidable family background, many people naturally put on a faade, presenting one face in public while harboring another behind closed doors. Fang Chen shook his head, choosing not to dwell on the matter any longer, as Jiang Hao was currently as inebriated as a pig. It would be futile to inform him. After leaving the Abyss Tavern, Fang Chen casually found a hotel to stay in, awaiting the arrival of Minter Qian he the following morning. Meanwhile, in a luxurious residential area of Jiangbei City, Su Muyu jumped from her seat in excitement. "You mean there's news about Fang Chen? Where is he?" Upon hearing news of Fang Chen, Su Muyu could hardly contain her enthusiasm. Su Mu Tian, observing his daughter's exuberance, sighed, "It seems my precious little one might soon be taken away." "Oh, Dad, we're just good friends. Don't say such things." "Where exactly is he?" Su Muyu urged. With no other option, Su Mu Tian relayed the information provided by Zi Yin to his daughter. "When did you, my little girl, arrange for the resurrection crystals without my knowledge? Each one is worth several hundred billion. You say it's just a gift? Really, just a platonic friendship? Of course. It's just an investment." Su Muyu defended herself. "An investment, you say? This is the first time I've encountered someone gifting hundreds of billions as an investment," Su Mu Tian remarked. "However, Fang Chen is indeed exceptional. Fostering a friendship with him could be beneficial. I heard from Zi Yin that he is acquiring leader-level, yellow, insects. We have a few in Jiangbei City. Let us arrange for them to be sent over in the coming days." "Dad," Su Muyu suddenly declared with utmost seriousness, "I want to go to Abyss Town. I want to level up in the depths." "Have you lost your mind?" Su Mu Tian exclaimed, visibly concerned. "That place is exceedingly perilous. The demon lords within the abyss are still alive and could emerge at any moment to wreak havoc. No, I have already arranged for you to level up elsewhere, although it's unlikely you'll break into the top 30 by the end of recruitment." Securing a spot within the top 100 is absolutely feasible. Sumu Tian was greatly worried. Although the abyss had been relatively peaceful in recent decades, no one could guarantee when the demon lords within might resurface. Once encountered, it becomes a matter of life and death. Would he truly allow his beloved daughter to embark on such a perilous adventure? Father, merely securing a position among the top 100 is rather unexciting. Your daughter is, after all, a phoenix mage. Moreover, I aspire to challenge the top ranks. Sumu Tian remarked nonchalantly. Do you genuinely wish to contend for the top spots? Or are you merely seeking to find Fang Chen? Oh dear, if you continue like this, I shall ignore you. Sumu Yu's fair face flushed slightly. With a sigh of resignation, Sumu Tian replied, all right. A grown daughter is hard to keep. If you wish to go, then go ahead. However, I must stipulate that you may only venture to the second level. I will arrange for a mercenary team to accompany you. Of course, if Fang Chen is willing to take you along, I have no objections to whichever level you choose to explore. Fine. Just let me go. Sumu Yu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Though she could not be certain of encountering Fang Chen, merely the thought of leveling up in the same vicinity as him filled her with joy. At the very least, it offered her the chance to see him. The night swiftly passed. By the break of dawn the next day, Minter Qian he sought out Fang Chen, guiding him directly to the abyss entrance. Along the way, Fang Chen procured additional supplies and a tent. Given the preparations, it seemed he would be ensconced in the abyss for no less than 10 days to half a month. Having a tent would allow for proper rest. After all, he was human, not a machine, and rest was essential. An hour later, at a tall tower outside Abyss Town, Fang Chen beheld the entrance to the abyss, now teeming with people. Many were clad in mercenary attire, evidently hired by some influential young master. Minter Qian he handed Fang Chen a token, stating, the abyss is the premier location for climbing the leaderboard. With my token, you can access up to the 3rd level. The 4th level is unguarded, but you generally cannot enter. Should you inadvertently stumble in, you must await rescue, as the monsters within are formidable. As for the 5th level, do not even think about it. Entering is tantamount to a death sentence, for it is the domain of the demon lord. You may first test the waters in the first 2 levels. Once you acclimate, hasten to the 3rd level. You may encounter some formal students from Jiangbei University there, your seniors. It is best to cultivate good relations, but if that proves difficult, simply focus on your own training. One last piece of advice. Holding the token permits you to bring one person along. However, it is advisable not to do so, as the 3rd level is already perilous. Unless you can guarantee the other's safety, bringing them along would only endanger them. Understood. Fang Chen nodded. Qian he patted him on the shoulder, saying, this is as much as I can do for you. How far you can soar and how many you can astound will depend on your own capabilities. Remember, the greater the talent you display now, the more it will benefit you in the future. Do not hold back. This is your opportunity to rise to greatness. Even if you choose not to join our Beastmaster Guild, I merely hope you remain true to your ambitions. Fang Chen nodded, fully aware of the weight of Minter Qian he's words. Years ago, he may have conveyed similar sentiments to Jiang Du regrettably. Jiang Du later betrayed the Beastmaster Guild in pursuit of power, ultimately forsaking the entire alliance. Now, Qian he seems to express his concerns to himself. Fearing he might become the second Jiang Du, Fang Chen sighed inwardly. Truth be told, he found Minter Qian he to be quite admirable. He had even resolved in his heart to join the Beastmaster Guild. However, now felt somewhat insincere. Once this round of university admissions concludes, I shall join the Beastmaster Guild. Fang Chen mused to himself. He believed in reciprocating kindness. He was not one to neglect gratitude. I'm off. Fang Chen called out as he bid farewell. Then made his way through the crowd towards the entrance of the abyss, swiftly disappearing into the teleportation array. Chapter 66, Blood Demon Trial, Dark Domain. As light flickered and flowed, Fang Chen found himself in a dimly lit expanse. The surroundings were awash in a dark crimson hue, resembling a hellish realm. The ambience was indeed befitting of the abyss. However, to his surprise, there were numerous individuals present, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts, creating a lively atmosphere. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings, drawn in by the spectacle. He discerned that this was a rectangular cavern, its area approximately the size of 3 or 4 football fields. On one side stood a 1-meter-high railing, which seemed to demarcate an activity zone, while beyond it lay the battleground. At that moment, many practitioners were fiercely engaged in combat across the divide, their cries echoing through the air. Fang Chen had never encountered such a method of leveling up and was inclined to investigate the introductory stone tablet ahead. Yet, as he took a couple of steps, someone suddenly clasped his shoulder, turning to see none other than Jiang Hao. Brother, what a coincidence. We meet again. You truly have come to level up in the abyss. Jiang Hao exclaimed. Fortunately, I caught a glimpse of you, or I might not have recognized you. Fang Chen chuckled wryly, despite his mask. He had not concealed the fact that he had a girlfriend. By the way, why did you leave without saying a word last night? I thought you had gone missing this morning. It's your first time here, right? Would you like me to give you a rundown of the situation? Jiang Hao offered warmly. Fang Chen, uncertain about the local dynamics, nodded in agreement. He mused that it seemed Xian had not disclosed his name to Jiang Hao. perhaps because the lad had slept too soundly, leaving Xian with little opportunity. Zhang Hao gestured ahead. This first level is known as the Blood Demon Trial. Those barriers up ahead mark the trial grounds. The primary purpose of this level is to help everyone quickly acclimate to the abyss. Thus, the rules are minimal. Simply enter the trial grounds, and soon a creature from the abyss called a blood demon will seek you out. The longer you endure, the more of those creatures will converge upon you, so you must swiftly eliminate them. Look over there. Zhang Hao pointed to a nearby stone tablet, currently blank. This is a record stone tablet. Once this round concludes, it will display rankings based on the number of kills. However, it proved to be of little consequence. The blood demon on the first level possessed a rather lackluster prowess, presenting minimal challenge. Furthermore, the first level was safeguarded by a protective mechanism. Should the number of blood demons become excessive, the array would activate to cleanse them. It is exceedingly rare to witness anyone capable of vanquishing all the blood demons on the first level. But there have been instances where it has been accomplished. I shall refrain from mentioning the seniors from previous cohorts, yet it is worth noting that someone from our own class has achieved this feat once. That individual is Li Jian, my friend, Zhang Hao proclaimed with pride. Hearing this, Fang Chen could not help but smile wryly. This fellow regarded Li Jian as a friend, yet it was uncertain whether Li Jian reciprocated such sentiments. Just as Fang Chen contemplated whether to show Zhang Hao the footage he had recorded the previous night, a commotion erupted from a nearby throng. Almost simultaneously, Zhang Hao's communicator chimed. Hurry, hurry. That rascal Li Jian is about to make his move. You shall witness the spectacle of a cleansing on your very first day. Consider yourself fortunate, Zhang Hao urged, pulling Fang Chen along to join the excitement. Although Zhang Hao currently topped the enrollment leaderboard, Fang Chen regarded him with a touch of exasperation. It was no wonder Zhang Hao had a penchant for older sisters. His disposition resembled that of a child. Nevertheless, with Li Jian presently ranking second on the enrollment list, he must possess some degree of strength. It would be worthwhile to observe. The two soon found themselves at the forefront of the crowd. In the trial area, numerous professionals had gathered, seemingly to create space for Li Jian. The once bustling trial area fell silent within a matter of minutes. Fang Chen observed a lone young man standing in the trial zone, bearing a black long sword upon his back. As the blood demons lost their targets, they gradually converged upon him. Blood demon, abyssal demon type, quality, commander level, blue, level 120, attack power 8,000, health 10,000, active skills, bloodblade charge, blood demon roar. Upon reviewing the monster's information, Fang Chen nodded. The strength of a commander level demon was rather ordinary, primarily due to its elevated level, which was already indicative of a fourth transition requirement. No wonder this level was optimal for leveling up. Such a level could satisfy the training needs of most professionals post-third transition. Suddenly, a furious roar reverberated through the trial area, and in the next moment, Fang Chen beheld countless blood demons springing into action. Following the initial roar, the other blood demons charged relentlessly toward Li Jian. Previously, the presence of numerous professionals in the trial area had dulled the intensity of the situation. However, now, with Li Jian standing alone, an overwhelming swarm of blood demons encircled him, causing the onlookers to tense with anticipation. Yet at that very moment, Fang Chen noticed something remarkable. Within a radius of approximately 10 meters around Li Jian, a dark halo materialized instantaneously. This halo appeared to form a black domain, and any blood demon that ventured near it began to sustain damage, with a series of numerical values manifesting above their heads. 1,000, 1,200, 1,300. Upon witnessing this scene, Fang Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. What sort of skill is this? It appeared somewhat reminiscent of his own poisonous mist. Yet the blood demons seemed to be suffering escalating damage. Zhang Hao chuckled. Do you see? This is Li Jian's signature skill, the Dark Domain. This lad is a rare dark swordsman with formidable assassination capabilities. The Dark Domain is one of his passive skills. Anyone within the confines of the Dark Domain continuously suffers damage, and the closer one is to him, the greater the harm inflicted. This skill is truly a monster-slaying technique in the first layer of the abyss. I envy him. Zhang Hao's voice was tinged with genuine admiration. Who wouldn't he desire to be a powerful practitioner? Had he not transitioned to a priest, he too would have aspired for such strength. Regrettably, the profession one awakens to is beyond choice. Fang Chen nodded, finding Li Jian's skill rather surprising. Nevertheless, in comparison, Li Jian's speed still fell short. Once his poisonous mist was unleashed, how long could these blood demons withstand it? It was scarcely worth contemplating. Do you wish to give it a try? Zhang Hao inquired. Fang Chen shook his head. No need. Li Jian might take a while to resolve this. Let us proceed to the second layer. Fang Chen was determined not to squander time and intended to begin his training directly from the second layer. Once he had acclimated to that level, he would set his sights on the third layer. Zhang Hao nodded and led Fang Chen straight to the teleportation array. Before long, they discovered the teleportation array at the end of the first layer. As they departed the first layer, Li Jian emerged from the trial zone. The record stone nearby displayed the achievement he had just accomplished. Blood Demon Trial. Kill count 99. Time taken 10 minutes 9 seconds. Creator, Li Jian. Observing the record, Li Jian smiled with satisfaction and murmured to himself, "It's time to refresh my record once more. I should be heading to the third layer." With the record of the first layer set, the second layer awaits. Chapter 67, Skeleton Warrior, Immune to Poison. Second layer. When Fang Chen and Jiang Hao materialized, they were struck by the fact that the environment in this layer was even more inhospitable than the first. Jiang Hao remarked, "According to my sister, the deeper one goes into the abyss, the more rudimentary the surroundings become. The first and second layers still have some artificial structures, but the third layer is almost devoid of them." He continued, "This second layer primarily features a demonic creature known as the Skeleton Warrior. Look over there." As he spoke, Jiang Hao pointed toward an open area ahead. In that expanse stood arrays, forming a large circle. A rough count revealed around 10 formations. There are a total of 10 arrays here, each containing 10 trial zones. Thus, there are 100 trial zones in total. Entering any array will randomly transport you to a trial zone. You may go alone or team up. I usually send the members of my mercenary group to tackle the monsters while I reap the experience from the back. He offered, "Would you like me to accompany you?" Fang Chen declined. "No need. You've already been quite helpful. I'll explore on my own from here. You should attend to your own matters." Jiang Hao nodded in agreement. "I find myself in no rush. Today, the mercenary group has granted a day of respite, allowing me to enjoy a brief interlude as well. Oh, and there lies a record monument nearby. The inscriptions of this second tier shall remain eternal. However, it only displays the top 10 records, ranked by the number of kills." Fang Chen nodded and cast a glance at the monument, discovering that the foremost position was held by none other than Li Jian. First place, Li Jian, kill count, 333. Second place, Mighty Man, kill count, 230. Alas, such records belong to the one who has achieved them, and thus I possess none. Jiang Hao lamented, for as a priest, it was evident that he could not personally vanquish these skeletal warriors. Contemplating this, Fang Chen inquired, "Did you not mention that these records are immutable? What are the records held by the previous seniors?" Jiang Hao chuckled at this. On the reverse side, upon hearing this, Fang Chen turned to the back and indeed discovered a different set of records. This side did not denote rankings, but merely sequenced the entries by the number of kills. Jiang Yixue, kill count 8777. Li Yuan, kill count 8500. Xiaoling Feng, kill count 6666. Jiang Hao elucidated, "This record board holds little significance. If one possesses greater strength, one can continuously grind monsters here, naturally amassing a larger count. Conversely, the lesser the strength, the fewer the kills. Since it merely chronicles quantity, it bears little referential value. Those with high numbers are merely anomalies, as they may have arrived when their capabilities were still lacking, thus accruing substantial kills, such as Jiang Yixue. It seems she only just completed her second transition task before arriving here to level up, which explains her current kill count exceeding that of senior brother Xiaoling Feng." Fang Chen nodded, recognizing that such records bore little relevance to him. It appeared that Jiang Yixue possessed exceptional talent, securing the top position on the overall leaderboard. Jiang Hao laughed in response. "Her talent is decent, but do not elevate her too highly. She is not the true number one on the overall leaderboard. Not her. But there is no one else listed." Fang Chen exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Hao, however, merely smiled wryly, raising his hand to wipe the stone tablet. Following his gesture, Fang Chen beheld that the overall leaderboard had been obscured by a layer of mud matching the color of the monument. As the mud was cleared away, another name emerged alongside Jiang Yixue's, causing Fang Chen to stare in astonishment. He had heard of this individual. Jiang Du, kill count 88888. This Jiang Du had once slain 80,000 skeletal warriors. It could be said that in this tier, aside from the Skeleton King, he had nearly eradicated all the minor foes. This record remains unbroken to this day. I heard from my sister that within Jiangbei University, many records were set by Jiang Du, and many still await to be surpassed. The senior brother Xiaoling Feng on the overall leaderboard seems to have long aspired to eclipse Jiang Du's record. Alas, his talent falls somewhat short. Jiang Du is a name that brings shame to Jiangbei University, which is why many prefer not to see it mentioned. Jiang Hao remarked. Fang Chen nodded, surprised to learn that Jiang Du had also graced this place with his presence. "Very well, I shall not delay your time any longer. Do take your time to familiarize yourself. I shall await you outside," Jiang Hao remarked with a smile. Fang Chen nodded, recognizing Jiang Hao's amiable nature. He thought it wise to eventually inform him of Li Jian's character. Soon, Fang Chen located a teleportation array and stepped inside. In the next moment, he vanished from the array. Simultaneously, as Fang Chen was being transported to the trial zone, Li Jian arrived on the second level. Upon seeing him, Jiang Hao approached with a friendly smile. "Brotherly, so diligent. After just one night's rest, you are eager to continue leveling up?" Jiang Hao inquired cheerfully. Li Jian responded with a rather perfunctory smile. "Indeed, one must strive diligently. After all, I lack the luxury of a mercenary group like Brother John's family possesses." "Here we go again," Jiang Hao retorted with playful exasperation. Li Jian chuckled and said, "I shan't jest any longer. I must head off to level up. Additionally, I aim to make a push for the leaderboard today, to see if I can break into the top rankings. Jiang Hao paused, then replied with a grin, well, you'll need to put in the effort. The top 10 on the overall leaderboard start from the thousands. Li Jin nodded, then made his way towards one of the teleportation arrays. As he turned away, the smile on his face vanished instantly, though Jiang Hao did not notice. Fang Chen found himself in a room measuring merely 10 square meters. Upon his arrival, he observed a luminous curtained door on one side of the room. Next to the entrance, a sign hung, inscribed with words, Trial Zone Guide. After reading the introduction, Fang Chen nodded in understanding. It appeared this was a resting area enveloped by a formation. Such a design was commendable, as the first and second layers had evidently been crafted with the safety of practitioners in mind. He pondered what the third layer might entail. With that thought, Fang Chen stepped through the luminous curtain. As he passed through, he encountered an open tunnel ahead, approximately 6 or 7 meters wide, with radiant formations swirling above. Clearly, there was no escaping from this area. It was part of the same space as the resting zone behind him. Behind the skeletons, a dark, bottomless passage led deep underground. Fang Chen focused his gaze on the skeletons, and soon, information appeared before him. Skeleton Warrior, Abyssal Demon Class, Rank, Commander Level, Blue. Level, 125, Attack Power, 10. 000, Health, 15. 000, Passive Skill, Undead Resurrection. Skeleton Warriors can be revived by other Skeleton Warriors within 1 minute of their death. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal Demon Class monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Observing the description, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim in disbelief at the absurdity. Without formidable area of effect capabilities, it would be all too easy for the skeletons to resurrect before he could finish them off. If the minor creatures on the second layer possessed such outrageous passives, one could scarcely imagine the ferocity that awaited on the third layer. Moreover, this infernal skeletal demon exhibited an immunity to venom, which left him in a rather vexing predicament, as his nano-venomous insects and toxic mist were rendered ineffective. Furthermore, these skeletons displayed resilience against various negative statuses. Fang Chen recalled that such creatures, immune to adverse conditions, were typically susceptible to the powers of light. For instance, the skill Holy Light domain that Su Mu Yu had previously acquired came to mind. Regrettably, Fang Chen lacked proficiency in such luminescent magic. Unable to utilize poison, he resolved to experiment with the fusion of divine insects instead. With a grin, Fang Chen promptly initiated the divine insect fusion. Chapter 68. Crushing the skeletons and delving deeper into the lair. As Fang Chen began his endeavor, he witnessed an astonishing sight. Countless armored ants commenced to converge upon him, forming a protective layer reminiscent of iron armor. The armored ants, linked from head to tail, shimmered with a silvery gleam. Following them, fire stingers and nano-venomous insects swiftly gathered in his palms, creating a striking pattern of red and white. Observing the swarm enveloping him, Fang Chen felt an exhilarating surge of excitement. He quickly glanced at his attribute panel, and the splendid data left him momentarily incredulous. Name, Fang Chen. Occupation, Third Transition Bloodletter, Blood Insect Tamer. Level, 100. Attack Power, 300 million. Base Attack Power, 0. Health, 16. 5 billion. Base Health, 5,000. Physical Defense, 300 million. Base Physical Defense, 500. Magical Defense, 300 million. Base Magical Defense, 500. Strength, 106. Intelligence, 228. Vitality, 109. Mental Power, 1. 407. 280. 280 from the passive of a level 100 weapon, with an additional 20 from Mental Mastery. Speed, 50 meters second. Free attribute points, 0. Occupation skills, Beast Control, Attack Form Switching, Evolution, Enhanced Beast Attack Power by 10, Bloodletter Technique, Universal Skills, Divine Concealment, Teleportation, Advanced Stealth. Occupational Trait, Insect Affinity. The practitioner is a tamer of the insect race, with a high probability of successful control over insects, while control over other types of beasts is guaranteed to fail. Divine Talent, Divine Insect Division, enhances mental power, increasing the division limit, current limit, 30,000. Divine Talent, Perfect Control, can activate a perfect control skill, ensuring success over the targeted subject, limited to insects, with a level cap not exceeding 30 levels above oneself. Cooldown, 24 hours. Divine Talent, Damage Transfer, designated armored ant can currently withstand 16.5 billion damage. Divine Talent, Divine Insect Fusion, currently able to fuse divine insects, nano-venomous insects, armored ants, and flying fire stingers. After equipping level 100 gear last night, my mental power has seen a notable increase. Alas, the limit for divine insects has not risen. It seems my enhancement in mental power remains insufficient. Let us first test the effects following this divine insect fusion. Fang Chen brimmed with anticipation, for this was his inaugural use of divine insect fusion following the completion of his third transition quest. The surging power coursing through him ignited a fervent eagerness. Fang Chen no longer hesitated and directly approached the first skeletal warrior. As he drew near, he immediately caught the attention of 3 skeletal warriors, who charged towards him. Fang Chen stood his ground, remaining utterly still. When one of them came within striking distance, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! With a resounding crash. The skeletal warrior shattered into countless fragments. A damage value promptly emerged, reading 2.9 billion. Gazing at the terrifying figure, Fang Chen was overcome with exhilaration. A single punch inflicting nearly 300 million in damage. He wondered if anyone could rival this. Fang Chen surged forward, dispatching one foe after another with a single blow. In less than a minute, every skeletal warrior in the corridor lay defeated on the ground, unable to even utilize their passive resurrection ability. During this time, he decided to test his resilience by allowing one skeletal warrior to strike him. Yet, the resultant damage was merely 1. This was the minimum value. Unless he achieved dual immunity, even the highest defense would still yield a damage value of 1. Observing this, Fang Chen was exhilarated beyond measure. With such formidable defense and attack, he could easily traverse the entirety of the second layer of the abyss with impunity. Why were the skeletal warriors not respawning? As he surveyed the empty corridor, Fang Chen's gaze settled on the depths at the end of the passage. If the skeletal warriors would not emerge, then he would venture inside. With that thought, Fang Chen released his nano-venomous insects and fire stingers, opting to merge only with the iron-armored ant. While the fusion of the nano-venomous insects and fire stingers was indeed potent, it was limited to close combat, thus slowing monster respawn efficiency. What Fang Chen sought was not the thrill of combat, but rather the swift leveling of his character. Onward, he commanded, as the fire stingers, accompanied by the nano-venomous insects, surged forth as 2 torrents of red and white into the depths of the corridor. Fang Chen followed closely behind, his iron-armored ant clinging to him as they delved deeper into the passage. Meanwhile, at the surface of the abyss, within the encampment of the Abyssal Defense Forces, Commander Lu Feng was conducting his routine inspection. My lord. Yes. How is the situation? Lu Feng inquired within the monitoring room. The man in charge of the monitoring, a portly figure in his 30s, replied, I am keeping an eye on all 100 trial zones. Good. Maintain vigilance and report any issues immediately. Understood. Lu Feng turned to leave. As he departed, the middle-aged man resumed his position in the chair, dozing off. With over 100 trial zones to monitor, the task would be exhausting, so he had hardly paid attention. Each trial zone was equipped with automatic alarm formations, as well as protective barriers that would activate to eliminate any excessive skeletal warriors. Ultimately, his role was nothing more than a cushy position, requiring no effort while collecting a salary. Thank goodness I was astute enough to spend 2 billion to secure this job, he mused, drifting back into slumber, completely oblivious. Meanwhile, in the monitoring footage, Fang Chen had already vanished into the depths of the tunnel. Traversing through the open passage, he delved deeper into the abyss. The width of this place has noticeably narrowed, measuring only 2 meters in both breadth and height. The environment is exceedingly damp. Fang Chen harbors a subtle sense of anticipation. Within the abyss, numerous demons dwell. It would be nothing short of ideal to encounter 1 or 2 varieties of insects suited to him. Ever since he gained mastery over the armored ants, he has not come across any insects that captured his interest for quite some time. His perfect mastery skill has nearly rusted. If he could find a couple of suitable specimens this time, it would be splendid indeed. The passage is littered with numerous skeletal remains, a testament to the aftermath of the onslaught by the flying fire stingers and nano-venomous insects. Fang Chen listens to the continuous notifications ringing in his ears, feeling a surge of joy. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a skeletal warrior, earning 20,000 experience points. Ding! You have slain a demon-type monster, gaining 1,000 merit points. The mention of increasing merit points reminded Fang Chen of the Defense Army token gifted to him by Nangong. He deftly retrieved it. To his astonishment, the golden-level sword-wielding token emanated a series of radiant circles. This phenomenon occurs only with the continuous accumulation of merit points. The ranks of the Defense Army consist of soldier, commander, garrison, and general, spanning 4 tiers. Below the general rank, each level is further divided into 10 stars. The general rank begins with just 5 stars. It seems that Nangong, as the highest administrative official of Longhua City, is merely at the garrison level. Rumor has it that the lord of Jiangbei City, Beijing Nan, is merely a 1-star general. Alas, I am still a 1-star soldier. Fang Chen sighed in resignation. However, the fact that this token absorbs merit points automatically without his activation is rather convenient. Moreover, merit points can later be exchanged for items within the Defense Army, so saving them seems prudent. Ahead, it seems he has reached the lair of the skeletal warriors. He hurried a few steps forward and soon beheld a vast chamber teeming with hundreds of skeletal warriors. Furthermore, from the lower depths of the space, skeletal warriors were continuously climbing upwards. Fang Chen glanced around and could not help but gasp. It appeared he had arrived at the core hub of the second layer of skeletal warriors. The entire space was a colossal circle with numerous holes dotting the walls. Each hole seemingly corresponded to a trial arena. The skeletal warriors must emerge from these openings to reach their respective trial arena tunnels. At the very bottom of the space lay what appeared to be an abyss, from which countless skeletal warriors ascended. What a spectacle! If I were to slay all these skeletons, I might very well level up twice today. Fang Chen felt a thrill of anticipation and waved his hand. Instantly, the flying fire stingers and nano-venomous insects surged forward like a tidal wave. 30,000 flying fire stingers and 30,000 nano-venomous insects rushed into the spherical chamber. Wherever they passed, the skeletal warriors failed to withstand even a second. The entire scene unfolded like an unstoppable force. Fang Chen could only hear the incessant notifications echoing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the skeleton warrior, earning 20,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a demon-type monster, obtaining 1,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations on reaching 50,000 merit points, elevating your rank to a 2-star minion. A series of notifications continued to resonate, and Fang Chen observed as his experience bar surged rapidly. Currently, he was at level 100, and facing a level 125 skeleton warrior yielded substantial experience. Jiang Du had previously slain over 80,000 skeleton warriors, indicating that the skeleton warriors here appeared in the tens of thousands. Even if the count had diminished since Jiang Du's time, there must still be at least several thousand remaining. If I manage to eliminate them all, I should be able to reach level 105. Fang Chen calculated to himself. Level 5, achievable only within this abyss. In other locales, it would likely take several days to accomplish. Since I am here, I shall not hold back. A glimmer of greed shone in Fang Chen's eyes. Free experience should not be wasted. Immediately, he switched his attack mode to auto-attack enemies within range. As the mode changed, the formation of the firefly insect and nano-venom insect expanded dramatically. What once resembled 2 swords now transformed into 2 vast fans, rushing towards every corner where skeleton warriors could be found. Merely 2 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to level 101. 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to level 102. 7 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations on advancing to level 103. As he witnessed his level ascend continuously, Fang Chen felt a thrill of excitement. He quickly glanced at the enrollment leaderboard. To his surprise, I Have a Girlfriend had surged from 101st to 53rd place. Just 3 levels gained had resulted in a monumental shift in ranking. With no other competitors at level 110 besides the first-ranked Jiang Hao and the second-ranked Li Jian, the remaining participants hovered around levels 103 to 105. Fang Chen's 3-level advancement had propelled him ahead of many others, given his current pace of leveling up. Surpassing the 4th-ranked Li Kai at level 104 and the 3rd-ranked Strongman at level 105 was merely a matter of time. Once he surpassed them, he would ascend to 3rd place. While contemplating this, Fang Chen was slightly taken aback. It had been 3 minutes, yet he had not leveled up again. Pondering this, he looked ahead and was stunned. He discovered that the entire spherical space was devoid of skeleton warriors. In a mere span of a few minutes, he had cleared out all the skeleton warriors. However, his experience was stuck at the halfway mark of level 103. I didn't count the numbers, but it seems the quantity does not align with my earlier estimations. Fang Chen furrowed his brow. According to his calculations, there should be at least several thousand skeleton warriors here, yet he felt he had only slain a few hundred. The actual count fell short of his expectations. As Fang Chen pondered, the system's voice suddenly resonated once more. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a skeleton warrior and gained 20,000 experience. Following this, the system's notifications became increasingly frequent. Fang Chen glanced around and soon realized that his flying fire stinger and nano-poison insect had begun to surge toward the passages in the spherical space. Having completely cleared the area, it seemed that many more skeleton warriors awaited within those passages. However, these corridors led to different trial arenas. Was he, then, committing a form of monster snatching? He had not seen anyone else, so perhaps it did not count as such. Besides, what of it? Was he to merely allow others to seize his opportunities? Fang Chen shook his head. Previously, Lei Gang had taken advantage of him. The Abyss did not explicitly prohibit monster snatching. As a law-abiding citizen, he would certainly refrain from such actions if regulations existed. The absence of rules against it suggested encouragement of such behavior. Without monster snatching, how could conflict arise? And without conflict, where would the motivation for improvement lie? With this line of thought, Fang Chen felt justified in his actions. He then turned his attention to the recruitment leaderboard, eager to see how high he could ascend. Meanwhile, in one of the trial areas, Li Jian had just materialized in the passage. Gazing at the skeleton warriors before him, he was filled with anticipation. Although the record set by Jiang Du was formidable, beyond his reach, striving to surpass Jiang Yixue was not out of the question. That fool Li Yuan had been utterly captivated by a woman. The Li family relied on him. With a steely glint in his eyes, Li Jian unleashed his dark domain, thrusting his sword toward the skeleton warriors. However, before his blade could connect, the skeleton warriors suddenly slumped, collapsing to the ground as if they had already perished. Dead. This was unexpected. His dark domain was not that exaggerated. How could they die so suddenly? As Li Jian pondered this, a white insect emerged from the skeletal remains and flew deep into the tunnel. Confusion washed over him. When had these skeleton warriors become infested? They were demonic creatures, not decayed corpses. How could they harbor insects? Perplexed, Li Jian intended to confront the remaining skeleton warriors, but found that they, too, were falling one after another, all succumbing to death. At this moment, he was completely unsettled. What on earth was happening? He prepared to venture out to ascertain the situation. At the same time, many others encountered similar circumstances. In another trial arena, a bald man was fervently leveling up. As a berserker, his attack power was not exceptionally high, but his defense was remarkable. Thus, even though his efficiency was somewhat slower, his leveling speed remained commendable. Yet, as he continued, he discovered that no monsters were present around him. What the hell? When did I, a berserker, become so swift in monster farming? Why are no monsters appearing? The muscular man waited for a moment, sensing something was amiss, and decided to leave and inquire about the situation. In another trial area, Li Kai sat at the back, tirelessly bolstering her teammates' morale. As a healer versed in celestial arts, she had secured the 4th position on the recruitment leaderboard, a testament to her abundant resources. Miss, there are no more monsters ahead. The leader of the mercenary group approached, his expression tinged with exasperation. No monsters? What on earth is the overseer of this abyss up to? We should inquire. Li Kai frowned and rose to lead her team out of the trial grounds. However, unbeknownst to them, as they departed, a previously overlooked name had quietly ascended to the 5th position on the leaderboard. 5th place. I have a girlfriend, level 104 Beastmaster. Fang Chen gazed at his rank, elated to finally break into the top 5. In just half an hour, he had leveled up 4 times. He anticipated reaching level 107 soon, at which point he would ascend to the 3rd floor. The current leveling pace was no longer sufficient for him, he mused. Meanwhile, other adventurers had made their way to the Abyss Overseer's office above ground. Chapter 70, a town-wide broadcast emerges. Just as they were about to exit the building, several subordinates rushed in, panic-stricken. Sir, it's bad. Something has happened. What is the cause for such alarm? Lu Feng furrowed his brow, with him stationed in this abyss. How could there be any significant issue? Observing his subordinates' distressed demeanor, he felt a surge of dissatisfaction. Sir, many have reported from the 2nd layer that there are no monsters in the trial area. Indeed, among them are the seed players from this recruitment list of Jiangbei University. They all reported that there are no monsters. Lu Feng's brow furrowed deeper. No monsters? Has the Skeleton King taken a leave of absence? Why haven't we received any reports from the monitoring room? His subordinates expressed their confusion. Noticing their reactions, Lu Feng's expression darkened as he strode towards the monitoring room. Inside the monitoring room, the responsible overseer had just settled down for a rest, barely closing his eyes when, with a resounding bang, the door was kicked open. He was about to express his ire when he saw it was Lu Feng. His expression shifted immediately. Sir, what brings you here? Is there an arrangement? Arrange this. Numerous reports indicate that there are no monsters in the 2nd layer. Did you not notice? Lu Feng replied sharply. No monsters? That's impossible. The Skeleton King has always remained at the deepest level. The overseer protested, hastily switching the screen. But then, he was left dumbfounded. The area where the Skeleton King was supposed to be was utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. Furthermore, the skeletal warriors in other trial areas had vanished entirely. Where's the Skeleton King? Is this how you oversee the monitoring room? Lu Feng, infuriated, was about to turn and assess the situation when a voice echoed across the Abyss town. Ding! Attention, adventurers. Due to the mass eradication of skeletal warriors, the Skeleton King has been incensed. The Skeleton King has now left his lair. Please proceed to slay him promptly. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Feng furrowed his brow. The entire abyss was enveloped in formations laid down by powerful figures, so he felt no concern. However, he was perplexed by the mass extermination of skeleton warriors. Such an occurrence had only happened once since the establishment of Abyss Town, and that was when Jiang Du had annihilated over 80,000 skeleton warriors years ago. Hurry and find out. I must know where the Skeleton King is. Lu Feng commanded angrily. The chubby overseer nodded and promptly began checking the surveillance. Meanwhile, on the 2nd level, Jiang Hao, Li Jian, Li Kai, and the muscular man were equally bewildered. Who could have wiped out so many skeleton warriors? Don't look at me. I'm a berserker. How could it possibly be my doing? Li Kai shook her head in denial. Li Jian was utterly speechless. He had barely begun before the monsters fell. He still had no idea what had transpired. Jiang Hao gazed towards the direction where Fang Chen had previously departed. Muttering to himself, there are no more monsters. Why hasn't that brother come out yet? The residents of Abyss Town were astonished, utterly unaware of the events unfolding within the abyss. Even those training on the 3rd level were stirred by the news. Xiaoxua, did you hear? Something's happened on the 2nd level. Li Yuan called out while fending off the approaching monsters. I heard. Focus on the battle, and please don't call me Xiaoxua. Jiang Yishua frowned slightly. We're familiar enough, aren't we? Li Yuan replied, somewhat helplessly. I dislike being addressed that way. Moreover, the situation on the 3rd level is perilous. And with the summer enrollment ongoing outside, It's already generous of the teachers to allow us to train here. If you're not focused on your training, feel free to go solo. I can handle it myself. With that, Jiang Yixue prepared to tackle monsters alone. Seeing this, Li Yuan sighed. Alright, I won't say anything more. But you know, solo leveling has its limitations. I'll join you in a party. Jiang Yixue, however, paid him no mind. She wasn't foolish and understood Li Yuan's intentions. She simply had no interest in him. In fact, his persistent attention annoyed her. Were it not for her desire to level up in peace, she wouldn't have teamed up with him at all. Furthermore, she was genuinely curious about what had transpired on the second level that could provoke the Skeleton King's wrath, an occurrence that hadn't happened since Jiang Du's betrayal. Even the likes of Xiao Lingfeng had not achieved such a feat, as everyone was captivated by the situation on the second level. Fang Chen stood dazed, utterly perplexed. The Skeleton King? This place even has a Skeleton King? Why has no one ever mentioned this before? Fang Chen swallowed hard. His interest piqued by the prospect of the Skeleton King. The experience gained from defeating such a foe would be substantial, especially since the Skeleton King was perfectly suited to his current leveling needs. If he could slay it, his level would surely surpass 104, perhaps even reach 106. But where could the Skeleton King be? Just as Fang Chen pondered this, a system notification echoed in his ear. Ding! Due to your rapid extermination of a multitude of skeletal warriors, the wrath of the Skeleton King has been ignited. Furthermore, as you find yourself within the realm of the Skeleton King, he shall make his appearance in 10 seconds. Prepare yourself for battle. If you are alone and have not yet achieved the third transformation, it is advisable that you vacate the area swiftly. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had inadvertently provoked the Skeleton King. However, this development was fortuitous, as it saved him the trouble of seeking the king out himself. Moreover, this system announcement appeared to be directed solely at him. While contemplating this, another broadcast echoed through the air. Ding! The Skeleton King will appear in the abyssal depths. Level 2, within 10 seconds. Countdown begins. 10, 9, 8. This time, Fang Chen discerned clearly that the system's voice was broadcasted throughout the entire abyssal town. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned about others. His priority was to level up. With a swift gesture, he activated his divine insect fusion talent. In an instant, a multitude of nano-poisonous insects and fire stinger insects clung to him, emanating an aura of terror. Simultaneously, he felt the ground beneath him tremble. Deep within the spherical space before him, it seemed something was ascending. Outside the second level, Li Jian and the others, upon hearing the system's announcement, felt a surge of excitement. As some of the top contenders on the recruitment leaderboard, they too were eager to confront the challenge. However, after the initial excitement, Li Jian posed a question that was on everyone's mind. Where is this place? Who knows? Since I began training here, I've never heard of such a location. He continued, if we don't know where it is, how can we go about slaying it? This system broadcast seems rather ineffective. Jiang Hao wore a similarly perplexed expression. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Lu Feng's expression darkened as he commanded. Dispatch the guard troops immediately to the second level of the abyss. We cannot allow the Skeleton King to roam freely. If he activates the array and is annihilated, the trials of the second level will be rendered futile. Understood. One of the subordinates promptly responded. Almost simultaneously, the countdown for the Skeleton King concluded. The plump head of the monitoring team shouted, My lord, we have located the Skeleton King's whereabouts. Chapter 71. A single strike, the town in shock. The screen displayed a scene from within the spherical space. This footage was captured directly beneath the spherical chamber, revealing a figure engulfed in flames, ascending the walls with deliberate steps. The figure was none other than the Skeleton King himself. The camera angle conveniently bypassed the tunnel entrance where Fang Chen stood, who gazed downward at the fiery figure now mere meters away, utterly astonished. The size of the Skeleton King was colossal, filling the vast pit almost entirely. Given his dimensions, it was clear he could not enter the tunnel. No wonder he was ensnared here. Only skeletal warriors could traverse the tunnel to the external trial grounds. Fang Chen observed intently as information regarding the Skeleton King emerged before him. Skull King, Abyssal Demon Class. Rank, Boss Level Yellow. Level, 130. Attack Power, 50,000. Health, 100,000. Physical Defense, 30,000. Magical Defense, 50,000. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal Demon Class monsters can resist all negative statuses, such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Active Skills, Flamestorm. Skull Strike. Upon reviewing the information regarding the Skull King, Fang Chen felt a surge of astonishment. The Skull King's health was surprisingly lower than that of the 4 elemental beings he had previously defeated. This discrepancy seemed rather peculiar. Although the overall strength of the world was formidable, the abyssal entities were not to be underestimated either. It made little sense for a boss-level, yellow, creature, especially one with a level deficiency of over 30, to exhibit such a significant difference in health. The only plausible explanation for this anomaly was that the Skull King within the abyss indeed lacked the strength of those in the elemental realm. According to Fang Chen's knowledge acquired during high school, many boss-level entities resided within the abyss, resulting in a general inferiority compared to the external world. As this was merely the second layer, the presence of a boss-level entity as a trial opponent was intriguing. One could only wonder what the third layer would entail. Perhaps such boss-level creatures were exceedingly common there. Fang Chen found himself increasingly eager to uncover the mysteries of the third layer. These thoughts flitted through his mind as the system's countdown echoed. Simultaneously, the Skull King's enormous skeletal visage turned its gaze toward Fang Chen. Almost instantaneously, he observed the corpses of the skeletal warriors he had previously vanquished swiftly coalescing, seemingly preparing for revival. In close proximity, one skeletal warrior had already reformed and charged directly towards him. A fleeting thought crossed Fang Chen's mind. Would these resurrected skeletal warriors yield experience? If they did, there would be no need to eliminate the Skull King. He could simply let it summon minions to amass experience. With this consideration, Fang Chen delivered a powerful punch. And almost concurrently, a damage value appeared. 9 billion. The skeletal warrior shattered in an instant. However, this time, Fang Chen did not hear the familiar sound of gaining experience. It appeared that the recently revived minions did not grant experience points. Thus, there was no reason to squander time on them. Fang Chen turned his attention back to the Skull King, whose fiery eye sockets were fixed upon him. In the next moment, two bursts of flame erupted and surged towards him. Fang Chen did not evade. Instead, he charged directly into the flames, dispersing them with a single punch. Yet, simultaneously, damage values ascended above his head. 10, 9, 10, with nearly 300 million in defense. The Skull King inflicted a paltry 10 points of damage upon Fang Chen. Such figures were insufficient even to breach his defenses. At that moment, within the surveillance room, Lu Feng and his companions observed the Skeleton King unleashing a torrent of flames into the air, leaving them bewildered about the unfolding events. Suddenly, they witnessed a figure boldly enduring the wrath of the Skeleton King's fire and charging into the inferno. However, the flames obscured the individual's appearance, rendering it impossible to discern their gender. The only visible detail was a series of numbers emanating from atop their head. 10, 9, 10. Who could this person be? Lu Feng inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Yet, his subordinates appeared utterly perplexed, clearly as clueless as he was. My lord, the Skeleton King's flames failed to breach this person's defenses. They must be a formidable figure, stated the plump supervisor. Lu Feng retorted angrily. Is it not obvious to you that they are a significant presence? That inferno from the Skeleton King is enough to send even me retreating. I suffered over 10,000 points of damage the last time I was singed. How did this individual manage to withstand the Skeleton King's flames? Were there no alerts triggered? You are in charge of the surveillance room, and you failed to notice such a major incident in the Abyss's second layer? Lu Feng, visibly agitated, received a look of helplessness from the supervisor. There are hundreds of feeds for just the second layer, and even more for the first. It is indeed a challenge to monitor them all alone. My lord, just as they were speaking, the flames within the abyss subsided, seemingly realizing that its fire could not harm the adept. Instead, it raised a massive bone club, aiming to strike the individual. The transition from fire to the appearance of the bone club took less than a second. Before Lu Feng and his companions could discern who the person was, Fang Chen's figure was obscured by the bone club. However, in the next instant, they were left in utter disbelief. As the bone club descended upon the adept, it snapped in two. Simultaneously, the adept delivered a punch that forcibly ripped off one of the Skeleton King's skeletal arms. A tremendous shockwave erupted, scattering bone fragments across the expanse. Just as Lu Feng and his companions attempted to gain a clearer view of this extraordinary individual, the overwhelming shockwave collided with the camera. With a sharp crack, the camera shattered instantaneously, plunging the screen into darkness. Lu Feng was momentarily taken aback, about to speak, when a voice echoed in his ear. Ding! The Skeleton King has been slain. Congratulations to the adventurers. Please continue your efforts. Those surrounding him were momentarily stunned by the announcement. Someone hesitantly asked, My lord, with the Skeleton King dead, does the second layer still hold any value? With the Skeleton King slain, do you truly think there is any worth left? Quickly, find out who did this. Additionally, notify the lord of the city at once. A powerful individual has intruded into the abyss. A single punch that could fell the Skeleton King. This level of strength could likely dispatch me with just 2 blows. Madness. How could such a terrifying presence emerge in the abyss? We must investigate immediately. At this moment, Li Jian and his companions on the second layer of the abyss wore expressions of sheer disbelief, evidently stunned by the recent announcement from the system. Zhang Hao, in a daze, murmured to himself. From the appearance of the Skeleton King to its demise seemed to have occurred in a mere 10 seconds. Who could possibly be so formidable to slay the Skeleton King in such a brief span? Chapter 72, Ranking Refresh, A Small Fortune. I have no idea. It takes me dozens of strikes to fell a skeleton warrior. How could someone annihilate it in 10 seconds? This is beyond comprehension. The burly man also appeared incredulous. Li Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such an extraordinary individual is here to level up in the abyss. Surely, he cannot be of the same caliber as us. If that is the case, no matter the cost, hiring him to assist me in leveling up would be worth it. Of the same level? That seems impossible. Even the previous generation, like Jiang Yixue and others, lacked such prowess. Li Jian furrowed his brow, skeptical that anyone of their cohort could achieve such feats, especially since he himself could not. With that, Li Jian hurried to the record stele, prompting Jiang how to follow suit. Since a formidable player had slain the Skeleton King, a new record must have emerged on the stele. Yet, upon their arrival, they found the records in utter disarray. The entire stele appeared to have been affected. Seeing this, Li Jian dashed outside, with Li Kai quickly trailing him. "Where are you going?" Jiang Hao inquired. "Of course, we're waiting outside. Such a monumental event will surely attract the guards. I hope to catch a glimpse of this person and possibly pay him to help me level up," Li Kai exclaimed. The burly man, upon hearing this, also rushed after them. "I must see this remarkable individual. He deserves the title of burly man, and I simply must pay my respects." Jiang Hao, feeling somewhat exasperated, glanced back at the stele and noticed that the rankings were beginning to stabilize. To his astonishment, he saw Jiang Du's name reappear, albeit not in the previously obscured position. Unable to contain his curiosity, Jiang Hao brushed away the dirt covering the stele, revealing a new name that had emerged. "First place. I have a girlfriend, kill count, cleared the field." Reading those words, Jiang Hao felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Could it be him? Jiang Hao could hardly believe his eyes and quickly opened the university enrollment leaderboard. Instantly, he noted the change in rankings. First place, Jiang Hao, level 116, third advancement, priest. Second place, Li Jian, level 110, third advancement, dark swordsman. Third place, I have a girlfriend, level 106, third advancement, beastmaster. Fourth place, burly man, level 105, third advancement, berserker. Fifth place, Li Kai, level 104, third advancement, sorceress. Indeed, it was him. Jiang Hao recalled that he had never encountered this individual in the top 10 before, yet now I have a girlfriend had surged to the third position. The speed of such advancement was nothing short of terrifying. Had it not been for the vanquishing of the Skeleton King, how could such astonishing speed be achieved? Incredible. It seems this fellow possesses extraordinary abilities. Jiang Hao felt a surge of excitement as he glanced in the direction where Li Jian and the others had departed, promptly making his way to the entrance where Fang Chen had entered, waiting eagerly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, Lu Feng hesitated to lead his team to the second level in search of Fang Chen. The display of such formidable power instilled a sense of threat even in him. The station guardian. Should this individual turn out to be an enemy of the Alliance, his unauthorized approach could very well result in his annihilation. Thus, the moment the skeleton was slain, he immediately issued orders for those within the abyss to retreat swiftly. He himself remained in the monitoring room, assisting in reviewing the previous surveillance footage, while also dispatching personnel to report the current situation. At this juncture in Abyss Town, nearly everyone was engrossed in discussions about the event. To slay the Skeleton King within a mere 10 seconds was a feat that only a select few could accomplish. The forums of Abyss Town were inundated with posts regarding this incident. Pray tell, who is this formidable individual that has stirred such commotion? Who knows? Were it not for this powerhouse, I would have been unaware of the existence of the Skeleton King in the second level of the Abyss. Indeed. But does this giant not fear the scrutiny of the defense forces while farming monsters here? Surely not. Perhaps this giant is of the same caliber as us? Is that even plausible? I have heard that the top few of our current cohort are only capable of slaying skeleton warriors. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Meanwhile, on her way to Abyss Town, Su Muyu received the news. Upon learning that someone had indeed slain the Skeleton King, her thoughts immediately turned to Fang Chen. She quickly accessed the enrollment rankings and, to her delight, discovered Fang Chen's name had risen to third place. It truly is you. As expected of my man, remarkably impressive. Su Muyu exclaimed with a smile. Beside her, Ziyin, who had come to escort her as the head of the auction house, inquired with a grin, Miss, is he truly your man? I had no idea you had a boyfriend. That's him. The one you have met, Sister Ziyin. Su Muyu responded, urging her to look at the third-ranked entry titled I have a girlfriend. Ah? Ziyin paused in surprise. Is it Fang Chen? You and he. I admire him. I shall surely be his woman one day. Su Muyu declared. Sister Ziyin, you have met him. Is he not handsome and impressive? Ziyin nodded. Indeed. He is quite handsome and formidable. Congratulations. Yet, Sister Ziyin, you seem a bit less than cheerful, Su Muyu observed. Oh no, not at all. Ziyin hastily replied with a smile. As time elapsed, the news of the Skeleton King's demise began to draw attention to the changes in the enrollment rankings. When I have a girlfriend suddenly appeared in third place, it naturally sparked much speculation. Could it be that the Skeleton King was truly slain by this formidable individual? It seems quite likely, considering I had never heard of I have a girlfriend before. What a surprise. This fellow hails from Longhua City and recently annihilated a squad from the Lightning Guild. Ah, it dawns on me now. He is the one who tricked the Lightning Guild out of a staggering 10 billion. Truly, a bold and audacious individual. It seems inevitable. This esteemed figure must be the one who vanquished the Skeleton King. Indeed, it must be him. I recall he was ranked 101 before. Who would have thought he would ascend to the top 3 so swiftly? To level up 6 times in a single day is nothing short of miraculous. While the crowd buzzed with speculation, Fang Chen, content, busily collected the spoils dropped by the Skeleton King. Fortune favored him this time, yielding a weapon and a demon crystal core. The demon crystal core is a valuable material used in alchemy and certain skills. For instance, Sumu had previously acquired a skill called Holy Light Domain that required one such core. As for the weapon's attributes, they were quite impressive. Skeleton King's Scepter, rarity, gold, level, 130, attack power, 5000, intelligence, 500, mental power, 500, passive fire element affinity, increases fire magic attack power by 20, passive fire element acceleration, reduces fire magic casting time by 20, active skill, Sea of Fire, which summons a sea of flames to inflict extensive fire damage. Set effect, Skeleton King set. Collect 3 pieces to summon 10 skeleton warriors to assist in battle. Fang Chen estimated that with these properties, this weapon could fetch a minimum of 5 billion. It could be considered a modest fortune. The significance of the second level for leveling up had diminished, so he resolved to hasten his journey to the third level. Yet, before he could exit, the communication token chimed. To his astonishment, it was a message from Su Muyu and Minter Qianhe. Chapter 73, Joining the Guild. Entering the third level. Su Muyu. The Skeleton King was definitely your doing, right? My husband is simply amazing. Su Muyu, darling. I am already en route to Abyss Town. You must take me leveling up when I arrive, okay? Reading Su Muyu's playful messages, Fang Chen was left speechless. How did this girl end up depending on him, wanting to come to Abyss Town as well? Fine, I'll charge you 1 billion for an hour of leveling. You're truly ruthless, but I'd pay even 10 billion, considering our family's fortune will eventually be yours. Huh? Will your father be so enraged by this message that he might spit blood? Fang Chen sighed. This girl was undeniably proactive. He needed to focus on leveling up, as it would be difficult to concentrate once she arrived. Opening the message from Minter Qianhe, Fang Chen was taken aback. You killed the Skeleton King? You're quite audacious. With the Skeleton King slain, the second level of the Abyss is now rendered useless. This will surely stir up the entire region. It was me? I had no idea. Surely, it cannot be that alarming to the city lord over a mere abyss. Fang Chen felt a sense of helplessness. If this incident drew the attention of the city lord, it could lead to serious complications. Teacher, you will stand up for me, won't you? After all, I am your designated student. There's no need to worry. Stirring him up is precisely what we need. This enrollment period was meant for your rise. Your actions have indeed saved us a great deal of trouble. When Beijiangnan arrives, I will personally meet him, but you must continue to put forth your best effort. If you have stirred him, it must yield results. Ideally, it should attract even higher powers, enabling you to acquire more resources. Even what? Fang Chen inquired. Even in the future, it is possible that some of the top-ranking guilds may extend invitations for you to join. Being part of a top-ranking guild is undoubtedly more advantageous than joining our Beastmaster Guild. In fact, being able to join other guilds is quite commendable. As the higher the ranking, the greater the benefits for your future. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen began to grasp the situation. Minter Qianhe was indeed concerned about this matter. Nevertheless, Minter Qianhe's character was commendable. Although he desired to join the Beastmaster Guild himself, he still communicated the pros and cons clearly. Such integrity is truly worthy of deep trust. Rest assured, my greatest trait is loyalty. With that, Fang Chen produced the token of the Beastmaster Guild and shattered it in an instant. Simultaneously, a voice echoed in his mind. Congratulations. You have joined the Beastmaster Guild. Due to your current level not reaching the 4th transition of level 119, the guild chat channel has not yet been activated. The benefits of the guild are temporarily inaccessible, and guild tasks cannot be claimed at this moment. Please strive to reach the 4th transition of level 119, at which point the chat channel will be activated, and you will receive guild bonuses and be able to undertake guild tasks. Completing guild tasks will earn you guild contributions, which can be exchanged for items within the guild. Listening to this series of notifications, Fang Chen felt somewhat helpless. It appeared that his level was still too low. However, what treasures lay within the guild's vault? Curious, he began to browse through it. In an instant, he was captivated. The guild's vault contained a vast array of radiant golden items. There were materials for bosses, yellow, equipment, and even skill books. Fang Chen was utterly thrilled. Among them, he spotted a complete set of equipment that seemed suitable for him. Dark Beastmaster set. Tier, gold, yellow. Level, 119. This 6-piece set grants additional attributes when worn. Contribution needed for exchange, 100,000. A full set of golden tier equipment, complete with set bonuses. Indeed, the advantages of the guild were substantial. It was a pity that his level was too low. If an opportunity arose in the future, he was determined to acquire this Dark Beastmaster set. A sense of anticipation stirred within him. Meanwhile, Minter Qianhe smiled at Fang Chen's joining the guild. This was something he had not anticipated. This boy continually brings unexpected joy. Very well, I shall meet Beijiangnan. Minter Qianhe felt quite pleased. As for Fang Chen, upon leaving the teleportation array, he spotted Jiang Hao waiting outside. Upon seeing Fang Chen emerge, Jiang Hao was filled with excitement. Brother, you are impressive. You've hidden your capabilities so well. But let us make it clear, we've known each other first, right? If you plan to venture into the third layer, you must bring me along. I won't let you do it for free. Name your price. I assure you, I won't haggle. Fang Chen, slightly bewildered, did not grasp his meaning at first. It was only when Jiang Hao showed him a post from the Abyss Town forum that he began to understand. He realized that having killed one, he had inadvertently stirred up such a commotion. Indeed, the saying holds true, one may wish to remain low-key. Yet strength does not permit it. Isn't your family quite wealthy? Why not bring your own mercenary group into the third layer? Fang Chen inquired. Given Jiang Hao's familial background, it seemed more fitting for him to lead a team into the third layer. Jiang Hao responded helplessly, that is not possible. The third layer is unprotected and is a designated leveling ground for Jiangbei University. Therefore, mercenary groups are not allowed to enter. As an auxiliary class, I can only join if a stable team is willing to take me in. Otherwise, it's impossible for me to survive in there. If I could gather a team, I wouldn't be grinding levels in the second layer. Brother, your strength alone could match an entire team. You must take me with you. Jiang Hao implored eagerly. Fang Chen nodded in acknowledgement. For him, bringing someone along was no burden, and with the prospect of earning money, he could expedite the evolution of the bugs. Why not seize the opportunity? However, Fang Chen had only one slot to bring someone into the third layer. Additionally, Su Muyu was on her way back, and in terms of relationships, he naturally had a closer bond with her. Contemplating, Fang Chen said, I can take you. But you must find a way to secure your own slot. Alright, my sister can take me in, but I need to contact her first. And I must prepare before I reach out to you. Jiang Hao exclaimed excitedly. Fang Chen nodded, and the two exchanged friend requests, deciding to leave it at that. Jiang Hao departed, while Fang Chen made his way to the entrance of the third layer. As he approached the entrance, just as he was about to step inside, he noticed two figures emerging from the formation, a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, prompting Fang Chen to glance at her a moment longer. However, the man beside her cast a hostile glare in Fang Chen's direction, seemingly wary of him snatching something away. Seeing Li Yuan's demeanor, Jiang Yishue offered Fang Chen an apologetic smile before turning away. Fang Chen found the situation perplexing but dismissed it, stepping directly into the teleportation array and entering the third layer. Simultaneously, within the city lord's mansion of Jiangbei, Bei Jiangnan rose from his chair. A guard rushed in, exclaiming, My lord, there is troubling news. Reports from Abyss Town indicate that a master has slain the skeleton king of the second layer with a single punch. And the first two layers have been shut down. The individual remains within the abyss, and Lu Feng dares not take action. We request you to assess the situation. Hearing this, Bei Jiangnan furrowed his brow. To have slain the skeleton king? And with just one punch? Such power must be of seventh transition. Lu Feng exhibited caution, yet questioned how such a formidable individual could have ventured to Abyss Town. Moreover, Xiao Shui and Xiao Hao are still present. I shall make a trip to see them. This matter must not leak. I shall go alone. Bei Jiangnan stood up. Yes, the guards replied before retreating. Chapter 74. The Reunion of Siblings, a Scorching State. By the way, I should send him the video. Just as Fang Chen entered the array, he recalled the recording. Jiang Hao, as a person, is rather agreeable. Quite to my taste. However, this Li Jian is different. He presents one face to the world while concealing another, which irks me somewhat. Regardless, I will soon enter the third tier, and I intend to choose seclusion at that time. It is better to resolve this matter now. After sending the video from that evening, Fang Chen stepped into the array, swiftly disappearing from his original location. At this moment, Jiang Hao had just departed from the abyss. Jiang Yishue and Li Yuan followed closely behind. At the entrance of the abyss, a throng of people had gathered. The sudden closure of the first and second layers of the abyss had caused many adventurers still attempting to breach them to emerge. Everyone awaited a clarification from the responsible military guards regarding whether they could still be utilized, especially since the entrance fee had already been paid. Upon spotting Jiang Hao, Jiang Yishue approached him directly. What exactly transpired outside? Who killed the skeleton king? She inquired as soon as they met. Li Yuan beside her chimed in with a smile. Indeed, we heard about it in the third layer. Your sister was worried about you, so we came out. However, Jiang Hao had little fondness for Li Yuan and retorted, What concern my sister has for me is none of your business. Do you truly see yourself as my brother-in-law? Let me tell you, you won't even pass my trial, let alone my parents. Come, let us discuss this over there, sister. Jiang Hao took Jiang Yishue by the hand and walked to the side. Indeed, Jiang Yishue was none other than Jiang Hao's biological sister and the beloved daughter of Bei Jiangnan, the lord of Jiangbei province. A flicker of sharpness flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, yet it was quickly suppressed. He maintained a smile and said nothing, merely following behind. Jiang Yishue found herself at a loss with him. Encountering such an incessant pest was exhausting. Quickly, tell me what has occurred outside, Jiang Yishue urged. Jiang Hao promptly recounted the events that had transpired. Upon discovering that the instigator was, in fact, a junior student, Jiang Yishue was taken aback. A beastmaster at the third transition and level 100? When did beastmasters become so formidable? I am puzzled as well. However, I share a good rapport with this lad. And now that the first and second layers of the abyss are closed, I plan to have him lead me to the third layer for leveling up. And he has agreed. Jiang Hao explained. As for the matter of your quota, I fear I will need your assistance. Jiang Yishui frowned at his words. The quota is not an issue, but the third layer is fraught with danger. I must exercise utmost caution while leveling up myself. Can he truly guide you safely? If peril arises in the third layer, I fear I may lack the capability to rescue you. Dear sister, you have not witnessed his prowess. You know my discernment well enough, Jiang Hao replied. Yet Jiang Yishui shook her head. It is not that I harbor doubt. Rather, caution is paramount. If you wish to proceed, you may, but I insist on accompanying you. Furthermore, do refrain from venturing forth in the next couple of days. I shall arrange for your resurrection crystal to be sent from home. Should trouble arise, we would not be without an escape route. Surely, it cannot be so. Jiang Hao felt no necessity for such precautions, as he had not brought his resurrection crystal with him. In Jiangbei province, who would dare to lay a hand on him? Moreover, he was accompanied by a mercenary group for leveling up, thus the crystal remained safely at home. However, Jiang Yishui spoke sternly, this matter is non-negotiable. Others may know your identity, but the creatures within the abyss do not. Furthermore, I have heard from our mentor that there are many uncharted territories within the abyss. And there may even be individuals opposed to the alliance lurking about. My father once said that once we enter the third layer, I too must carry a resurrection crystal. And you will not escape that fate either. Given that the first two layers of the abyss are currently closed, you should wait a while. I will first assess that young man's capabilities. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod. However, as he still held the top position for the time being, a delay of a couple of days was of little consequence. Jiang Yishui soon departed, with Li Yuan naturally following her. Jiang Hao then contacted his father, only to learn that his father had already set off from Jiangbei City and would arrive within 2 days at the latest. Simultaneously, he received a video from Fang Chen. When he heard Li Jian's words in the video, a flicker of anger crossed his previously calm visage. He had genuinely considered Li Jian a friend, only to discover that behind his back, Li Jian spoke of him in such a manner. Looking after that pampered second-generation heir, I have no interest. If it weren't for his special status, do you think I would deign to associate with him? A worthless priest hardly qualifies to be my friend? Huh. A worthless priest has no right to collaborate with you, my friend. Fine. I shall remember your words, Li Jian. Jiang Hao's face turned ashen with fury. Had he known Li Jian's whereabouts, he might have sought him out immediately. As for the matter between Jiang Hao and Li Jian, Fang Chen did not place much weight on it. After all, he was not well acquainted with Li Jian. Informing Jiang Hao of this was merely a reflection of his belief that Li Jian was not an unworthy individual. Having been in Abyss Town for a few days, Fang Chen was deeply moved by what he had witnessed. However, the most pressing concern was to expedite his leveling up. With each passing day, the time until the enrollment at Jiangbei University concluded diminished. Ultimately, the ranking outcome would be the sole criterion affecting the enrollment process. Thus, Fang Chen was solely focused on leveling up swiftly. As the radiance faded, Fang Chen soon found himself in a somewhat dim space, resembling the flickering light of molten lava. Behind him lay the teleportation array that would lead him away from this place. The array was situated on a platform measuring 10 meters on each side. Surrounding the platform were beams suspended in midair, beneath which molten lava flowed. The conditions here were indeed far more perilous than in the previous 2 layers. Fang Chen could even observe molten lava occasionally bubbling up from below. Should he make contact with it, he would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries in an instant. Fang Chen cast a glance around and discovered a sign hanging on the wall of the platform. Abyss Trial Zone. Level 3. Any adventurer departing from the teleportation platform will be besieged by abyssal creatures. The longer one lingers, the greater the number of monsters that will swarm. Hence, refrain from straying too far from the teleportation array to avoid becoming lost on the 3rd level. Friendly reminder, there are a total of 10 teleportation arrays scattered throughout the 3rd level. Should you find yourself separated, do not despair. Swiftly make your way to the nearest teleportation array. Fang Chen briefly perused the notice while surveying his surroundings. Perhaps due to the vastness of the space, he could not discern the locations of the other teleportation arrays. Could it be that there exists a map of this place? How careless of me. Fang Chen felt somewhat helpless. However, as long as he did not wander too far from the teleportation platform, he presumed he would be safe. With his formidable strength, the creatures on this 3rd level posed little threat to him. With this in mind, Fang Chen wasted no time and activated his divine talent, Divine Insect Fusion. He then stepped off the teleportation platform and descended to the area below. The moment he left the platform, a wave of scorching heat enveloped him. Simultaneously, a damage indicator appeared above his head. 1. At that instant, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. Due to your entry into the unmodified abyssal realm, you are afflicted with a burning status, resulting in a loss of health each second. Upon hearing this, Fang Chen glanced at the indicator above him and noticed he was losing 1 point of health per second. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. With nearly 1.7 billion health points, this condition posed no significant threat to him. Chapter 75, Lava Skeleton, Frenzied Leveling Up. Looking around, Fang Chen observed that the beam beneath his feet was at least several meters away from the lava below. The circumstances on this third level appeared to be entirely different from those of the previous two levels. Since stepping down from the teleportation platform, he had not encountered a single monster in nearly 3 minutes. Fang Chen felt somewhat disheartened. They say that real combat is the ultimate test of strength. Now that he was truly in the third level, he realized he was lacking in certain areas, particularly in reconnaissance abilities. As a beastmaster, the scouting skills available to him were quite limited. Thus, he was unaware of any hidden creatures nearby, only sensing that monsters were drawing closer, without knowing their precise location. Suddenly, Fang Chen noticed a commotion in the lava not far away. A shadow emerged, crawling up from the molten depths. Upon seeing the shadow, Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Rising from the lava was a blood-red skeleton, wielding a large crimson blade, its visage fierce and menacing. Lava skeleton, abyssal demon class. Rank, commander level, blue. Level, 130. Attack power, 15,000. Health, 30,000. Passive skill, lava resurrection. If the skeletal warrior perishes and its remains fall into the lava, it can be resurrected within a short period. Passive skill, negative immunity. Abyssal demon-type monsters are immune to all negative states, such as poison, fear, slow, etc. Passive skill, fire affinity. Immune to all fire attribute attack damage, but takes double damage from ice attribute attacks. Upon reading the description, Fang Chen gasped in surprise. This lava skeleton surprisingly possessed no active skills. However, considering it was merely of the commander tier, blue, it was likely the weakest being within this third layer. Yet, the passive resurrection skill seemed rather shameless. The corpses would revive upon falling into the lava, and the ground beneath them was riddled with holes, ensuring that these corpses would continuously plummet. Nevertheless, Fang Chen was unconcerned. Even if it could revive indefinitely, what mattered most was the experience he would gain. With this thought, Fang Chen waved his hand. Instantly, a horde of fire spike insects surged forth. Soon after, he noticed the lava skeleton's defense plummeting significantly. However, after a brief moment, he realized that the lava skeleton was not losing any health. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The lava skeleton is immune to the fire spike insect's attack, causing no damage, only reducing its defense. Fang Chen was momentarily perplexed. Staring at the damage value that appeared above the lava skeleton's head, it dawned on him that the fire spike insects dealt fire attribute damage, precisely what these skeletons were immune to. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful punch to the lava skeleton. Without any surprise, 9 billion, as the damage value emerged. The lava skeleton shattered into pieces, plunging into the molten lava below. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the lava skeleton. You have gained 30,000 experience. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the lava skeleton. You have gained 2,000 merit points. Ding! Congratulations, your merit points have reached 1 million, achieving commander level. Hearing the system's announcements, Fang Chen was taken aback. His merit points had actually reached the commander level. However, achieving commander status with just 1 million merit points indicated how difficult it was to earn such points. He could continuously farm in the abyss. Yet for a garrison level like Lord Nangong, at least 10 million merit points were required. It was evident that he could never farm merit points here. It was clear that Nangong must have had his own fortuitous encounters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have amassed so many merit points. 2,000 for 1, 20,000 for 10, and 200,000 for 100. To accumulate 10 million merit points, one would need to slay 5,000 creatures. Obtaining such a vast amount of merit points in the abyss was exceedingly challenging. Unless one could defeat numerous leader-tier beings, it seemed implausible. Fang Chen mused to himself. Looking around, he noticed that the lava skeleton had not dropped a single item, leaving him somewhat disheartened. However, he soon realized that as the first lava skeleton fell to his blade, the surrounding lava began to churn violently. Indeed, in no time, a second and third lava skeleton emerged. Observing this, Fang Chen's gaze hardened as he charged towards one of them. With a single strike, within less than 10 seconds, Fang Chen dispatched the 2 emerging lava skeletons. However, merely half a minute later, 7 or 8 additional lava skeletons materialized around him. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in his ears. Ding! Due to your rapid slaying speed, you have aroused the lava skeleton army. Prepare for an impending siege. A siege? How intriguing. Fang Chen licked his lips. What he feared most was the absence of monsters. Now, it seemed, they were finally arriving. As he surveyed his surroundings, he noticed the lava began to stir ominously. One by one, the lava skeletons emerged like bamboo shoots after rain, surging toward Fang Chen's position in a frenzied rush. Despite the overwhelming number of lava skeletons, Fang Chen's gaze burned with fervor. Armed with the divine insect fusion skill, he felt like a god of war, unstoppable. Slaying all in his path, countless lava skeletons fell before him, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. The incessant system notifications ringing in his ears filled his heart with unrestrained joy. Indeed, this was the true training ground for leveling up. After vanquishing nearly 80 lava skeletons, he finally heard the system's announcement. Ding! Congratulations, you have reached level 107. Fang Chen opened the leaderboard to check his ranking. Although it had not risen, his level had ascended to 107. Above him remained only Li Jian at level 110 and Jiang Hao at level 116. This pace of leveling was exhilarating. Thrilled, Fang Chen observed the ever-increasing swarm of lava skeletons and flipped his palm. The nano-venomous insects and fire thorn insect king surged forth. The sheer number of lava skeletons had made it impractical for him to slay them individually. Efficiency would rely on the army of insects. While the fire thorn insects posed no real threat to the lava skeletons, they effectively reduced their defenses. The nano-venomous insects dealt poison attribute damage, perfectly suited to eliminate these skeletal foes. As the army of insects spread out, the surrounding lava skeletons began to fall one by one, and the losses among the insects remained tolerable. Although the lava skeletons possessed high attack power, they lacked active skills, preventing significant casualties. Within just 5 minutes, the first wave of agitated lava skeletons was completely eradicated. However, Fang Chen soon felt the ground tremble beneath him. Then, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Due to your rapid slaying, you have attracted the attention of the lava skeleton king. The leader will soon descend. Prepare for combat. The leader? Fang Chen was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated encountering a leader so swiftly. Indeed, the boss level, yellow, monsters in this third layer were far more abundant than those in the second. Facing this threat, the divine insect fusion would make the encounter easier while minimizing the risk of significant insect losses. As the lava churned, Fang Chen soon observed several beams ahead being shattered. Simultaneously, a colossal skeleton, engulfed in flames, emerged from the molten depths. Chapter 76. Watching from the sidelines, the heart aflutter. Lava Skeleton King, Abyssal Demon Class. Rank, Leader Level Yellow. Level, 135. Attack Power, 50,000. Health, 100,000. Passive Skill, Lava Regeneration. The Lava Skeleton King can swiftly restore health upon entering lava, regaining 10 health per second. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal Demon Class monsters are immune to all negative statuses, such as poison, fear, and slow. Passive Skill, Fire Affinity. Immune to all fire attribute attack damage, but ice attribute damage is doubled. Active Skills, Lava Burst, Lava Shield, Lava Summon. Fang Chen gazed upon the Lava Skeleton King, and information surged forth. Aside from being 5 levels higher than the Lava Skeleton, most of the skills were similar. However, this Lava Skeleton King astonishingly lacked a resurrection skill. Fang Chen mused, glancing beneath the Lava Skeleton King and noting that its size was comparable to that of the Skeleton King on the second level. Although its upper body was wreathed in lava, its lower half remained submerged in the molten rock. This signified that if he could not vanquish it in a remarkably brief period, its position in the lava posed a significant challenge. No wonder this creature had survived thus far, evading the blades of other adventurers. Slaying it was indeed no trivial task. Additionally, formidable warriors typically refrained from venturing here, leaving these monsters for the youth to hone their skills, which likely contributed to its continued existence. Let us wait and observe, Fang Chen contemplated. The Lava Skeleton King bore many resemblances to the Skeleton King of the second level. The most prominent similarity was its ability to summon minions. The minions summoned by the second-level Skeleton King could no longer gain experience. It remained uncertain whether the minions summoned by the Lava Skeleton King could still accrue experience. Fang Chen decided to test this hypothesis. Meanwhile, within the depths of the second level of the abyss, Li Yuan caught up with Jiang Yishua. Yishua, both the first and second levels have been sealed off. I have received news that it is highly likely a 7th transition master is involved. Although the third level remains accessible, entering now would be rather perilous. You do not trust Jiang Hao's words, do you? Li Yuan inquired. It is not a matter of trust. It is simply that I find it hard to believe. How could a 3rd transition beastmaster, at level 100, possibly obliterate the Skeleton King with a single blow? Even we cannot achieve that with our current strength. Moreover, Jiang Hao claimed to have entered the 3rd level. Consider the implications of a 3rd transition strength. In previous years, during enrollment at Jiangbei University, there were very few students of 3rd transition strength, and most of them ultimately joined guilds to lead mundane lives. Even those few who managed to enter Jiangbei University lacked the qualification to access the 3rd level of the abyss. We were only permitted to train here after reaching 4th transition. Even if what Jiang Hao said is true, I now feel that we should be praying for that young man. Perhaps his recklessness has already led to his demise in the 3rd level, Li Yuan remarked. Jiang Yishua chose to remain silent. Li Yuan's words held some merit, but she was well aware of her brother's character. He would not doubt that Jiang Hao would lie, nor would he see any purpose in such deceit. How do you explain the ranking on the admission list? Jiang Yishua inquired. In response, Li Yuan stated, what is there to explain? Aside from the abyss, there are certainly places to level up throughout Jiangbei province. For instance, in the Secret Realm dungeons. I have inquired and learned that kid earned 10 billion from the Lightning Guild in Longhua City. He could easily level up by grinding in the Secret Realm dungeons, where the experience is abundant. It's entirely possible to rise 6 levels within a single day. Moreover, and most importantly, he is a beastmaster. He would never venture alone to the 3rd level. Therefore, I believe the probability of him grinding in the Secret Realm dungeons is actually quite high. Li Yuan's analysis was thorough. Nevertheless, Jiang Yixue still felt it necessary to investigate. After all, she had great trust in her brother's integrity. Regardless, since we are here, let us take a look. The 3rd level has 10 teleportation arrays, and if we do not form a team, we will randomly appear at different stations. Let us see if he is indeed here. With that, Jiang Yixue stepped into the teleportation array first. Li Yuan, feeling helpless, could only follow suit. A flash of light enveloped them, and the two almost simultaneously vanished into the array. Within the 3rd level, Fang Chen gazed at the lava skeleton minions that lay defeated by his side, his heart racing with excitement. He had discovered that the minions summoned by the lava skeleton king could also yield experience. This was undoubtedly a significant revelation for him. What did this imply? It meant that as long as he refrained from slaying the lava skeleton king, an endless stream of lava skeletons would continue to emerge. This was akin to a leveling cheat. Overcome with enthusiasm, Fang Chen refrained from advancing and instead remained stationary, allowing the lava skeletons to approach him and provide experience. Watching his experience points steadily rise brought him immense satisfaction. However, after several minutes, his experience had increased by approximately 20%, and the surrounding lava skeletons began to dwindle. Simultaneously, the lava skeleton king ahead grew increasingly enraged, which puzzled Fang Chen. Could it be that this creature has discerned my intentions and is now furious? This is troublesome. I still wish to level up. Fang Chen lamented. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, a graceful figure had been standing nearby on a teleportation platform for quite some time. Jiang Yixue had been remarkably fortunate. Upon her first entry, she had appeared directly on a teleportation platform close to Fang Chen. Thus, she witnessed the scene of him effortlessly dispatching the lava skeletons one by one. This fellow is not actively attacking the lava skeleton king, instead allowing it to continuously summon minions for leveling. Jiang Hao's words proved to be true. This individual is extraordinarily talented. A glimmer of awe sparkled in Jiang Yixue's eyes. She had never encountered someone so formidable. Where's this? This is the 3rd level of the abyss, and even with her current 4th-tier strength, she must tread carefully. Yet this young man behaves as if he is in a realm of his own, leveraging the lava skeleton king's summoning abilities to gain experience. She had contemplated this matter, yet it was fundamentally unattainable. The sheer number of lava skeletons made it impossible for her to eliminate them within a short span of time. As their ranks swelled, her chances of escape dwindled, let alone the prospect of vanquishing the lava skeleton king. Without the aid of 2 formidable teams, such a feat was utterly inconceivable. Suddenly, she realized that Fang Chen was advancing towards the lava skeleton king. It seemed the surrounding lava skeletons were diminishing in number. He was poised to conclude the battle. Witnessing this scene, Jiang Yixue felt her heart race with anxiety. The lava skeleton king was merely a few levels higher than the skeleton king of the 2nd tier. Yet their overall strengths were comparable. If this individual was indeed responsible for the events on the 2nd tier, could he not annihilate the lava skeleton king with a single blow? Could a 3rd-tier warrior truly possess the might to dispatch a leader-class foe with one strike? Jiang Yixue struggled to convince herself of this possibility, her eyes fixated ahead, fearing she might miss the incredulous spectacle unfolding before her. As Fang Chen drew ever closer to the lava skeleton king, she observed the latter suddenly raise one of its withered arms. In the next instant, a torrent of lava surged forth towards Fang Chen. Simultaneously, a layer of molten armor enveloped the lava skeleton king, a manifestation of its lava guardian skill, which formed a protective barrier around its body, enhancing its defense and vitality. Fang Chen smiled faintly at this display, contemplating. Do you truly believe that a mere shield can withstand the force of my punch? With a deft maneuver, he evaded the cascading lava and, in the moment he approached the lava skeleton king, unleashed a devastating punch. The lava skeleton king, swift in its own right, attempted to counter with its staff, aiming a strike at Fang Chen's head. However, upon contact with Fang Chen's fist, the staff shattered with a resounding crack. The lava skeleton king was taken aback. Sensing that this youth was not to be trifled with, it turned to retreat into the lava, seeking to escape. Yet, Fang Chen would not grant it such an opportunity. He lunged forward. Just as the lava skeleton king was about to disappear beneath the beams, Fang Chen's fist connected with its head, and a damage notification instantly materialized. 2.8 billion. Before Jiang Yixue could fully comprehend the magnitude of the damage, 2 beams of light erupted, obscuring the damage value. Clearly, as a leader-class entity, the lava skeleton king had dropped valuable loot. Fang Chen waved his hand to collect the items, and at that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. You have reached level 108. Ding! Due to your defeat of the lava skeleton king, this territory is now free of monsters. In 5 minutes, new creatures will arrive to claim the territory. Please evacuate promptly, as remaining will lead to further battles. As Fang Chen absorbed the system's announcement, realization dawned upon him. So, this was how the third tier operated. Although the third layer lacks a designated leveling area, it is teeming with demonic creatures. Thus, even if one remains stationary, an incessant stream of monsters will inevitably approach, and they are likely to grow stronger with each encounter. It is no wonder that leveling in such a place is fraught with peril. The multitude of concerns is overwhelming. Not only must one contend with an unending horde of monsters, but one must also be cautious not to stray too far from the teleportation platform, lest one find it difficult to escape. The scarcity of players here is indeed justified. With merely 5 minutes remaining, Fang Chen dismissed any lingering thoughts, relishing the very sensation of continuous advancement. He perused his recent acquisitions and noted that the Lava Skeleton King had been generous. In addition to yielding a demonic crystal, it had also dropped an item, the Ring of the Lava Skeleton King. Rating, Gold, Yellow. Level, 135. Intelligence, 500. Spirit, 1000. Fire Zodiac Level, 1. Class Requirement, Astrologer. Fang Chen was elated at the attributes, but his joy quickly turned to dismay upon seeing the class requirement. To his dismay, such remarkable attributes could only be wielded by an astrologer. He cursed under his breath, lamenting that aside from a previously discarded Goblin King's staff, he had yet to obtain any equipment suitable for his own class. His luck seemed abysmal. Moreover, the astrologer class encompasses all 4 attributes. Yet this spell-casting Lava Skeleton King had dropped a ring meant for astrologers. It was infuriating that he had not received any equipment for his Beastmaster class. However, the ring possessed considerable value and could fetch a handsome price in the market. The demonic crystal would also yield some profit. As Fang Chen contemplated this, a voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Are you selling that ring? I can offer 4 billion right now for an immediate trade. Fang Chen turned in surprise to find someone standing atop the teleportation platform. Although he did not mind revealing his identity, the sensation of being spied upon was distinctly unpleasant. Who are you? Why does a young girl have such a voyeuristic habit? Isn't that rather strange? Fang Chen retorted, slightly irked. With someone present, he could no longer enjoy his leveling session in peace. Upon noticing Fang Chen approaching, Jiang Yishua's eyes sparkled with excitement. I apologize, I did not mean to intrude. My younger brother, Jiang Hao, mentioned he was seeking someone to guide him to the third layer for leveling. I wanted to witness your prowess for myself. I refrained from interrupting you while you battled the Lava Skeleton King. I am Jiang Yishua, Jiang Hao's elder sister. Jiang Yishua quickly explained, still in awe of Fang Chen's earlier display of strength when he effortlessly dispatched the Lava Skeleton King. Upon hearing that she was Jiang Hao's sister, Fang Chen's expression softened. So you are Jiang Hao's sister. You are quite beautiful, yet your sense of discretion leaves much to be desired. Do you wish for this ring? Fang Chen inquired. Yes. Jiang Yishua nodded eagerly. I happen to be an astrologer, and since this equipment lacks set attributes, the price of 4 billion is already quite reasonable. Fang Chen nodded. Having previously estimated the value of this equipment at around 3.5 billion, Jiang Yishua's offer of 4 billion was more than satisfactory. Deal. Without further ado, Fang Chen tossed the equipment over. Jiang Yishua produced her card and transferred the funds to him. All right, you've seen my strength. I still need to level up. Farewell. Fang Chen declared, preparing to leave. Feeling uneasy under the gaze of others who were watching him, he decided to delve a little deeper, knowing that no one else could venture as far as he could. Seeing this, Jiang Yishua hurriedly called out, wait, you're a junior, right? Once the university admissions conclude, with your abilities, you will surely be able to join Jiangbei University. I can claim to be your senior, and I'm also leveling up on the 3rd floor. If you lack teammates, I can join forces with you. Although there are no fixed leveling zones on this 3rd floor, there are still some areas where leveling is more efficient. I can guide you. Fang Chen was taken aback, looking at Jiang Yishua. Is the senior truly so kind? Jiang Yishua smiled and replied, though I am your senior, your prowess astonishes even me. You are fully qualified to stand alongside us veterans. Furthermore, my own leveling efficiency is limited. Teaming up would be mutually beneficial. As an astrologer, I can control the battlefield, providing area damage and warnings. Fang Chen nodded. Astrologers are somewhat akin to mages, but beyond their formidable area attacks, they also possess excellent danger prediction and crowd control abilities. Most importantly, they offer group buffs akin to healers. They possess a bit of everything, but excel in none. The greatest feature of an astrologer is divination and early warning, allowing them to perceive potential dangers with remarkable acuity. Just moments ago, while Fang Chen was leveling, Jiang Yishua had been nearby for quite a while, unnoticed by him. This was due to Fang Chen's lack of scouting and alertness skills. If he were to team up with Jiang Yishua, he could entrust these aspects to her. You wouldn't want to be constantly observed, would you? With the 2nd and 1st floors closed, many will likely choose to level up on the 3rd floor in the coming days. It will be crowded, but I can ensure you are not disturbed. Jiang Yishua stated. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. Deal. I'm actually more curious about the more efficient leveling zones you mentioned. Upon hearing Fang Chen's agreement, Jiang Yishua was overjoyed. I'll take you there. With that, she led Fang Chen into the teleportation array. As they formed a team, They would appear in the same location after teleportation. During the transit, Jiang Yishua explained, "We may need to undergo several teleportations. That place is fixed, so we can only teleport to it." Fang Chen nodded, offering no further comments. Chapter 78. Li Yuan joins, removing the mask. After experiencing 3 or 4 teleportations, the two finally arrived at a larger teleportation platform. Fang Chen was thrilled to behold a scene that excited him greatly. The location of this teleportation platform resembled a prison, surrounded by rusted walls. With the entire space spanning roughly the size of half a football field, the abyss stretched infinitely ahead, its depths shrouded in darkness. Surrounding the elevated platform, an array of humanoid monstrosities stood densely packed. Demon Werewolf, Abyssal Demon Class. Rank, Commander Level, Blue. Level, 130. Attack Power, 15,000. Health, 20,000. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal Demon Class creatures are immune to all negative statuses, such as poisoning, fear, and slowing effects. Active Skills, Werewolf Howl, Demon Curse. Observing their attributes, they bore a striking resemblance to the lava skeletons, yet their numbers were evidently greater. A mere glance revealed to Fang Chen why Jiang Yishua claimed that the leveling speed here was superior. Among the surrounding demon werewolves, many commander-level foes mingled in pairs and groups. Demon Werewolf King, Abyssal Demon Class. Rank, Leader Level Yellow. Level, 135. Attack Power, 30,000. Health, 100,000. Passive Skill, Negative Immunity. Abyssal Demon Class creatures are immune to all negative statuses, such as poisoning, fear, and slowing effects. Active Skills, Werewolf Howl, Demon Curse, Werewolf Charge. As he surveyed the area within a radius of 500 meters, he was astonished to find 3 leader-level beings. The density of such formidable foes made rapid leveling an undeniable certainty. Generally, this location was avoided. He had previously hesitated to train here. But with their combined strength and a modicum of caution, they could surely thrive. "What do you think?" Jiang Yishua inquired. Fang Chen nodded, clearly pleased. "Thank you. I find this place quite appealing. By the way, since I agreed to help your brother, once he arrives, we can all level up together here. However, he has yet to contact me. Shall we begin on our own for now?" Fang Chen asked, eager not to squander time. Jiang Yishua replied, "He will need 2 more days to prepare for the dangers here. You can take a look around. I must inform a classmate of mine. Feel free." Fang Chen responded before descending from the elevated platform, eager to test his skills. Although Jiang Yishua harbored no fondness for Li Yuan, she felt compelled to notify him of Fang Chen's presence, given his assistance in locating him. The message was swiftly dispatched, and before long, Li Yuan materialized at the teleportation platform. Upon his arrival, he noticed Jiang Yishua in a team formation, as well as Fang Chen, who was playfully engaging with the demon werewolves ahead. "Is that him?" Li Yuan frowned. "Indeed, he is quite formidable. I intend to level up alongside him. You are welcome to join us or train independently," Jiang Yishua stated plainly. "You plan to level up with him? What is his strength?" Li Yuan queried, his brow furrowed. Jiang Yishua had been persistently pursuing the opportunity to team up with him for several days, yet now she was joining forces with a stranger, which left Li Yuan feeling rather displeased. Jiang Yishua, however, responded nonchalantly. "He seems to be at the 3rd tier, but I cannot discern the specifics. He has concealed his information." Li Yuan glanced at Fang Chen and found nothing but a name. "I have a girlfriend." Indeed, it was he. I recall that the information on the leaderboard indicated he was a level 106 Beastmaster. "Are you certain he is capable?" Li Yuan frowned, dismissing the strength of a 3rd transition, unable to comprehend why Jiang Yishua held him in such high regard. Nevertheless, the name was intriguing. "I have a girlfriend. This fellow has a girlfriend, so he likely won't vie with me for Jiang Yishua. In that respect, he wasn't so unpleasant to behold," Li Yuan reassured himself. As long as he didn't compete with him for Jiang Yishua, he had no qualms about teaming up with Fang Chen for leveling. "Believe it or not, that's your concern. I merely wanted to inform you that the person has been located. I am also preparing to level up, so you may ponder it yourself," Jiang Yishua stated before departing from the platform. Observing this, Li Yuan hurriedly followed suit, simultaneously sending a party request. Fang Chen was amusing himself with a demon wolf, noting its impressive speed. However, its single attack power was limited. Deploying the army of insects proved far more efficient against the monsters here. While lost in thought, the system suddenly chimed. "Ding! Li Yuan has requested to join the party. Do you accept?" "Li Yuan, your friend? Does Jiang Yishua come over?" Fang Chen inquired. "Yes. He is my classmate. The decision to add him is yours," Jiang Yishua replied, having entrusted the captaincy to Fang Chen. "Since he is a senior, let us join forces. His strength should be commendable." Fang Chen decisively chose to accept. Soon, he beheld Li Yuan's information. Li Yuan, level 140 marksman. Jiang Yishua, level 149 astrologer. Junior, why do you not disclose your information? Rest assured, neither your seniors nor your classmates will mock you by revealing it. We can adjust the number of monsters we attract based on your capabilities." Li Yuan chuckled, his tone imbued with a condescending air. Fang Chen smiled at this. opting to disable the skill Divine Hidden Fate. In no time, his information appeared. Fang Chen, level 108 Beastmaster. Upon seeing this, both Li Yuan and Jiang Yixue were taken aback. Wasn't this fellow level 106? When did he level up twice? Li Yuan mused inwardly. Jiang Yixue, however, was captivated. She had not experienced such rapid advancement at his previous level. To ascend 8 levels in a single day was astonishing. And admiration gleamed in her eyes as she gazed at Fang Chen. Li Yuan, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, quickly remarked, "Brother Fang Chen, you are rather ostentatious. Having a girlfriend is one thing, but why this name? Who is your girlfriend? I am quite curious." With this statement, Li Yuan aimed to both strengthen their bond and subtly remind Jiang Yixue that he was taken. "You might as well abandon this hope and remain content with me." Indeed. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yixue's expression flickered with a hint of disappointment. Fang Chen, however, chuckled, "I do not have a girlfriend. It was a friend's idea. She wishes to be my girlfriend, but I have yet to agree." "Oh, I see." Li Yuan responded with a laugh. "It appears that Brother Fang Chen is indeed a discerning individual. Since the information is laid bare, there is no need for masks among us. We can be at ease in each other's company." To be honest, Li Yuan was also curious to see what Fang Chen truly looked like. If he happened to be unattractive, it would certainly quell Jiang Yixue's adoration. Even if he were not ugly, he likely would not capture Jiang Yixue's attention. For her standards of beauty are exceedingly high. He was confident that once Jiang Yixue beheld Fang Chen's true visage, her interest would wane. The senior was right. Wearing this thing can be quite exhausting. Fang Chen smiled as he removed his mask. However, when his breathtakingly handsome face emerged, Jiang Yixue was instantly captivated. Simultaneously, Li Yuan froze, a storm of thoughts racing through his mind. Why had he insisted on removing the mask? He even noticed Jiang Yixue's gaze fixated on Fang Chen. Utterly transfixed. "Senior and senior sister, shall we commence? Time is of the essence. Let us forego idle chatter." Fang Chen prompted. "All right." Jiang Yixue, recovering from her astonishment, felt a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks as she hurriedly replied. Meanwhile, Li Yuan, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of frustration and declared, "Yes, let us begin. Junior, your level is too low. You will be responsible for drawing aggro. Yixue, you handle crowd control and area attacks. I shall be the finisher, responsible for eliminating the monsters." Li Yuan, eager to showcase his prowess, drew his bow and unleashed a flurry of arrows at one of the demonic werewolves. Jiang Yixue, bemused by his eagerness, nevertheless reminded him, "Fang Chen, since this is your first time, focus on drawing aggro to familiarize yourself with these creatures. You can engage later." Fang Chen nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, senior sister and senior. You are too kind. I shall begin." Chapter 79. The finisher, Fang Chen draws aggro. In this region, the majority were demonic werewolves. Known for their curse abilities. As long as the enmity is directed towards our team, we would be affected by their curses. "I will enhance your resistance to such curses," Jiang Yixue announced from behind, her body aglow with radiant light, as she intoned, "Astrology, attract fortune and avert disaster." With her words, Fang Chen witnessed a starry formation materialize. Centered around Jiang Yixue, the formation, spanning a mere 20 meters, was not extensive but perfectly encompassed both Fang Chen and Li Yuan. With only the three of them, they could not afford to stray too far apart. Otherwise, they would be overwhelmed by the demonic werewolves. Thus, this 20-meter diameter was an ideal proximity. As the formation enveloped them, Fang Chen felt an additional resistance against curses manifest upon him. Moreover, the moment the formation appeared, the demonic werewolves within the 20-meter radius were drawn towards them. 7 or 8 demonic werewolves charged in their direction. Simultaneously, Fang Chen noticed several gray streaks of light rushing towards them. These gray streaks were inescapable, and Jiang Yixue cautioned, "That is the demonic curse, unavoidable. However, with the fortune-attracting status, you can withstand it." Fang Chen nodded, realizing that Jiang Yixue's condition was a manifestation of her struggle against the demonic curse. However, what effects did this demonic curse entail? Contemplating this, Fang Chen inquired. Beside him, Li Yuan elucidated. This demonic curse is a multifaceted negative condition that may lead to persistent bleeding. It could also result in temporary blindness, or an increase in casting time for spellcasters, among other effects. Each individual afflicted experiences it differently. The most terrifying aspect is that it can randomly teleport practitioners to other locations. Leveling up in this place without the aid of celestial arts, astrologers, or light magic skills is exceedingly perilous. If one is teleported too far from the team, danger ensues. You must exercise caution and absolutely refrain from straying beyond the confines of this astrological array. Fang Chen nodded, surprised that although the demonic werewolf's inherent strength was not formidable, the potency of the demonic curse was indeed alarming. If he were to be randomly displaced, it would certainly be quite hazardous. As they spoke, 7 or 8 demonic werewolves approached the group. Fang Chen initially focused solely on drawing aggro and refrained from attacking. He observed as Jiang Yixue waved her hand. unleashing a myriad of circular meteors that struck the 7 or 8 demonic werewolves. While none were slain, their health was significantly diminished. Li Yuan, witnessing this, swiftly knocked an arrow and unleashed a volley of 8 shots. To Fang Chen's astonishment, 3 of the demonic werewolves fell instantly to the ground. The remaining 5 were left with critically low health, but were not yet dead. Li Yuan fired several more arrows, effectively dispatching the last of the 5. Once the 8 demonic werewolves were vanquished, the vicinity was momentarily free of further threats. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yuan chuckled triumphantly. Brother Fang, I am the ultimate archer. How do you find my attack power? Jiang Yixue, upon hearing this, could hardly contain her laughter and chose to ignore him. Fang Chen shook his head. To be honest, the damage output paled in comparison to his own. Before he could voice his thoughts, Li Yuan triumphantly remarked, why the shake of the head? Do not be disheartened. After all, you are only at level 108, while we have surpassed level 140. The disparity in levels is substantial. Naturally, your damage cannot compare, especially since you are a beastmaster. I suggest you consider pursuing a support role. Mastering some robust defensive creatures could allow you to function as a formidable warrior in the future. Jiang Yixue nearly burst into laughter at Li Yuan's assumption that Fang Chen was merely a novice, even offering him unsolicited advice. She wondered if he would seek refuge in a crevice had he witnessed Fang Chen dispatch the Lava Skeleton King with a single punch. Noticing that Li Yuan remained unaware of the situation, Fang Chen chose not to clarify and instead asked, Senior, what exactly is the ultimate archer profession? This is the first time I have heard of it. Could you enlighten me? As the 3 of them were currently in a party, understanding each other's professions better would surely be advantageous. Li Yuan, with an air of pride, responded, excellent question. The ultimate archer is a branch of the archer profession. The archer class boasts numerous branches, such as the Thunder Archer, who wields innate light elemental attacks, and the Lightspeed Archer, renowned for their rapid attack speed. However, the Finisher Archer, possess an exceptionally formidable passive skill. With each strike, there exists a chance to instantly eliminate foes. Admittedly, this probability is rather low. Yet it escalates as the enemy's health diminishes. Just now, the health of those 8 demonic werewolves has plummeted below 50% due to the relentless efforts of your senior, Jiang Xuejia. Consequently, my passive instant kill probability has soared to approximately 30%. Thus, in my initial volley of 8 arrows, I successfully obliterated 3. Therefore, when we draw the enemies, you must exert yourself. After all, the finishing capabilities of your senior are quite formidable. Li Yuan wore a proud expression. Fang Chen nodded, internally acknowledging that this passive ability was indeed impressive, although it was regrettably absent from his own repertoire. Nonetheless, he felt no particular need for it. After all, the nature of probability is capricious, and he preferred the satisfying sensation of delivering a decisive blow with his own fists. Jiang Yixue could no longer contain herself and interjected with a smile. The Finisher Archer is commendable, but alas, the probability is too low. If I recall correctly, your instant kill probability against a boss of the extreme, yellow, rank is 1 in 10,000, right? It would take 10,000 arrows to possibly trigger it, and by then, you might have been ground to dust. Indeed, probability is an unreliable ally. Li Yuan felt a twinge of embarrassment at her words and discreetly gestured to Jiang Yixue to refrain from exposing his vulnerabilities. Since we are now familiar with one another, let us commence. Fang Chen, you must put forth your utmost effort. Your senior wields considerable offensive power, so you need not worry about me drawing the enemies. There are no foes I cannot handle, as long as you keep them coming. Fang Chen smiled and nodded, eager for the opportunity to level up quickly. Furthermore, his sole responsibility was to draw the enemies, which significantly lightened his burden. Senior, I shall begin now. Please prepare yourselves. Fang Chen declared earnestly. Jiang Yixue turned her gaze towards Fang Chen, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. She was curious to see how he would attract the enemies. Although he had previously dispatched the Lava Skeleton King with a single punch, suggesting his prowess in single-target attacks, aggro management inherently requires an area of effect. She was indeed intrigued by how Fang Chen would execute this task. Li Yuan, however, wore a nonchalant expression and remarked, your senior is ever ready. You do your best. If you fail to draw enough, I will step in once they are gathered. Just focus on attracting the enemies. The rest is in my hands. With that, Li Yuan even blew gently on the string of his exquisite longbow, exuding an air of confidence that he would manage everything else. Observing this, Fang Chen refrained from further delay. With a swift motion of his hand, streams of purple mist began to waft from before him, focusing solely on drawing the enemies. Fang Chen did not even summon the nano-venomous insects, instead allowing them to release toxic mist directly from their nest within his dantian. The noxious vapors rapidly spread forth, engulfing the area ahead. Witnessing this scene, Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback before breaking into laughter. Brother Fang Chen, this is rather unprofessional. These demonic werewolves are still classified as demon-type creatures. Those immune to negative statuses are impervious to your toxic miasma. Doubt it. Just watch. Chapter 80. The senior is impressive. Did the bowstring snap? As Li Yuan spoke, the noxious fumes drifted towards the nearest demonic werewolves. Indeed, it wasn't long before damage values began to appear above their heads. Simultaneously, Fang Chen also heard the system's notification. Your toxic miasma has been negated, causing no damage. Your toxic miasma. See, I told you so. Junior, you have a long way to go in your learning. Li Yuan chuckled, casting a glance at Jiang Yixue, seemingly eager for her admiration. However, Jiang Yixue paid him no heed, instead focusing her gaze on Fang Chen. Although the toxic miasma had failed to inflict damage, its extensive range had successfully provoked the ire of the demonic werewolves. It was quite an effective aggro skill. In an area lacking immunity, it could inflict harm. It was my first time witnessing a beastmaster wielding toxic miasma in such a manner. Impressive. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening. Indeed, Fang Chen remarked, Senior, did you not instruct me to draw aggro? Thus, the absence of damage is inconsequential. How does the number of foes in this initial wave appear to you? Upon hearing this, Li Yuan surveyed the surroundings. His countenance shifted dramatically. The purple miasma had, unbeknownst to him, spread over a vast area. At least 50 demonic werewolves were charging towards them. He even spotted a demonic werewolf leader among them. Witnessing this, he had no time for idle chatter, swiftly nocking an arrow and preparing to engage. Arrows flew forth as if they were free, raining down upon the encroaching horde. Jiang Yixue, too, had wiped the smile from her face, adopting a serious demeanor as she unleashed various crowd control and offensive skills without restraint. Meanwhile, Fang Chen had attracted the surrounding monsters towards him, deftly leaping onto a protruding rock to continue releasing toxic clouds, sending them towards the more distant demonic werewolves. Li Yuan unleashed over 100 arrows, having only managed to dispatch a mere dozen demonic werewolves. The sheer number of foes was overwhelming, leaving Jiang Yixue's area of effect skills somewhat inadequate. Many of the demonic werewolves were still at full health, and Li Yuan felt the mounting pressure. Often, it took 6 or 7 arrows to fell one. However, more and more demonic werewolves surged toward them, causing Li Yuan to feel a chill run down his spine. He wanted to shout at Fang Chen to cease drawing aggro. The sheer volume was enough to keep him occupied for an eternity. If this continued, trouble would surely ensue. Among them were even the demonic werewolf kings, and a careless misstep could spell doom for him. Yet, surrounded by the demonic werewolves, he couldn't discern Fang Chen's location. He struggled to find the words to call out. Jiang Yixue, too, furrowed her brow. The overwhelming number of monsters was palpable. She felt the pressure mounting. And being in close proximity to Fang Chen, she could see him incessantly drawing aggro. As the most distinguished professional of the previous cohort, she held considerable renown within Jiangbei University. At this moment, she found herself overwhelmed by an indomitable spirit. If Fang Chen could summon such a multitude of monsters without a hint of concern, how could she possibly fail to manage them? If she faltered now, she might never earn the right to team up with him again. A practitioner of such exceptional caliber, the advantages of leveling alongside him were undeniable. Furthermore, Jiang Yixue did not believe she would be a burden to him. Resolutely, she gulped down several bottles of blue potions, unleashing her full potential. Her area of effect and crowd control skills were unleashed as if they were free, raining down havoc upon the battlefield. At that moment, Li Yuan found himself encircled by a throng of demonic werewolves. Fang Chen's initial wave of toxic mist had finally been exhausted by the relentless onslaught of the demonic creatures. He paused, surveying the scene below, astonished to see hundreds of demonic werewolves, alongside 3 formidable leaders. He mused, this should suffice, right? Senior, is this enough? Fang Chen called out, oblivious to Li Yuan's plight, as he shifted to one side. Intent on checking on Li Yuan's condition and whether he needed to continue drawing more monsters, he remained unaware that Li Yuan was already drenched in cold sweat. The longbow in his hands never ceased its rhythm. The string was pulled back so quickly it seemed to smoke, leaving his palms in agony. Yet, the number of demonic werewolves continued to swell, with 2 more advancing towards him. If this delay persisted, he feared for his own survival. Anxiously, he pressed on, cursing Fang Chen's family in his mind. Did that fool think the toxic mist was free? How could he attract so many monsters without considering whether Li Yuan could handle them? Damn it! Why was he so unlucky to be paired with such a dim-witted teammate? Jiang Yixue, can you hear me? Li Yuan shouted into the team channel. At that moment, Jiang Yixue was too preoccupied to notice. Her own challenges were overwhelming. Fang Chen, however, caught sight of her struggle. Senior, you're incredible. With so many monsters, do you need me to draw more? He exclaimed in the team channel, intrigued by Li Yuan's prowess amidst the chaos. Jiang Yixue, noticing the situation, was too exhausted to pay attention to Li Yuan's comments. Did he really think everything was manageable? Just hold on. Let us clear some before I continue drawing. She finally interjected. Fang Chen nodded, content to take a back seat as the monster drawing duty fell to him. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yixue, had she seen him resting, she would have been infuriated. How could he remain idle while she and Li Yuan fought for their lives? It was utterly unfair, and she understood that Li Yuan was to blame for this predicament. Had he not insisted that Fang Chen draw the monsters, they would not have found themselves in such dire straits. After waiting for 3 long minutes, Li Yuan finally felt somewhat overwhelmed and began to stealthily approach Jiang Yixue. Though he lacked the courage to ask for her assistance, he realized that if he did not devise a strategy soon, he would fall victim to the brutal onslaught of the demon werewolves. Thus, he quietly drew closer to Jiang Yixue, hoping she might help divert some of the monsters. Jiang Yixue, sensing his intentions, called out in the team channel, "Have some dignity. I am a girl." Li Yuan felt a rush of embarrassment and halted in his tracks, refraining from advancing further. Fang Chen, noticing the situation, inquired, "Senior, why are you heading towards senior sister? Are there not enough monsters? Should I go attract some more?" "Attract? You little rascal." Li Yuan cursed inwardly, nearly losing his mind. Externally, he forced a smile and replied, No, I'm just worried about you, senior sister Jiang. These monsters are not a problem for me." However, before he could finish his sentence, a sudden jolt coursed through him, leaving him frozen in shock. He realized that the bowstring of his longbow had inexplicably snapped. Staring at his longbow in disbelief, he thought, "This is the end. Just when I need it most, the bowstring breaks." Fang Chen, observing Li Yuan's immobility, asked, "Senior, why have you stopped? Is it that you're bored because there are not enough monsters? I can go fetch some more." With that, Fang Chen jumped aside, preparing to attract more monsters. "You fool." Li Yuan cursed silently, instinctively wanting to stop Fang Chen. If he drew any more monsters, he would be doomed. Though Jiang Yixue was reluctant to concede defeat, Fang Chen's words made her anxious as well. If he continued, she too would not be able to hold on much longer. However, before either could voice their concerns, they were met with a stunning spectacle. Fang Chen stood atop a raised stone platform, and in an instant, his form shimmered, revealing a magnificent pair of wings. These wings were grand and entirely black, surrounded by a swirling dark aura that gave him an undeniably striking presence. Yet, upon witnessing these wings, both Jiang Yixue and Li Yuan's expressions changed dramatically. They recognized that these wings were none other than the famed tattered wings of the Slaughter Sovereign from the Su auction house. This equipment had a high-level requirement, normally necessitating level 240 for use. However, as it was damaged, it bore no level requirement, allowing even those at level 0 to equip it. Moreover, it granted a temporary boost in speed, offering remarkable advantages. Yet, in this location, the depths of the demon abyss, such an item should never appear. Its presence here signified impending trouble. Years ago, the Lord of Slaughter invaded the abyss, nearly annihilating the majority of demonic creatures within. Even the abyssal demon lord fell to his might, though he was ultimately spared due to the ability to resurrect deep within the abyss. However, the Lord of Slaughter met his demise in this very place. Consequently, any equipment once wielded by him, if not displayed, would go unnoticed. Yet, should it reveal itself in the abyss, it would undoubtedly attract the ire of the monsters dwelling there, even leading to a violent assault. This knowledge was well known among those training in Abyss Town. Thus, the wings remained unsold. They were unusable in the abyss and prohibitively expensive. Who could have anticipated that Fang Chen would purchase them and bring them into the abyss? This revelation left not only Li Yuan, but also Jiang Yixue in shock. Now, Fang Chen had openly displayed the wings of the slaughterer, altering the nature of the situation entirely. Li Yuan, as if grasping at a lifeline, exclaimed in panic, "Have you lost your mind? How could you bring the wings of the slaughterer here? This world has gone mad." "Xiaoxue run." Jiang Yixue stood frozen, but upon hearing Li Yuan's voice, she turned to Fang Chen. To her horror, she noticed that countless demonic werewolves and their leaders had begun to stir restlessly, abandoning her and Li Yuan to charge towards Fang Chen. This was merely the beginning. She could even hear the furious roars of other beasts echoing from deeper within. The emergence of the wings of the slaughterer had evidently provoked the wrath of creatures further away. More formidable monsters were likely to arrive shortly. "Fang Chen, we must leave. This place is no longer safe," Jiang Yixue urged. Due to the distance, he had swiftly exited the team. Both Fang Chen and Jiang Yixue received a system notification. Li Yuan has left the team. Fang Chen, taken aback, queried in the team channel, "Why did the senior leave the team? He seemed quite composed earlier. I thought he was just luring more monsters." Jiang Yixue, exasperated to the utmost degree, retorted, "You overestimate him. He could barely handle the monsters just now. His bowstring snapped. Without a weapon, he cannot train." "Really? I had no idea." Fang Chen responded with genuine surprise, as this information was unknown to him. Jiang Yixue, at a loss for words, insisted, "It no longer matters. We must leave immediately. Now that the wings are out, even more monsters will come rushing in. We need to escape. The teleportation platform will likely be destroyed." Yet Fang Chen appeared perplexed. "Why should we leave? I came here to level up. Aren't you all here for the same reason?" Jiang Yixue found herself momentarily speechless, unable to counter Fang Chen's assertion. Leveling up was indeed correct, but there was no scenario where one trained in such perilous conditions. This was not merely training. It was akin to courting death. However, seeing Fang Chen's earnest expression, Jiang Yixue was struck by the impression that he truly believed in his words, especially considering how he had effortlessly dispatched the terrifying lava skeleton king before. In an instant, Jiang Yixue felt certain that Fang Chen must possess a means to resolve the situation. Isn't senior sister leaving? Fang Chen inquired. Jiang Yixue gazed at him, her eyes shimmering with determination. If you are unafraid, then I have nothing to fear. If danger truly arises, you will protect me, won't you? Fang Chen was taken aback, pondering why her words sounded so familiar, reminiscent of Su Mu's tone. Could it be that senior sister Jiang had developed feelings for him as well? Indeed, it seemed that he could not easily reveal his true self. Being excessively handsome brought its own set of troubles. He often found himself entangled in romantic pursuits. And while he could endure it, his body might not. You all are insane. Why aren't you leaving? Li Yuan exclaimed, pacing anxiously atop the transmission platform. It was a common occurrence for the platform to be destroyed during the chaos of abyssal creatures. As the number of monsters surrounding them swelled and the roar of demons grew louder, Li Yuan could barely contain his unease. Yet, Fang Chen and Jiang Yixue were oblivious to his pleas. With wings flapping behind him, Fang Chen surveyed the horde of demon werewolves and newly emerged creatures. His eyes gleamed with fervor. Senior sister, now that I am at level 108, if all these monsters are slain, how many levels do you think I could gain? At least 3 levels. 3 levels? That would make me level 111. I could surpass Li Jian and claim the second position. Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction, pleased with the prospect. However, since entering the abyss, he had been awake for nearly a day and night, and fatigue was beginning to set in. A smile crept across his face as he turned to Jiang Yixue. Senior sister, in appreciation for bringing me here, I 1T charge you for the training fee. But remember, what you see today must remain a secret. Otherwise, I may not take you along next time. Huh. Jiang Yixue was momentarily stunned. The next moment, Fang Chen waved his hand. Suddenly, Jiang Yixue beheld 2 torrents, one red and the other 100, materializing around them. The moment the torrents appeared, they surged in all directions. When Jiang Yixue focused her gaze, she realized that the torrents consisted entirely of insects. Countless insects, akin to locusts, began to devour the monsters they encountered, spreading out over several meters in mere moments. The massive army of insects expanded outward. Fang Chen's mind echoed with the system's notifications. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a demon werewolf and gained 20,000 experience points. Ding. One of your controlled fire stinger bugs has perished. Ding. One of your controlled nano poison bugs has been lost. Initially, there were notifications regarding the loss of insects, but soon they ceased altogether. It was then that Fang Chen realized just how formidable his hidden class, the Bloodsucker, truly was. Chapter 82, Sweeping Through the Hordes, Rising 4 Levels. As a hidden class, Bloodsucking Bugmaster, the most crucial skill was the bloodsucking technique, which enabled Fang Chen to convert 10 of the damage inflicted by him and the insects into his own health. Furthermore, this health could even be shared with the insects, signifying that, whenever the army of insects mobilizes, apart from the initial casualties, the remaining insects seem virtually invincible, with a staggering number exceeding 60,000. Even if each inflicted merely a single drop of blood and damage, that moment would yield over 60,000 in total harm. Consequently, even 10% of such damage translates to an impressive 6,000 in health restoration. The nano-venomous insects and the fire stinger insects can replenish this health at an astonishing rate each second, rendering them nearly immortal. Moreover, this reflects the minimal figures. It is essential to recognize that the damage inflicted by the fire stinger insect queen and the nano-venomous insects is certainly not limited to a mere drop per creature. Thus, once battle commences, a continuous influx of health restoration emerges, effectively resolving the issue of mass depletion of the insect army. As the fire stinger insect queen and the nano-venomous insects surged forth, numerous monsters fell around them. Even though the drop rate for formidable creatures like the demon werewolves is quite low, their sheer numbers compensate for it. Soon enough, the ground was adorned with white glimmers of light. When a demon werewolf king fell, green and golden lights would sporadically appear. In the wake of the dual tides of red and white insects, the ground, apart from the carcasses of monsters, was scattered with a variety of dropped items. Jiang Yixue stood in astonishment, scarcely able to believe her own eyes. Pinching her fair cheek, she realized she was not ensnared in a dream. She glanced at the man beside her, his handsome face, which could drive one to madness, or an expression of tranquil composure. Jiang Yixue found it hard to fathom that such a strikingly handsome and powerful man truly existed in this world, and that he was standing right next to her. Who wouldn't he love a perfect man? To the outside world, Jiang Yixue appeared aloof and distant. Yet she understood that her keen intellect and privileged background had set her standards exceedingly high. Ordinary men simply did not capture her attention. She had always sought a man worthy of her admiration, and apart from her father, she had never encountered such a figure. Even upon entering Jiangbei University, she found no one who evoked such a feeling of reverence, not even the legendary senior Shaolin Feng, known for his prowess. However, as she gazed at Fang Chen, she genuinely experienced that sensation of admiration. It felt akin to standing before a towering mountain, making her acutely aware that no matter how hard she strived, she could never surmount it. Within a minute, hundreds of demon werewolves were vanquished. Jiang Yixue questioned her own abilities, realizing she could not achieve such feats. Meanwhile, from a distant platform, Li Yuan observed this scene, frozen in place. It took him a considerable time to comprehend what had transpired. Noticing Jiang Yixue's unwavering gaze fixed upon Fang Chen, Li Yuan's heart shattered completely. Despite his relentless devotion, he found himself overshadowed by Fang Chen's mere presence within a few hours. Indeed, the fate of a devoted admirer often culminates in nothingness. Glancing at the severed bowstring in his hand, Li Yuan silently stepped into the teleportation array, feeling a tumult of emotions, unable to continue his leveling journey. Might as well venture out to acquire a new weapon first. As for Jiang Yixue's matters, he feels entirely incapable of intervening at this moment. In terms of stature, he is not inferior to Fang Chen, yet when it comes to strength and allure, Fang Chen eclipses him by a significant margin. Presently, the only glimmer of hope lies in that girlfriend whom Fang Chen has never acknowledged. It remains uncertain whether Jiang Yixue could rival her. Should Fang Chen's initial admirer arrive, and if Jiang Yixue were to gracefully concede, perhaps he might still have a chance. Moreover, setting this aside, given Fang Chen's formidable prowess, Li Yuan harbors no desire to antagonize him. Humans are inherently selfish, although he has previously regarded Fang Chen with disdain. If he could shamelessly align himself with Fang Chen's rapid ascent, it is conceivable that his own level could witness a remarkable transformation. While this may seem somewhat lacking in integrity, Li Yuan ultimately resolves to pursue this course of action. After all, integrity holds little weight without strength to back it. Even if Jiang Yixue genuinely harbors feelings for Fang Chen, that remains her affair, with no bearing on Fang Chen himself. This realization at least attests to the fundamentally decent nature of Li Yuan's character. In the third layer of the abyss, the roars grew increasingly thunderous. Even the formation struggled to suppress these cacophonous sounds. Out in Abyss Town, the echoes of these roars could be faintly discerned. Lu Feng and his companions above the abyss listened with trepidation. The last time such roars were heard was when someone stumbled upon the equipment of the Slaughter Sovereign. To their astonishment, they were heard once more today. Lu Feng issued orders for the guard troops to secure the entrance to the abyss, prohibiting anyone from entering. The events of today had escalated far too much. He dared not open the abyss entrance without the arrival of the northern Jiangnan city lord. Naturally, he could not oversee the third layer, which would remain accessible as usual. No inquiries had been made by anyone from Jiangbei University regarding the situation, leaving him powerless. Within the third layer, upon inspection, it was evident that the army of insects had suffered minimal losses. Throughout this fierce battle, he had hardly lost any of his insects. The ground was strewn with a profusion of spoils, prompting a grin to spread across his face. "Senior, I'm off to gather the loot," Fang Chen exclaimed. Before making his way over, Jiang Yixue gazed at Fang Chen's figure, her eyes shimmering with excitement. To her surprise, she stepped forward to assist him, ultimately handing all the items to Fang Chen. Though it lacked a gentlemanly touch, he thought to himself, "I did slay the monsters, so I shan't be modest." Fang Chen scratched his head. Jiang Yixue's father, being the city lord, certainly had no lack of wealth. But he himself needed these resources for the future evolution of the insects. Thus, he felt no need to be courteous with Jiang Yixue. "You did indeed slay the monsters. It is only fair," she acknowledged. "You mentioned feeling a bit weary earlier. Are you planning to step out for some rest?" Jiang Yixue inquired. Fang Chen nodded. While leveling up was crucial, he felt a sense of fatigue after this day and night, primarily due to mental exhaustion. After all, this was a game manifesting in the real world, not merely a virtual realm. One cannot perpetually grind without the capacity to do so. "Very well. I shall accompany you outside. When will you be leveling up tomorrow?" "I will wait for you at the entrance," Jiang Yixue stated. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering why this young lady insisted on accompanying him. Could it be that she truly wished to cling to him? "As for that, senior," he mused, "if you have plans, you could venture off on your own. It would be rather embarrassing to keep you waiting." Jiang Yixue, discerning Fang Chen's sentiments, feigned ignorance and smiled. "I have no particular plans. Wherever you go tomorrow, I shall follow. I won't be a freeloader. I can pay or serve as your advisor. There are still many places within the third layer of the abyss. Feel free to ask me anything you wish to know." Seeing that this young lady was resolute in her desire to stick by his side, Fang Chen decided to forego further discussion. "Very well, then. After all, your brother will be footing the bill, and with such a stunning beauty accompanying me, the work won't feel burdensome at all. Until tomorrow." With that, Fang Chen turned and departed. As he made his way towards Abyss Town, he glanced at his level, surprised to find he had ascended 4 levels, reaching 112. He had surpassed Li Jian, who was at level 110, placing him second on the leaderboard. Chapter 83. Assessing gains, causing a stir. He was now able to equip items of level 110, yet found it unnecessary. On his way back, Fang Chen contemplated. At level 119, he could undertake the 4th transition quest and unlock the guild chat channel. Within the guild, there was a set of Dark Beastmaster's armor that was also usable at level 119, which Fang Chen greatly admired. The gear he could currently replace was of rather mediocre quality, he primarily relied on his insects. Unless he acquired an exceptional set, the enhancement would not be substantial. Thus, changing equipment was not a pressing necessity for Fang Chen. Instead, he focused on ensuring the evolution of his insects. With these thoughts, Fang Chen headed directly to the Abyss Tavern. However, to his surprise, Ziyun was not present. Another appraiser, whom Fang Chen did not recognize, attended to him. After presenting his black gold card, he began to tally his items. He had amassed quite a few treasures from the Abyss. Aside from the piece of jewelry sold to Jiang Yixue, he had obtained 6 pieces of equipment, albeit with rather ordinary attributes. Among them, 2 were of golden, yellow quality, acquired after defeating 6 demon wolves at the lair of the Demon Wolf King. The remaining 4 were drops from commander-level beasts, all of average quality. Altogether, the appraiser offered 5 billion for them. Fang Chen, disinclined to engage in a lengthy auction, accepted the offer outright. In addition, he had gathered numerous materials dropped by the demon werewolves, totaling 1 billion. Besides these, he also possessed 3 skill books and 8 demon crystals. Rather than selling the 8 crystals, each valued at 100 million, he decided to wait for Su Muyu to arrive and gift them to her. Although he did not wish to appear overly eager for her favor, he recognized the necessity of maintaining good relations, considering he would need her family's auction house to procure insects in the future. Thus, it was imperative to cultivate this connection. Lastly, the 3 skill books he had were titled Cursing Skill and Occupational Requirement, Mage. A curse may be unleashed, plunging the target into a state of blindness, with the duration inversely proportional to their strength, lasting a maximum of 10 seconds and a minimum of 1 second. It possesses a somewhat lackluster application, functioning as a single target attack. The skill, Lava Descend, requires the profession of a mage. It summons a torrent of lava, inflicting damage upon enemies within its vicinity. This skill book is commendable, particularly for mages and especially for those attuned to the fire element, who will experience heightened damage. However, the incantation is rather lengthy. Su Mu's abilities lean towards crowd control, while the Phoenix Mage is inherently aligned with the light element, rendering this skill less suitable for them. The final tome is a status-affecting skill book titled Flame Surround. This requires the profession of a berserker and generates a fiery aura that continuously damages foes within its radius. However, it holds little utility for the character, Chun. The 3 skill books collectively fetched a staggering 50 billion dragon coins. Fang Chen assessed his gains from this excursion into the abyss. He had amassed 150 billion coins from this venture alone. Coupled with his previous savings, he now possessed a total of 200 billion dragon coins. Notably, the price for each leader tier, yellow, larva hovers around 10 billion coins, allowing him to procure 20, with the possibility of facilitating their evolution, provided fortune smiles upon him. Upon consulting the appraiser, he learned that the overseer, Ziyin, had instructed that should any be available, they would expedite the acquisition. A collection order had also been issued. Yet unfortunately, none had been located thus far. Fang Chen felt a pang of frustration, ultimately deciding to set the matter aside. Artificially cultivated larvae of leader tier are exceedingly rare, primarily discovered by chance, and must be in their larval form, underscoring the daunting challenge. The absence of such in the auction house was not unexpected. Contemplating further, Fang Chen sought reconnaissance skills, but found none suitable for beast masters. While professions such as eagle-eyed archers, assassins, and blade dancers boasted numerous scouting and alertness skills, they proved inadequate for his needs. Reluctantly, Fang Chen resolved to abandon this pursuit. Thus, he rose from his seat and departed the Abyss Tavern. Tonight was designated for relaxation, so he sought a venue in Abyss Town where he could enjoy music and unwind for the evening. As he reclined in the hall, he was surrounded by a chorus of discussions among fellow adventurers. Have you heard? The recent happenings in the Abyss seem to revolve around that young man. Who? That fellow who boasts about having a girlfriend. The rumors are rampant. He leveled up 14 times in a single day. It's simply absurd. Is that true? ISNT, he currently ranked 2nd? Indeed. Just a day ago, he was at level 100. Remarkable. The forums in Abyss Town are ablaze with chatter. Even the city lord has been alerted and is making his way here. The city lord is truly coming? Fang Chen found himself bemused. All he had done was focus on leveling up, yet it seemed even the city lord was drawn into the fray. With thoughts swirling, he logged into the Abyss Town professional forum and, as anticipated, discovered a plethora of posts proclaiming this year's dark horse of Jiangbei University has emerged. One day, ascending 14 levels in rapid succession. Was it the result of cheating or the assistance of others? The most popular posts were predominantly speculations surrounding Fang Chen. He viewed them with a sense of resignation, casually perusing the content. Most of the discussions revolved around conjectures regarding his identity and the identity of his girlfriend. Naturally, many of these speculations originated from professionals emerging from Longhua City. Soon, the conjecture regarding the female protagonist and I have a girlfriend fell upon Su Muyu. Numerous individuals even referenced the time when Fang Chen had trained alongside Su Muyu. Regrettably, very few were aware that Fang Chen was indeed the one behind I have a girlfriend. Many, however, recognized that the affluent young lady from the Su family was Su Muyu, and believed she could potentially be his girlfriend. Fang Chen was indifferent to this. He had no intention of continuing to hide his identity, let it be revealed. As he continued to scroll through the posts, he stumbled upon a wealth of other information. Among the revelations was the news that Bei Jiangnan, the lord of Jiangbei City, had departed for Abyss Town the previous day. Some students from Jiangbei University disclosed that several instructors were also en route to Abyss Town. Fang Chen was taken aback by this news. Could it be that these individuals were drawn to him? It seemed he would need to rise early for training the next day, lest he be caught in a crowd. He recalled Mentor Qian He's words about creating a stir with this recruitment list, and it appeared the effects were already manifesting. However, having only Mentor Qian He from Jiangbei University was sufficient. He preferred to avoid engaging with other instructors, as he lacked the energy for such interactions. Meeting the city lord, if necessary, could be considered. Fang Chen did not wish to squander time on these matters. They could wait until he arrived at Jiangbei University. His paramount concern was still to strive towards completing the 4th transition task before the university's recruitment concluded, which would grant him guild attribute bonuses. That night was destined to be far from tranquil. While Fang Chen was indulging in music at a tavern, Bei Jiangnan, Su Muyu, and numerous guilds, as well as instructors from Jiangbei University, were all converging upon Abyss Town, not for any other reason but to seek out Fang Chen. Ascending 14 levels in a single day was a pace of advancement that would be hard to overlook. In a certain tavern within Abyss Town, Li Yuan encountered Li Jian. I understand your intent, Li Yuan stated. I never intended for you to venture into the 3rd layer. However, with the 1st and 2nd layers now closed, it is imperative that you secure a top position to gain entry into Jiangbei University. Tomorrow morning, I shall escort you to the 3rd layer. Furthermore, I've made the acquaintance of a prominent figure. If you maintain a good attitude, I will endeavor to have you join his team, allowing you to train alongside him. A prominent figure? Who might that be? Is it Xiao Lingfeng? Li Jian inquired, as Xiao Lingfeng was currently the most renowned individual associated with Jiangbei University. But surely he has already surpassed the level of mingling in Abyss Town? Li Yuan shook his head in response. No. It is indeed the current freshman who possess remarkable prowess. As you are aware, the individual who has surpassed me today and temporarily claimed 2nd place has a girlfriend. Is it him? A flicker of displeasure crossed Li Jian's eyes at the mention. Being relegated to 3rd place, he certainly couldn't find joy in that. I understand now. I too wish to meet this person and discern the abilities that allowed him to ascend 14 levels in a single day. As for him guiding me, I shall decline. My strength does not warrant being mentored by someone of my own cohort. I do not even regard Jiang Hao with any esteem. Li Jian scoffed dismissively. Li Yuan, uninterested in further explanation, remarked, you will see for yourself tomorrow. Chapter 84. The Arrival of the City Lord, a Meeting with Qian He. The early morning in Abyss Town was as lively as ever. However, unlike any ordinary day, an unusually large crowd had gathered at the entrance to the abyss, demanding an explanation from the guards. The passage between the 1st and 2nd layers of the abyss had been closed for 2 days, causing a significant halt in the cultivation endeavors of many. This was a dire situation, especially since most of the individuals were fresh graduates participating in the recruitment at Jiangbei University. A lack of progress implies regression. Yet, what could the guards do? This matter was of great importance, and only the city lord, Bei Jiangnan, possessed the authority to make a decision. Nonetheless, the morning in Abyss Town was destined to be extraordinary. The young lady has arrived. Ziyin observed from below. Su Muyu opened her eyes, her face alight with anticipation. Let us go find him. With that, Su Muyu eagerly descended towards the ground. Ziyin followed, stating, young lady, I shall not accompany you. As you know, many are likely to gather in Abyss Town today. Su Muyu nodded in understanding. I am aware. It is perfect for you to help me probe their intentions so that I may relay the information to him. Ziyin nodded and smiled. Young lady, you truly care for him. Does he feel the same way about you? Su Muyu chuckled in response. Of course, he previously guided me in leveling up. Now let us go. Saying this, she departed without mentioning that Fang Chen charged her for the training. That scoundrel Fang Chen, charging me for leveling up. If he dares to charge me again, I shall take you under my wing. Su Muyu huffed indignantly. Almost half an hour after Su Muyu arrived in Abyss Town, an overwhelming presence began to manifest in the vicinity. In a serene courtyard, Mentor Qian He finally opened his eyes. Gazing at the sky, he remarked, they have all finally arrived. It is time for me to make my appearance. With a wave of his hand, a golden eagle appeared, and he soared into the air upon it. Mentor Qian He? A voice called out, and a procession of dozens emerged not far away. Among them, a large banner emblazoned with the character Jiang indicated that they belonged to the guards of Jiangbei City. Leading the group was none other than the city lord, Bei Jiangnan. It seems this matter in Abyss Town is indeed connected to your Jiangbei University, he stated, his face bearing a righteous expression filled with inquiry. Mentor Qian He nodded with a smile. I have been awaiting your arrival for some time. I kindly invite you to discuss matters below. Let us proceed. Bei Jiangnan replied. Jiangbei University and the Guardian Army have maintained a commendable relationship, characterized by mutual reliance. Although they may belong to different guilds, their primary interests rarely conflict. Within the Abyss Tavern, after Mentor Qianhe and Bei Jiangnan took their seats, Ziyuan hurried over to extend her welcome. As such distinguished guests, her presence was naturally indispensable. Bei Jiangnan took a sip of his drink and inquired, "Who exactly is that young man?" On the way here, he had certainly heard some rumors, leading him to cut straight to the chase. Mentor Qianhe surveyed the surroundings, prompting Bei Jiangnan to dismiss his subordinates with a wave of his hand. Only then did Mentor Qianhe speak. "Take a look for yourself." As he spoke, Mentor Qianhe handed a document to Bei Jiangnan. Upon receiving it, Bei Jiangnan's gaze fell upon the name prominently displayed, Fang Chen. The document meticulously recorded Fang Chen's initial job transition, as well as the subsequent transitions and task completions. The initial record of the Fire Sting Bug Dungeon noted that he completed the transition task in 2 days. Even the later exploits against the Lightning Plunder Guild failed to astonish Bei Jiangnan. However, when he noted that Fang Chen had arrived in Abyss Town just 3 days prior at level 100 and was now already at level 114, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "Does this young man have a background?" he inquired. "None whatsoever," replied Mentor Qianhe. "Then did you assist him?" "In the Abyss. How could I possibly aid him with his transition tasks? With no background and no assistance from you, are you implying?" Bei Jiangnan had begun to piece together the implications. "The heir of a divine general," Mentor Qianhe declared. "The heir of a divine general?" Bei Jiangnan's brow furrowed at this revelation. "I find that hard to believe. He is at best a seed of a divine general. Unfortunately, in Jiangbei province, we have encountered numerous seeds of divine generals over the years, Xiaolingfeng, Jiang Yixue, and several others. Yet, what has become of them? They have all been at Jiangbei University for at least a year, and their growth has sharply declined. I doubt this seed of a divine general has truly taken root in our province." Mentor Qianhe nodded in agreement. "Indeed, many formidable professionals have emerged in Jiangbei province in recent years, many hailed as seeds of divine generals. Both Jiangbei Nan and Jiangbei University have endeavored to nurture them, hoping to cultivate a true divine general. Alas, as time passes and students enroll, the once brilliant talents often begin to appear mediocre. This is not due to a lack of effort, but rather because a person's innate gifts are finite. When one's power is weak, innate talent can shine brightly. But as one's strength grows, the contribution of that talent diminishes. In the university, where adversaries are formidable, the true heirs of divine generals will soon be tested. However, this time Mentor Qianhe referred to Fang Chen as the heir of a divine general, rather than merely a seed. The distinction is profound. A seed of a divine general suggests potential, while an heir indicates an almost certain future as a divine general. Bei Jiangnan asked, "How can you be certain he is an heir and not just a seed?" Mentor Qianhe shook his head. "I cannot be certain. It is all based on intuition. I hope the lord of the city can grant him some time. Until the admissions process at Jiangbei University concludes, do not meet him, nor interfere in his affairs. When the admissions period ends, whether he is indeed the heir of the divine general, you shall know at a glance, my lord." Upon hearing this, Bei Jiangnan fell into contemplation and spoke. "Qianhe, I have always trusted your judgment, yet can you assure me that he will not become another Jiangdu? Furthermore, there are other students in Abyss Town. I cannot neglect their circumstances. If you wish for him to prove himself to me, I can offer him time. However, I sincerely hope he will not become the next Jiangdu." Hearing this, Mentor Qianhe smiled wryly. "Is it true that if one mistakenly takes on an apprentice, one shall never accept another? Or if a meal reveals a bug, shall one refrain from dining altogether? My lord, I cannot provide such assurance. I can only tell you that Fang Chen is a promising seedling. What he will become in the future is uncertain. Such inquiries are better posed to an astrologer, who would also be at a loss. Otherwise, Jiangdu would not have existed. Our league's divine generals are not solely under scrutiny from the anti-league. Those malevolent beings from beyond the realm are also watching. We must remain vigilant. I have asked you to give this young man time. Have you considered that he is also striving for his own hope? If he fails to attract the attention of greater powers, based solely on his first-place ranking in the Jiangbei University admissions, he might find himself on the anti-league's assassination list. Thus, this month is not only for you, but also for him." Mentor Qianhe spoke with profound sincerity. Ultimately, Bei Jiangnan nodded. "I understand. In that case, let us wait for a month to see how far this young man can go. I can refrain from meddling in his affairs. But the matters concerning the first and second layers of Abyss Town must still be addressed. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Oh, before I go," Bei Jiangnan suddenly recalled something as he was about to rise, turning back to say, "There is another matter to inform you of, upon my arrival. I heard that many guild leaders, including several mentors from Jiangbei University, have also come. How do you plan to address this issue?" Mentor Qianhe smiled upon hearing this. "Those who wish to leave cannot be retained, and those who do not wish to leave cannot be drawn away. There is no need for resolution." Chapter 85. The Three Major Guilds. Family Membership Achu. Fang Chen, in the midst of a deep slumber, felt something soft and ticklish at the tip of his nose. After sneezing, he opened his eyes, only to be startled by a large face looming in front of him, nearly sending him into a panic. Reacting instinctively, He rolled off the bed. Following this, he heard a sharp scream from a woman, and then a soft body landed on top of him. Inhaling, he caught a whiff of a woman's fragrance. Fang Chen was immediately bewildered. He had distinctly confirmed he had slept alone the previous night. How had a woman ended up in his room? Good heavens, she was still on top of him. What had transpired the night before? A drunken escapade? He certainly was not the type. Miss, did I order you last night? We didn't. Fang Chen. As Fang Chen was about to finish his sentence, he noticed a woman sitting up, her familiar face coming into view. Sumuyu, what are you doing here? Oh wait, you arrived? Fang Chen realized that Sumuyu had mentioned coming over a few days ago, but he hadn't expected her to arrive so soon. That's not the point. I wasn't here, and you actually called for a lady last night? Sumuyu looked at Fang Chen, on the verge of tears. When did I call for a lady? You barged into my room early in the morning and left me utterly confused. Fang Chen, speechless, hurriedly pushed Sumuyu away from where she was seated on him and asked, how did you know I was here? Upon realizing it was a misunderstanding, Sumuyu grinned. Of course I knew. There's a saying that goes, when you truly wish to see someone, no matter where they are, you can find them. I really wanted to see you, so I found you quite easily. All right, enough of the mushy talk. Fang Chen said helplessly as he straightened his clothes. You didn't do anything to me, did you? I'm still innocent, right? Sumuyu chuckled at his words. Don't worry, even if something happened, I would take responsibility. Huh? Who needs you to take responsibility? You aren't even 18 yet. Sumuyu retorted defiantly. I'll be 18 in less than a month, just you wait. Okay, enough nonsense. Are you here to level up? Fang Chen inquired. Yes. You will take me along, right? If not, I can pay, just like before. Sumuyu eagerly linked her arm with Fang Chen's. Fang Chen nodded. With your lack of skill, if I don't take you, who will? He said. All right, it's getting late. Let us get going. As he turned to leave, Sumuyu quickly stopped him. What are you doing? Fang Chen asked. What do you think? It's broad daylight. Plus, you're not even 18 yet. I must tell you, if you're playing with fire this time, I want to take responsibility. My principle is simple. If I don't initiate, I want to be responsible or refuse. Stinky Fang Chen, what are you thinking? Sumuyu exclaimed. Just look outside and see what is happening. Fang Chen was taken aback and pushed open the window, immediately hearing the commotion outside. The South City Guild is offering a high reward for anyone who can identify my girlfriend. A bounty of 1 billion dragon coins for any clues. Those who can directly locate her will gain the opportunity to join our South City Guild. The North City Guild is seeking my girlfriend. They invite my girlfriend to join us, with a membership reward of 10 billion dragon coins, plus a position as a hall master. The East City Guild is searching for my girlfriend. Anyone willing to join our guild will receive 10 billion dragon coins, along with the treatment of a vice president. Listening to the ruckus outside, Fang Chen was stunned. What is going on? What happened while I was asleep? Don't you know? Yesterday, you leveled up 14 times and temporarily ranked second on the recruitment list. Among the top 10, you are the only newcomer. I've inquired. And the original top 10 had already been divided among the major guilds before the list was announced. However, they scarcely managed to recruit a few individuals. It seems that Li Jian has joined the East City Guild. The Strong Man has joined the South City Guild. While no one else has chosen to affiliate with these guilds, both the Strong Man and Li Jian come from modest backgrounds. So it is quite understandable that they would be tempted by the alluring conditions offered by these guilds. What about you? Will you join? Wherever you go, I shall follow. Sumuyu linked her arm with Fang Chen. Fang Chen inquired, are these guilds truly formidable? Sumuyu replied, the 3 foremost guilds in Jiangbei province are these. They are the East City Guild, the South City Guild, and the North City Guild. All 3 guilds collaborate with the defense forces, entrusted with the protection of the 3 cities. Thus they possess the greatest strength among the guilds. The western side, being directed towards Longhua City, and with the majority of station troops from North Jiangnan located there, lacks any cooperative guilds. To be part of any of these 3 guilds ensures a decent standing in Jiangbei City. Fang Chen realized this with a sudden clarity. However, he had already affiliated with the Beastmaster Guild, so he thought it best to forego the 3 guilds. You still haven't told me which guild you intend to join. Sumuyu said, looking at him eagerly. Oh, I'm already part of a guild, the Beastmaster Guild. It may not be suitable for you. You should seek assistance from your grandfather to join the Mage Guild instead, Fang Chen suggested. But Sumuyu shook her head. No way. I've heard that the Mage Guild is filled with a bunch of old men. That would be so dull. I want to be in the same guild as you. I'm going to apply right now. With that, Sumuyu began her application to join the guild. Fang Chen chuckled. I say, little Su, what do you think the Beastmaster Guild is? When I joined, it was through a token given by Mentor Qianhe. If you apply directly, they surely will not approve. Sumuyu, however, replied with a smile. That is not necessarily true. I'm applying anyway. Hey, look, Sumuyu exclaimed. Fang Chen was momentarily taken aback as he saw a string of identifiers appear above Sumuyu's head. Member of the Beastmaster Guild. I'm in. Hee. They accepted me. Sumuyu exclaimed with excitement. Fang Chen was left dumbfounded. He thought to himself, isn't the Beastmaster Guild quite prestigious? Although not in the top 100, it's still impressive. How can they be so lax about accepting members now? Fang Chen felt as though he had been duped by Mentor Qianhe. Just then, he received a message from Mentor Qianhe. Your girlfriend has even pursued her way into the guild. Young man, you have a bright future. Fang Chen was taken aback. Girlfriend? He hurriedly asked Su Muyu, what did you write in your application message? Su Muyu paused, her expression earnest. I wrote that you're my boyfriend. Isn't that correct? Suddenly, Fang Chen seemed to grasp something and quickly opened the guild personnel change list. Indeed, he found detailed information. Su Muyu applied to join the guild. Note, Fang Chen's girlfriend. Mentor Qianhe approved the application. Reading these two messages left Fang Chen speechless. Good heavens, he hadn't even activated the guild channel yet, and his girlfriend had already popped up. Now he was bound to be renowned within the Beastmaster Guild. Upon reaching the level that unlocks the guild chat channel, the situation became rather awkward. Indeed, it seems that every individual has their match, and Su Muyu is certainly his nemesis. My dear, what seems to be troubling you? Inquired Su Muyu. Do not address me as my dear. You are my dear. Fang Chen retorted, utterly speechless. Yet, with utmost sincerity, Su Muyu replied, but I am a girl. I can be your wife. Enough of this. Shall we proceed to level up? Shall we, my little wealthy princess? Fang Chen thought it best to divert the conversation. For further discourse might lead them to an impromptu wedding ceremony. Adorning his mask, Fang Chen grasped Su Muyu's hand and led her away from the room, making their way towards the entrance of the abyss. Chapter 86. The Boundless Mentor, who turns out to be my best friend. At the entrance of the abyss, a sea of people congregated. In addition to the anxious adventurers awaiting entry, several members from the three major guilds had gathered, hoping to find his girlfriend and entice her to join their ranks. Who exactly is my girlfriend? How did she manage to stir the interest of the three major guilds? Is she new? How could she not know? Just yesterday, she soared 14 levels, and she is now the most formidable dark horse on the recruitment leaderboard. Indeed, it is rumored she might surpass Jiang Hao, currently at the top, by today. Impressive. No wonder she has captured the attention of the three major guilds. Look over there. Many mentors from Jiangbei University have come in person. Goodness. Does that mean they can bypass recruitment and gain direct entry into Jiangbei University? The crowd gazed on in envy, as they toiled endlessly for the chance to join Jiangbei University, while someone had managed to attract the mentor's direct attention. Truly, it is a case of comparison that can be disheartening. Amidst the throng, Fang Chen and Su Muyu swiftly arrived at the entrance of the abyss. At that moment, the entrance was guarded by sentinels. Entry was only permitted to those who could present a token granting access to the third level. Fang Chen surveyed the bustling crowd and, to his surprise, spotted Jiang Yixue engaged in conversation with several individuals. Jiang Hao stood nearby. Initially, Fang Chen had no intention of waiting for them. But upon seeing Jiang Hao, he decided to linger. After all, they had previously agreed to level up together. It would be rather impolite to pretend he had not seen them. Meanwhile, Jiang Yixue and Jiang Hao were earnestly conversing with several middle-aged individuals. Esteemed mentors, I have indeed encountered my girlfriend, but I do not possess her contact information. Should I see her today, I shall certainly convey your messages. Hearing this, Jiang Hao tugged at Jiang Yixue's sleeve, wishing to mention that he had her contact details. However, Jiang Yixue pinched him, signaling him to remain silent. As Jiang Hao turned, he caught sight of Fang Chen in the distance and eagerly tugged at Jiang Yixue's sleeve. Jiang Yixue followed his gaze and quickly noted Fang Chen's presence. Mentor, I must take my leave to level up now, she announced, before leading Jiang Hao towards Fang Chen. Sister, why didn't you mention that my girlfriend is right here? Jiang Hao questioned in confusion. Jiang Yixue simply reminded him. How many times must I say it? This matter has nothing to do with us. Fang Chen does not wish to be exposed, and we have no reason to expose him. Such actions are not befitting of friendship. Jiang Hao nodded, having not contemplated it deeply. As he glanced at the two approaching figures, Fang Chen waved his hand. Su Muyu was momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Yixue and Jiang Hao, but then seemed to recall something. As the two came closer, Jiang Yixue also spotted Su Muyu. Jiang Hao then jested, big shot. Could this possibly be your girlfriend? Su Muyu's face lit up with joy at the remark, pleasantly surprised to encounter such an understanding person, and she eagerly nodded. Fang Chen, however, retorted with exasperation. Don't listen to her nonsense. I haven't agreed to anything yet. All right, there are too many people around here. Let us swiftly enter. The group nodded in agreement and promptly ventured into the abyss. Upon reaching the first level, the crowd had significantly thinned. Jiang Yixue remarked. The individuals we encountered earlier were mentors from Jiangbei University, and they are here seeking you. They said if you are willing to become their disciple, they can grant you admission to Jiangbei University and will wholeheartedly nurture your talents. Fang Chen nodded in acknowledgement, saying, I understand, but it is unnecessary. Jiang Yixue saw no point in pressing further. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao interjected, the big shot is right. Those mentors are rather mediocre. I've heard that the Beastmaster program has an exceptionally talented mentor named Wuya who did not even show up. Mentor Wuya is known for his aloofness and stubborn nature. It is unlikely he would come personally. However, once the admissions process concludes, you will have the opportunity to select your own mentor. At that point, you might consider Mentor Wuya. although he is also a beastmaster, making him unsuitable for you, with the exception of Fang Chen. Mentor Wuya? Jiang Yishui inquired. Fang Chen silently committed the name to memory, yet he preferred to follow Mentor Qian He, as they were already well acquainted, making communication more seamless. As they continued walking, Su Muyu suddenly spoke up. Yishui, do you not remember me? Jiang Yishui was taken aback, staring at Su Muyu for a long moment before responding. Muyu? Is that you, Su Muyu? Fang Chen was somewhat surprised, wondering how the two knew each other. Su Muyu nodded, and to his astonishment, the two girls clasped hands, their excitement palpable. Jiang Yishui asked, when did you join Jiangbei University? Su Muyu replied joyfully, just a few days ago. I can hardly believe you are already here. You will be my senior from now on. What senior? Had you not gone to Longhua City, we would be classmates. Jiang Yishui exclaimed, equally elated. Fang Chen later learned that Su Muyu and Jiang Yishui were indeed in the same cohort of students. They had originally both resided in Jiangbei City. However, Su Muyu was quite young, and due to Su Mu Tian's transfer to Longhua City to establish a branch, she had been taken along, ending up in the same class as Fang Chen. It was a delightful surprise to encounter each other once more here. So, you truly are his girlfriend? Jiang Yishui inquired, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. Su Muyu, with a sense of helplessness, replied, I wish it were so, but he is unwilling. Jiang Yishui responded, you are so beautiful, and your family background is excellent. Why wouldn't he be interested? Su Muyu said helplessly, I don't know, but I am drawn to his aloof demeanor. Hehe, just because one is attractive and comes from a good family, does that mean I have to be interested? Well, you are not lacking in looks either, and you are the daughter of the city lord. If you were to pursue me, I would certainly be willing, Fang Chen retorted, turning his head with a hint of annoyance. Hearing this, Jiang Yishui's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, leaving her somewhat flustered. I wouldn't he pursue you. Mumu likes you. She stammered. Don't say that. I would actually prefer if you pursued him. If he accepted you, he would inadvertently accept me as well. Fang Chen responded, rendered speechless. Thank you very much. If you had a few more friends like you, I wouldn't need to develop at all. I would simply be exhausted. And how many wealthy daughters of city lords are there in the world? If they all pursued me, I would be worn out even if I were as strong as an ox. Su Muyu remarked. With the two of us, are you still not satisfied? Greedy. Fang Chen replied helplessly, while Jiang Hao interjected from the side. Sisters, remember that you are girls. Could you not be a tad more reserved? Even though Fang Chen is handsome, there's no need to be so forward. Just look at me. I am quite handsome too. Go away. The two girls retorted in unison. As the group chatted idly, they soon arrived at the entrance to the third level. However, before they could step inside, they noticed a woman standing at the entrance. Su Muyu and Jiang Yishui almost simultaneously turned their gaze toward Fang Chen, their expressions seemingly asking, You have another woman? Fang Chen replied, bewildered. What does that have to do with me? I am innocent, and besides, neither of you is my girlfriend, so why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Hao quickly interjected, Stop it. Isn't that Li Kai? What is she doing here? Li Kai, do you need something? Jiang Hao asked,